Our protagonist's name is Lang Van Fong, the invincible Saint Lord, who ended 500 years of chaos in the world. Just by breathing casually, he can shake the entire sky. After reaching the peak, he suddenly hears shocking news the saintess is pregnant with his child again. When he asked for details, it turned out that during his cultivation, he encountered a mental demon. It happened when she was aroused, so he doesn't remember anything. He went to find his old close friend to talk and unexpectedly heard more shocking news. He also has a child with her. Then here he also finds out that the fox spirit girl gave birth to a daughter for him. He spoils his daughters to the max. When his daughter likes something shiny, he casually crushes a star into a sparkling ball just to hear her say dad. And he uses the reverse heavens technique, rewinding time 30 seconds to hear it again. Every time she says, Dad, he hears more shocking news. His children are spread across countless worlds. Without further ado, let's get started. The story is finished, and the admin has done it all. Enjoy watching. At the Saint Lord's place, the silhouette of a man appears. The man steps out, standing at the peak, radiating a brilliant aura. Everyone around cheers, Saint Lord, Saint Lord. Saint Lord, this man is Lang Van Fong. The crowd keeps cheering. He raises his head to the sky. A war lasting 500 years with so many brothers sacrificed together. He closes his eyes. Finally, it ends here with me. Then he opens his eyes, spreads his arms, and says, If I live, there will be no more chaos in the world. Everyone worships him, thanking the Saint Lord for ushering in eternal peace. At the highest level on the Saint Lord's throne, he flies up in a flash, closes his eyes, thinking back 500 years ago, when during the Great Cataclysm, suddenly all beings gained divine powers. A great war lasting 500 years was called the Great Chaos War. The era of lost laws had begun. Countless dangers and opportunities made me stronger. I Lang Van Fong with unimaginable great power unmatched by anyone. With overwhelming strength, a single move pacified the forces of all the earthly realms, finally welcoming peace. He sits back on his chair, thinking that he can finally rest. Let me enjoy this precious quiet. Footsteps approach. He closes his tired eyes and says, Didn't I say no one is allowed to come see me here? The man laughs happily and says, I'm your junior brother. Those rules don't apply to me. Hearing that, he opens his eyes and asks, Among all the juniors and junior sisters, you're the most rebellious. What's the matter? The man raises something, then says, The secret letter from the underworld sect leader. He thinks of Dao Tong Thien Pham Tuyet. He's puzzled. That extremely proud woman who never asked for help, why would she send an underworld pact to all the sects in the world? An alliance is only formed in emergencies and must be top secret. He grabbed Yin Fu, then ordered a retreat. The man cheerfully said, Goodbye, senior brother. He looked at Yin Fu deep in thought. He felt uneasy, suddenly recalling some humiliating past events. He remembered 15 years ago when we cultivated the primordial chaos transformation heart technique in the secret Han Dam realm. Suddenly, a girl flew in at a critical moment, breaking through the life-and-death mysterious gate. This woman suddenly rushed over, flew to him, and slowly landed. Her hot body immediately distracted him. She suddenly fell into his arms, and he irritably said, How rude! Who are you to bother me? Behind them, more experts came chasing. They said, Tian Fan Shui, we didn't expect your cultivation to be so profound. They claimed to be poisoned by the medicine flame yang powder and could still make it here for help. Then they charged, shouting, You all die. He got angry and attacked with a sword made of condensed water. Then he carried the girl to shore. As he lifted her, he immediately felt his heart ache. His body convulsed intensely. Red veins appeared in his eyes, signaling the onset of demonic possession from internal energy chaos. He quickly set the girl down and began circulating his energy to suppress the vital force. He used all his inner strength, aligning his spirit and following the principle of no return. Suddenly, a hand touched his back. The girl hugged him tightly with a lustful look, clearly with bad intentions. He was confused. Whatever she wanted to do, if he couldn't move now, it would all be for nothing. Thinking this, he shouted angrily, Get off! What are you still standing there for? But the girl mischievously whispered in his ear, This is urgent. I need to borrow you to detox. Before he could reply, she forced a kiss on him. He panicked, eyes wide open, shocked. And what happened next was inevitable. After a while, the girl prepared to leave. Before going, she turned and told him, If you ever have trouble, just say my name, Tian Fan Shui, and I will repay the favor of detoxifying you. He shivered with anger, showing a displeased face as she left. Saying goodbye, he grumbled, That's the end of the game. He brushed off his clothes and left. As the legend goes, how could the pure me be humiliated like that? Just let it be Tian Fanshu, I remember you. He recalled that memory deeply, thinking it was shameful. Thinking about how Lang Yunfeng, a lifetime hero, was used by someone else as a detox tool. Later, during a battle where various sects besieged the demon sect, she raised her hand in front of him, politely shaking hands as if meeting for the first time. Dao sect of 9 provinces on assignment, Tian Fan Shui. He was confused, angrily grinding his teeth. Pleasure, but why do I feel like we've met before? But she coldly replied, really, I've never cared about men before. What's more frustrating was that after many joint battles, she acted like nothing happened, treating him like a stranger. This woman truly had courage and guts, no less than a man with the awareness to sacrifice her life for peace. After years of fighting, she became the new head instructor of the Dao sect, radiating extraordinary aura. The heart talisman read, "Tonight at the hour of the dragon at the Dao sect's rear mountain Bafeng Fengding, an important matter must be discussed." He thought the demonic forces were basically suppressed. Now there's an urgent, important matter requiring Yin Fu. At the hour of the dragon at the Dao sect's Bafeng Gui Peak, Lang Yunfeng arrived at the meeting spot. He looked in one direction, suddenly feeling so confused he was speechless. He thought, of all places they pick here to hang out, immediately recalling that humiliating memory. He cleared his throat and then sat down to wait for her. Suddenly a voice behind spoke, "Holy Lord, you're early." He responded, "In this world, something that makes the Dao sect head Tian Fan Shui use Yin Fu as a letter really piques my curiosity." At the same time she approached in very modest clothes that still highlighted her beauty. Yunfeng sat there tensely waiting for Fan Shui. After Fan Shui arrived, she sat down across from him using magic to produce a teapot and cup, then pointed toward the lake. Drops of water flew up the teapot lid, opened, and water from the lake was poured in. She lifted the teapot and gently poured tea into the cup. Fanja made the teacup float and said, "This is the famous Great Red Treasure tea from 500 years ago. Try it." Yunfeng took the cup, looked carefully, took a slow sip, then asked, "Is there any lingering evil energy causing trouble again?" Fanshu blew on the hot tea while talking about their son. He didn't hesitate to reply, "What about our son?" Sensing something was wrong after saying this, Yun Langqing spat out the tea before swallowing, facing Fanshu with water still on his mouth. He shouted, "What did you say, our son?" Fanshu wiped her face with a cloth. Seeing his panic, she said, "Calm down first." Yunfeng angrily slammed the table, cracking it, sending small stone shards flying. He shouted again, "Are you joking? Besides fighting together a few times, we never had any connection or feelings. So where would a son come from?" Yunfeng suddenly remembered something like the image of her kissing him appeared. Fanshu had no reaction, just casually replied, "That's right, it was when I borrowed you to detox." Hearing this from her mouth, he was silent, pointed at her face. "Fine, you finally admit it. After several battles together, you pretended nothing happened, making me think I was going crazy hallucinating." Fanshu didn't know what to say. She just told him, "Holy Lord, please calm down. It's not your fault." Yunfeng wouldn't stop. He kept blaming her like that, louder than her telling him to calm down. "I'm a man who respects women, treats them politely and equally in this life. Never crossed the line, but ended up being used by her as a detox tool. You took it from me. In the end, you're fine, pat the butt, and walk away like nothing happened. Not even a thank you." The cup of tea in Pham Tiet's hand hadn't even had a sip taken, and she held it so tightly it was trembling lightly. Looking completely fed up, she stood up abruptly, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, "Is that enough?" She raised her voice to make sure everyone in Sun Mon Dao Tong heard, making Van Fong freeze on the spot. He covered his mouth with his hand, pale as a ghost, his head turning back and forth nervously. Only then did she calm down, sat back down. Her body still trembling, slightly lowered her face and said, "Why are you so anxious? It's not like you did anything wrong from the start." Van Fong was stunned, took his hand away from his mouth and thought, "Yeah, it's not me who messed up. Why would I be nervous?" Then he crossed his arms and snorted. "It's not me who's wrong, it's actually you." Her eyes dropped quietly as she said, "That's why all these years I never thought about making anyone take responsibility." Suddenly, he raised his hand. "Wait!" She was surprised why. Van Fong put his hand on his forehead, thinking aloud, "I need to calm down first." The teacup suddenly moved, catching Pham Tuyet's attention. It flew into Van Fong's hand. He grabbed it, poured all the tea into his mouth, then swallowed more than 10 gulps. Pham Tuyet's eyes lowered, watching him gulp down the entire cup of tea. He slammed the cup down on the table and said firmly to her, Since things are like this, then... She looked up at him. Then what? Then cross your arms. Van Fong leaned in slightly serious. Then according to your wish, let's get married. Pham Tuet was surprised, her face flushed, and asking, Huh, what did you say? Long Van Fong closed his eyes and slowly raised his hand. From tiny sparkling lights, a piece of wood floated up. Then he clenched his fist, making the wood glow bright red, emitting a strange golden light. Then suddenly the brown wood disappeared, and a sparkling white diamond ring appeared, surrounded by golden light. Long Van Fong controlled the ring to fly in front of Tien Pham Tuet, causing her eyes to widen and lean back a bit, shocked. Long Van Fong looked confident and arrogant, saying, Even though you and I don't have feelings for each other, if we do, then let's get married. This is your idea. But Tien Pham Tuet pushed the ring away with her hand and said, You're wrong, which left Lang Van Fong stunned and frozen for a few seconds. The girl who claimed to have his child just refused to marry him. Pham Tuet looked a little embarrassed as she pushed the ring away. Her beautiful face flushed red and she shyly said, I don't plan to marry you. This made Lang Van Fong angry. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Hey, are you messing with me? You suddenly come to me and say we have a son, then what? Tien Pham Tuet looked pretty awkward. She avoided his gaze, turned her face away and replied, Because. Then she stopped talking. She bowed her head, thinking for a moment, then decided to stand up and slowly walked over to Lang Van Fong. She tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered something to Lang Van Fong. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong's eyes widened in surprise. What? He shouted in shock, turning to Tien Pham Tuet, startling her. Suddenly, their eyes met their faces, coming very close, making both Tien Pham Tuet and Lang Van Fong blush with embarrassment. They awkwardly looked away to ease the tension. He pretended to cough, stood up and said, I'll go think of a plan first. In a few days, I'll give you an answer. Tien Pham Tuet also stood watching Lang Van Fong walk away. Wait, she said. Hearing that, Lang Van Fong turned back and asked, What's up? I suddenly told you about your son. Haven't you ever thought I was lying to you? Tien Pham Tuet replied shyly. Seeing this, Lang Van Fong was silent for a moment, then began to explain. Honestly, when we first met, I didn't have a good impression of you. You thought you were the center of the world, rude and disrespectful, like you were offended. Tien Pham Tuet was so angry she crushed the nearby table with her hand. Then he continued, but later on, we faced deadly battles together. When Andung killed enemies without losing to any man, it changed how I saw you. I even liked you quite a bit. This made Tien Pham Tuet widen her eyes in shy disbelief at what she was hearing. Then he raised his index finger and said he even thought about becoming sworn brothers with her. This made Tien Pham Tuet lose interest, clenching her fist as if ready to beat the crap out of this insensitive guy. She threw something at him and shouted, Who wants to be brothers with you? Hurry up and go, think of a plan. But a few days later, when she met Lang Van Fong, he was still calm and cool, like he was on top of the world. Even though he left, Tien Pham Tuet was still very angry. Tonight's sky was beautiful, the full moon shining brightly. Stars twinkled in the sky and gentle clouds floated by, creating a truly poetic scene. Lang Van Fong was flying through the sky, trailing long glowing orange-red streaks behind him in the dark. What's going on? What is this? Alone, his true feelings came out clearly. He nervously ran his hands through his hair, his worried face dripping with sweat. His bloodshot eyes opened wide, thinking about what just happened. He shouted anxiously, What's going on? Making his heart race. Calm down, calm down. My mind has been trained to be unshakable, steady like glass. No matter how many powerful enemies are in front of me, I don't change expression. So why is my heart pounding like this now? Lang Van Fong frowned, squeezing his eyes shut. His head was full of thoughts about the girl who wanted to become sworn siblings, but sweat kept pouring down. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong's face turned pale with fear. His eyes rolled back. He shouldn't panic like that. It made him hard to adjust. He needed to find someone to fight to cool down. Lang Van Fong clenched his teeth, thinking about how to calm himself. He hovered in the starry sky. He looked around like he was searching for something. Suddenly, a red light flashed through the floating white smoke outside the galaxy. The light was heading towards some planet. Inside the planet, glowing bright red, stood a magnificent castle surrounded by water and sparkling red mist. The red light sped on, turning toward that castle. It's known that the castle belongs to the demon sect. Strange crescent moon patterns adorned the castle gate. Above it was the inscription, Chi Thien Pavilion. Two soldiers with weapons stepped out from inside. Suddenly, the two were startled, looking up at the sky. There above was another red light and a figure hovering. The soldier in red panicked, turned around and shouted, "Holy Lord, raise the alarm!" The figure was Lang Vanfong. Standing in the sky looking down, he said, "The warning's too late." A loud shout called a girl's name with a challenge, "Dakan Khan, come fight." A blazing red circle appeared. It spread and made an extremely unpleasant sound. The loud, annoying noise upset everyone. Everyone covered their ears. Outside, after using his magic to create the sound, Lang Vanfing looked relaxed. He watched the castle emitting strange screams. The demon energy boiled and the castle glowed with strange purple smoke. Suddenly, a smoke plume shot up, revealing the image of a short-haired, black-haired girl. She soared into the sky like the wind. Lang Vanfong's lips curled slightly as he watched her go. Against the pitch-black sky filled with red and purple smoke, two beams of yellow and purple light seemed to tear each other apart. "It's Da Kan," she finally revealed herself. Da Kan and Lang Vanfong faced each other. She pushed him away. Lang Vanfong's face was calm, and judging NDT0 has improved. "In this world, few can touch my two-layer Kim Huangho the power. Except for you, there aren't many." The wind blew her hair dramatically. She whispered to him, "You bastard." She looked at him with contempt. She said, "Why suddenly remember to mess with me?" Then he frowned slightly and pushed her hand off his shoulder. Annoyed and wanting to fight, she exclaimed, stretching tall in the fiery pink sky, sparkling like a galaxy. A powerful tremor shook the air. Loud booms followed one after another. The soldiers inside the castle were restless. They talked among themselves. "Haven't we already followed the Holy Lord? Why is the Holy Lord coming again? Could someone be secretly causing trouble and got caught by the Holy Lord? Has the sect leader had a major breakthrough?" "Yeah, idiot. You, someone who's never met the Holy Lord, have seen the 5 parts of the angelic terror skill, a move that kills the top 10 leaders of the demon sect. Now he's not using his power obediently, begging the Holy Lord not to get angry and destroy this place completely. What's the point of fighting like that? So boring. It feels like teasing the Lord. Now he's not using his power obediently, begging the Holy Lord not to get angry and destroy this place completely." 2 bright circles shine in the sky. Long Vanfong and Da Kan are using their strength to face off against each other. After a while, there's silence in the sky. Where did they go? Beer cans are rolling around on the floor. Turns out, they're sitting together drinking beer watching this planet. They clink their glasses, then each drinks on their own. Da Kan gulps down her beer, the liquid running down her throat and chest. Then she wipes her mouth with her hand, glances at Long Vanfong, tries to look weak, and says, "Big brother, every time you have troubles, you always take it out on me. This little body of mine can't handle it." Long Vanfong looks a bit annoyed and replies, "Cut it out. You were the one chasing after me before. When have I ever complained when I was hit?" Then he glances at her and continues, "Look around the world, only fighting with you makes me feel comfortable." She smiles softly and says, "In this world, only you fight me like a man. Other men always end up regretting it with the jade." Then they laugh and joke together happily. "Aren't we fighting? Does fighting mean we have a good relationship?" She looks a bit shy, then replies, "What else in this world could possibly trouble our undefeated Holy Lord?" Da Kan looks at Vanfong with a captivating gaze and says, "I'm really curious." Vanfong sighs, sits there dazed for a moment. After a thoughtful pause, he decides to tell her what's been bothering him for a long time. Without any notice, no mental preparation. "I suddenly popped up, and the sun is even from Tien Pham Tuyet." Da Kan is shocked hearing Vanfong say this. She can't believe what she just heard. Immediately, she spits all the beer in her mouth right onto Vanfong's face. Drops of liquid drip down his face. Da Kan is flustered, not knowing what to do, so she just awkwardly laughs. "Sorry, I couldn't help laughing." Vanfong says nothing, just quietly wipes his face with his hand. Da Kan looks at him hesitantly. Vanfong senses her cautious gaze and immediately says, "You have no idea about that." Then Vanfong starts explaining, "It was back when I was training." He talks for a while, then moves on. Da Kan listens to his explanation and laughs while sitting. He's like a kid secretly doing something bad, then caught by his mom. Suddenly, a little girl standing far away shouts, "Don't bully my mom." Vanfong and Da Kan turn their heads to look. It's a small, cute girl with short hair. The girl pouts at Vanfong, looking like she's about to cry. Then suddenly, the little girl rushed straight at him, raised her angry fist, kept punching Vanfong, and shouted, "Bad guy, stay away from my mom." But it looked like those cotton punches didn't affect Vanfong at all. He just gave a helpless smile. Vanfong pointed at the girl, then turned to ask Da Kan, is she your daughter? Dumb. Kan just smiled, gently brushed her hair aside and said, looks like Kan's daughter is still causing trouble. Van Fong held the girl's head, smiled awkwardly and said, you never told me you had a kid. If you had, I would have already given her a red envelope. Then Van Fong looked the girl over and said, this kid's really adorable. Loving her mom like that, there's no cold-bloodedness that treats Thien Pavilion like this. It's rare and precious. Kan looked a bit skeptical and grinned mischievously, asking, really? Suddenly, Van Fong's expression changed. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. When Van Fong bent down, he saw Kan's daughter stabbing him in the stomach with the dietine thick. The little girl showed no mercy and even had a devilish smile on her face. Van Fong immediately used his spiritual power to push the dietine thick away. A red aura appeared, dispelling the evil energy around. Taking advantage of the moment, Van Fong grabbed the girl and gave her a firm lesson. This isn't a toy for kids. Kan's daughter wouldn't give up. She struggled and shouted loudly, let me go, let me go. You bad guy who told you to bully my mom. Kan watched them bickering like that and laughed happily. Van Fong took advantage of the girl's distraction to snatch the dietine thick. He gently warned, this thing can hurt you if you're not careful. Suddenly, the handle of the dietine thick made a scraping sound. Immediately, the entire handle was covered in spikes. Van Fong was startled and dropped it. He angrily turned to scold Kan's daughter, but suddenly she took out a round pill, and while Van Fong's mouth was wide open, tossed it in. Kan's daughter successfully threw the pill into his mouth. Van Fong froze, surprised to find a pill in his mouth. But then he regained his composure and proudly said, what a naughty kid, I'm neither toxic nor lustful. Before he could finish, Van Fong's face changed color. His face turned pale, so bitter, so harsh. What is this? The girl immediately escaped Van Fong's grasp and ran over to Kan. Kan explained, that's something my daughter got from the 5 Poisons Elder. The poison's not strong, but it's extremely hard to swallow. It's the kind of thing others wouldn't even look at, but she's quite skilled with it. Van Fong's face distorted like he was about to vomit all his insides out. He tried to spit the pill out, but couldn't. Then he sulked. I'm mad now. This isn't something kids should be doing. The girl hid behind Kan and stuck out her tongue to tease him. Van Fong kept turning away and flicking his tongue because the pill was so bitter. Then he noticed the beer cans he and Kan had been drinking earlier. Van Fong immediately grabbed 2 cans and chugged them down. Kan looked helplessly at Van Fong, drinking so much that the beer spilled out of his mouth. Finally, Van Fong felt better. He sighed, wiped the sweat off his forehead, then angrily shouted, who the hell am I? I have to teach that brat a lesson for making my daughter so mischievous. Kan casually replied, that's your daughter. Van Fong tensed up and froze. Kan's daughter also stared wide-eyed in shock. Before Van Fong could process it, he immediately spat the beer all over Kan's face. She was soaked, but instead of getting mad, Kan just smiled and flicked her hair. Suddenly, she stood up and gently patted her daughter's head. The girl, confused, called out, Mom. Then Kan used her spiritual power to lift the girl up and sighed. I want to explain something to Van Fong. Van Fong got scared seeing Kan wanted to talk. Then Kan instantly teleported her daughter back home. Van Fong was sweating profusely. He still couldn't believe what just happened was real. After a while, he laughed like a madman, saying, ha ha ha, isn't this Qingdao beer? Why is it so strong it makes me hallucinate? Then Kan smiled and handed him a beer can, saying, how about you drink a few more to sober up? Van Fong took the can and hesitated, staring at it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to drink it. After drinking over a dozen cans, Van Fong was drunk. He finally mustered the courage to ask, Kan, so who's the father of the kid? Kan still casually replied, it's you. That answer really made Van Fong angry. He rushed over to her and shouted, wicked woman, are you having a relapse of your old illness? In his mouth, a very normal sentence came out. How could I forget? I never had any relationship with you. Kan looked a bit sad, but still smiled and said, you really don't remember anymore. Then she began to tell the story from over 10 years ago, back when I was the Holy Maiden. Your Trich-Thien Pavilion divine skill had just formed. You were like crazy, killing many powerful demon sect masters, forcing arrogant demon leaders to unite and plot together, and finally they captured you. Van Fong suddenly remembered. Those despicable villains always use sneaky assassination tricks, one wave after another, some constantly attacking with poison. Others kept assassinating and harassing during fights. Some kept suppressing by wearing down with attrition, making it hard for me to defend. Ken Kan said that after they captured Van Fong, the two factions restored their opposing status and could even overpower him. Those guys didn't care about heaven or earth. They even proclaimed that from now on, gods would kill gods, Buddhas would kill Buddhas. Not only that, those sneaky and cunning ones grew even more ruthless, wanting to dominate the world and sparked a civil war. Van Fong didn't expect those guys to have this trick up their sleeve. Back then, you were locked in the endless prison and almost lost your life. Ankan gently touched his nose and said, "You really have the luck of a lifetime. I guess your fate isn't sealed yet. In this world, you're the only one who dares to be so reckless with me." After she said that, Ken moved closer to Van Fong, showing a seductive look, and said, "Who said I'm a female demon?" Van Fong immediately pushed her away, telling her to get to the point and stop playing these games. Ken Kan sighed and said, "You know, back then I was practicing the Ming Yue Sunu Heart technique." Van Fong seriously said, "I know the demon sex cultivation method. You can absorb others' techniques into your own. It's even more powerful than the Baning Divine skill from the century-old novels. That's why the demon sect produced quite a few peerless demon leaders. However, this technique doubles one's magical power and is called the all-powerful Great Augment technique, which is why there are so few men around me." Van Fong continued, "Because others look down on it, her faction has always had few people." Ken replied, "Exactly. After those 5 elder demons caught you that year, their minds went astray, and they conspired to harm me, greedily dividing the magical power in my body. Then they tried to take over the entire divine continent of Huaxia." Van Fong crushed a beer can, his face darkening with anger. He clenched his fists, then used his own magical power to shrink it into something tiny that glowed brightly and sparkled. Van Fong frowned and said, "Those elder demons are really cunning. Their schemes cause me endless humiliation. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Where are they hiding now? Right now, I want to go beat them up to relieve this anger." Ken gently comforted him. All right, if you saw them now, you definitely wouldn't be angry." Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What are they doing?" "The heavenly hand demon Buddha was crippled by your strike, secluded himself for 10 days, then awakened to the path from demon possession and started traveling all over the divine continent to atone for his past sins." Hearing this, Van Fong asked suspiciously, "I heard this guy understands Buddhist principles deeply and clearly. So why did he get possessed by demons?" He sighed, "If he's turned good, I really can't bring myself to fight him. Yinsang Gui Kong commands tens of thousands of demon generals. Our master thought he was the only one in the world, but your sword." The Tan Thuan Dung strike killed 3,000 fierce demon spirits, shaking his heart to the core and breaking his soul apart. Now he's residing in a mental hospital. Hearing this shocked Van Fong. Ken continued, "What about the others? She seemed a bit awkward." Seeing her reaction, Van Fong didn't push her to continue and just walked away. Life really isn't like in the stories. I never expected them to end up like this. Can took the tiny glowing thing that Van Fong had created in his anger. She held it up to her eyes, looked closely, and said with delight, "Since you entered the Taiyi realm, you've become more and more terrifying. Because you can turn a beer bottle into a rare 7-colored illusion stone perfect for flirting with girls." Seeing her change the subject like that, Van Fong got impatient and said, "Hey, don't dodge. Just tell me what happened to you." Just as Can turned around, her fierce expression from before suddenly disappeared. He looked away, then shyly and softly asked, "What happened?" Seeing this, Can continued, "After that, they teamed up to form 7 clans and gave me the legendary Liet Dung Tan potion to mess with my mind. Of course, I wasn't easily manipulated. I risked everything to fight it off." Van Fong was shocked as she told her story. Liet Dung Tan again. Oh my God. The scene slowly rewound to that moment. Ken was so exhausted she had to lean against the wall just to stand. She thought quietly to herself. Even though she was weary from the Liet Dung Tan poison, she knew it could only be escaped temporarily, not forever. "So I started thinking if I'm going to lose my cultivation, I'd rather it be on my own terms. I should start thinking if I have to lose my cultivation, then it has to be my own choice." Saying that, she conjured some magic power in her hand, then quickly disappeared into some dark tunnel. There was a man bound tightly in chains, Van Fong. He sat silently motionless. The magic circle of Can slowly appeared. Then she floated up and gently placed her feet down, moving closer to Van Fong and staring intently at him. The first thing that caught Can's eyes was Van Fong's toned chest. Realizing someone was on him, he slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing him awake, Can quickly used soul magic on him. Van Fong's gaze fell on Can Can as she started to take off his shirt. His vision gradually blurred, then completely went black. The flashback ended. Van Fong frowned, looking irritated. He shouted angrily, "You're Chan Van and you're like fire and water. Why would you choose me as the tool to detoxify?" Can Kan shyly answered, "Of course it's because you're handsome, isn't it?" Hearing that, Van Fong's expression turned displeased and unsure what to say. He angrily said, "Damn it, when it comes to looking good, that bastard Thien Thien Thu is known as the super handsome one. He's a demon who straddles Buddha and demon realms with a fierce aura. And on top of that, he's a rogue everyone, men and women alike, wants. So why do you react like this?" Van Fong shouted, "Please, just be honest with me." She giggled and asked, "You know your place too, huh?" Can slowly spoke the truth. "I've thought it through carefully. Because of my choice here, I am now the demonic sex wise elder who can sit down and drink and chat with you." She said this while clutching Van Fong's hand. "If I hadn't chosen you, I might have turned to ashes by now, my martyr's body destroyed." Hearing this, he reluctantly agreed. Sure enough, the demoness had planned everything. Her scheme was all aimed at him. "I was wrong to think you'd be a good brother earlier. I believe these two reasons." Hearing that, she smiled with satisfaction. Van Fong suddenly stared at Ken with a very serious look. Seeing this, she looked back at him with a very shy expression. Then he did something unexpected. Van Fong grabbed Can's wrist and suddenly took the spirit stone she was holding. This shocked Can as she stared. Van Fong raised the spirit stone, then pointed his finger at it, shining a beam of light that made smoke start rising from it. Suddenly, it shot out, surprising Can. The tremendous force shattered the wall to pieces. In no time, the spirit stone had a round hole burned through it just in the shape of a ring. Van Fong gave it to her and calmly made a proposal. "Then let's get married." Can looked happily at the ring on his hand. She closed her eyes gently and softly took the ring. Can calmly replied, "The ring is beautiful, I accept it. But as for marriage, I must decline." Van Fong got confused when he heard her say that. "What do you mean?" Can responded calmly, the meaning of the words on the surface. Van Fong shouted angrily, "You won't accept this truth. Could it be that you and Thien Tiet Pham have already made a deal? Why do both of you reject me so bluntly?" Can gently brushed her hair and said, "Haha, so what reason did she use to refuse you?" "She's afraid that the child carrying my holy clan's name alone will be isolated by those around her. And the child would be targeted by my enemies, making it even more dangerous." Can smiled and continued, "She's absolutely right. There are still many challenges you need to face. Even though you are invincible, the strongest in the world below, you are 3 scattered immortals, 4 supreme peaks, 5 sects of top masters, and 8 clans all hiding, waiting to strike, concealing their moves. Many of them are eyeing your supreme position. This is a skill you must master, also the royal path for the future. It can protect men well and safeguard the millions of beloved people of the tribe." Van Fong silently looked at Ho Kahan and her child. Suddenly he spoke, "Then you won't be a princess anymore, to make the child happy." Ho Kahan and her child looked straight ahead. Kahan sighed and said, "The world isn't peaceful yet. Our royal family must bear this responsibility." Her hand clenched tightly. Van Fong said again, "The peace I want isn't just for one country. It's so everyone who longs for peace and happiness can enjoy it. I hope you can live carefree and worry-free." Ho Kahan's child happily replied, "Really, I hate being a saintess or whatever, having to learn all those rituals and study all the political ties with other countries. Even food coming to my mouth, I wasn't allowed to smack my lips." Suddenly, Kahan sat up on the bed. She said, 12 years ago, when you said that, people thought you were a fool joking around. Now I really hope the day it comes true will come soon." After saying that, Kahan lay back down on the bed. At that moment, Van Fong looked at everything before him, and suddenly his face showed surprise. He pointed at Kahan and said, "No way, say it again. Before you said that, I didn't even know what you actually did to me. Why can't I remember anything?" Hearing that, little Ho Kahan asked in surprise, "Mom, did you use that trick on Dad already?" Kahan smiled and replied, "No wonder you're our little treasure. So clever." He, Van Fong, still a bit surprised, asked, "What trick?" Kahan answered, "Our great Ming kingdom was founded hundreds of years ago. It's not just about cunning. The next generation has to be strong too. What really matters is loyalty and real strength. And power. Those key figures are all incredible assets unmatched in the world. People with ears everywhere are either married, linked by marriage, or closely connected. Without tricks in the family, how could everything always go as planned?" Little Ho Kahan continued, Mom said it well. 9 fox spirits are born with hypnotic powers and captivating bones. But the most powerful is the soul charm, a natural gift. It can mesmerize living beings, but it can only be used once in a lifetime. The person using it can arrange their targets however they want. The girl asked, Mom, more than 10 years ago, even though Dad was powerful, he was still distant from the Grandmasters. Why did you choose those 3, then? Hearing this, Van Fong spoke. That's right. Why are you looking at us like that? Kahan smiled softly and answered, maybe it's because someone was caught off guard once by someone's honesty and courage. He. Hearing that, Van Fong suddenly got shy. Then he sighed and sat down. Van Fong pointed at the other 2 and said loudly, you women are seriously too dangerous. The mother and daughter immediately said together, it's us, Kahan said. Is it just me and Dekankan, or does someone else want to speak up? Little Ho Kahan, with a happy face, said, they also want to hear your story. Van Fong could only reply with an, Right now, the 3 are in a room chatting together. Kahan and her daughter lie on the bed, happily listening to Van Fong. Now the loading images of the 2 girls, Tien Pham Tuet, reach 100%, while Da Kenkan only reaches 50%. Little Ho Kahan suddenly stood up and said, if they all refuse to marry Dad, why not let Dad and Mom get married first? Kahan looked over at Van Fong. Van Fong looked back. Kahan suddenly said, that can't happen. Little Ho Kahan looked a bit sad and asked, why not? Van Fong answered, the love affair of the leader of country Z is not just a matter for Z. The ruler of a country marrying me means the Great Ming Empire would absorb Shenzhou. The opposing forces within the Great Ming Empire would absolutely not allow it. This would cause dangerous internal conflict for the Great Ming Empire. Kahan continued, that's right. They especially can't let the saints settle roots in the Great Ming Empire. The saint that Shenzhou is referring to is the Earthsea Divine Needle. We're all powerless. Hearing those words, Kahan covered her face with her arms. Then the girl sadly said, clearly I found my dad, but I still have to be a poor kid without a father. Suddenly, Kahan stood up and shouted, I hate both of you. A girl was trying to run into an empty room. Lung Yunfeng quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, wait! Suddenly, his expression shifted unexpectedly. Kahan suddenly smiled, went over and put her arm around Lang Yunfeng's shoulder, surprising him as he turned to look at her. Kahan smiled softly and shook her head. Lang Yunfeng frowned slightly and turned back, saying, Kahan said, this is what it means to be born in the royal family. It's the same for him, for me, and for my mother. She smiled and said, what I'm lucky about is that I chose the father of this child with my own will. Lang Yunfeng looked a bit uncomfortable and turned his face away, no longer looking at Kahan. Lang Yunfeng said, only children cannot let their parents down. He frowned and said, I will figure something out. Kahan smiled, her cheeks flushed, and said, before you leave, spend some more time with him. You're his dad. He's really happy about that. Lang Yunfeng turned to look at her, a bit surprised, and asked, how do you know? Kahan shyly turned her face away and said, when we foxes are happy, our tails can't help but wag. It's way more honest than what we say. Lang Yunfeng asked, looking at the wagging tail. Isn't that you're happy too? Kahan shyly said, just a little bit earlier. In the huge palace there were streams of light shining. Kahan's child was sitting thoughtfully on the palace roof, her eyes a bit teary as if she was feeling sad about something. Lang Yunfeng suddenly sat down where the girl was sitting. Kahan's child pouted and looked away. Lang Yunfeng sat down quietly and smiled at the girl. The girl's tail was wagging as she gradually moved farther away from Lang Yunfeng, then sat even farther from him. Lang Yunfeng looked at Kahan's child and smiled, but the girl seemed a bit annoyed. He watched the tail wagging up and down and smiled, recalling Kahan. Han's words, when we foxes are happy, our tails wag on their own. Lang Yunfeng said, sorry, kid. Kahan's child said, what's there to be sorry for? Adults usually have many things they can't say. I'm still young. It's normal not to understand. Lang Yunfeng frowned slightly, thinking that if it weren't for that fox, this kid's wagging tail really did mean happiness. Kids' feelings are really hard to understand. Then he reached out and touched the girl's head, surprising her a bit. The girl yelled, why are you touching my head? You're not even close to me. You don't care about me at all. Lang Yunfeng looked at Kahan's child and asked, since this is our first meeting, I want to give you a gift. What would you like? The girl smiled happily and asked, really, I can have anything I want. Lang Yunfeng smiled and said, yes. Kahan's child happily pointed to the sky and said, I want a star from the sky. There were countless stars, even planets. Lang Yunfeng smiled happily and agreed. All right. Then he stood up and laughed with the girl. Now I'll pick a star for you. Golden light surrounded the girl. Then the golden light wrapped around her body as she began to float into the air. Kahan's child said happily, I'm flying, haha, I'm flying. Kahan's child joyfully said, higher, higher. Lang Yunfeng agreed. All right. Then the two of them flew up together with countless golden streams of light beneath their feet. Both were laughing happily, looking in the same direction. The sky was filled with countless stars and a beautiful blue color appeared. Then both of them began moving toward the large moon. Kahan's child watched everything happening around her, suddenly exclaiming, wow, it's the first time I've seen the stars and the moon so close. Lang Yunfeng smiled and said, look closely, I'm going to pick a star for you. She looked at him and said, yes, Dad. Then golden light radiated from Lang Yunfeng's body. He frowned, reached forward and said, mouth swallows the sun and moon. Hands can pick the spirit of the stars. Suddenly, a blue tornado-like swirl appeared in the center. A beam of golden light shone down into the tornado. Lang Yunfeng frowned and golden light appeared from his hand. Lang Yunfeng shouted, a star arrives in the sky. A star is shining bright. Kahan's child smiled in amazement and exclaimed, Buddha! Suddenly, a round ball colored black, orange, and yellow like fire appeared falling straight down. A comet was falling straight to Earth. Then the sky turned a deep orange. Everyone gasped, staring up at the sky. People shouted loudly, we're doomed, the comet is falling. Kahan opened the door and looked up at the sky. She smiled and said, a saint is still a saint, especially likes to cause chaos. Kahan and Lang Yunfeng's children were hovering in the air, looking at the sky filled with orange, yellow, and red colors. The girl, scared, covered her face with her hands and said fearfully, it's about to fall. Save me, save me. But Lang Yunfeng laughed and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Then he dashed forward. A round ball, which seemed to be the comet, appeared. Lang Yunfeng caught the comet with one hand. The comet was covered in countless cracks. Then he used the power of Naptu Du Jezi on the comet. Countless golden lights were rushing toward the Earth, but they were blocked by countless orange circles. The light gradually shrank until only one orange beam remained. Then after a while, everything was just small, yellow things floating in the air. Kahan's child gently lowered her hand and looked ahead. Something round and glowing pink appeared on Lang Vanfong's hand. They looked like sparkling stars. The little girl looked a bit surprised at Lang Vanfong, who was standing right in front of her. He smiled, holding the glowing round gem. Smiling, he said, here, take it. Kahan's child smiled and took the round gem from Lang Vanfong's hand. The girl happily asked, is this really a star? It's so beautiful, Lang Vanfong smiled warmly and said, as long as you like it. Kahan's child frowned and turned away. She said, I don't think you can win me over just by giving me a star. I'm hard to please, Lang Vanfong suddenly laughed out loud. The girl angrily turned her head back and asked loudly, Dad, what are you laughing at? He said, your mom told me that when you're happy, you wag your tail. Now the girl noticed her tail wagging nonstop. Kahan's child angrily punched Lang Vanfong's chest and scolded, no, I really don't like you. I'm not happy that long and you don't even visit me. Me and Mom keep getting picked on. Lang Vanfong rubbed her head and said, sorry, kid. He laughed and said, if anyone dares to bother you two again, just look at this star and call me. No matter how far away I am, I'll come right away. Kahan's child looked innocent and asked, really? That's not just something you say, right? Lang Vanfong smiled, picked her up and said, really, your dad is amazing. I say what I mean and I do what I say. Kahan's child smiled and said, yes, Dad, I believe you. Lang Vanfong was holding her as a breeze blew past them. The girl covered her mouth and sneezed. He smiled and said to the girl, the star has been picked. Let's go home. The girl happily replied, okay. Then the two of them left. Lang Vanfong said, Dad, I don't know your name yet. Kahan's child said, my name is Xuan. The word Xuan has the grass radical on top. Lang Vanfong happily said, Xuan is a really nice name. I'll remember it. At a small court light shone from inside. Kavan happily opened the door and looked outside. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as if she saw something. Lang Vanfong and Kahan's child were also happily walking back. They looked at each other and smiled clearly, very close now. Kahan also smiled happily watching them talk like that. Lang Vanfong looked at the mother and daughter and reminded them, it's late, you two should rest early. There's still work to do back home. I have to go first. The little girl waved and said, Dad, you have to visit me and Mom often? Okay. Lang Wenfeng smiled and said, All right, I promise. The little girl twisted his hand and said, Once you twist my hand, you won't back out for 1,000 years. Hokahun's child said, No, Dad, you have to twist hands with Mom too for it to count. Lang Wenfeng looked a bit embarrassed and said, Well, suddenly Hokahun reached out her hand in front of Lang Wenfeng, surprising him a little. Hokahun smiled and said, Come on. The little girl also smiled. She said, Hurry up. Lang Wenfeng smiled too and gradually raised his hand. Then the two twisted hands together. Lang Wenfeng laughed and asked, No need to say anything more, right? Hokahun laughed, covering her mouth with her hand and said, Of course we have to say it otherwise. How is it a promise? Hokahun's child laughed and looked at them saying, Come on, hurry up. Lang Wenfeng shyly said to twist Hokahun's hand, laughed, adding, For 100 years. They said together, No changing. Then Lang Wenfeng laughed and flew up, turning back to wave goodbye to the two of them. Hokahun's child happily waved goodbye to him too. The two of them smiled, looking toward Lang Wenfeng as the moon tonight was big and round. Lang Wenfeng was happily flying in the air, smiling joyfully and saying, Ha ha, hey, hey, ha. He kept laughing happily. He. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as if sensing something. Lang Wenfeng shouted in shock, Oh my God, what's happening to me? Why am I acting all crazy like this? He squeezed his face, looking really freaked out, and said, Damn it, I'm being mentally manipulated. Lang Wenfeng stood midair speaking loudly, taking deep breaths. Then his nose inhaled golden rays with streams of water flowing forward, which then combined into currents moving in one direction. Around Lang Wenfeng's body were countless streams of orange and golden energy swirling. Then he inhaled something white into his mouth, filled with many orange circles and yellow lightning bolts moving forward. That was the power of controlling the land and sky. Lang Wenfeng thought, Just thinking about having such a cute daughter makes me happy and excited. This thought triggered a super-level spell on Earth. In the middle was a glowing yellow spot. Lang Wenfeng was still hovering in the air. Feeling a bit down, thinking the kids came suddenly. I'm not used to it, especially with 3 women. Oh man, I really wasn't prepared at all. What should I do? What should I do? Then Lang Wenfeng slapped his forehead and said, Got it. I need to talk to Wan Ngufeng about this. He pictured a man. Lang Wenfeng thought, He's known as the peerless strategist, more cunning than the heavens. Then Lang Wenfeng flew off like a streak of golden light, saying loudly, If you say go, then go. In the rolling mountains in front of a house floating in the air with a sign on the door reading, Bien Tien Tiu Chuk, Lang Wenfeng stood before the house's door. Then he raised one foot, but put it down again, wondering to himself, What should I say to this guy now? Suddenly the door slammed open. Ngufeng asked, Don't you usually just barge straight in? What's with this hesitation? Lang Wenfeng smiled and looked away, then slowly stepped inside the house. Lang Wenfeng's eyes suddenly looked down at Ngufeng, who was smiling happily while cooking something. Ngufeng looked very happy cooking and said with a smile, Come over here to enjoy the food. Lang Wenfeng approached Ngufeng's spot, then picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and said, Using the chessboard of Sam Law to cook hot pot, only you in this world could do that. Ngufeng sighed, leaned on the table and said, Since the unification of Thon Cho, I've planned everything out. Now I just come back to enjoy life. This table is just for grilling meat, making wine, and having fun by myself. Lang Wenfeng's face became thoughtful, as if he was pondering something. He thought, Since ancient times, strategists have fought fiercely for their ideals, changing fate with their schemes, skilled in planning. But this guy's level 7 strategy has reached its peak. Lang Wenfeng pictured Ngufeng practicing great mathematics power, calculating the new heavenly mechanism. 2 people stood on a big 8-trigram symbol. He thought, Human nature is yin strategy, divine nature is yang strategy. But before the gods, all future possibilities can be calculated. All yin and yang have no resistance. Lang Wenfeng pictured someone and thought, but after this calculation, he exhausted his lifetime ability to calculate from heavenly mathematics back to human omniscience. The 2 of them stood before a huge mountain range. Lang Wenfeng said, There's still a lot of work waiting for us in the early Then Cho. Ngufeng said, My heavenly calculations stop at this point, maintained by holy ancestors' protection. One of them said, I've found a small wooden house. If anything happens, you can come to me. Then it seemed Ngufeng left, leaving only Lang Wenfeng behind. He stood silently looking ahead at Ngufang's house. Ngufang was smiling, pouring wine, and said, "So why did Holy Ancestor Kuanglum come for the grand pardon today?" Lang Venfeng looked embarrassed and said, "Ah, about that." The two sat opposite each other at the dining table. Ngufang laughed, tossed a cup forward, and asked, "Does your friend have some recent troubles on his mind?" Lang Venfeng quickly caught the cup and looked at Ngufang. Lang Venfeng laughed, slapped the table, and said, "Yes, yes, exactly." Gufang picked up a piece of meat and asked, "He's fallen in love and now has a kid too." Lang Venfeng happily banged the table. "That's right, that's right." His expression suddenly stiffened. Lang Venfeng laughed, pointed at Ngu Fong, and asked, "How did you know?" "You've returned to the heavenly calculation realm, haven't you?" Ngu Fong bit into the meat and said, "No, no, I'm just talking about your friend. Go on." Lang Venfeng exhaled and said, I... He was about to continue but hesitated. Lang Venfeng laughed, scratched his head, and said, "That friend of mine, he's always busy with work. Never interacted with the opposite sex, but suddenly he has a kid with several women. That's impossible." He had no idea what to do. Lang Venfeng picked up the cup of wine on the table, then drank it all. Lang Venfeng slammed the cup down, crossed his arms angrily, and said, "He came to me to negotiate, you know. I'm single, never had a relationship, so how could I have any experience?" Ngu Fong, chewing his food, said, "This is even messier than a soap opera. The unrealistic realism continues." Lang Venfeng flushed with anger, bedded, "There's no more to it. I can't help him." Lang Venfeng said, "But if someone comes to me, it means they trust me, so I have to do something. So I came to find you. You said, come up with some ideas." Then Ngu Fong put down his chopsticks, stretched, and said, "Who said that? Looks like our holy lord is still so enthusiastic. It's not like the end of the world or some life-destroying disaster that you'd rush other people like this." Lang Venfeng's face showed some anger. He angrily grabbed Ngu Fong by the collar and said, "Because we're brothers through thick and thin, whatever happens to you, I'll give it my all too." Ngu Fong laughed and said, Right, right, right. You've always been this passionate. I give you 10 points for spirit." Ngu Fong raised his hand, laughing, said, "Let go, let go. This little body of mine can't take it anymore." Lang Venfeng returned to his seat and said, "Fine, just give me some ideas quickly so I can go back and let you enjoy the food." Ngu Fong said, I think. Lang Venfeng had no idea what to say. Then Ngu Fong got up from the table and exclaimed, "Huh, huh." Inside the house, Ngu Fong burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That was Ngu Fong's laughter. He laughed, eyes tearing up, and said, No, no, I just can't stop laughing anymore." Lang Venfeng got angry, raised his fist, and said, "What kind of joke are you playing now? Do you know you're looking really tempting to be hit right now?" Ngu Fong cleared his throat, laughed, and asked, "Do you know I used the great heavenly calculation, the only one of its kind, 15 years ago?" Lang Venfeng's face darkened. He asked, "Why bring that up all of a sudden?" Ngu Fong said, "I told you before, the great heavenly calculation is a divine prophecy skill that calculates all possibilities. Everyone tries to predict everything with it." Lang Venfeng just gave a small nod. Ngu Fong said, "Actually, only those who experience it know the secret inside. What appears in your mind isn't the 9 palaces, 16 ghosts and heavenly stems, big calculations, talismans, or scripts. It's actual real scenes starting from the beginning, seeing people's potential suddenly appear." Ngu Fong's face was covered in blood. Possibilities of 7 failures, nearly 7 types of successful failures. Lang Venfeng looked puzzled, crossed his arms, and asked, "What do you mean by types?" Ngu Fong said, "Yeah, there are kinds. When I unified the world with you 5 years ago to save me, I turned into a skeleton, showing the image of a mutant person with many hands." He said, "There was also an ending where I was taken over by the heavenly hand unifying the demon path, using the force of the blade to destroy all living things dedicated to one person." Lang Venfeng was surprised and asked, "That's so miraculous. So what about now?" Ngu Fong remained calm and said nothing more. "You talked about your strange encounters, about you and Thien Pham, Tuyet Yak Ankan, and Ho Tuyen Tuyen." Ngu Fong smiled and said, "Ever since the awakening began, I chose an outcome that starts in the future." Lang Venfeng angrily opened his mouth wide and asked, "That's crazy. How could that be?" Lang Venfeng angrily pointed at Ngu Fong's face and asked, "So you've known everything all along?" Ngu Fong smiled and said, "No, but I might understand it even better than you." Hearing this, Lang Bunfong was so shocked his face turned purple. He angrily grabbed Ngu Fong by the collar and said, "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Now I'm stuck in this awkward spot." Ngu Fong laughed and said, take it easy. My tiny body can't handle your punches." Lang Bunfong exhaled and said, "Why do I feel like you're the most formidable person in this world? Nothing escapes your five elements mountain." Ngu Fong held up two fingers and said, "It's not what you think." Ngu Fong said, "The truly formidable one is you. I just presented the options. Everything else, your life, your insights, your steadfast ideals. That's what brought about this outcome." Lang Bunfong said, "Then why didn't you choose to unify the world with your talent? Maybe the world would have been a better place." Ngu Fong poured some wine and said, "Because in that ending," Ngu Fong raised his cup toward Lang Bunfong and said, "No matter how you look at it, it's not a pretty story. Today we're making wine and hot pot all about life." Lang Bunfong grabbed the cup, and then the two of them downed their drinks together. They were still cooking something. Lang Bunfong exhaled and said, "If you know everything already, then what should I do next? You must know, hurry and tell me." Ngu Fong laughed, shaking his head, and said, "If I could calculate everything from the beginning till now, my head would have exploded into smoke by now. My calculating power stops here." Lang Bunfong was surprised and said, "Even if you can't calculate it all with your intelligence, you could at least come up with some clever idea to help me, right?" Ngu Fong scratched his head and said, "On this, I'm just like you. I'm still living alone. You haven't even fallen in love, let alone had kids." Lang Bunfong turned away and sighed twice. Ngu Fong stared intently at Lang Bunfong, then walked over and put his arm around his shoulder. Ngu Fong asked, "Before, whenever we faced a dangerous battle, what did we do?" Lang Bunfong answered, "Of course, we kept attacking, overcoming difficulties." Ngu Fong said, "Exactly. If we consider your current situation like a dangerous fight," Lang Bunfong suddenly asked, "A fight?" He frowned and said, "But this is different." Ngu Fong said, "Nothing's different. What's our holy sect afraid of? Wherever it comes, we face it head on." Lang Bunfong raised his cup and slowly brought it to his lips. Lang Bunfong looked at his reflection in the cup and asked, "Face it head on, huh?" Ngu Fong laughed, putting an arm around Lang Bunfong's shoulder and said, "Honestly, you're really admirable. You talked about Thin Pham Tweet Dakan Kan Ho Tin Tween, those independent beauties with stunning looks." Ngu Fong said, "You've had kids with all of them. Isn't life starting to get really interesting now?" Among the rolling mountain ranges, Lang Bunfong flew up, waving goodbye to Ngu Fong. Ngu Fong smiled and waved back, saying, "Get your mind ready. Only then can you calmly face even more surprises. Hang in there, my good brother." Then Lang Bunfong flew through the air. He thought that when things come, just accept them peacefully. "Right, I've walked through storms and bloodshed. Why should I be afraid of something like this?" Lang Bunfong was still flying. He seemed to be meditating midair. Lang Bunfong said, "No wonder you're a master strategist." Ngu Fong had calmed down this time. He asked, "So it's like before. If we're facing a fight like this, what should we do next?" Lang Bunfong thought, what to do. Then suddenly he widened his eyes and thought, "Liet Dung Tan." Lang Bunfong thought, "Right, Liet Dung Tan, this is the root of all disaster. I have to destroy this harmful thing first to prevent the tragedy from happening again. That's the most important mission." Lang Bunfong thought, then discussed it with Thin Pham and Tweet Da. They dealt with the challenge of having children. He thought he would next talk with the Kan about their daughter's education and future. Lang Bunfong thought about taking time to visit Ho Twin Twin. Then he snapped his fingers and laughed, "Perfect. No wonder I'm the master here at Holy Sec Peak." He was sitting in a chair when someone called out, "Senior brother." Someone came over and asked, "Why did you call me here?" Lang Bunfong closed his eyes and said, "Because it's a secret." Someone with purple hair asked, "What secret?" Lang Bunfong's junior brother looked very eager about the mysterious task he was given. He kept urging, "Tell me, tell me. I love government secrets the most." He was itching to know. Lang Bunfong calmly instructed, "Go activate the Earth Hearing to trace the source of the world's #1 poison Liet Dung Tan." The junior brother was very surprised. He stammered, Liet Dung Tan." Suddenly the scene fell silent. Lang Bunfong and his junior brother looked at each other quietly. The junior brother suddenly wore a sly smile. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Lang Bunfong, "Senior brother, since when did you get interested in this stuff? So you're not really He didn't finish his sentence before Lang Bunfeng flicked his forehead painfully. He immediately fell backward. Lang Bunfeng angrily threatened, "How dare you joke about this? You're asking for a beating." While his junior brother was squatting on the ground covering his head, he kept crying out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." After a while, the junior brother stood up with a swollen head. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He softly replied, "Sorry, senior brother." Lang Bunfeng sternly demanded, "Give me the origin of the Liet Dung Tan. This harmful thing must be sealed." His junior brother looked worried. He was examining his head while saying, "Senior brother, the exit point of the Liet Dung Tan's ground ear always has a grip." But then suddenly he stopped. Lang Bunfeng curiously asked, "But what?" His junior brother smiled awkwardly, then answered, "I'm afraid you'll be in a tough spot." Lang Bunfeng's expression turned serious. He explained, "This is something that determines the fate of the world. This thing shouldn't exist. Otherwise, who knows how many people it would harm." The junior brother said nothing further. He quietly stepped closer to Lang Bunfeng, whispering in his ear, "This thing comes from the Deep family." Lang Bunfeng looked puzzled. He stammered, "Deep family, which deep family?" Seeing Lang Bunfeng's blank expression, his junior brother pointed to the sky and replied, "What other Deep family could there be? An old acquaintance of senior brother, a life-saving benefactor with a debt of gratitude to you. That kindness is from the Thung Tente #1 business clan in the world, the Diep family currently managed by Diep Tin Vu." Lang Bunfeng's eyes widened. It seemed he suddenly remembered something. In his mind appeared an image of a woman with long hair wearing business attire. He softly said, "Diep Tin Vu." Lang Bunfeng stood up completely. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. He hurriedly shouted, "No way with her personality. How could she do something like this?" Lang Bunfeng's disciple remained confident in his words. He replied, "The intelligence from the local authority is absolutely correct. It's been confirmed already." He looked up at Lang Bunfeng, then asked, "So senior brother, how do you want to handle this?" At this moment, he had sat down trying to calm himself. Lang Bunfeng frowned. He sat silently focusing on his thoughts. Sweat droplets formed on his face. After a while of trying to think, Lang Bunfeng still hadn't found his answer. He bowed his head to his hands, tired, and said, "Step back. I'll make arrangements." His disciple smiled brightly and flew up into the air, leaving Lang Bunfeng alone, troubled, sitting and thinking on the chair. He thought to himself, "Diep Thin Vu, the current head of the top business clan in the world, is an old acquaintance. Looks like I have to personally make a trip to Kim Lang for business and personal reasons. Given my relationship with her quietly settling, this matter is the best plan." With that thought, Lang Bunfeng used magic to leave the chair and flew up into the sky. After a moment, Lang Bunfeng sped up. A stream of light enveloped his body. He flew swiftly across the vast sky. He traveled a long distance. From St. Tan City to Thanchou Area 6 in Kimlang City, it didn't take long before Lang Bunfeng easily reached the 9 feet 4 Cs commercial center of Kimlang. There were many high-rise buildings here along with modern equipment. In the sky above, various vehicles were bustling back and forth. 7 people appeared in the sky with a dignified air, each riding a sword soaring through the air. They were pulling large cargo behind them. The skyscraper with a transparent glass exterior reflected the sky. This was the Yap family headquarters building, surrounded by many green trees. Lang Bunfeng stood high above, hands clasped behind his back, quietly looking down at the Yap family headquarters. He was silent, carefully observing the building. After a moment, Lang Bunfeng's eyes suddenly glowed yellow. He was using the Heavenly Eye Insight technique to easily examine the situation ahead. His eyes now revealed the entire detailed structure of all the buildings and nearby streets. After careful observation, Lang Bunfeng noticed lights inside the Yap family headquarters and a massive formation surrounding the area. He began analyzing the 6-story building with a semicircular barrier. The building was divided into 5 parts, each floor emitting increasingly intense light. Below was the 6 Immortals talisman formation, and inside the building were 5 top-level masters. Judging by the light, there were probably around 20 elite masters ranked among the best in the world. Lang Bunfeng was quite amazed by what the Yap family had done. Maintaining these barriers required resources. Even with thousands of gold, you couldn't just gather over 20 elites, each worth a fortune. No wonder the Yap family was the top commercial guild in the world. He placed his hand on his chin, thinking hard. Yap Thin Vu, this name doesn't bend or break, no way to influence her. This trip was personal. If he came here officially as Saint Tone and interfered with the underground business, connected broadly, it wouldn't be appropriate to make it public and would certainly be mocked. In his mind, he pictured himself entering the Yape family as Saint Tone and being warmly welcomed. But he quickly dismissed that image. Thinking of Yap Chin Vu, he realized he owed her a big favor and couldn't treat her with violence like they did to La Dak Shu La Sat in Diamond Country. At that thought, Lang Bunfong sighed wearily. Finally, he decided to sneak in quietly and handle things humbly. She couldn't refuse to give him this face. At this stretch, the sky was blazing with sunlight. From the bushes, it looked quite calm. There were only a few cars and hardly any people passing by. Lang Bunfong quickly hid in a small alley by the roadside. He stood behind a stone wall, silently watching the surroundings. He peeked over the wall, observing and silently thinking about the entrance situation. In front of him, at the foot of the Yap family headquarters, people were bustling about. They walked while chatting animatedly. 3 tall guards stood vigilantly at the building's entrance. Employees had to line up and show their ID cards for the guards to inspect before entering. Then a female employee approached. The guard asked her to show her ID card. Immediately, she took out a card and handed it to the guard. Lang Bunfong hid behind the wall, intently watching the building entrance. He focused on the employee's ID card given to the guard, a white staff card with personal info photo and a Gen chart. The guard placed the card in front of him and used yellow light from his eyes to scan it. The card emitted a blue light that enveloped the female employee's body. After a thorough check, the guard nodded. From his actions, Lang Bunfong understood how this technology worked. He thought this was the latest ID verification tech, linking info to the person's aura on the card, using the heavenly eye to inspect. Even the best disguise arts can only change appearance or mannerisms, but they absolutely can't copy the target's aura info. It's practically a perfect identification rule. Lang Bunfong felt pleased, but thought about how few people could sneak in countable on one hand, and he was one of those exceptions. He remembered how much he had sneaked in for scouting, back then feeling a bit nostalgic. Smiling softly, he clenched his fist, showing determination. Suddenly, Cho Manhua, wearing her ID card around her neck, strolled toward her workplace. As she approached, Lang Bunfong noticed the ID card hanging from her neck. Cho Manhua kept walking slowly, unaware of Lang Bunfong's plan. Smiling brightly as she passed the alley, Lang Bunfong was already waiting there. Suddenly, a hit to the back of her neck caused Cho Manhua to be stunned, not understanding what happened. Her eyes were full of a panic, then she fainted. In an instant, Lang Bunfong carried Cho Manhua away from the road. He held the actress in his arms and quickly hid behind the wall. He gently looked at Cho Manhua, unconscious and lying quietly in his arms. Then carefully he laid her down in a corner and said, "Sorry for borrowing your identity just a little." Lang Bunfong carefully took the ID card off her. He pressed his finger to Cho Manhua's forehead to cast a spell, but she remained still unaware. Suddenly, Lang Bunfong's eyes blazed golden light enveloping his body. He was using his magic to perform a super transformation technique, the manifestation of all beings. It is known that the life-copying technique duplicates all the information of the target. Only the supreme secret method, Taiyi Jade Pure Realm, can perform it. The light on Lang Bunfong's body flared intensely, startling a black cat nearby. Lang Bunfong quickly transformed into the appearance of Chow Manhua. He bent down and gently touched her body carefully to check. After a while, Lang Bunfong stood up, though he still seemed a bit unaccustomed to this body and struggled slightly. Suddenly, Lang Bunfong felt uncomfortable. He looked down at his stomach, touched it with both hands, and realized this body had some hormonal imbalance and a weak stomach. Then Lang Bunfong raised 2 fingers and cast a spell. He placed his glowing 2 fingers close to Chow Manhua's stomach to heal her. He thought to himself, "This small illness, I'll cure it completely as a favor." After the first step, Lang Bunfong withdrew his hand and said, "All right." Then he turned and cast another sealing spell on Chow Manhua's body. A light spread throughout the space. Lang Bunfong loudly chanted, "Graceful body method, Vajra barrier, secret method to prolong divine life." After finishing everything, Lang Bunfong created a protective sphere around Chow Manhua. The sphere would keep her safe. Only then did he fully relax and leave. He smiled softly, thinking, now her safety is guaranteed. Lang Bunfong immediately headed toward the Yap family headquarters building. Upon arriving at the building entrance, Lang Bunfong followed everyone else, lining up neatly to wait for the guard to check his ID card. When it was his turn, like all the other employees, he stepped forward with his card. The guard sternly demanded, "Please show your identification card." He smiled happily and handed over his card. The guard took the card with a cold expression. Then he held the card to his face and used his third eye technique to scan the chart on the card to verify the employee. A blue light shone from the card onto Lang Bunfong's body. Van stood upright as the guard conducted the check. The light scanned him thoroughly from top to bottom. The guard remained focused on the inspection. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong smiled gently. In front of the guard returned the ID card. Lang Van Fong reached out and took it calmly. He smiled softly and thanked him, then immediately stepped inside. Lang Van Fong glanced at the guard and smiled quietly. He was quietly relieved, having passed the first test smoothly. Inside the building was a vast modern space with many people bustling about. Lang Van Fong looked around carefully, observing the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes caught the image of the boundless beauty. He was sitting quietly meditating at the foot of the elevator. Bat Ka Bat Joysak was sitting cross-legged in serious meditation, eyes closed, not paying attention to anything around him. Lang Van Fong was so shocked he almost spat out all the saliva in his mouth. He quickly turned his face away, covering his mouth tightly so no one would see. Lang Van Fong's expression became awkward at that moment. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, isn't that Bat Ka Bat Joysak?" Suddenly, memories of him flooded Lang Van Fong's mind. Practicing the unbreakable golden body. Arhat method, going mad and unable to control his desires, hated by everyone. Clearly just a simple monk, but ended up with a demonic cultivation technique unmatched in the world. Then he cultivated the Diamond Bright King's steel body, immovable like a mountain, invulnerable to all forces. Even the Great Lord himself could only subdue him, not destroy him. In the end, they became good brothers. I wonder why I haven't seen him lately, and now here he is. At the main entrance, what trick did Diep Tin Vu use? Thinking of this, Lang Van Fong's face suddenly changed. He pretended to cough into his hand a few times, then carefully stepped forward. Seeing Bat Ka Bat Joysak seemed unmoved, he smugly thought this fool might let him pass easily. Lang Van Fong puffed out his chest, put his hands on his hips, full of pride. He casually walked toward the elevator, no longer paying attention to Bat Ka Bat Joysak. Lang Van Fong stood silently behind the two men waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, the elevator panel lit up, showing the number 1, and rang the bell, signaling it had arrived. The two men ahead got on the elevator one by one. Lang Van Fong was about to step in when suddenly he was stopped. He looked down confused. Bat Ka Bat Joysak decisively raised his hand to block Lang Van Fong's foot, preventing him from moving. He looked at him wide-eyed, full of worry, afraid his identity would be exposed. Bat Ka Bat Joysak kept his eyes closed, holding his hand, there determined not to let him leave. Lang Van Fong glanced at him, thinking, what the heck is going on? Suddenly, Bat Ka Bat Joysak stood up, leaned close to his face, and stared at him. His expression showed impatience and scrutiny. Lang Van Fong was sweating bullets now. He nervously wondered if something about him was off. Suddenly, Bat Ka Bat Joysak's face darkened. He asked, "Hey, you didn't show up for the appointment at Hoto yesterday. I waited all night. What were you doing?" He still hadn't realized the person in front of him wasn't Chao Manhua. After a moment, he started sobbing like a little kid, blaming the person for ruining the special date he had prepared. Lang Van Fong was so scared by Bat Ka Bat Joysak, he was drenched in sweat. He forced a smile and thought, they're really this close. What a coincidence. Thinking of Chao Manhua's hot figure, he realized this body was exactly Bat Ka Bat Joysak's type. Plus his cuteness, he actually became the love of the girls' hearts. Before he could react, Bat Ka Bat Joysak grabbed Lang Van Fong's wrist tightly, startling him. He pulled Lang Van Fong closer, making him confused and unsure what to do. Suddenly, Bat Ka Bat Joysak blushed, puckered his lips, signaling he wanted to kiss. Then clinging, he asked, "How are you going to make up for breaking my heart?" Faced with his expression, Lang Van Fong shivered with disgust. He turned pale, then quickly pushed Bat Ka Bat Joysak's head away with his hands. He shouted loudly, "Hey, let me go!" Even hearing this, Bat Ka Bat Joysak still deliberately moved closer. He firmly said, "If you don't tell me why, I won't let go. Even if you scream, I won't let go." Lang Van Fong gritted his teeth, struggling to push him away. He thought, good thing I know how to deal with this guy, or this would be a real mess. He raised his hand, ready to slap hard. After a brief hesitation, with one decisive slap, Lang Van Fong pushed Bat Ka Bat Joysak away. He gave him a cold look. In his mind, he was already planning how to handle this. After slapping him hard, he'd pass the problem back to him. Bat Ka Bat Joysak's face swelled from the slap, dazed and not quite recovered. Immediately, Lang Van Fong pointed his finger straight at Bat Ka Bat Joysak's head. Then he shouted, "What reason? You ask me, don't you know to think for yourself?" He begged, just staring blankly, unable to say a word. Bat Ka Bat Joysak's cheek was red and swollen. He looked dazedly at Chao Manhua. With a thud, Bat Ka Bat Joysak suddenly knelt, bowed his head sincerely. "Sorry, Chao Manhua. Sorry, dear, I was wrong. I'll rethink it." But Chow Man Hyo just stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, ignoring Batka Bat Joy's sack. Chow Man Wei tossed her hair, arrogantly said, "If you don't get it, don't come looking for me. I have work to do." With that, she didn't even look back, walking away, leaving Batka Bat Joy sack crying miserably, kneeling on the ground. Behind them, the elevator doors in front opened. Chow Man Hui walked straight into the elevator. Batka Bat Joy sack reached out, wanting to call her back, but before he could speak, the elevator doors closed. Batka Bat Joy sack stared blankly after Chow Man Hui's figure until the doors fully shut. Chow Man Hui stood silently inside the elevator. After a moment, she sighed in relief, lightly patted her chest. That was close. The elevator displayed it was on the 11th floor, continuing it upward. The elevator didn't stop until it reached the 20th floor. The elevator doors slid open to both sides. Zhou Minhui stepped out and then glanced around the large lobby. As she walked, Zhou Minhui carefully thought over the fact that every 20 floors, the elevator would switch to prevent anyone sneaking in a direct route straight to the top floor. Thinking it through, this was definitely typical of the Diep family style. Who would be behind the door on this floor? Zhou Minhui suddenly noticed an old man with silver hair sitting on a wooden chair up ahead. The old man had pure white hair and was wearing a traditional blue Chinese outfit. His eyes were closed as he leisurely stroked the beard on his chin. Suddenly, the old man's eyes opened and looked over here. Surprise was clear in his eyes. Zhou Minhui hesitated slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with the old man. "This is bad. That's Saint Strategist Wu Yingsheng. He's gifted beyond belief, known as the top strategist of the Dongfang family, second only to the heavenly strategist Wen Yufeng. After the Dongfang family fell, he became unemployed. Didn't expect him to be hiding here too." Wu Yingsheng lightly stroked his beard, sizing up the girl in front of him. After thinking it through, Zhou Minhui lifted her foot about to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wu Yingsheng saw Zhou Minhui, he suddenly waved his hand, signaling her to come closer. Startled, Zhou Minhui's steps faltered slightly as she looked at Wu Yingsheng. Then confused, she pointed to herself, trying to confirm if Wu Yingsheng was calling her. Wu Yingsheng nodded from the other side. Zhou Minhui didn't know what to say, her face showing a bit of unease, but she still stepped toward him. Zhou Minhui stopped a few steps away from Wu Yingsheng, standing straight and waiting. Wu Yingsheng remained seated, glanced at Zhou Minhui and asked, "Who are you?" Zhou Minhui was a bit startled. Her face stiffened, and she didn't answer. Before she could respond, she suddenly remembered the name next to the photo on the dossier, Zhou Minhui. She quickly said, "Hello, I'm Zhou Minhui." Wu Yingsheng closed his eyes, asking as if he had figured something out. "I want to know your true identity." Zhou Minhui suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, waving her hand and pretending to say, "Mr. Wu, what are you joking about? I'm just here for work." But Wu Yingsheng didn't pay attention to her words. His eyes remained closed as he slowly exposed her lie. "There are 2,316 people on this floor, from the chief of staff to the janitors. I know everyone's name, gender, position, and daily assigned tasks very clearly. Zhou Minhui is a new office worker in the administration department. On the 5th floor, has worked for 187 days, and today's tasks have nothing to do with the business area from the 20th floor and above." The more Zhou Minhui listened, the more awkward her expression became. She hurriedly tried to explain, "That's my supervisor." This morning was a last-minute notice. Wu Yingsheng stroked his silver beard, opened his eyes, looked straight at Zhou Minhui and asked, "What is your supervisor's name?" Zhou Minhui was caught off guard, her eyes darting nervously, sweat pouring down her forehead. This..." Chow Man Hu didn't know how to respond. Awkwardly scratched her head and smiled awkwardly at Ngo Ung Sin. Hehehe. Sweat kept pouring down her forehead. She looked away hurriedly, thinking about what to do, not knowing what to do. Has anyone been able to lie in front of this old man yet? Suddenly, a spark of cleverness flashed in Chow Man Hu's eyes. "Got it!" Chow Man Hu clasped her hands in front of her chest, murmuring an incantation, activating the Taoist transformation technique. "Yes, that's it." Her eyes flashed with golden light. As Chow Man Hui's chanting grew brighter and brighter, Ngo Ung Sin was startled and turned to look at her in the changing light. Chow Man Hui's body slowly turned transparent, and with many tiny sparkling dots scattered around her. The grand hall was crowded with people coming and going, yet no one noticed the strange situation unfolding here. Only when the golden light disappeared did Ngo Ung Sin look around in amazement. Everyone around suddenly stood still, frozen in whatever position they had been working in. In the vast hall, everyone stood motionless in a strange way, as if time itself had stopped. Only 2 people could move normally. Chow Man Hui silently assessed the situation around her. This magic can freely manipulate the flow of time around it, a unique skill of the Saint sect. Ngo Sin stared at Chao Manhui. It seemed he had guessed her true identity. So you really are a saint. Chao Manhui suddenly crossed her arms, sighed helplessly, and admitted, yes, it's me. Ngo Sin quickly stood up, saluted without formality, clasped his hands, and bowed to Chao Manhui. Saint sect dressed like this, sneaking around without taking the main route and making no big noise? You're here to find the Yap family head with some important private matter to discuss, right? Chao Manhui narrowed her eyes and said, with smart people like you, I just want some convenience. So can you give me a little convenience? Ngo Sin immediately put on a smiling face, seeming eager to please. This convenience is what I do for the Yap family seeking a safe place. The matter between the Saint sect and Yap family head, the private matters can only deepen this relationship. I go with the flow and help with human relationships. That's only natural. Chao Manhua slightly admired him, looking at Ngo Sin and praising old fox. No wonder you do well everywhere. Truly a master of schemes. This isn't a bluff. Ngo Sin clasped his hands again, bowed. The world is just being set up. We don't need old troublemakers like me causing division. We need talent to build the 7 trades. Having offended too many people, finding a safe place is very difficult. I hope the Saint sect understands. Chao Manhui impatiently urged, Got it, got it. So can I go up now? Ngo Sin hesitated, a bit pointed upward, giving Chao Manhui the family sign. No problem with your talent, but there are still 3 people up there. The other 2 probably aren't a problem. I passed on the way to respond only to one familiar person. Saint sect, you'll have to rely on that person. Chao Manhui listened seriously, then reached out her hand to Ngo Sin. Thanks for your help this time. I'll repay you later. Ngo Sin smiled and shook her hand. No need for formalities, no need. Hope the Saint sect looks favorably on me. Chao Manhui also smiled, no problem. They understood each other, looked at each other, both breaking into sly smiles at the same time. The building Chao Manhui was in was a skyscraper over 100 floors tall with a luxurious and elegant architecture. Inside the building, the elevator displays showed it had reached the 80th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. Chao Manhui stepped out, scanning around. In front of her stood a man with long hair, his back turned to her. His sword floated blue in the air. Chao Manhui looked closely at his back, slowly approaching. There was a hint of surprise in Chao Manhui's eyes, her brow slightly furrowed. This figure was too familiar, and there was an ominous feeling. The man didn't turn his back and spoke, Saint sect undefeated under heaven. If you've come here, why sneak around in secret? He spoke and then turned around. The face of a young man faced Chao Manhui. Chao Manhui broke into a sweat. Oh gosh, the #1 swordsman. Damn swordmaster, Sivu Van Fong. Her lips parted slightly, then awkwardly raised her hand to scratch her head, forcing a smile. Sir, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an employee of the corporation here to report on my work. Vu Van Fong looked at the girl in front of him, shook his head slightly, and with a determined gaze said, The exterior may change, the essence may transform. Only the divine will not change. The sacred goal is what I pursue for a lifetime. His demeanor and every action made it clear I could not be mistaken. The hand of Chao Manhui that was scratching her head froze. Chao Manhui stepped closer, carefully looking around. Is there no one else here? Vu Van Fong replied emotionlessly. Apart from me, there's no one else. The sacred one can rest assured. Chao Manhui looked directly at Vu Van Fong. The golden light emanating from him surrounded her body. The light grew stronger, and Chao Manhui's body began to change, ultimately revealing the true appearance of Lang Van. In the brilliant golden glow appeared, Your name is Sword Fool, immersed in the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Why are you here? What conditions does the gatekeeper have for you? Well, Vu Van Fong said seriously, an opportunity to legitimately seek a duel with the emperor. Lang Van looked confused. When did you come to train with me? Why did we have to choose this place? Vu Van Fong patiently explained, to help silly Lang Van understand, the divine pearl has set the opportunity, allowing the sacred one to have very few chances to compete. Someone told me to come here and wait for you. The opportunity will come on its own. Lang Van scratched his head, immediately realizing the issue was the attention of that guy, Van Yu Fong, right? Vu Van Fong controlled the sword, making it move upward. I am already an uncertainty among people, while the sacred one opens a higher realm, something that has never been done before. If calling it the divine realm isn't too much, Vu Vanfong, without changing his expression, uttered a line that made me fascinated. Oh my, I have to say, your skin is too thick, just like those domineering male leads in some Chinese stories. Hearing this, Lang Van was speechless, only able to gently remind, what you said if an ordinary person heard it would be very awkward. Vu Vanfong grasped the sword, hoping the sacred one would receive my strike. Lang Van merely smiled and agreed casually, placing his hands behind his back, calmly saying to Vu Vanfong, come on. Vu Vanfong gathered his energy and wisps of green air, like thin ribbons, flew and wrapped around him. Vu Vanfong raised his hand to grasp the hilt of the supreme sword, then he slowly drew the sword from its sheath, moving swiftly like lightning. Vu Vanfong wielded the sword and rushed forward. The tip of the sword was close to Lang Van's face, completely captivated by Vu Vanfong's swordsmanship, no doubt the best swordmaster. This was the ultimate swordsmanship, simply a real strike, without any embellishments aimed directly at the opponent. In an instant, everything came to a standstill, the moment frozen in time. For a moment, it was due to Lang Van's trick. Lang Van was a bit arrogant. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have had time to react and would be dead. But for me, being able to freely manipulate the flow of time around me posed no threat. Lang Van smiled knowingly, his two fingers intertwined, turning golden and slightly glowing. In fact, Lang Van wanted to use this opportunity as a lesson for Vu Vanfong. My lord also hopes to overcome obstacles in the future to confront those at the same level. Although I don't know how long it will take this afternoon, consider it as me helping you gain enlightenment. Thinking this, Lang Vanfong pinched the tip of the sword with two fingers, using one to channel Supreme Tao. Lang Vanfong lightly tapped the tip of the sword with his finger, leaving everyone confused about what he was doing. Then Lang Vanfong immediately unraveled the control over the flow of time, and in an instant, Vu Vanfong shot past Lang Vanfong like a flash of lightning. Vu Vanfong landed perfectly, finishing the previous slash. However, the blade of Vu Vanfong shattered easily. Watching the shards of his sword fall away, Vu Vanfong's heart felt like it had skipped a beat. Lang Vanfong glanced back at Vu Vanfong. Vu Vanfong stood in a daze. Lang Vanfong calmly asked, how is it? Vu Vanfong bowed and placed his hand on his chest, expressing sincerity. The Holy Lord has granted me this opportunity. Lang Vanfong pointed upward and asked, can I go up now? Vu Vanfong replied, the head of the Diep family has been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing that, Lang Vanfong looked a bit stunned. Lang Vanfong quickly turned his head and asked, does she know already? Vu Vanfong replied calmly, that's right. A moment later, Lang Vanfong held his head and lamented, oh my God, what have I been busy with all this time? Vu Vanfong reminded, Holy Lord, your Tao heart is already in chaos. At the Diep family's company on the top floor in the CEO's office, a person sat with their back to the desk, their chair blocking their body, only a bit of their head visible. Lang Vanfong entered and greeted, but it sounded more like he was teasing someone. Long time no see, quite a grand setup. Indeed, Lang Vanfong continued in his annoying tone, even in this room you have arranged so many hidden formations. Lang Vanfong probed, once the eldest daughter of the Diep family, now also the manager of the #1 trading company in the world. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Breaking the oppressive silence, the mysterious figure spoke up. You're mistaken, Holy Lord. The mysterious person turned around. This person wore a white mask with intricate patterns covering their entire face. To be honest, this figure was quite attractive. Lang Vanfong stood frozen in place, feeling utterly embarrassed. Oh no, mistaken identity. The mysterious person tapped a few times on the table. 3 frames appeared, and a model of a table and chairs grew from those frames, transforming into real furniture, complete with a teapot and cups. The mysterious figure stood up and politely invited Lang Vanfong, Holy Lord, please have a seat. Lang Vanfong then sat down. As soon as he sat down, Lang Vanfong questioned the mysterious person. Are you Diep Thanh Vu? The mysterious figure replied, she is my mother. Lang Vanfong was taken aback. I am the new manager of the Diep family, rarely making public appearances, the son of Diep Thanh Vu. The son of Thanh Vu asked directly, Lang Vanfong, Holy Lord, is there something you need the Diep family to assist with in secret? I didn't expect the son of Thanh Vu to guess it. Lang Vanfong asked in surprise, oh, how did you know the purpose of my trip? The son of Thanh Vu left the desk and walked over to the window. Looking outside, the son of Thanh Vu answered Lang Vanfong's question. The barriers outside are just a lure. From all directions, 100 have celestial spies. When the Holy Lord arrives, I've already known. Lang Vanfong cautiously asked, oh, what if I came to ask for accountability? The son of Thanh Vu smartly countered, If the Holy Lord wanted to come and ask for accountability, the barriers outside wouldn't be able to defend. So I have been secretly probing since the Holy Lord started coming up. The barriers set by Mr. Ngo serve the purpose of probing the Holy Lord. The son of Thanvu added, "If the Holy Lord had come with malicious intent, I would have been far away by now, and you wouldn't have been able to meet me." Lang Van Fong felt somewhat justified. Indeed, like mother like son, meticulous and cunning. The son of Thanvu sat down in the chair opposite Lang Van Fong, pouring tea to invite the guest. The son of Thanvu was not picky about details. This is the highest compliment for a businessman. "The Holy Lord has come, so just speak frankly about your matters." Lang Van Fong lifted the teacup and began to make a jab. "Even the younger women are not spared, and you even mentioned Diep Thanvu. I've heard that the new head of the Diep family is young, meticulous, and equally as cunning as his mother." Diep Thanvu, the son of Thanvu, exuded an imposing demeanor, responding like throwing a cold splash of water on Lang Van Fong. "The Holy Lord is too kind. It's all thanks to my mother's teachings." Lang Van Fong felt slightly embarrassed, forcing a smile. "Back in the day, my relationship with your mother, she had saved me. At that time, you weren't even born, and I didn't expect that after so many years her child would have grown up like this." The son of Thanvu immediately signaled Lang Van Fong to stop and said, not allowing Lang Van Fong to keep any face, "When the Holy Lord arrives, if you want to talk about the past, you can schedule a time that suits me, calculated by the minute." Lang Van Fong was stunned, stammering, "Minute. 1 minute." The son of Thanvu tapped his hand on the table. The table then transformed into a map. This map had areas like Than Tin Duan Du Lang and Tin Tu Dong. Bright dots began to rise into the air, forming arranged titles, a comprehensive contract for purchasing equity, the wealth of the Su family. 02 negotiations for mining rights, the relocation of the trading city magical tools at Section A Jingzhou. Awareness of purchasing 45% of equity transporting the name brand. Oh my, there are so many. It looks like a few sheets of documents. The height from the table to the ceiling. Lang Van Fong looked at the son of Diep Thanvu using this technique and couldn't help but exclaim, "The demon sorcery, the little con technique, isn't the highest secret art of the 9 continents, yet it's being used to transmit commercial intelligence in this world. There are only a handful of people with the financial and manpower to set up such a formation." Lang Van Fong glanced at Diep Thanvu's son and assessed, so young yet so busy. "I remember when I was his age, I was just a kid struggling to survive in the martial world. This kid has limitless potential. Diep Thanvu really raised a good son." Diep Thanvu's son collected this formation. Those things then disappeared. Diep Thanvu's son didn't want to beat around the bush with Lang Van Fong and directly stated, "Lang Van Fong, the business world is like a battlefield. As long as it can improve efficiency, money to me is just a string of numbers. I can earn it back sooner or later. So if the Holy Lord has something to say, just say it directly." Lang Van Fong took a sip of tea but kept his eyes fixed on Diep Thanvu's son. Diep Thanvu's son also didn't say much anymore. Lang Van Fong got straight to the point and boldly made a request. "All right, I hope the Diep family will immediately stop producing and distributing the world's #1 seduction drug, the Liete Yang powder." Diep Thanvu's son immediately raised both hands, forming an X, meaning outright rejection. In response to Lang Van Fong, "Not possible," Lang Van Fong angrily slammed the table. Such a good kid rejecting so decisively. How could this be in the eyes of the son of a certain person? Things that are doing well in business, you just ask to stop without discussion. If there are losses, who will compensate? Diep Thanvu's son, respecting his elder, quickly suggested, "I don't dare to go too far. I don't dare to use sweet talk to ease the atmosphere. If the Holy Lord wants to prohibit it, just issue a holy decree. In the divine continent, who would dare not comply? Why must it be like this now, sneaking around wasting time?" Lang Van Fong thought of several scenes of hot content that are restricted for those under 18. He arrogantly told Diep Thanvu's son, "This thing harms the martial world deeply. Leaving it in this world will only create more tragedies. I came here with this request. You can't agree." Diep Thanvu's son still patiently explained and asked Lang Van Fong, "I am the newly appointed head of the Diep family. If anyone can come and simply make a request for me to stop the Diep family's business, wouldn't that lead to chaos very quickly? Moreover, the Liete Yang powder itself is just a very small scope of circulation. I don't understand why the Holy Lord insists on stopping it." Lang Van Fong, still stubborn, argued, This Liete Yang powder disrupts people's minds, harms the innocent, and shouldn't exist in this world. Deep Thin Vu's son questioned, even without the Liete Yang powder, there are countless seductive drugs in this world. Holy Lord, is your father gone or is he done? Indeed, Lang Vanfong couldn't refute a single word and just hugged himself. Perhaps he didn't expect Diep Thin Vu's son to be so tough. The child of Diep Thin Vu continued to argue. The Diep family's circulation of Lo Duong Tan in a small area at the back is very important and has a wide impact. How can one person's words from the Holy Son mean the speaker should stop? Lang Vanfong was left speechless by the sharp and coherent arguments. He shot a glare and threw out just one word: impudent. Lang Vanfong, furious, erupted with a powerful aura, wanting to intimidate the younger generation into following his wishes. It didn't matter what others thought. As for me, I now have a saying: not every senior is worthy of respect. With a swift motion, I struck right at the center of the mask. The mask shattered in two and fell away. Of course, the falling mask revealed the true face of Diep Thin Vu's child. Lang Vanfong was equally astonished by the boy's appearance. Then he pointed and said, "You look a bit familiar." "Man." The boy immediately squinted and raised his hand to cover his face. Then another mask was put on. The boy stood up decisively. He asked, "Since the Holy Son has spoken, don't say this little Liu Duongtan is just a small matter. Even if you wanted the Diep family to disband right here, just one word from the Holy Son, how would our Diep family dare to say a single word against it? Who in this world would dare to say a word against it?" He continued without giving Vanfong time to respond. "Only I don't know if it really is like what the Holy Son once said, when uniting the divine continent. This world is yours, the world is not real. Even in this world, it still belongs to the Holy Son alone." Vanfong frowned in anger after hearing this. The two of them silently stared at each other. At that moment, he sighed, and Vanfong crossed his arms and said, "You little brat, using my words to shut me up. If I were to force you to comply, if it got out that I was domineering to the world, you wouldn't be able to manage it easily." The boy then replied, "That's right, Holy Son, if there's nothing else, please leave." Hearing this, he smiled, then seriously said, "Young people are just young people. Although I don't know why you refuse to grant me this favor. If you think I'm easy to deal with like this, then you're underestimating me too much. To let you know, ability to unify the divine continent isn't just based on my skills alone." The boy quietly listened to Vanfong finish speaking. Then he asked, "What do you want?" The boy, hearing this, leaned back in his chair, smiling contentedly. Then he spoke, "The world is in its infancy, and the country is at peace. To have peace, there must be wealth. The Diep family is the #1 trading family in the world. I come to inquire for a few days. For the world to be at peace, the head of the Diep family wouldn't refuse me, right?" Vanfong's gaze became sharp. He thought to himself, "Kid, if I stay by your side every day and you sell a little Liu Duong Tan, then I'll break you once. Let's see how long you can endure." Then Diep Thin Vu's son leaned both hands on the table to respond, "Holy Son, you are busy with 100 matters. The world is waiting to flourish. One person can't be divided into several to use. How could there be time to remain with me forever?" At this moment, what unfolded before him left him in shock. Another Vanfong appeared opposite him, standing. He asked, "What do you mean by several people?" The boy seemed unable to find his words. Then another Vanfong spoke from behind him. "What do you think I am? In the realm of heroes overwhelming the crowd." From the right to the left, another identical Vanfong added, "If I cannot persuade you with kind words, then I can only change my approach." In an instant, there were 5 identical Vanfongs surrounding the boy. A hand rested on his shoulder. The boy was forced to sit down and continue the conversation. The boy clenched his fists on the table, seemingly so furious that he was trembling. Vanfong, sitting across from him, spoke, "This manifestation of the law is somewhat taxing. It can't be maintained for long, but sustaining it for 7 to 8 months is still not a problem." At this moment, he said, "Son, do you understand the power of our Holy Son now?" At this moment, the boy remained silent, sweating with no response. Just then, a golden circle appeared, capturing everyone's attention. From the circle, a chair along with a pair of legs gradually appeared. It turned out to be Diep Thin Vu. She unexpectedly appeared at this moment. She sat with her legs crossed on the chair, glancing down. She looked up at Vanfong, leaving him stunned. At this moment, Vanfong behind him slowly disappeared. The others also slowly vanished. At that time, Diep Thin Vu had just beautifully landed on the ground. The two immediately stood up. The boy then bowed respectfully to his mother. She approached and patted her son's shoulder, saying, Step aside, let me handle this. The boy replied, yes. Lang Van Fong turned to glance at Diep Thin Vu's child as they left. Diep Thin Vu tucked her bangs behind her ear. She smiled gently at him. It's been a while since we last met, Holy Son. Immediately after, she coldly added, you came and started intimidating my son right away. Lang Van Fong seemed a bit flustered. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, hello. It's been a while, Diep Thin Vu. He sighed inwardly. After so many years, this woman still made him feel uneasy inside. Diep Thin Vu stared at him without blinking. Then she suddenly asked him a question. Holy Son, why are you so stubborn about Lu Duongtan? Lang Van Fong stammered a reply. It's just that I have a friend harmed by Lu Duongtan. There are many heroes in the martial world who have been harmed. He further added, if it weren't for your Diep family being on the righteous path, I would definitely shut him down. So that's how it is. Diep Thin Vu looked at him and asked, does the Holy Son know the real name of this Lu Duong? This question left Lang Van Fong stunned, frozen for a few seconds. She raised her hand to adjust her glasses. Then she explained to him about its origin. Liet Dung Tan is actually a kind of miraculous medicine called Tang Tu Quan Um. He was surprised. Tang Tu Quan Um. Lang Van Fong recalled in his memory. Da Can Can had once talked about our son. He was really shocked. Oh my, Diep Thin Vu told him about the effects of Liet Dung Tan. This was originally a miraculous medicine to treat infertility in women, which had helped countless people who couldn't give birth achieve their dream of having descendants. After finishing her sentence, she paused and turned to look at him, startling him. Lang Van Fong felt puzzled by her strange gaze. Diep Thin Vu lowered her head, admitting a truth he didn't know, including me. The information she just revealed really exceeded his imagination. You. Diep Thin Vu lightly touched her belly and continued. That's right, I'm 28 years old. The heavenly destiny hasn't come yet. At home, I've asked famous doctors everywhere, and they diagnosed me as a woman of yin. In this life, I must be lonely until old age without children. And finally, I found my way to Vung Kuk to seek this medicine. Hearing the familiar name, Lang Van Fong was stunned, exclaiming, the medicine king Vung Kuk saves lives. How could Tung Lin Tum create something harmful like this? Diep Thin Vu noticed he seemed to know. So she turned to him and asked, oh, how does the sage also know Lin Tum? She is very afraid of meeting strangers. She is dedicated to studying the art of immortality and medicine. Lang Van Fong scratched his head, avoiding the answer. That was 6 years ago. After saying that, he sighed wearily. Suddenly, he felt that the topic they were discussing was a bit off. Hey, now it's my turn to ask you. Don't change the subject. Diep Thin Vu pressed her lips together, her brows slightly furrowed, looking coldly at him. She turned away, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly. Seeing her slender back and long legs, Lang Van Fong's expression turned somber. Diep Thin Vu listed its benefits, the miraculous medicinal properties of Tong Tu Quan Um. When a girl consumes it, her yin flow is smooth, and her body can regenerate. It can lead to miraculous rebirth, and within 3 days, it can dispel hidden pregnancy. However, she added, but also because the medicinal properties are too strong. The body becomes fiery, and if someone with other intentions gets involved, it can lead to serious consequences. She glanced at him and gently asked, should we blame the medicine and the physician for this? Lang Van Fong frowned. He couldn't understand her. If you know this, why still bring Liet Dung Tan to the auction? She closed her eyes, listening to him. After hearing that, Diep Thin Vu could only sigh. She reluctantly shared the answer. This is all to protect Lin Tum. I also want to keep the miraculous medicine that can save thousands of women. Diep Thin Vu turned around. She also told him that, not long after leaving the Diep family, people with malicious intent have appeared in the martial world to misuse this medicine, causing harm. After that, things got worse and worse. She recalled, I tried my best to stop it, but it still couldn't be prevented. I even looked for someone infertile to seek medicine. So I came up with a plan. Diep Thin Vu changed the packaging and brand for the Diep family. She stopped selling the gift of the Bodhisattva medicine and replaced it with the name Hai Nguyet Shun Fong. At the same time, she implemented therapy, isolated the patients, and cut off this medicine's distribution. After that, she continued selling a small amount under the name Liet Dung Tan at the night market. She continued, over time, the underworld only knew of Thien Hade Nyat Mi Duk Liet Dung Tan. They forgot the gift of the Bodhisattva, while Hai Nguyet Shun Fong continued to benefit the patients. Lang Van Fong sighed, changing the packaging but not the medicine that really reflects the style of a female merchant. Diep Thin Vu crossed her arms defiantly and replied, This is the best way I could think of. Change it means you have a better idea. Although he couldn't think of anything better, Lang Venfong still tried to argue back. But this Liet Dung Tan also caused quite a bit of trouble. Seeing this, Diep Tin Vu frowned and clarified for him. Before there was Liet Dung Tan, the underworld still had Kitu Ho Huan Tan. Liet Huanyachi fire would cause trouble in the underworld, while the gift of the Bodhisattva saved thousands of families longing for children. A small scale of trouble caused by Liet Dung Tan in exchange for saving countless infertile families. How do you choose to turn that into honor? Tired of hearing those justifications, Lang Venfong raised his hand to refuse. Stop, stop, stop. You win. I can't argue with you. Then he turned to plead with her. But that friend of mine has been harmed quite a bit by this Liet Dung Tan. If you have found a way to control and use Hai Nguyet Xun Fong, can you stop selling this? Consider it a debt of gratitude. If you have any requests, I will definitely fulfill them. No need to think. Diep Tin Vu immediately said 5. Faced with that unreasonable number, Lang Venfong protested. What? Hey, do you think this is a market? Asking for 5 is too much. 2 at most, 2. Diep Tin Vu lowered it to 4, but Lang Venfong still wouldn't accept. He insisted, no, that's still too much. 3 at most, 3. Seeing he had reached an agreement, Diep Tin Vu agreed. Lang Venfong stared blankly at her. After a moment, he reluctantly shook hands to make a deal with her. But deep down, he still felt very reluctant. Why do I feel something is off? Why are you agreeing so comfortably with such confidence? Diep Tin Vu smiled and explained. Because Lin Tum has developed a new medicine without side effects anymore. So we originally planned to stop this medicine. Hearing this, Lang Venfong was surprised, stunned, and taken aback. At this point, everything became clear. He exclaimed, oh, I understand now. You and your son set a trap for me, didn't you? He recalled the events from the beginning. Your son set a trap for me because I acted against you, wanting to make me angry to clarify my intentions. He continued, then you came out to negotiate conditions with me. From start to finish, I have always been in your trap. Hearing those words, Diep Tin Vu smiled triumphantly. She began to tease him. Since the time you became cold and indifferent, secretly disappearing from my world, you've really improved a lot. I can see the merchant's skills now. Each word felt like arrows piercing into Lang Venfong. Cold and indifferent, silent, and not a sound to be heard. But Lang Venfong still tried to argue back. Hey, what do you mean by silently? I just didn't want to bother you guys. Hearing those justifications, Diep Tin Vu turned her head aside, not paying attention. She replied, yeah, even if you have a pet for a year, you should at least let them know. Feed them. Give them water. Even if you want to leave, you should say something. Only cold and indifferent people suddenly disappear without leaving a trace. Lang Venfong scratched his head and said, hey, didn't we just agree on this? Why suddenly bring this up? Oh, it was out of necessity. Also, speaking of your kindness to me, I am grateful to you. If not, how could there be a deep family like yours today? Diep Tin Vu replied, let's say we are even then. So next I invite Then Ton to repay the kindness. I go to seek justice in this situation. Lang Venfong said irritably, is it that quick? Have you already planned this out, you wicked woman? Diep Tin Vu heard this and rushed over to grab his collar and shouted, don't think of me as someone with ulterior motives. This is urgent and it just happens to meet the conditions, so I can't delay. Unfazed by her words, Lang Venfong rebutted, stop trying to scare me. What could possibly happen that Diep Tin Vu, the world's best merchant, can't handle? Hearing this, she suddenly froze and looked at him. The hand that was gripping his collar suddenly released. She took a step back, lowering her head. It seemed she was trying to suppress her emotions. Diep Tin Vu trembled and said, even I have moments of helplessness when realizing something just happened. Lang Venfong looked at her. He stepped forward and asked, hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly like this? How can we continue to argue? He exhaled as if to release the discomfort he had been feeling, and also to regain his composure. Then Lang Venfong said sincerely, so you can avoid using merchant tactics to disguise yourself. Even if it's not a transaction, we've known each other for so long. If you have difficulties, I am willing to do my best to help you. Those heartfelt words began to soften Diep Tin Vu. Gathering her courage, she looked up at him, pleading, please save our son and daughter. I'm out of options. Lang Venfong suddenly froze stiff as a board. Her words hit him like rocks falling on his head. Something about a son, something about a daughter, then about ours. Lang Venfong collapsed in shock upon hearing the news. At that moment, Lang Venfong was hit with news so shocking, it felt like a bolt from the blue. His whole being felt split in two, mouth agape, completely frozen. Venfong began to question life, picking apart thoughts in his mind. Who am I and where am I? Where did I come from and where do I want to go? And as if realizing something horrifying, he silently thought, that's right, no wonder this kid looks so familiar. Who does he resemble? In Lang Vanfong's memory, a red-haired boy appeared. Looking back, he realized the boy looked just like he did as a child. He was completely terrified. Then he thought to himself, so it really is like looking in a mirror. When I was young, I was handsome and quite the catch. Standing in front of Diep Thin Vu, he hesitated, unsure of what to say next. Then suddenly he grabbed Thin Vu's hand. Van Fong, excited yet in denial, said, but when did we ever have a child? Before I quietly left, I was always respectful towards, you never did anything inappropriate. Diep Thin Vu, annoyed, pulled her hand away and turned her face, leaving him a bit confused. Yet Thin Vu said something shocking. Who wants you to be respectful to me? That's just cruel. At this point, Van Fong was also bewildered. He asked, what do you mean by that? Diep Thin Vu suddenly turned back. The two were face to face and her expression became serious as she said, everything is fate. The drug Zhang Tsuguanyin mixed with alcohol, the effect for women will be as previously mentioned. When men use it then, Thin Vu reminisced. 18 years ago, I had prepared the medicinal wine. Just as I was about to drink it, I was suddenly interrupted by your arrival. Flashing back to 18 years ago, Diep Thin Vu was alone in her room, gently holding a package of medicine called Zhang Tsuguanyin. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled her. Following that, Thin Vu hurriedly poured the package of medicine into a bottle of wine for later enjoyment. The leftover packaging she cleverly stuffed into her chest. She asked towards the door, what is it? Lang Vanfong entered wearing tattered clothes, looking quite like a beggar. Calmly delivering the message, the ship at the port is having issues. The master asked for you to come and negotiate. Diep Thin Vu stepped closer to the man with one torn sleeve. Frowning, ignoring his ragged appearance, he stuffed one hand in his pants, still looking stylish, though his face bore a hint of sadness. Thin Vu bypassed the pleasantries and coldly said, I understand. She turned her head as if just remembering she still had a bottle of wine there. After a moment of hesitation, she worried about the integrity of that wine bottle. Still with her cold expression, she instructed, keep an eye on it. I don't want anyone else in the room. Gently touching Lang Vanfong, she said very seriously, and also a drunkard like you needs to control yourself. You can't sneak drinks off the table. Lang Vanfong said as if he understood and didn't need her to remind him again. He nodded in agreement. After the magical memory that Thin Vu just shared, Van Fong still didn't understand the reality and continued to ask, I remember the beginning, but what happened next? Thin Vu said with resentment, then when I returned, I found someone collapsed on the table. The drink had also been half consumed. Lang Vanfong listened and broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering, what happened next? At that time, Thin Vu angrily continued, next I of course had to sadly drink the little bit of alcohol left. At this point, Van Fong's expression went blank, just listening, as she continued. So she hesitated, her cheeks flushing, saying, so the next day I woke up in bed, seeing you lying next to me, sleeping soundly. So I recalled the image of the two of us sleeping together. On a large bed without a stitch on, she turned to look at Lang Vanfong, who was sound asleep. The pillow covered half of his face, which looked quite handsome. Thin Vu's cheeks were slightly flushed, as she seemed quite moved and a bit regretful. Her little finger reached out towards Lang Vanfong, poking his cheek without knowing why, perhaps to verify if this was real. The words from long ago spoken by Diep Thin Vu quickly surfaced in Lang Vanfong's mind. Sooner or later there will come a day when you will leave me. This blockhead Lang Vanfong was a bit stunned and asked back, what about you? Diep Thin Vu, a bit angry, turned her eyes away. I put you back at the table pretending nothing happened to avoid making everyone uncomfortable. Lang Vanfong was a bit surprised by her actions and continued to ask why. Lang Vanfong, am I the type of person who avoids responsibility? Diep Thin Vu immediately clarified her reasons for doing so and then asked back, if your brother knew about this at that time, would he stay at the Diep family forever by my side? However, Lang Vanfong was clearly a bit annoyed by her unilateral decision. Why do you think I wouldn't do that? Lang Vanfong's question left Diep Thin Vu bewildered, but after a moment she regained her composure. Diep Thin Vu turned around and coldly stated her answer, you would do that. She slowly continued, but the moment I picked you up on the trade route, I knew your world wasn't beside me. She turned to look directly at Lang Vanfong and said, you were despondent back then, addicted to alcohol like it was life. I let you keep watch for me, And in the end, Diep Tin Vu concluded, "That was the only bad business deal I ever made." Lang Van Fong was so shocked by what he heard that he stammered, "You." Just then Diep Tin Vu continued, but this time about how he reclaimed three lovers, the lover of Shenzhou, the unrivaled master of the world, eventually letting me earn it back. After hearing Diep Tin Vu's words, Lang Van Fong was confused about her intentions, but Diep Tin Vu also fell silent without saying anything more. Lang Van Fong seemed to have understood her point, so he also fell silent looking at her. The two just looked at each other, causing the entire room to fall into a deathly silence. Finally, it was Lang Van Fong who broke the atmosphere. Before he spoke, let's talk about the kids they were mixed up. Lang Van Fong felt very proud to talk about his children with Diep Tin Vu. Although the son is a bit aloof, there are very few people in this world who can remain calm before me at his age. It really is too rare. If he doesn't know to hold back, he will offend a lot of people. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong thought of a certain possibility and immediately asked, "Is someone trying to harm him?" Diep Tin Vu immediately shook her head to indicate no. Diep Tin Vu slowly spoke. "From a businessman's perspective, he is indeed very outstanding. Outstanding enough to surpass his peers like a comb and a courage on the business field. Even I feel ashamed in comparison." Lang Van Fong also somewhat shyly admitted, "Yes, he played a trick on me earlier, but I'm still very happy that you raised such an excellent son." He looked up to the sky and sighed. "I don't know how it is now." His voice faltered. "I'm also a bit happy." Diep Tin Vu looked at him like that and could only remain silent. Then she sighed again, hesitating slightly when saying to Lang Van Fong, "Oh my God, it." She was silent for a long time, and finally Diep Tin Vu still made up her mind to tell him, "He is not our son." Lang Van Fong was so shocked by this that he gaped. "Then what is he?" Diep Tin Vu stepped closer, moving closer to him. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, that is our daughter." After hearing that, his face immediately turned grim. It was unknown how long, but a loud scream echoed throughout the building. Over here, Diep Tin Vu's child heard the screaming, and Lang Van Fong was also a bit confused. It watched the room silently. Diep Tin Vu immediately covered Lang Van Fong's mouth with her hand. She reminded him, "Keep it down, aren't you always very mature?" Lang Van Fong removed Diep Tin Vu's hand and said, "How can I be mature when it's about breaking my family's reputation?" After regaining his composure, he quickly asked, "What exactly is going on?" Diep Tin Vu lowered her head in silence without giving an immediate answer. She slowly walked towards the tea table and gently sat down on the chair. Seeing this, Lang Van Fong also walked over to sit down. At this point, he was very anxious, urging, "Hurry up and tell me." Diep Tin Vu remained silent, as if she were gathering her spirit to speak. Not long after, she slowly began to recount. After the birth of the two siblings, the Diep family's career was in jeopardy. The scene quickly unfolded as she narrated. Father was the head of the family with only one daughter. At this time, their family was like ants on a hot pan with countless people eyeing them. She continued, "In the years of external warfare, there were business rivals watching, and there were also people wanting to divide the assets, staring hard. If I don't lend a hand, the Diep family will fall apart. So almost all my time has been devoted to the family business." After taking over the company, she threw herself into work. "The number of times I dozed off at my desk is countless." Lang Van Fong listened attentively as Diep Tin Vu recounted everything. He couldn't help but admire Diep Tin Vu. With her strength, she managed to support the Diep family during that time and even turned it into the top trading family in the world. The hardships she endured are not something outsiders know. I was able to unify the entire realm thanks to her support. No wonder she's known as the business prodigy Diep Tin Vu. Despite the praise, Diep Tin Vu lowered her head sadly. Diep Tin Vu spoke dejectedly, "Even now I regret it so much. I sacrificed everything for the family business while neglecting my care for my child." Diep Tin Vu sighed in frustration. He asked, "So that's why your child has turned out this way?" But Diep Tin Vu shook her head. Diep Tin Vu continued, "My siblings love me and understand me very well. But when we were 6 years old," Diep Tin Vu fell silent again. After a moment, she hesitantly said, "I was kidnapped." Lang Van Fong was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" He was so angry that his hand crushed the wooden chair. It made a loud crack. He reproached her, "How could you be so careless?" Diep Tin Vu quickly directed her gaze toward the source of the noise. The wooden chair was crushed by him. Diep Tin Vu adjusted her glasses and coldly said, "This chair is the favorite of Vo Hien Tung, the leader of the sect 3,000 years ago, Vodan. It's a relic left by the holy dragon before he died. This is the last unique sculpture. Hearing this, Lang Bunfong was a bit taken aback. But he remained calm and continued, "This person's temperament hasn't changed since I've known you." Deep Tin Vu immediately replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Lang Bunfong added, "You trapped me earlier, don't think you can trap me again." He quickly performed the spell, Kang Kon Tiu Chuan. A small vortex formed from his hand. The part that was crushed on the wooden chair returned to its original shape. Lang Bunfong proudly asked, "How about that perfect as it was originally?" Deep Tin Vu looked at it a bit bewildered. She just snorted coldly without saying anything. However, Deep Tin Vu suddenly spoke. If at that time Lang Bunfong had been anxious, at that moment her words meant nothing. But Deep Tin Vu shook her head and said, "Nothing." Deep Tin Vu was very sad and felt self-blame. This kidnapping happened very suddenly and strangely. To this day, I still haven't found any clues. She sank into thought, trying to remember that day. I followed the Deep family's tradition of checking the business records of the Deep family in various places. Suddenly, a girl rushed in from outside, panting heavily, shouting loudly, "Deep Tin Vu, young lady!" Another young lady. Deep Tin Vu didn't look up, still focused on her books, and said to the girl, "You've been by my side for many years. I've told you so many times. When something happens, don't panic too much." The girl calmed down upon seeing a stranger. She approached and whispered something in her ear. Immediately, she dropped both the notebook and the pen she was holding onto the floor. Deep Tin Vu's expression was complicated, filled with confusion, panic, and a hint of dazedness. She stood there frozen, unable to believe her own hands. Turning her head, she asked the girl in horror, "How could this happen?" The bodyguards were all highly selected. The girl was choking back tears. Such a bizarre incident, the young master and young lady just disappeared, leaving only a kidnapping note. Deep Tin Vu turned back, feeling lost and panicked. She couldn't maintain her composure anymore. She rushed past the girl, headed toward the door of the room, and yelled at her, "Come with me." Try to remember the situation back then. I used all the family's intelligence resources and couldn't find any clues. Seeing the clutter on the table, Deep Tin Vu slammed her hand down, her anger causing those present to startle in fear. They're all useless. Back in reality, she was sitting across from Lang Bunfong, her head bowed, suppressing her sorrow. He spoke up. To be able to abduct them under the protection of so many experts is definitely not an easy feat. Being able to invite such experts means they can't be an easy target, right? Deep Tin Vu closed her eyes tightly. The business world is like a battlefield, yet it's different from a battlefield. In a battlefield, it's just one dead one, injured or worse, both die. But in business, losing means the entire family, hundreds of lives can be lost in one night. As she spoke, she furrowed her delicate brows. So there are many enemies, each has their own schemes, cautious and careful, leaving no trace. Deep Tin Vu shook her head. I've tried everything, but I still can't find Deep Tin Vu's child. Shaking her head, I tried everything but couldn't find them. Then suddenly, a month later, she began to sink into nostalgia. At that time, she was so anxious that she kept pacing back and forth in her room without being able to do anything more. She was trying to think of something. Just then, the girl appeared again, rushing towards her, shouting, Miss! Deep Tin Vu's expression changed immediately upon hearing her shout, "There's breaking news!" Because she ran too fast, she was now panting and spitting out each word. "The young master and young lady are back. They are at the door." Deep Tin Vu yelled, "Then why aren't they brought in to see me?" The girl replied, "The young master does not allow anyone to get close." Upon hearing this, Deep Tin Vu lost her composure again and rushed off, leaving the girl behind, trying to catch her breath. She ran quickly down the yard, stepping over several long stairs, regardless of her high heels. Outside the big door, there were the small figures of two children. They were carrying each other. The closer she got, the clearer the figures became. A boy in tattered clothes was carrying a girl on his back. The girl's condition wasn't much better than the boy's. Deep Tin Vu saw the children and smiled with joy, trying to run quickly towards them. But when the children stood in front of her, her expression suddenly changed, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with horror. Truck to Hai Tam's son, covered in scratches, along with Lien Sin Lien Tam's daughter, who was sleeping on the boy's back. Both were barefoot, their clothes ripped to an indescribable extent. The state of the two children right now was something they shouldn't have to endure. Who knows what they had to go through to return after a month of being missing. Deep Tin Vu covered her mouth to stifle her sobs. Her tears streamed down, crying silently. Took 2 days, now just realized someone had been standing in front of him all this time. He looked up, but his face showed no expression. It was cold. Deep Tin Vu looked at the two children, tears rolling down her face once again. Suddenly, Truk Tu closed his eyes tightly, swaying as if about to fall. Deep Tin Vu was caught off guard, but she quickly spread her arms to catch both Lien Xin and Truk Tu before they lost consciousness. Both fainted and fell into Deep Tin Vu's arms. She held the children, tears streaming down, returning to reality once again. Long Van Fong couldn't believe it and asked her again. So what happened next? What happened to them? Diep Tin Vu was surprised, slowly standing up, not in a hurry to answer him. She approached the window and looked down. This time she finally spoke. After that kidnapping, their personalities changed completely. The boy, except for me and his sister, became cold and different, showing no compassion toward anyone. Deep Tin Vu shed tears, continuing to say, choked up. And the girl? Lang Van Fong remained sitting there, quietly waiting for her answer. Deep Tin Vu wiped her tears behind the thin round glasses she was wearing. She spoke about the girl. If her brother is at home, she will lock herself in her room. That girl, Lien Xin, confined herself to a single space. She would bathe and change clothes 3 times a day, never going outside. Only I and he could go in. Deep Tin Vu pointed at the tightly closed door. Her hands suddenly trembled as if she was feeling scared. She spoke with a trembling voice, worried. Every time he goes out to work, she becomes like this. Wearing a mask, becoming the young master of the Diab family. It seems like I am my own brother, helping me and him handle all the internal matters. Lung Van Fong also looked in the direction Deep Tin Vu was pointing. He frowned, looking displeased. After a moment, he asked, then why with such difficulties didn't you come to find me? Deep Tin Vu sighed. She helplessly explained to him, I've always been paying attention to your situation. Even though the kids have never asked about their dad, I know in their hearts you hold an irreplaceable position. It's just that I haven't been able to find the right opportunity. Her words made Lang Van Fong feel saddened. That heartache was clearly visible on his face. She looked at him, her words carrying a hint of reproach. But at that time, he was battling everywhere. His name shook the world. There were many enemies. Wouldn't it just bring more danger to the kids if you all recognized each other? That's why I didn't search for you. After saying that, Diep Tin Vu no longer looked at Lang Van Fong. At the same time, he stood up from his chair and moved closer to her, clasping his hands behind his back. Since I met you, I knew you were a very strong person. Deep Tin Vu interrupted him. She didn't understand what he was implying. What do you mean? This time he looked straight into her eyes and said, sometimes it's okay to rely on someone else like me. You don't have to hurt your pride. I have also relied on the help of my brothers. Without them, I wouldn't be here now. Even though you seem strong on the outside, after all, you are still a woman. His words made her cheeks flush. Turning her head to hide her embarrassment, Diep Tin Vu asked, so do you have a solution? Lang Van Fong suggested, for a troubled heart, you need to find a remedy. Let me listen to its voice. Let's try. Immediately, he closed his eyes. A faint glow appeared on his forehead. Its connecting Diep Tin Vu had nothing else to do but stand by and wait for the result from him. He used his psychic ability to reach out to the girl. His power surged, causing a strong wind to blow through the room. Deep Tin Vu's hair and his clothes fluttered in the wind. His mind transcended the room where they stood and continued into another neatly arranged room. He saw someone sitting on the large sofa in that room. That person had their head down with strange patterns on their face. Based on the shape of their hair, it was clear that it was a boy. Lang Van Fong used his own power to penetrate the boy's brain. Even though this action was unauthorized, he saw and quickly skimmed through each nerve in the brain, reaching the center of consciousness. A different space welcomed him, one filled only with fragmented beams of light, gradually merging into a unified whole, creating a simulated space. And another space comprised of tiny lights like stars. He whispered to himself, this is the first level of connection. I can sense what it's thinking and wanting. Immediately before his eyes was a solid blackness with nothing else but dense black. But now he could see something before him, a pair of hands resting on the knees but quite faint. And now he could see it clearly. It appeared vividly before Lang Van Fong. Right in front of him was the boy. He remained in the same position, unchanged. It seemed that the boy couldn't see him, even though he was standing right behind him. Thin Vu's child thought anxiously, Mom and the Saint are in there talking for so long. What's the result? He let out a long breath. Thinking about Lang Van Fong, this holy son is indeed extraordinary. His imposing aura without a hint of self-importance, along with his unparalleled magic. After a moment, it left me feeling disoriented. His hands trembled, gripping his pants tightly, wrinkling them, and he told himself, "No, I'm not strong enough yet." The face of the boy Thin Vu grew pensive. He was still trembling. He blamed himself. When his older brother wasn't around, he could only rely on himself to protect his little sister. He had to become more and more trustworthy. What should he do? What should he do? Suddenly behind him appeared the soul clone of Lang Vanfong. Lang Vanfong looked at him and frowned slightly, thinking, "There's definitely an issue." Suddenly, Thin Vu's son seemed to sense something nearby. He turned his head left and right and shouted, "Who?" At this moment, Lang Vanfong was hovering above. He spoke slowly, "Gather." Suddenly, everything around turned pitch black. At that moment, Lang Vanfong's physical body was still in Thin Vu's room. His face was motionless, eyes tightly closed. After a moment, Lang Vanfong's soul returned. He suddenly woke up, eyes wide open. As soon as he saw him open his eyes, Diep Thin Vu rushed in anxiously, asking, "How is it?" Lang Vanfong exhaled heavily, his eyebrows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "He is completely independent. He sees himself as the protector of his little sister, striving to become more mature and stronger." Diep Thin Vu felt sad upon hearing this, lowering her head. She slowly spoke. "I had also looked for people connected to him before trying to understand his true thoughts to match the medicine." But Diep Thin Vu looked straight at Lang Vanfong. "As you said, he doesn't want to pretend to be an older brother to escape, but truly sees himself as a brother protecting his sister." Having said that, her eyes became sad again. She quietly asked, "Even you can't do anything?" Thoughts of spells flashed in Lang Vanfong's mind. He calmly replied, "Someone with 6 or 7 ears, eyes, noses, tongues, and bodies can only understand the first level of thoughts." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "It could be used to steal information, but it's still not enough to handle a situation like this." Suddenly, Lang Vanfong's expression changed. He made a decision. "Then let's go down one more level." Diep Thin Vu asked in surprise, "Go down one more level?" Lang Vanfong spoke seriously. "Going down one more level is when the intention manifests. At the moment of the birth of countless thoughts, it is referred to in Buddhism as the alaya consciousness. The 7th consciousness in Confucianism is called the moment of intention awakening." Lang Vanfong turned to continue explaining, "People can reach a good understanding, but those who can reach the moment of intention awakening are few." Having said that, he immediately sat in meditation in midair. Lang Vanfong joined his hands together, and small flickering lights appeared around him. He thought to himself, "His intention awakens at the 2nd level." Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light flickered between his forehead. The beam of light shot out straight ahead. The light continued to pierce straight through the wall of the room. It moved to the opposite living room door, and that beam of light was aimed directly at Thin Vu's son, who was sitting. It immediately shot into the center of his forehead. Thin Vu's son suddenly jolted. He looked around confused about what had just happened. In the dim darkness, a brilliant light appeared. Lang Vanfong stood alone, observing, the bubbles filled with the thoughts of Thin Vu's son. He was searching for that important piece of the soul and told himself, "At the moment of intention awakening, one can observe the reasons." Intention awakening, Lang Vanfong hovered among the thoughts in Thin Vu's son's mind. He suddenly noticed a bubble that was somewhat different. Inside was Thin Vu's son, sitting alone in contemplation. In his mind, a negative thought arose. "I'm too weak. I want to be strong. I want to be strong." Lang Vanfong remained silent. He continued to look at other bubbles. Another bubble showed the image of Thin Vu's son holding his head and shouting, "Brother, why aren't you back yet?" If it were him, he definitely wouldn't do this. "I have to be like him to protect my little sister." Another bubble appeared. This time it showed him rubbing his head, thinking about how he could win over the Holy Son. "No, I can't. Besides my mom, I still have myself. No one truly cares for my little sister. I can't be weak." Lang Vanfong gazed thoughtfully at the drifting pieces of the soul. Among the hundreds of those soul thoughts, each one carried a sense of self-blame. Lang Vanfong sighed softly. All thoughts are about protecting his little sister. Suddenly, Lang Vanfong clutched his left chest. He frowned slightly, thinking, "Damn, it's making my heart like this child even more. What has he been through?" He stood silently among those bubbles. Suddenly, he saw a very special pink bubble, different from the others. He gradually moved closer to see inside where a little girl was sitting, her legs shackled. She buried her face in her knees, sitting in a corner. Lang Vanfong was astonished to see this. His eyes widened. The girl inside wore tattered clothes, her dark eyes still glistening with tears. She trembled and cried out, Brother, save me, save me. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Lang Vanfong couldn't help but reach out, intending to touch that bubble. Unexpectedly, before he could touch it, the surrounding bubbles began to expand one by one, growing larger and larger, preparing to engulf Lang Vanfong, which startled him. The bubbles quickly moved closer together as if to protect that purple bubble in the air. The voice of Thin Vu's son rang out. I have to protect my sister, have to protect my sister. What should I do? What should I do? Those bubbles kept drifting further away from Lang Vanfong's sight. In Diep Tin Vu's room at that moment, she was still intently watching Lang Vanfong, eyes tightly closed, fully focused. Suddenly, Lang Vanfong's eyes opened wide, and he looked towards Diep Tin Vu. She was startled to see he had woken up and anxiously stammered, Did you find anything? Lang Vanfong's expression turned serious at that moment. He offered his prediction. Perhaps the child's inner self is intensely calling for someone to protect it, which has formed its personality. Now it wants to be able to protect itself at any time. He clenched his trembling palm angrily, saying, Damn it, what have they gone through? Hearing Lang Vanfong say that, the corners of Diep Tin Vu's eyes turned watery. She lowered her head sadly and replied, I've been investigating for years, but there's no clue. The son and daughter just won't open their mouths to tell us what happened. Lang Vanfong seemed at a loss as well. He sighed softly and responded, This still won't do. We can only speculate on what the cause is. At that moment, Thin Vu's tears had begun to roll down her cheeks. She quietly confided, I clearly know my daughter is suffering like this, yet I don't dare to show my worry in front of her. I tell myself I must be strong, so she feels safe. The more she spoke, the more she cried uncontrollably. She blamed herself. I really regret it. Why was I so careless back then? I really wish the other party had aimed at me instead. Why harm my child? Lang Vanfong looked at her, crying heartbrokenly, trembling, as he tried to hold back the tears that were flowing continuously. He frowned, bowing his head, his expression darkening. Lang Vanfong patted her shoulder to comfort her. Diep Tin Vu looked up at him, fearfully asking, Is there still no way? Lang Vanfong's face suddenly stiffened, and he said seriously, It has a level of awareness that can know everything. Hearing that, Diep Tin Vu's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. She questioned doubtfully, Then why don't you use it? Lang Vanfong exhaled, looking far ahead, calmly replied, Going deeper is what the Buddha calls the alaya consciousness, the fundamental mind. He hesitated and continued, It's because of the fundamental mind. Lang Vanfong placed his hands behind his back, his face serious as he said, Compared to the seventh level here, everything is hidden infinitely. To stabilize this state without contact, one needs a calm mind entering a state beyond thought and imagination, requiring someone with very high determination. He lowered his head and continued softly, Although I can enter this state, I am continuously battling with my dominating thoughts. If I force my way in, I fear it would harm its original spirit. Diep Tin Vu looked at him and asked, So what should we do? He quickly replied when he heard her question, There is one more person in this world who can enter this state. She thought of a woman with long white hair who held a green bead bracelet, Beach Hai Tum, from the Tin Ni mountain sect. Lang Vanfong was also surprised and said, You know her. Suddenly Thin Vu sighed and replied calmly, Beach Hai Tam from the holy land of the Buddha Tin Ni mountain gate. Who doesn't know? I've been searching for her for many years, but her movements are secretive, like a dragon seen only by its head, and I still can't find her whereabouts. Vanfong, upon hearing this, quickly glanced elsewhere, feeling very ambiguous. She scratched her head and said, Actually, I have a way to find her. Hearing him say that, she anxiously exclaimed, What are you talking about? Why didn't you say it sooner? He broke into a sweat, worried, and dared not look at her. Thinking to himself, This is awkward. It makes me remember a past story that I don't dare recall. Vanfong was also confused, scratching her face, and replied, No, it's nothing. I have to go find her. She rushed over, roughly grabbing his hand. Thin Vu was pulling him along while saying loudly, Then why are you just standing there? Take me to find her. The Ye family has just finished building the universal divine transit system in the divine continent. We can go anywhere. He was being pulled along by her and shouted, Hey, wait a minute, hold on. She turned her face in annoyance and asked, What now? When she looked back, she was surprised. Realizing she was holding Vanfong's hand, Thin Vu shyly withdrew her hand from his. Vanfong just smiled and said nothing. Thin Vu brushed her hair and said, Don't you want to heal your daughter soon? He sighed and said, "Of course I do. Wait for me to contact her for a bit." She was surprised and turned to ask, "Contact her how?" He raised his hand to his face, looked up at the sky and stammered, I have a few ways to contact her, but I can't say. In general, you just wait." Thinvu frowned and said with difficulty, "The way to contact her can't be disclosed." The men around him, upon hearing that, raised their hands to their foreheads, speechless. Van Fong turned to another direction, clasped her hands together, making Thinvu very uncomfortable. He closed his eyes, thinking about the connection of the divine law. Van Fong closed her eyes and used mental communication to call out, "Beach Hai Tam, are you there?" Right after you called, a voice responded, "Saint Lord, have you finally found time to look for me?" Van Fong felt awkward and replied, "Oh, it's me. I have something to ask over there." Upon hearing that, she quickly replied, "Oh, I'm at the Medicine King Valley. Saint Lord, come here." After finishing the conversation with Hai Tam, Van Fong turned back and said, "She's at the Medicine King Valley. Let's go." Upon hearing this, she responded, "I'm not going anymore. Please go quickly, our esteemed Saint Lord." "What do you mean, please go? Didn't you just say you wanted to go with me?" His eyes widened in surprise as he asked back. She crossed her arms awkwardly, turning her head away. Thinvu said, "If it's someone familiar, I can't go with the Saint Lord. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go." Her response left him dumbfounded, saying, "Oh," and nothing more. Thinvu coldly stepped past him, heading straight to the desk, pressing some buttons. She quickly typed away, and in no time a large green door leading somewhere opened. She pointed at the door and said, "Saint Lord, hurry and go." He walked up to the door and then turned back, saying, "All right, I'll return quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped through the door and gradually disappeared. At the Medicine King Valley, the sun was shining warmly everywhere. Van Fong stepped out from the door. As soon as he emerged, he opened his eyes wide, not knowing what he had seen. Ahead was the meeting of the business opening, and there were many people gathered there. He stood behind everyone, watching for a moment, and thought, "Oh, it's been a while since I've been to the Medicine King Valley. Why has it become so lively?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the crowd. "Get out of the way. Can't you see our master wants to see the doctor?" The shout came from a tall man standing in front of a palanquin. Sitting above was an older man wearing a yellow robe and a large hat, looking rather displeased. He was probably the master just mentioned. At that moment, a brown-haired man from the crowd pointed at the bald man's face and said, How can you cut in line here? There's a queue here." He sneered, picking at his ear, and said, "Just you commoners dare to talk about queuing with my master." Upon hearing this, the crowd became furious, shouting, "We've been waiting in line for a long time to see the doctor. Everyone has rules." He didn't back down. Instead, he pointed at the crowd mockingly and said, "Those rules are for you lowly people. Do you know who my master is? Even if I beat you to death, I won't have to take responsibility." After saying that, he flexed his arms, and stone plates began to cover his arms. "Get lost." He charged at the crowd with his stone-covered arm, causing everyone to panic. Instinctively, everyone raised their hands to avoid his deadly punch. Van Fong stood there, witnessing the scene before him. He said, "Heaven and earth, Mike." Everything around him turned green. Time stopped. At that moment, the punch aimed at the civilian also froze, unable to move. He walked step by step closer to him while everyone stood still in place. Van Fong raised his fist in front of him, looking at him with an extremely cold gaze. He lightly touched his arm with 2 fingers. Van Fong's feet suddenly emitted a golden light, and the wind began to rise from where he stood, radiating countless golden-orange circles, reaching even the noble's palanquin. Van Fong then walked straight into the house in front of him, lifted the curtain, and entered inside. Everything outside remained still, not moving at all. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. The civilians who had been shielding themselves with their hands, mouths agape in fear suddenly appeared dazed, no longer showing any fear as before. The thug at this moment also looked down at his arm, which was no longer covered by stones. Instead, it had been bent unnaturally back, very dislocated. After seeing his arm like that, he screamed, "What's wrong with my hand?" The noble sitting in the palanquin, seeing the previous scene, shouted loudly, "You're outrageous! Who dares to cause trouble?" Suddenly, the palanquin shook violently, making him look around confused about what was happening. The beautiful bearers of the palanquin were changing direction, turning their backs to leave. They all emitted a strange yellow light from their bodies. He sat there, angrily shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, the beautiful women below had their heads spinning, perhaps under a spell. The old man up top continued to yell, "I must chase you all away." Everyone here was equally puzzled watching as the palanquin drifted further away. Over here, the house that Van Fong just entered had its curtain blown by the wind. Inside, a girl sat beneath the bed, surrounded by a blue light. The girl on the bed was also enveloped by that strange light floating in midair. Lin Tum sat chanting spells to heal a girl. The wound on the girl's abdomen was cleaned and secured with acupuncture needles. The injured girl was floating in midair. Lin Tum closed her eyes, focusing on chanting the spell. Around her, a blue light aura emanated. Suddenly from the wound, a knife was embedded in a piece of flesh the size of an egg white in color. The knife and the piece of flesh shot out, leaving a few splatters of blood. The piece of flesh was placed in a surgical tray. After tossing the flesh into the tray, the knife returned, hovering in front of Lin Tum. Lin Tum stood up, sighed, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She moved closer to the injured girl, lying on the bed. While Lin Tum was still wiping the sweat from her forehead, a voice rang out behind her. "Long time no see. When did this place become so lively?" Lin Tum turned around to see who was coming. Lin Tum was delighted and asked, "How did you get here so fast?" Lang Van Fong gently replied, "I came to find bitch Hai Tum for something. I was wondering where she is." Lin Tum smiled while wiping the sweat rolling down her forehead, saying, "Hai Tum is at the Wang Valley." "She told you to look for Hai Tum?" Lang Van Fong asked in surprise. "Isn't the rule of the Medicine King's Valley that there are very few guests? You said you don't see many people in a year, right?" Then he continued to ask, "Why is it so chaotic now?" Lin Tum stood up happily, explaining, "Because she is a skilled doctor. If she can save more people each day, the rules can be broken." She said that after getting to know you, people began to understand this principle. Lang Van Fong patted Lin Tum's head, saying, "You worked hard." Then he asked, "Why are there two lines forming outside?" Lin Tum exhaled, her face slightly flushed. Lin Tum said, "People usually come to get treated, but there are those who borrow the excuse of getting treated to confess to her. No matter how I refuse, it's useless." As she spoke, she recalled the scene of boys bringing flowers to confess to her. Lin Tam continued, "To improve treatment efficiency, she told them that if they want to confess their love, they shouldn't cut in line but should form a separate line and wait for their turn when she is free." Lang Van Fong was surprised and said, "These people are really stubborn." Lin Tam pouted angrily, saying, "All of them smell like animals, none of them are sincere." Looking at her face, he didn't understand why they thought they could like her. Lang Van Fong coldly said, "I will help you deal with it." He added, "You just continue with your consultations." Hearing Lang Van Fong say this, Lin Tam joyfully hugged his arm, saying, Okay, that's really a big help for me." Lang Van Fong affectionately tapped Lin Tam on the forehead, saying, "Since you met me, you've had no rules." When Lin Tam heard him say that, she stuck out her tongue teasingly. Then Lang Van Fong waved goodbye to Lin Tam, saying, "You continue with your consultations." There were still many people gathering in front, neatly lined up in 2 rows. Waiting for their turn, a young man held a bouquet of bright flowers. He gently sniffed the fragrance from the bouquet. In front and behind him, there were other young men also holding bouquets. Everyone was holding a bouquet and adjusting their appearances. At that moment, the line of flower holders suddenly felt something unusual in their bodies. The young men holding flowers started to panic, shouting, "What's going on? Why are our legs moving on their own?" The line of flower holders turned around by themselves. Everyone was confused, yelling, "Is there some spiritual force at work?" Then the line of flower holders ran towards the treatment room. Someone tried to call back, "Behind you, Lin Tam, don't." This crowd ran away continuously, leaving behind a cloud of dust, and the voice echoed, "I will come back." At the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, thick mist covered the scenery. In front of him, he could only see birds flying high and the blurred outlines of trees in the distance. Lang Van Fong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, blending into the mist. He thought that the Medicine King Valley was one of the 5 great secret realms of Shenzhou, and without guidance from someone inside, entering the valley would surely lead to getting lost. He contemplated that there was only one path to death. Its mysteries have yet to be unraveled. Lang Van Fong cautiously took each step forward. Lang Van Fong's figure became increasingly faint in the mist. The scenery of the Medicine King Valley was always shrouded in thick mist, making it impossible to clearly observe the surroundings. Lang Van Fong remained calm as he walked through the mist. He did not say a word, silently moving forward. Lang Van Fong approached a small river. The river was also becoming hazy, and he could see the shapes of mountains ahead. Right beside the river, there was a peach tree blooming with bright red flowers. At the base of the peach tree, a long-haired girl was sitting on a stone bench. She was quietly gazing at the river. Without turning around, the girl gently said, "Saint Master, you have come." Lang Vanfong shyly scratched his face, remaining silent. He thought that in this world, she was the one he was most afraid to face. He slowly walked to the stone table where the girl was sitting. He silently sat down on the stone bench opposite her, facing the girl. He was nervous. A drop of sweat trickled down his face, quietly observing the girl in front of him. Bitch Haitam was gentle. She said nothing, only letting her soul wander with the scenery before her. At this moment, Lang Vanfong bashfully broke the silence. He hesitantly said, "I didn't mean to." Lang Vanfong finished his sentence. Bitch Haitam gently picked up a seed from the plate. Bitch Haitam held the seed in front of Lang Vanfong. He was surprised and didn't know what she planned to do. Bitch Haitam gently dropped the seed onto the ground. The seed lay on the ground, and then it began to sprout and quickly grew a shoot. The shoot quickly separated. The first two shoots stood up straight, and the little plant began to grow rapidly. The two young leaves gradually grew larger, and the plant also grew taller. Then very quickly the plant bloomed and bore fruit. A very large watermelon was formed. The watermelon, once ripe, automatically moved to the center of the stone table. Bitch Haitam gently said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Why is the Saint Master still so constrained around me?" As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. The watermelon was cut into pieces. Then she continued, "How scary do I have to be for the Saint Master to have the thought of not daring to face me like this?" Quickly and neatly, the watermelon was cut into beautifully arranged pieces. Lang Vanfong felt shy worry crossing his mind. The method of one-link transcendence, indeed, I cannot hide anything from her. Beach Haitam lowered her gaze, saying, "The Saint Master has no debts with me anymore. Everything is her decision." Hearing Beach Haitam say this, Lang Vanfong scratched his head, avoiding looking directly at her. He awkwardly said, "If it's one-link transcendence, why can't I sense what you're thinking?" Beach Haitam gently replied, "That's not it." While speaking, she held the piece of watermelon toward him. Bitch Haitam said, "I just have two thoughts, so the Saint Master and I only think what we say sincerely, nothing else." Lang Vanfong slowly reached out to take the piece of watermelon from Bitch Haitam's hand. Bitch Haitam continued, "Just like now, she and the Saint Master were happily reunited. The Saint Master can naturally sense it too." Lang Vanfong looked at the piece of watermelon in his hand and gently smiled. Lang Vanfong bit into a piece of watermelon, chewing slowly. After eating the first bite, Lang Vanfong looked at the watermelon and asked in surprise, "What is this?" "It's so delicious, so sweet," Bitch Haitam said. "This is something a little brat found in a hidden place in the valley, apparently from 500 years ago, from the time before Ju Fa was born." She continued, "It has the genetic legacy of watermelon." Lang Vanfong looked around asking, "What little brat is in this valley? When did kids appear here?" Bit Haitam gently pointed ahead. Lang Vanfong was eating watermelon while looking in the direction of Bit Haitam's finger. He glanced behind him, surprised to hear a voice say, "Dad, why are you here?" As soon as he heard the voice, he spat out the piece of watermelon in his mouth. She widened her eyes in shock, sweating. However, at that moment, the watermelon seeds Lang Vanfong spat out were flying straight towards Beach Haitam very quickly. Lang Vanfong shouted loudly, "I'm casting the can cone spell." He spoke nervously. After Lang Vanfong chanted the spell, 3 watermelon seeds stopped right in front of Bitch Haitam, and she remained calm, smiling as if nothing had happened. In the dreamy space, flower petals fell gently with the wind. Beach Haitam and Lang Vanfong sat across from each other, both falling into a moment of silence. At this moment, Lang Vanfong slowly collected himself and turned around to look. As he looked, he felt anxious. Lang Vanfong turned around, his eyes wide with worry, sweat pouring down his face. Behind Lang Vanfong was a little girl with long hair, smiling and running toward him happily. Overwhelmed with fear and worry, Lang Vanfong quickly turned back, lowering his head, avoiding eye contact, and sweat began to drip down his face. Vanfong shook his head repeatedly, not believing what he had just heard. He was sweating profusely, trying to calm himself. Stay calm, stay calm. It was too sudden, and he was unprepared for any of it. "But my God has faced these shocks continuously, so I'm quite used to it. I have to stay calm. I can't cry," he said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Then Vanfong cautiously looked up at Haitam, seeing her just smiling gently. He felt a bit confused inside. He immediately used the dispelling technique on her. After being hit by Vanfong's dispelling technique, Haitam looked around in confusion, not knowing what had just happened. Then she acted normally as if nothing had happened, so she picked up a piece of watermelon to eat. Suddenly, Hai Tum stopped letting the piece of watermelon go and watching it float in the air. It seemed like Hai Tum realized that Van Fong had used the dispelling technique on her. She smiled and said, "This is the unique Kon skill of the Holy Lord, truly an unprecedented technique." Van Fong looked at her with a wry smile. Then he pointed at the child behind and asked, "What is going on here?" Hai Tum calmly replied, "That child is named Lian Xin. She is their daughter." Van Fong was sweating profusely. He awkwardly said, "The reason is even more bizarre than I can accept now, but I want to know what this is all about." Hai Tum knew that Van Fong had been reuniting with children these days, so she felt he should be getting used to this by now. Hai Tum conjured a lotus flower, tilting her head slightly to look at him. "Not Lien Hak Sin Lien Hua Sin Lien. Two, why haven't I ever mentioned this to you?" Van Fong, feeling confused, said, "You know better than I do. Only you know what I'm thinking, but I don't know what you're thinking." Suddenly, everything went quiet. Hai Tum pondered for a moment and then began to recount everything. 7 years ago, Shenzhou was still in chaos with factions plotting endlessly, having lost all credibility. Alliances were made today only to be betrayed tomorrow. Next to Van Fong, comrades who shared the same ideals, good brothers kept fighting and dying. In the end, no one survived, leaving you alone in that brutal world. The road ahead is as dark as eternity. Van Fong was already exhausted. He cried out in pain. All the people he cherished were no longer in this world. Van Fong gritted his teeth, hatred piling up inside him more and more. So he staggered forward. A black mist gradually appeared around him. Suddenly it burst into flames. Van Fong had been corrupted by darkness. His eyes turned fiery red. The resentment within him kept radiating. Van Fong screamed violently. Then he uttered one word, "Kill." The sky turned crimson. A powerful dark energy radiated from Van Fong and shot into the sky. He demanded to kill all those who disrupted the world, to kill all those who betrayed their trust, to kill those who divided the nation, to kill all those with malicious intent. Van Fong had now turned into a demon. All he thought about was killing everyone. That day, Van Fong, due to being utterly consumed by darkness, transformed into the true god of slaughter of the 9 continents. There were so many with bad intentions that he could not kill them. All could not eradicate them completely. From south to north, from east to west, unable to eliminate them all the more, Van Fong killed the more despair he felt, the deeper he sank into darkness. Until one day, when Van Fong was standing at the edge of a mountain, staring into the void, he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful source of dark energy. A girl appeared standing on a lotus. The two of them silently looked at each other. Suddenly, Van Fong spoke, "Tinni Mountain Sek Bitch Hai Tum, what are you doing here?" Hai Tum gently replied, "I came to save you." The dark energy around Van Fong suddenly fluctuated. He said irritably, "You from Tinniam Sek seek enlightenment. What does this worldly matter have to do with you? I don't need your help." Hai Tum slowly approached Van Fong. With each step she took, a radiant lotus appeared. Hai Tum stood before him coldly saying, "Now the continent has become one place. Everyone wants to destroy you. The hatred in the world resides within you. This is the continent you wanted to unify." Van Fong ignored what she said. He felt that she was not someone he should kill. Then he told her to get lost. Hai Tum calmly asked, "If I am not someone you should kill, then does it really matter whether I leave or stay?" Van Fong immediately pointed his sword at Hai Tum. She calmly turned to look at the sword pressed against her throat. Van Fong coldly said, "If you don't leave, then I will kill you." But Hai Tum didn't care about what he just said. She stepped closer to him. Van Fong saw her still advancing towards him, panikedly shouted, "If you don't get lost, do you want to die and waste a lifetime of cultivation?" Hai Tum stopped. She coldly replied, "You think that if you are consumed by darkness, I would willingly give up my path for you." At this moment, the dark energy of Van Fong began to become chaotic. He told her to talk nonsense. His purpose for killing was not for the world, but for revenge. Hai Tum smiled. She spread her arms out and moved closer to him. "Then go ahead and kill me." Van Fong, seeing this, fearfully stepped back. Hai Tum immediately embraced him. Then she gave him a kiss. Van Fong didn't understand what had just happened. After that, Hai Tum used the technique of salvation, Tum Kinyat Lin Taksin. In an instant, a lotus appeared. It shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire continent. Van Fong struggled to break free, but to no avail. Suddenly, Van Fong's eyes widened. The dark energy in his eyes flickered. It kept surging out and shattered into pieces. Finally, Van Fong regained his humanity. He remembered what he had done while being corrupted and cried out in pain. Tears flowed continuously. After that, Van Fong fainted. Haitum quietly looked at him. Within her heart arose an indescribable feeling. Back to the present, after hearing Haitum recount the whole story, Van Fong nodded. Then he stammered and asked, "So just a kiss can lead to a child?" Haitum then remembered that she had something she had never told him. Then she began to explain, "That day you lost all your dark energy. You were also devoid of life force, so if you weren't saved, you would definitely die. Therefore, Haitum brought you to the Apothecary Valley to seek help from Lin Tum." Van Fong then understood the reason why he woke up in Lin Tum's medicine furnace. After a while, he awkwardly asked Haitum, "After bringing you to Lin Tum, what did she do to you?" Haitum replied, "After the rebirth through the lotus." The two of them had become one body and one mind under Lin Tum's protection. She then used the highest secret technique of her sect for your rebirth through the lotus. Although this process was very dangerous, the result was that Van Fong had been reborn, accidentally reaching this unmatched state. Van Fong suddenly fell silent. He frowned and thought for a long time. After a while, Van Fong gathered the courage to ask Haitum, "Why didn't you bring Lin Sin to find you, even though she knows you are her father?" Haitum paused for a moment and replied, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." Van Fong hesitated and asked, "Are you worried about her safety?" Haitum immediately shook her head. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She looked into the void and said, "She can only live for another year." Van Fong was very panicked when he heard Haitum say that Lien Sin could only live for one more year. His heart was in complete turmoil at that moment. Haitum sadly said, "I plan to wait for another 6 months. If the situation with the girl doesn't improve, I will take her to see the world and also look for you." Van Fong couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Haitum sighed. She explained dejectedly, "Lin Sin has a rare congenital disease. Once there's a wound, the blood will not stop flowing. So I took her to Dukvung Kuk to find Lin Tum for treatment. In the medical text, this disease is called the crystal body syndrome. Currently, there is no cure. When her period comes, the blood will flow clean until death." Van Fong clenched his fists. He turned to look at Lin Sin. Seeing her happy, smiling face when she first met her father made him feel a deep sorrow. Van Fong hesitantly asked Haitum, "Even Lin Tum doesn't have a way to cure her?" Haitum shook her head. "She and I have been searching for a way to save her, but we haven't found anything. In the middle of it all, there's a pain that pierces the heart. This child doesn't cry out in pain at all." Then tears streamed down her beautiful face. "I know she's afraid I'll worry." Seeing this, Van Fong couldn't hold back his tears. He understood the feeling of helplessness when you can't do anything for your child when they are sick, just like Haitum. Van Fong quickly regained his composure. He bent down to wipe away his tears. Trying to appear strong, he said, "What a hassle, just Lien Tak Sin. Clearly she's crying, and yet it's making a man like me feel it too." Haitum chuckled softly. She asked, "Aren't you feeling the same?" Van Fong could understand her feelings at that moment. He clenched his fists. Suddenly he stood up and declared loudly, "The divine doctor of the Western region, Bak Manam Huang Dong Hai. I will find them all. Even if no one wants to come, I will bring them." Then he turned to Lien Sin and said, "Right now." Before Van Fong could finish his sentence, Haitum urged him, "Go hug her now." Van Fong immediately released his Cancon, intending not to. Time began to move again. Lien Sin joyfully ran to Van Fong. "Dad, are you here to visit me? I miss you so much." He immediately sat down. He stretched out his arms, waiting for her to run into his embrace. Van Fong smiled affectionately at Lien Sin. He used the technique to dissolve the protective golden barrier so it wouldn't hurt her. He kept reminding himself not to use too much strength, to be gentle, to be gentle. Then a golden aura appeared and slowly faded away. Van Fong embraced Lien Sin tightly. She was extremely happy because she finally met the father she had always admired. Van Fong gently stroked Lien Sin's hair. He couldn't help but feel emotional. "I'm sorry, my dear. I made you wait so long." Haitum watched this scene, happy tears streaming down her face. She felt somewhat comforted. The warm scene of a family reunion that Haitum had always hoped her child would experience had now come true. After chatting for a while, the father and daughter Van Fong and Lien Sin began to play together. Lien Sin said, "The little girl wants to try horse riding. She has wanted to try for a long time." Van Fong immediately agreed. Lien Sin also wanted Van Fong to take her up to the sky. He didn't refuse, "No problem. Hold on tight to my head." Haitum watched the two of them playing happily. It had been a long time since she had seen the little girl so happy. Suddenly, Linsin asked, "Can Vunfeng pick a star for me like Tuyin? Is Tuyin okay?" Vunfeng was quite surprised. He gently asked how she knew about that. Linsin just giggled and said she saw it. Vunfeng didn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Haitum and asked, "What's this about?" Haitum smiled and said, "It's a wonderful thing from heaven. When something is taken away, something is also given back. This child hasn't left the house since she started understanding things, but she can know about the world outside." Vunfeng was very surprised. "Isn't this the whole scene?" Haitum immediately dismissed his opinion, saying it's not the whole thing, but there's a significant difference. It could be said it's the entire town. She said the little girl can't leave the house, but can see the outside world. So she admires Vunfeng a lot. You could say she often stays by his side. At that moment, Lang Vunfeng picked up Lin Sin on his shoulders. Sitting on his shoulders, she smiled and looked up at him, asking. Lin Sin, with an innocent expression, raised her hand high and said, I think Dad is very handsome. The immovable king is so cool, and all the bad guys who bullied Tuyen were defeated." Hearing her say that, Lang Vunfeng was very pleased. Inside, he felt like blooming flowers with a delighted expression from the compliment. Yet Vunfeng secretly thought, "Oh no, I lost my composure again. Why am I being praised like this by a child?" Lin Sin gently touched Vunfeng's hair and asked, "Dad, can you use that immovable king to catch birds for me?" Vunfeng didn't hesitate to reply, "No problem." The two were playing joyfully. Bichai Tumlinsin's mother approached Vunfeng and said, "You play with her first. I'm going to the Diap family to see if there's any progress. I'll let you know." Hearing that, Lang Vunfeng agreed and replied, "Okay, then I'll bother you." Lin Sin's eyes lit up when she heard her mother mention the Deep family, and she gently reminded her, "Mom, you must cure the Deep family's sister." Bichai Tum was very fond of her little daughter. She placed her hand on the little girl's leg and smiled, saying, "Okay, you play with Dad." The peaceful, warm atmosphere of a very happy family of three seemed to emerge. Then Lang Vunfeng, with a serious expression, began to use his magic, creating a vortex with small emerald lightning. Then slowly in front of the three, a deep, brightly shining vortex appeared. It seemed to be a teleportation vortex. Bitch Haitum slowly stepped into the vortex in front of Vunfeng and Lin Sin. Lin Sin quickly waved goodbye to her mother. After Beach Haitum left, Lang Vunfeng picked up Lin Sin and cheerfully said, "Now let's catch some birds." Lin Sin laughed with her eyes squinting and said, Dad, be gentle, don't hurt the birds." Lang Vunfeng, with the gentleness of a father, replied calmly, "No way." The blue sky, along with the floating clouds surrounding the distant mountain, saw the little birds rushing to embrace the cool air. At that time, Lin Tum was happily walking in the forest. Step by step, Lin Tum joyfully walked in the shaded forest. Suddenly, she felt something unusual happening. Lin Tum's eyes seemed to widen in surprise. Above Lin Tum, there seemed to be some giant object covering a section of the sky. That object cast a surprisingly large and strange shadow. Lin Tum looked up and saw that it was Lang Vunfeng carrying Lin Sin and controlling the colossal king. He radiated bright golden spiritual energy. Lang Vunfeng happily pointed ahead and shouted as the king moved its giant arm in sync with Vunfeng and directed straight ahead. The giant hands under Vunfeng's control slowly approached the little bird flying and gently touched and caught the bird using magic to prevent it from getting hurt. Seeing that Lin Sin cheered so cool, Lin Tum recognized Lang Vunfeng and Lin Sin and shouted, causing Vunfeng and Lin Sin to turn back and look. "Feng, big brother, are you still here? Then stay for dinner." Receiving such an invitation, Vunfeng had no intention of refusing and quickly said, "Okay, it's been a while since I've tasted Lin Tum's cooking." Then Lang Vunfeng gently set Lin Sin down on the ground, standing in front of Lin Tum. He still held the circle he created to protect the bird. Lin Sin's little feet lightly touched the ground. Her eyes sparkled. "Lin Sin, beautiful in the sunlight," said to Lin Tum. "Aunt Lin Tum, you're back? Come see the bird Dad caught." Lin Tum happily ran over and replied, let me see. Lang Vunfeng extended his hand with the little bird resting in it. Lin Sin smiled joyfully, her eyes sparkling. Lin Tum, sitting beside, was equally delighted. Her eyes shone as she praised how adorable the bird was. Seeing that he felt happy too, watching Lin Tum and Lin Sin enjoy the bird, Vunfeng said, "Lin Tum, how grown up are you now? Why do you still act like a child?" Lin Tam was teased and looked stunned, then turned away sulking and said, I'm already a mom. I'm not a kid anymore." Lin Sin, standing next to her, chimed in, That's right, Aunt Lien Tam is an amazing mom, really good to Truk too. Long Van Fong was very surprised to hear that Lien Tam had a child. He immediately asked, Aunt, when did you become a mom? You didn't even tell me. I'm giving you a lucky money envelope. Lien Tam perked up at the mention of lucky money. Her face looked confused as she asked, what's lucky money? Long Van Fong began to explain with a serious face. Oh, it's a tradition where people congratulate friends who have children. Van Fong continued, these things Lien Tam doesn't understand. Hearing this, Lien Tam seemed really happy to know. She smiled slightly. Suddenly a noise came from behind Lien Sin and Lien Tam, causing both of them to jump. Van Fong seemed to sense something too. Then all three of them looked suspiciously towards the source of the noise. Before them was a thick cloud of smoke rising from Lien Tam's house in the distance. Lin Sin looked innocently and said, it's Brother Truk. Seeing this, Lien Tam rushed towards the smoking house shouting, Truk too. A shadow unexpectedly appeared behind the two of them. Lien Tam was still running towards it. Suddenly, she was surprised when the shadow abruptly blocked her path. Van Fong appeared holding Truk too in his arms. The little boy had a bit of smoke on his face. He tightly closed his eyes in his brother's embrace. Lien Tam shouted, Truk too, and ran over. Her face was frantic as she asked, Truk too, what's wrong? Quick, wake up. Lien Sin also looked worried. Brother Truk, what's wrong? Van Fong saw both of them panicking and said, don't panic. He just fainted. He's not hurt. She asked back suspiciously, really? Seeing her ask that, he replied, then why are you worried? There's still a doctor around. It's true that caring can be chaotic. Lien Tam looked surprised upon hearing this. She pointed at her own face, stunned. That's right, I'm the doctor. Then she took Truk too's hand to check his pulse. All three were silent with Lien Tam checking the pulse, while Lien Sin and Van Fong stood by waiting to see what would happen. After checking the pulse, she sat down on the ground. Sighing in relief, she said irritably, I really told him not to do those weird things anymore. He just wouldn't listen. But Brother Truk is really talented. The things he makes are amazing. There's nothing like it outside. Lien Sin quickly added, what good is being talented? Can it cure diseases and save people? No, you should study medicine properly. She sat there sighing, how can we continue the legacy of Wang Gu? Van Fong looked a bit surprised as the child in his arms, Truk too, began to wake up. The first thing the little boy said was, Dad, you're here. He heard that and happily replied, that's right, let's go. Suddenly he became confused and stared blankly at Truk too. Van Fong jumped up casually, throwing the boy into the air and shouted. Below, Lien Tam and Lien Sin watched as Truk too was thrown high up. Lien Sin raised her hand, her small mouth open in admiration. So high. Lien Tam looked stunned. Fong, what are you doing? Van Fong then looked down at his hands. His face went blank. Truk too was thrown into the air. With a cheerful face, ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Lien Tam anxiously warned, Fong, catch him. He, with a calm expression, replied, don't rush. Immediately, Van Fong clapped his hands together. His eyes brightened. A golden light appeared around him. He raised his hand up high and shouted, Heavenly Pillar Technique. Immediately, a long beam of light shot straight up to the sky, nearly reaching Truk too, who was about to fall. Truk too fell freely, laughing joyfully, feeling so smooth. The boy was safe. Truk too exclaimed, oh, this is the sky and the earth. Why is Dok Foon Kuk so small? So small. Van Fong and Lien Tam looked up and she continued anxiously urging, Fong, quickly bring him down. He, seeing her worry, replied in astonishment, okay. Above, Truk too called down, Dad, Dad, the boy shouted. I want to slide down. Can we make a slide? Seeing that, Lang Van Fong shouted loudly in fear, okay. Hey. He waved his hand, conjuring a spiral slide, a long beam of light stretching up into the universe. The slide he created spiraled around, slowly rising to the top where Truk too stood. The boy, seeing this, was delighted, raised both hands, laughed loudly, and jumped down the shiny golden slide. It was magnificent. This world is truly magnificent. As he slid, Truk too joyfully shouted. After just a few turns, he was almost down to the ground, causing Lang Van Fong to hurriedly spread his arms to catch the mischievous, curious boy slipping down. Seeing Van Fong below with arms wide open, Truk too shouted, Dad, catch me! The boy peacefully fell straight into his arms, still wanting to try that huge slide again. Truk too excitedly laughed, ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Dad can wow, who stood again. I want to see the scenery in the sky. The little one, Lien Sin, next to him also chimed in, me too, I want to play. Seeing that Lang Van Fong didn't know how to refuse speaking while trembling with fear, looking pale. Just as he was about to finish speaking, all four of them felt something very strange. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong grabbed Lin Tam's hand and helplessly pulled her away in astonishment. Lin Tam looked back at the children, surprised. What kind of magic is this? It's truly miraculous. It seemed Van Fong's spell had split the space into two. On one side were Truk Tu and Lien Sin, on the other side were him and Lien Tam. Little Truk Tu was happily floating in his own space. As they walked, Lien Tam wondered, Fong, you never used this in the valley. He replied, this is a technique I created while fighting outside. Suddenly, Lang Van Fong remembered something. He turned to Lien Tam annoyed and asked, hey, is this the right time to talk about this? What is this all about? She still didn't realize anything, happily replied, what is it my child just called you dad? Lang Van Fong pointed at Truk Tu and shouted. Hearing that, Lien Tam shyly laughed and replied, that's right, you are dad. Before she could finish, Lang Van Fong raised his hand to signal her to stop, nervously saying, wait, give me a moment, leaving Lien Tam wide-eyed and confused. Lang Van Fong turned around horrified, clutching his head. He reassured himself, deep down, calm down. Shouldn't I be used to this by now? No matter if I remember or not, I will surely end up being made into a tool. Then he took a deep breath, realizing that there was nothing too strange about the situation, just clarifying the reason was enough. Van Fong looked up at the sky, forcing a smile. He seemed calmer and turned back to face Lien Tam. Lang Van Fong had accepted the truth. He asked, so what is this about? How did we end up having a child? He said, Truk Tu, why did Sister Beach High come to find me to help save me, just as I was solving the side effects of Tang Tu Quan? Am I borrowed you for a bit? Lien Tam happily recounted. Lang Van Fong was shocked and couldn't believe his ears, confusedly asking, why did you have to use me? Lien Tam replied, in ancient times there was Shen Nong testing herbs. Now there is Lien Tam. I use my body to test the medicine. Hearing that, Lang Van Fong was even more shocked, turning pale, anxiously asking, you did this without my consent. How could you treat me like this? Lien Tam immediately avoided his gaze, turning to the side and said, at that time I asked you if you didn't agree. You should have said something. Since you didn't say anything, I took it as your consent. Flashing back to the time when Van Fong was unconscious in the hospital bed, Lien Tam stood by, looking at him as if wanting to do something. She clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, saying, Fong Lien Tam is determined to save the women in the world from not having children, needing a man to cooperate, and Lien Tam had never left the valley. The only man available was you, Fong. I just needed to borrow you for a bit, just a bit. At this point, she suddenly became shy. Then her eyes lit up and she said cheerfully, if you agree, just say so. Lang Van Fong lay half naked on the bed with Lien Tam standing guard beside him. Lien Tam felt quite embarrassed facing Lang Van Fong at this moment. Meanwhile, Lang Van Fong remained silent, but Lien Tam felt happy seeing him quiet, and she slapped his shoulder. So you agree then? Van Fong, upon hearing her recount the story, was stunned, unsure of what to say. He trembled all over, pointing at Lien Tam, horrified and stammering, hey, you, this... But she happily ran over and hugged Van Fong. Thanks to you, Fong, I finally managed to solve the side effects of Tang Tu Quan. I heard from Sister Diep that the therapeutic effect is very good. After hearing this, Van Fong could only cover his face and smile awkwardly. I suddenly feel like I could help you achieve such a great endeavor. I have nothing left to say. He pinched Lien Tam's cheek, causing her a bit of pain, then chided her. In the future, don't act on your own like that, understood? Lien Tam rubbed her sore cheek, but felt no anger. Got it. A bit hurt, but also very happy. Lien Tam felt a mix of emotions. Later on, Sister Hai Tam brought Lien Sin back to the cottage, which was much livelier. Van Fong heard this and gently patted her head to comfort her. It's not like that. Since your master passed away, you've been all alone in the cottage, rarely having such liveliness. But Lien Tam was still sad, feeling quite useless. Not only could she not heal Lien Sin, but Truk Tu also wouldn't listen, doing strange things and refusing to inherit the medical skills of the Medicine King cottage. She clung to Van Fong's arm and whined, Brother Fong, you're Truk Tu's father. You should think of a way to help me. He just looked at Lien Tam without saying anything, then sighed deeply in frustration. Van Fong's eyes gazed into the distance. My mother always hoped I'd study military strategy, but I preferred playing with swords and causing trouble. He continued, Later on, I walked the path of martial arts in chaotic times, fighting alongside my brothers to establish peace in Shenzhou. Li and Tom didn't understand Van Fong's meaning. Brother Fong, what do you want to say? Van Fong gently patted her head. Even though it's our first time being parents, a child is not a tool to fulfill the wishes of adults. Interest is the greatest teacher. Even though I don't know what the child is doing, if it can enjoy it, I think we should support it wholeheartedly. Lin Tam worried, but what about the inheritance of the Medicine King Cottage? He continued, if you've broken the rules of the Medicine King Cottage and opened the meaning of the world, have you ever thought about starting a medical school to pass your healing skills on to more people? Lin Tam blushed a bit and was surprised. This? Van Fong continued to persuade her. The world is just beginning and many are waiting to thrive. People are suffering from war and need more excellent doctors. The capital is building a medical academy. Would you be willing to be the director? She fell into deep thought. I really haven't thought about this. Can I really do that? Van Fong placed both hands on her shoulders as if to affirm, I feel like the whole Shenzhou belongs to you. Lin Tam still felt a bit troubled, but then she hugged Van Fong tightly again. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Fong. He felt a bit embarrassed. Hey, how old are you to still be shy? Then Lin Tam asked, aren't your parents like that too? But Van Fong was awkward. This might not be the case for everyone, right? Lin Tam laughed, then you play with the kids. I'll go make something delicious for you guys. Hey, saying that she went inside, leaving Van Fong outside with the two children. One of them was a boy named Truk Tu. Van Fong stared at the boy, and suddenly he was picked up by Van Fong while the girl had crept closer at some point. He was amazed. The universe, I will solve it. The two children excitedly asked, Van Fong, can we, Dad? Can we, Dad? But he could only respond to let the two children finish talking. Van Fong let the boy down and said to the two kids, all right, let's get started. Both Truk Tu and Lian Xin shouted out in unison immediately. Then Van Fong gave an order. A sentence from Van Xin fell at the children's feet, surrounded by a cloud which thrilled them immensely. Van Fong waved his hand and the wind immediately picked up, strong air currents appeared. Truk Tu and Lian Xin were lifted high by that cloud. Truk Tu felt it was unbelievable. This felt like a dream. Van Fong, lying on his grass, gently explained, no, it's not. He continued, this technique is originally used to hide troops in the clouds used for surprise attacks. But then Van Fong became serious. Now I suddenly realized there are actually many more ways to use it. Look, you two. He clasped his hands and began to cast a spell, a combination of Lum Sin and Lum La Vientung's magic. Van Fong's eyes brightened and he shouted loudly, Van Tung! The cloud world that Lin Sin and Truk Tu were in expanded and formed many layers. Some even formed various large and small pillars. The two children couldn't hide their curiosity as they watched the clouds take shape and move. A small cloud, through Van Fong's magic, transformed into a gigantic cloud castle. Truk Tu and Lin Sin's eyes shone brightly, and with a loud voice he rubbed the heads of the excited kids. Go ahead and play. This place is all soft, so don't worry about getting hurt. Truk Tu rushed forward quickly. This is amazing. This is amazing. Made Lin Sin unable to catch up. Wait for me. Truk Tu and Lin Sin happily played on the slide, and Truk Tu was just as joyful. These two kids jumped onto the clouds enjoying this strange toy. The children were delighted and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! The clouds were also close to where Lin Tum was standing. The loud noise caught Lin Tum's attention while she was focused on cooking. Van Fong watched Truk Tu and Lin Sin playing and thought, this is the scene that can only exist in the peaceful world that my brothers and I have fought so hard to pursue. While the two kids were still playing over there, he remained lost in his thoughts. They are the future of this chaotic, dark world of hatred, and it all begins to end from here. In the distance, the red flowers added beauty to the clear blue sky. Over there, Lin Tum had finished cooking and was preparing the dining table for everyone. The delicious, colorful dishes were waiting for people to enjoy. Lin Tum called out, you three come back. An Fong, Truk Tu, Lin Sin, hurry up and come eat. From the cloud, a voice echoed down. A long slide extended from the large cloud to the ground. All three of them joyfully enjoyed this soft and delightful experience. They all smiled brightly, and the four of them sat down together to eat, laughing and joking nonstop. From a distance, this scene looked so peaceful. Suddenly, Truk Tu asked, Mom, is Dad the most powerful person in the world? Lin Tum replied, An Fong is super powerful, you know. But Mom doesn't really understand the outside world very well. Lianson added, Mom said that when it comes to fighting and battles, Dad is the strongest. But in other respects, he's not very good, especially when it comes to interacting with girls. He's definitely one of the worst. Van Fong felt like a game character struck to the heart when he heard Lian Xin say he was one of the worst, and his face turned gloomy. Lian Tum covered her mouth, giggling. That's right, that's right. When Anfang wakes up, he doesn't dare to talk to Aunt and Sister Hai Tum. His face turns bright red. It's so silly. Van Fong, embarrassed, covered his face. Hey, can we not talk about those embarrassing days? Truktu pulled Van Fong's hand and asked, Dad, can you help us with something? Van Fong replied, Tell me what it is. Linson quickly got to the point. An Truktu and I discovered a secret place. Truktu added, In there are many seeds and books filled with ancient scripts. There's also a wall that can glow. Linson confirmed Truktu's words were true. That's right, that's right. That wall can even talk. The amazing things that An Truktu does, he learned from there. Van Fong pondered, well, during the conquest in some hidden places, remnants from 500 years ago can be found. Basically, they are large pillars in some ancient scripts that no one understands to this day. I didn't expect there would be some in the Dokfung Kuk as well. However, Van Fong felt something strange. But listening to your descriptions, this place seems to have some differences. Truktu pulled on Lang Van Fong's hand, pleading, Dad, can you save our friend? This puzzled Van Fong. Friend, Truktu explained, It's the friend who taught us the ancient language and scripts. But that friend is locked in a god's room and can't get out. Mom and Aunt Tum can't do anything either. With sparkling eyes, Aline Sin beside him also begged, Dad is the most powerful person in the world. You must have a way, right, seeing the children's expectations. Lang Bunfeng reluctantly agreed to their request. All right, let's go take a look. The two kids cheered joyfully. Great, come on! They held Van Fong's hands together. Let's go, Dad! The scene of the three of them was truly warm and happy. A while later, somewhere at the foot of the mountain, Lang Bunfeng used his hands to feel the geological structure of the place. In front of him were the two kids playfully running and jumping. The two kids familiar with the path quickly ran through a barrier. Their figures slowly disappeared, leaving only ripples on the rocky wall. While observing the surroundings, Lung Bunfeng only realized the unusualness now. He looked in the direction where Truktu and Lin Sin had vanished. Using his strength, the skill So Nan Faohin was activated. An orange light appeared in his eyes. The scenery changed and a cave mouth suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the scene before him. The mountain cave unexpectedly had such a magical place. If it weren't for the fact that I could currently see all the wonders of the world, this place would definitely be hard to detect. How did the kids discover this? A series of questions arose in Van Fong's mind. Waiting for a long time without seeing you come in, Truktu anxiously poked her head out and called, Dad, come in quickly. You can respond. Lang Van Fong clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward. His figure gradually faded behind the dark teleportation barrier, as if strolling through the cosmos. Then what caught Lang Van Fong's eyes was a corridor with a strong futuristic science vibe. On the ceiling, soft lights illuminated every corner. Van Fong walked down the corridor. There wasn't a soul in sight, just the sound of footsteps echoing on the glossy floor like a mirror. He looked at the row of metal shelves on the right, filled with countless culture tubes maintaining the activity of hundreds of species embryos. Right in front of him was one labeled African elephant. The entire right wall was a repository for the embryos of various animals. After a quick glance, he curiously turned to the opposite side. It turned out that side contained seeds of various plants. Each type was preserved separately in rhomboid-shaped crystals. Passing through the corridor was a staircase leading down below. Long Van Fong walked while admiring the spacious room filled with advanced technologies he had never seen before. At the end of the hallway, two kids were waving their hands. Over here, Dad. Standing next to them was a girl with blonde hair, dressed in a high-tech outfit dominated by orange. Seeing someone else appear, he wondered, is she Truktu? Excitedly showing off to him, Truktu said, Dad, you thought this was a living person, right? Saying that, the little boy tapped his hand on the girl's leg. All that could be heard was the sound of metal clanging. Truktu explained, Dad, this big sister always stands here without moving. Aunt Hai Tam said this could be a human puppet that she has never seen before, a legacy of the civilization from before our era. Without saying a word, Van Fong activated his insight skill. Two beams of light from his eyes swept directly toward the robot girl. Thanks to the energy core in her chest, a cube with strange patterns gradually appeared in front of her forehead. He thought, this is the human puppet technique of the former civilization. Why is the structure so different from now, lacking a soul binding and no spirit wire to control the puppet's actions? Lang Van Fong analyzed and drew conclusions. Lang Van Fong clasped his hands behind his back and walked around the factory. This place was equipped with many modern devices. Suddenly, he saw the bodies of two middle-aged people lying in a machine with a glass screen. The man had a wound on his chest, blood flowing out, staining a corner of his white shirt. The woman held a small photo in her hand with a wound on the man's chest. It was a large wound that seemed quite serious. It was bleeding bright red. After that, Lang Van Fong approached the machine containing the woman's body. He silently stood there looking at this woman. Even though she had passed away, she still tightly held onto the small photo. She has a deep cut across her body. In that small photo is her and the man from earlier with their daughter with green hair. They are happily gathered together. Each of them has a joyful smile. Lang Van Fong placed his hand on his heart, thinking that the people in this photo have been dead for a long time. It might not dissolve. This cabinet has a function more powerful than Huyen Ban Quan. Suddenly, the large screen nearby beeped, startling Lien Sin Truc Tu and Lang Van Fong, who turned to look. The image that appeared was a girl with green hair. She had her eyes closed. The girl gently opened her eyes. She looked around with a confused gaze for a moment, then cheerfully asked, "Truc Tu Lien Sin, you two are here." The two kids joyfully ran up close to the screen and climbed up. "Sister Lam Lam, Sister Lam Lam." Lam Lam looked down at the two kids with a tender gaze. Truc Tu happily said, "We came to help you, sister." As soon as he saw the girl in front of him, Lang Van Fong recognized her from the situation at that moment. Lam Lam smiled softly. She gently replied, "Really, thank you, my dears." Then she glanced over at Lang Van Fong. She looked at him intently. At that moment, Lang Van Fong also looked at her, his mind filled with thoughts. Lam Lam praised your dad for being very handsome. Hearing that, both Lien Sin and Truc Tu raised their hands high. The two kids shouted in unison, "We love Dad so much." Lang Van Fong scratched his head. He curiously asked, "What kind of magic formation is sealing you in there? Why can't I feel any fluctuation of magical power?" Lam Lam replied, "This is just an image of me. I am trapped in a safe room downstairs." Lang Van Fong questioned, "What is an illusory image? Is it a soft technique or an external transformation?" Suddenly, Lam Lam burst out laughing. She replied, "I didn't expect the world 500 years later to change so much compared to our era. What I say you don't understand. What you say I also don't understand." Truc Tu pointed at the screen and cheerfully explained, "Dad, this isn't magic at all. This is called a display of the world 500 years ago. People like her can communicate over thousands of miles through this." Lang Van Fong looked very surprised. He asked again, "This thing can transmit sound over thousands of miles. In this world, are there people who can reach such a level?" Lien Sin excitedly recounted, "Sister Lam Lam teaches us so much amazing knowledge. There are integrals, fairy tales, and even electronics. All the things Truc Tu invented were taught by Sister Lam Lam." Lang Van Fong stepped forward to ask, "Lam Lam, is this technology left behind by the civilization at the end of the magical age?" Suddenly, the screen became fuzzy. At this moment, Lam Lam had to endure excruciating pain. Crackling sounds came from the screen. Lam Lam could no longer stand. She slowly sank down. Truc Tu panicked and asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Lam Lam frowned, suppressing her pain. She tried to answer, "It seems that I won't be able to play with you two anymore. The energy of this body's about to run out. My body also can't take it much longer." Truc Tu and Lien Sin were extremely worried. Tears welled up in the corners of the two kids' eyes. Lam Lam gradually fell down. The two kids desperately called out, "Don't, sister." Then they turned to Lang Van Fong and said, "Dad, quickly help her." He appeared very calm, rubbing the heads of Truc Tu and Lien Sin and reassured, "Don't rush, don't rush. Dad will think of a way." After that, Lang Van Fong looked up and asked, "How can I help you?" Lam Lam was moved to tears. She gently replied, "No need, I'm about to go. In the last moments of my life, I have Truc Tu and Lien Sin by my side. I am very content." Truc Tu kept urging, "Lang Van Fong, Dad, quickly save her. Gomam has the best healing skills and can definitely save her." He looked at Lam Lam again and asked, Why were you trapped in there?" She bowed her head with a dejected, pitiful expression. Lam Lam sat in silence for a moment. The screen continued to flicker and crackled. She recounted what happened 500 years ago. "Our world erupted in a war that destroyed all of humanity. My parents led me in here thinking we could avoid disaster, but we were found by the enemy. My parents hid me in the safest room here." At that moment, Lam Lam was banging on the door shouting, "Dad, let me out. I want to be with you both." Her father placed his hand on the glass door, gently advising her, "Daughter, this place is very safe. You must live your next life for your parents." After that, the two left with guns, leaving Lam Lam in despair. The door slammed shut, and at that moment she could no longer see anything happening outside. She sobbed in the utmost pain. The screen gradually became heavily distorted. While telling everything to Lang Van Fong, Lam cried softly. She continued, "It felt like a very long dream, very long. I don't know how long it passed, but when I woke up, my parents were no longer alive. No one could let me out anymore." The room seemed to fall silent, each person quietly looking at one another. Lam said, "What I regret the most is not being able to lie down with my parents." Saying that, she bowed her head, sorrowfully crying. After hearing everything, Lien Sin was moved to tears. The little girl called out, "Sister, please don't." Truk Tu desperately urged, "Dad, you're so amazing. Quickly think of a way to help her." Lang Van Fong said nothing. He simply stood quietly, calmly thinking. Lam also stood silently, tears silently flowing in her sorrow. Lang Van Fong gently stroked the heads of Lien Sin and Truk Tu. He replied, "Okay, Dad. Also wants to see the technology from 500 years ago. Take her with you." Hearing that, the two children were overjoyed. They hurriedly ran ahead, then turned back and shouted, "Dad, hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!" Lang Van Fong clasped his hands behind his back and slowly followed the two children. Lam stood still, watching her father's actions. After seeing Lang Van Fong and the two children leave, she felt pleased and flashed a wicked smile. Lang Van Fong was led by Lien Sin and Truk Tu to a deserted corridor. On both sides of the corridor were many modern machines and electrical conduits leading to a large room. Truk Tu pointed inside and said, "Dad, it seems there's a strange formation in there. It looks really scary. Mom and Aunt Hai Tam can't go in either." Lang Van Fong frowned as he glanced around at everything. After a while, he saw many destroyed robots on the ground, their limbs scattered from their bodies, leaking a strange green liquid flowing across the floor. Lang Van Fong gently touched the heads of Lien Sin and Truk Tu. Around the two children's bodies was enveloped by a layer of golden light. Then the two children were lifted into the air in confusion. Lang Van Fong left them behind. He turned to leave and reminded his children, "Go outside first. I'll break the formation." Truk Tu smiled encouragingly. "Dad, you can do it." Lien Sin looked at Lang Van Fong with a worried expression. "Be careful, Dad." Lang Van Fong raised his hand to signal the two children and replied, "Okay." He slowly moved deeper into the corridor. As he walked, Lang Van Fong scanned his surroundings. His expression was extremely tense. He cautiously stepped forward. After a moment, one of his feet touched the line marked on the ground of the corridor. As expected, a powerful beam of light shot out from the nearby wall at incredible speed. Hundreds of lasers surrounded the entire room, forming interlocking squares. Lang Van Fong was surrounded by the lasers right in the middle. Feeling a bit scared, he still managed to smile calmly. Lang Van Fong shouted, "Diamond Law Sphere." At that moment, he was enveloped by a brilliant golden light. The surrounding lasers were gradually being destroyed. Before long, all the lasers disappeared. Lang Van Fong slowly walked toward the door of the room. Suddenly, a golden energy machine hanging in the corner of the wall was activated, moving straight ahead. 4 energy machines were aimed at each other right behind Lang Van Fong. Red electric beams were gradually shot out from the 4 energy machines. They gathered together, forming a bright red sphere. It turned into an extreme energy source. It rushed toward Lang Van Fong at a breakneck speed. It's getting stronger every day. The booming sounds are becoming intense. Lang Van Fong has created a magical barrier to protect himself. As the energy beam rushed toward him, it was blocked. Lang Van Fong curiously wondered, "Oh, what kind of powerful technique is this? It's about to break it through my basic protective barrier." Then he softly said, "Protective spell." In an instant, the barrier surrounding Lang Van Fong vanished. In its place was a huge black sphere that blocked the energy beam. The black sphere he created began to absorb that energy. It kept absorbing more and more, causing the inside of the black sphere to turn bright red. After a while, all the red energy had completely vanished. Lang Van Long knocked on the door. He thought to himself, the material of this door is rare in the world and very sturdy. If I punch it, the person inside might be affected as well. Thinking that, he decided to act. He squatted down, using his hands to feel the ground for a moment. Then he decisively punched down hard on the ground, causing it to start cracking. In just a moment, the entire area was shattered to pieces by him. Rock fragments flew high into the air, accompanied by a lot of dust. The shout, "Divine power bestowed," from inside the mountain startled Lien Sin and Truk Tu outside. Seeing the mountain shake violently, Truk Tu anxiously urged, "Lien Sin, hurry and check what's going on inside." Are Dad and Sister Lam Lam okay? Lianxin replied, uh-huh. Then she used her magic to peer inside the mountain. After observing for a while without any results, Lianxin turned and said, inside there's a chaotic light. I can't see anything. At this moment, the entire corridor was covered in dust. Long Vanfong was able to open the large door. He had destroyed the bottom part of the door and then tried to lift it up with a tense expression. Long Vanfong looked inside, assessing the situation. Right from the room, two great tentacles shot out toward him. Taking advantage of Lang Vanfong's moment of inattention, it wrapped around him. Lam Lam stepped out, then used a tentacle to pull Lang Vanfong closer. No longer the beautiful and gentle figure she appeared to be on screen, Lam Lam now had large, bulging eyes with many blood vessels inside. Her mouths opened wide, releasing two tentacles. She laughed triumphantly and said, finally out, tremble world. Then her expression darkened as she stared intently at Lang Van Long. He was still standing in there. A little resistance, Lam Lam said. Right after coming out, I found such a good host. To thank you, let me possess your body. After that, Lam Lam jumped up high. Pale white eyes from her mouth began to sprout more tentacles. Moreover, they gradually began to stretch out. Lang Van Long smiled as he watched the tentacles approaching his face. Feeling proud, suddenly Lam Lam froze. She stared wide-eyed at Lang Van Long. His magic gradually formed a rope that tightly bound Lam Lam's arms. Then it tightened around her legs. Lam Lam looked down at her bound body in panic. She screamed in rage, "What is this? Let me go!" Long Van Long replied softly, "There's indeed something strange. I had sensed you were off long ago. Did you think you had crafted a perfect story? It's full of flaws." This statement left Lam Lam extremely surprised. She asked back, "What are you talking about?" Lang Van Fong explained. "First, the mysterious barrier here is not to prevent outsiders from entering. Rather, it's to prevent those inside from getting out. Second, in your love story, the two people were in the bedroom. The injury of the mother in there is not a fatal one. She was completely capable of freeing you." At this moment, Lam Lam was very confused. She asked, "Then why didn't you let me go?" Lang Van Long explained. "Because the unbeatable supreme being fears no schemes. Moreover, the children of the four supreme beings who like Sister Lam Lam, I don't want to disappoint them." Suddenly, Lam Lam broke into a savage smile. She said, "Then they must have 7 hopes." Lang Van Long stared at her in surprise. He glanced back and saw a woman with blonde hair sneaking up to strike him from behind. A surge of red power quickly advanced forward. Lam Lam shouted triumphantly, "This is the most advanced high-energy cannon powered by small nuclear energy. When I die, I'll take a step back and choose that boy." So the monster possessing Lam Lam tightly bound Van Fong, laughing in glee, waiting for its accomplice to attack. Soon after, a red beam shot straight at Van Fong's head. Van Fong suddenly turned his head. His white eyes lost their pupils, and he opened his mouth to swallow all that red light, then closed his mouth, taking a deep breath. Then Van Fong forcefully spat out the red light, shooting it back toward the accomplice of the monster possessing Lam Lam. The powerful red beam pierced through the blonde accomplice. Not stopping there, the red light continued to shoot through, piercing the blonde accomplice through a solid wall, bursting out with a sound shooting straight out of the water. The short person from the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom, the monster possessing Lam Lam, looked on in terror. Her eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down, and the face of the monster possessing Lam Lam turned pale, devoid of blood. Van Fong finished off one, turned around, and coldly looked at the monster possessing Lam Lam that was binding him with its tentacles. The face of the monster possessing Lam Lam had turned white now, even whiter, shrinking back in fear. Van Fong looked straight into the face of the monster possessing Lam Lam and coldly said, "We've never met before. You want to take my life? It wouldn't be too much for me to eliminate you, right?" As soon as Van Fong finished this sentence, the 2 long tentacles that were binding Van Fong suddenly released, then retracted back into Lam Lam's mouth. At the same time, Lam Lam's body was bound by Van Fong with a rope of light. The monster possessing Lam Lam was terrified and hurriedly knelt down to plead, "I'm sorry, great master. I've learned my lesson. Please spare my miserable life." Van Fong waved a hand and the special rope of light binding Lam Lam broke free. The monster possessing Lam Lam immediately controlled her to kneel down repeatedly, banging her head on the ground in gratitude for not being killed by the great master. Van Fong looked indifferently at the person kneeling and bowing before her. With her head bowed to the ground trembling, Lam Lam's face was lowered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet the next moment, Lam Lam suddenly lifted her head, her expression bizarre as she looked at Van Fong. From her pupils radiated waves of circular sound. The circular sound wave shot straight toward Van Fong. Van Fong's face suddenly became blank, her entire body going numb. The monster possessing Lam Lam slowly stood up, covering its face and laughing madly. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. A sinister look was evident on its face, smirking. This is the wisdom from thousands of years ago. The torture method on the human spirit indeed hasn't improved at all. But as soon as the words left its mouth, the expression of the monster possessing Lam changed. Its eyes looked ahead in disbelief. The monster suddenly felt a chill all over, trembling, hugging itself. At this moment, Van Fong had entered Lam Lam's consciousness space. She looked at the giant monster, its humanoid body and octopus head, in the pitch-black void before her. The octopus-headed monster stared at Van Fong with its red eyes incredulously, asking, "You? How did you get in without the highest level equipment? How could you enter this subconscious space?" Van Fong was surrounded by golden light, her expression dark, looking up at the octopus-headed monster, and coldly snorted, "You messed with the wrong person." With that, a brilliant golden light erupted from Van Fong. The golden light expanded from Van Fong as the center, accompanied by her powerful shout, "Soul manipulation." As soon as the shout ended, the golden light shot straight toward the octopus-headed monster. The octopus-headed monster hurriedly raised its hands to defend. "Please don't. I know I was wrong. I'm very valuable." But it was too late. The golden light had already struck the octopus-headed monster. Before it could proclaim its own worth until the light faded, the octopus-headed monster vanished along with it. Van Fong floated in the sphere of light, hands clasped behind her back, silently observing the empty space before her. Outside of reality, Lam suddenly drooled, feeling a gurgling in her stomach. Then she bent down and vomited. Lam opened her mouth wide and spat out a small monster resembling an octopus with long, thin tentacles like a worm's body. The small monster made a squelching sound, fell to the ground, and emitted thick smoke, clearly having been grilled. Lam broke free from the monster's control and regained her senses, dazedly turning her head to look around. Seeing the scene around her was all in ruins. Lam suddenly panicked and looked at Van Fong, the stranger in front of her, and asked, "Where are my parents?" Van Fong silently looked at Lam without answering. At that moment, Lam's vision suddenly darkened. She staggered and fell to the ground unconscious. Van Fong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, thoughtfully looking at the girl who fainted in front of him. The next morning in a mountainous area, Lien Sin and Truk Tu were flying around playing nearby, suddenly startled to see Van Fong carrying Lam walking in midair. The two children immediately recognized who the girl in Van Fong's arms was and called out in unison, "Sister Lam." The two kids, panicking, flew closer to look at Lam unconscious in Van Fong's arms. Van Fong took Lam straight to the small house in the highlands where Lien Tam was living for her to examine Lam. Lien Sin and Truk Tu stood anxiously by the bed waiting. Lam still had her eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking up. The two kids looked more and more worried, and Lien Sin was so scared he was almost in tears. Finally, Lien Tam finished examining her, closed her eyes, and sighed. Van Fong hurried over to Lien Tam and asked about the situation. "What's wrong?" Lien Tam turned her head and said, "It's nothing. I'm just lamenting how advanced the techniques were 500 years ago. This child is just too weak. There's nothing serious, just that her consciousness is a bit..." Lien Tam hadn't finished speaking when Van Fong lightly touched her lips with his finger, blushing and looking up, not knowing what Van Fong wanted. Van Fong whispered something in Lien Tam's ear. Lien Tam smiled and nodded, then went over to pat the heads of the two kids beside her, cheerfully saying, "Sister Lam is fine, don't worry. Right now she needs to rest. You two go out and play for a while." Upon hearing that Lam was okay, Lien Sin and Truk Tu's faces lit up happily, responding, "Okay." Lien Tam and Van Fong exchanged smiles, watching as the two kids joyfully ran out the door. After the kids had left, Van Fong finally spoke up. The human body 500 years ago was weak, but there were some techniques that were truly remarkable. When she wakes up, you can ask her some medical techniques from before to see if there's a way to save Lien Sin. Lien Tam smiled slightly and glanced at Van Fong. "Okay, Brother Fong." At that moment, Van Fong suddenly received a voice transmission from Beach High Tam Saint. "You should come here quickly. I have made a discovery." Van Fong gently patted Lien Tam's head and hurriedly said goodbye. "I have to go to the Ye family first. I'm counting on you to take care of the kids." Lien Tam naturally didn't stop him. Van Fong turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, suddenly stopped, turned around and said meaningfully to Lien Tam, "As parents, we must support Truk Tu's interest." Lin Tam smiled brightly, responding, "Sure, I'll listen to you, Brother Fong." Before leaving, Van Fong didn't forget to remind, "Help me say goodbye to the kids. I'll come to visit them often," Van Fong said, and then left Lin Tam's house. He escorted him to the door, but Van Fong had not gone far when he heard the kids calling him loudly, "Dad." Lin Sin and Truk Tu ran barefoot on the grass, hurrying after him. The two kids ran up to him, each grabbing one of Van Fong's hands, looking reluctant as they asked, "Dad, where are you going?" Van Fong was momentarily at a loss for words. The eager, expectant eyes of the two kids made it hard for Van Fong to bear. Van Fong sighed, slowly closed his eyes, then opened them, pointing to the sky, saying to Lien Sin and Truk Tu, "Before I go, can I show you a magic trick?" Lang Van Fong knelt down on one knee and said before leaving, "Can I show you a magic trick?" Lien Sin and Truk Tu excitedly asked, "What is it?" Lang Van Fong replied, "You'll find out soon." Then Lang Van Fong stood up, turned around and looked at the empty land beside him. He shouted, "Watch closely!" Then he clasped his hands together and Lang Van Fong raised both hands high simultaneously, shouting, "Di Sun Dao Hai Dong Hai." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial portal began to appear in the sky, slowly opening. From the portal, a massive whirlpool of water gradually formed, extending downwards towards the ground. Lin Sin and Truk Tu were a bit scared upon seeing this, shouting, "It's gonna flood." The two kids ran to Lang Van Feng's side, fearfully hugging his legs. He smiled and said, "Don't be scared, you two look up." The two kids slowly peeked out, and then their eyes widened in amazement as a miniature ocean appeared before them. Truk Tu excitedly exclaimed, "What kind of fish is that?" "It's so big, a sperm whale and countless small fish swam around." The two kids stared closely at an octopus swimming near them, and Truk Tu curiously asked, "What is this? Can we eat it?" The boy, curious, reached out to touch it, and the octopus squirted black ink out, splattering the two kids with ink all over their clothes and faces. Lin Sin and Truk Tu looked at each other and giggled behind them. Lang Van Fong stood watching the joyful scene of the two kids, and he smiled as well. Later, Lang Van Fong stood before a spatial portal with Lien Tam and the two kids behind him. He turned around, waved goodbye, and Lien Tam and the kids smiled and waved back at him. On the other side in the living room, Beach Hai Tam and Diep Tin Vu were sitting on the couch with Diep Tin Vu's child lying on a wooden table in front of them. Beach Hai Tam was holding Tin Vu's hand to comfort her. The spatial portal appeared, and Lang Van Fong slowly stepped out. The two girls sitting on the couch looked up at him, staring at him, which made Lang Van Fong feel a bit shy. He scratched his head and asked, "What's up?" Then Beach Hai Tam spoke up. "Saint Tong is truly blessed to have a child with an extraordinary beauty, like Thin Vu's younger sister." Hearing this, Diep Thin Vu, who was sitting next to him, blushed. Lang Van Fong looked away and said, "You should ask Lien Tam about this." Diep Thin Vu frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. She turned to Beach Hai Tam and said, "It's cheap for this drunkard, letting beautiful sister Hai Tam abandon Buddhism for this fool." Lang Van Fong raised his hand to scratch his head, looking awkward and troubled. "This is really awkward. How should I change the subject?" Bitch Hai Tam smiled gently, her eyes warmly looking at Lang Van Fong. Then she turned to look at Diep Tin Vu. The two looked at each other, and Beach Hai Tam said with a smile, "Let's check on your child first." While Lang Van Fong was standing there confused, Diep Tin Vu ordered, "Aren't you coming over here yet?" "All right." Upon hearing Diep Tin Vu's request, Lang Van Fong quickly ran over. The three of them stood next to the table where Diep Tin Vu's child was lying, and Lang Van Fong turned to Beach Hai Tam and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Beach Hai Tam glanced lightly at Lang Van Fong, nodded, and suggested, "You should join me in entering its boundless consciousness. Then it will be clear. Just relying on me alone isn't enough." After hearing the suggestion, Lang Van Fong replied, "No way." Seeing Diep Tin Vu's anxious expression, Lang Van Fong reassured her, "Don't worry with us here. We will definitely find a way." Beach Hai Tam also carefully reminded Diep Tin Vu, "Thin Vu, if it stirs later, you must not let it move recklessly." Diep Tin Vu felt a bit uneasy but still followed their advice. Beach Hai Tam and Lang Van Fong sat in meditation on the long bench facing Diep Tin Vu's child lying on the table. Diep Tin Vu could only silently stand by and observe. Lang Van Fong and Beach Hai Tam closed their eyes, focusing their minds. Then the two chanted in unison, "Its mind reaches the peak, the shadow of the night is clear." Immediately the surroundings began to blur, and two faint yellow spots of light, a light, appeared between the foreheads of Lang Van Fong and Beach Hai Tam. The two spots of light left them hovering in midair and finally intertwined with each other. Then they moved straight into the forehead of Diep Thin Vu's child. Among the bangs of Diep Thin Vu's child, a bit of light from the two spots lingered before finally fading inside the child's consciousness. Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam stood in the midst of an endless black void. Bich Hai Tam looked down and said to Lang Van Fong, "Go down. Diep Thin Vu's consciousness only has two colors, black and gray. A stormy sky pitch black with swirling black vortices lightning gathering into a solid black sphere. The black sphere was the center of the consciousness. It sucked in lightning and dark energy from the mountain ranges below. The surfaces of each mountain were horrifying, grotesque faces full of resentment. Boo-hoo-hoo. Lang Van Fong frowned in confusion. Why is it like this? In theory, inside a person's consciousness is where all their past is hidden, either sparkling with many bright colors, like jewels, or dark and murderous, with patches of cold red. Lang Van Fong clasped his hands behind his back, looking up at the dark sky. I've never seen anyone's consciousness look like this. Bich Hai Tam explained, the mental landscape shows desires, love, and hatred. All emotional memories that create this show that their inner self is full of fear, hiding their true nature. Bich Hai Tam pointed ahead. The center of the consciousness isn't visible, plus the storm around it. Lang Van Fong looked around curiously and asked, where is its core? The place where they stood was in midair, far from the center of the consciousness, so all around was just thunder and lightning. Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam quickly flew closer to the center of the consciousness. The closer they got, the slower they flew. Lang Van Fong reached out to touch Diep Thin Vu's core, but suddenly the central sphere sprouted countless sharp spikes, shocking Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam. The sharp spikes pierced through their spirits. Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam immediately teleported away. The spikes began to glow red. Lang Van Fong was a bit stunned, speechless. Bich Hai Tam raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying not to laugh, then turned to Lang Van Fong and said, you can let go of me now. Only then did Lang Van Fong realize he was still holding her wrist. Lang Van Fong quickly let go of Bich Hai Tam's hand. Lang Van Fong touched his head, his face slightly flushed, embarrassed and avoiding Bich Hai Tam's gaze. What was that village drum sound just now? Bich Hai Tam, without paying much attention, seriously answered, that's probably a real image born from the desire to be protected inside him. The core of his consciousness only appears when he's being protected. The sharp spikes, no longer sensing anything unusual, retracted back into the sphere. The sphere returned to its original calm form, but after a few seconds, the sphere stirred again, finally transforming into a giant black figure with two blood-red eyes. He was 10,000 times bigger than Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam. This figure resembled Diep Thin Vu's child. He angrily said, get out, you're not allowed to harm my sibling. Lang Van Fong and Bich Hai Tam had to look up to see him. Lang Van Fong was a bit surprised. Besides us, who else in this world could have such a powerful mind? Bich Hai Tam thought differently. Training the mind always goes through countless trials, enduring all the sufferings of the world. Only then can the mind grow strong enough to reach this realm. This child, having such a mind, must have a reason. It's just that the pain and experiences inside go beyond our imagination. Lang Van Fong was a bit confused. What do we do next? If we forcefully break through, it might damage the mind. Bich Hai Tam smiled bitterly. This is exactly why I need Holy Ancestor's help. Next, I hope Holy Ancestor, without harming anything else, can focus all its mind onto me so I can go inside and investigate the main cause. Lang Van Fong agreed. All right, I'm counting on you. He moved toward the towering mind in front of him. Lang Van Fong issued a challenge. Let me feel your will to protect your sister. The mind got agitated, raising a hand to crush Lang Van Fong. Get away from here. You are not allowed to harm my sister. Lang Van Fong didn't flinch, unleashing his technique, Heaven and Earth Staff. Lang Van Fong's body gradually grew larger. The mind was shocked by the sight before it. In an instant, Lang Van Fong's body grew to the same size as the mind. Seeing Lang Van Fong grow so big, the mind got even more agitated. I'm not afraid of you. I'm as tough as my older brother. I absolutely won't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Lang Van Fong's body began to glow and his eyes shone brightly. Keep being arrogant. Mind very good. Then attack. The mind raised its hand to the sky, unleashing the 10,000 thunders technique. Countless bolts of lightning gathered in one spot. Following the mind's command, a clear blue sky formed, creating a spherical orb. The orb led the lightning to strike down on Lang Van Fong. The mind proudly said, I'm powerful, even more powerful than you if you don't listen. But Lang Vanfong showed no sign of pain. Lang Vanfong stood firm no matter how much lightning poured down from above. Then Lang Vanfong responded, raising his hand upward. Following his hand, the lightning strikes gradually thinned out, losing intensity, then shrank until they completely disappeared. The mind was stunned. Lang Vanfong said seriously, in this world, fighting isn't like that. Consider this duel as the first lesson I teach you about spiritual combat. The important thing in mind combat isn't physical damage or destruction, but the battle between fear and courage, despair and hope. As he spoke, Lang Vanfong's figure gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. But Lang Vanfong's words still echoed, the key is to let go of your attachments. Believe. From the empty space in front, the mind appeared a dazzling bright space. A hand reached out from within the space. The mind was frozen in fear, stammering without forming words. This is a hand. The closer it got, the more massive it appeared. The mind gradually shrank. The hand reached out, aiming to grab the mind. A large black orb gathered in midair under a gloomy sky, surrounded by swirling clouds and constant lightning strikes. Bitch Haitam, her entire body wrapped in golden light, slowly approached the orb. She reached out to touch the orb's surface, looking at it gently. Immediately, her arm was swallowed by the black mist. It greedily tried to absorb all of Beach Haitam. She showed no fear and calmly chanted the boundless Dharma realm mantra. Her forehead instantly glowed and her whole body emitted a blue light. The black mist quickly enveloped her entire body. It slowly pulled her inside. Soon Bitch Haitam's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lightning strikes continuously hammered the orb. The sky grew darker and darker. In a moment, Beach Haitam found herself in a different place, like a galaxy sparkling with stars. She turned her head, looking around as if searching for something. Immediately, she sensed something behind her. Beach Haitam looked in shock and saw a faint black cage there. Inside was a boy curled up, burying his head in his knees, crying out, Brother, Mom, I'm so scared. Please save me. Please save me. Haitam looked at him for a long time, her eyes full of sorrow. She reached out to touch him. Suddenly, the boy turned to look at Haitam, his eyes bloodshot and even shedding bloody tears. The girl was stunned by the sight. After a moment, the boy stared at her and shouted loudly, Who are you? Where's brother? Brother? Then he clutched his head, screaming in pain. Where's brother? Brother? Then he clutched his head, screaming in pain. The screams echoed everywhere, full of fear. Don't come here. Go away. Go away. From beneath those small feet appeared a dark spot. The dark spot grew bigger by the second, spreading everywhere. It seemed to want to cover the place. Suddenly, many ugly, dirty rats with bloodshot eyes rushed in. The rats crawled from the boy's feet upward, gnawing at his tender skin. Bitten so much, the boy screamed in pain. I'm a good kid. I'm a good kid. Why are you biting me? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Go away, go away. He struggled fiercely. As if that wasn't enough, more little bugs came out from his sleeves. Not only that, they crawled up his neck, terrifying the boy even more. He tried to fight back by brushing the bugs away with his hands. His cries echoed everywhere. Go away, go away. The boy stood up, trying to shake off both rats and bugs. Then he fell to the ground in pain, face twisted, bloody tears still flowing nonstop. Suddenly, a coffin appeared, blocking his view. A terrifying, prolonged creak came from inside, then a hand with long black nails broke through the wood. The boy screamed for his mom and brother, shouting loudly, I can't see, brother, mom, where are you two? Beach Haitam stepped behind it, placed her hand on the child's head, and slowly chanted a calming mantra, Namo Pure Medicine King Buddha. Both the adult and the child were enveloped in a layer of jade-green aura. The little kid gradually calmed down, no longer crying uncontrollably. He slowly fell into a peaceful sleep. The black sphere then wrapped around the small body. Bitch Haitam silently watched. After a while, she sighed helplessly toward Lang Vanfong, who was guarding the larger version of the child inside the transparent box with his clone. The child was unwilling, banging on the box and shouting nonstop, Let me out! Let me out! Vanfong stood by, reassuring him, Don't resist. You can't get out, because this containment technique frightens and worries you, turning you into a prison controlled within your mind. Beach Haitam suddenly appeared behind Lang Vanfong, calling out loudly, which startled him into turning around. Vanfong looked at the girl in front of him and asked, Did you find anything? Haitam rubbed her temples and replied, He's worried about the chaos you're causing. You should see it too. Her words stunned him for a moment. Soon after, the next vision left him confused. This was Beach High Tam looking at the imprisoned young man with deep sympathy. The kid stubbornly kept resisting, refusing to give up. After a while, she finally spoke, "Go outside first. All three of us will come back together." At home, Hai Tam and Lang Van Fong sat cross-legged on chairs. The young man was thrashing face down on the table. Deep Tin Vu was trying hard to hold her son. However, her son's strength was growing, his legs kicking nonstop, making Deep Tin Vu grit her teeth and struggle with all her might. She tried to keep him calm while painfully coaxing, "Son, be patient, just a little longer." Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. After a while, the boy quieted down, no longer resisting. Thin Vu slowly stood up, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and looked at her beloved son with heartache. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. As they streamed down her cheeks, her gaze filled with indescribable sorrow. Lang Van Fong suddenly asked, "Hai Tam, do you have any ideas?" Those words made Diep Thin Vu freeze. She turned around in panic and said in surprise, "You people?" Beach Hai Tam smiled sweetly at her with a tender look. Suddenly, Thin Vu reached out and grabbed her hand anxiously, asking, Did you find anything?" However, Hai Tam's expression changed, and she tried to pull her hand away. With a very tense tone, she replied, "You're the mother of the child. You should know what happened." After speaking, Beach Hai Tam slowly placed her hand on Thin Vu's forehead. To everyone's surprise, a blue light appeared from Hai Tam's arm heading straight toward Diep Tin Vu's head. This is mind-to-mind connection. Deep Tin Vu entered her son's dream. In the dream, there was a little boy with bloodshot eyes crying blood tears. He kept complaining, "I'm so scared, I'm so scared." Then he shouted with anger, "I'm a good kid, I'm a good kid. Why are you biting me? It hurts so much, it hurts. Get out, get out." Seeing all this shocked her deeply as a mother. After coming out of there, Diep Tin Vu was trembling all over her face, full of worry. She quickly ran to her son's side, hugged him tightly, and kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Lang Van Feng then turned to the beautiful woman beside him and asked, "Now that we know what the boy went through, how should we treat him?" Bik Hai Tum looked at the young man with deep sorrow and sadness lingering on her face, then said, "This mental illness is easy to treat, but also as hard as reaching the sky." Hearing this, Diep Tin Vu stepped forward earnestly and begged, "Please help. Please tell me quickly. What should we do? I'm desperate. You all have to cure my daughter." All eyes focused on Hai Tum. The room fell into a heavy silence. After a long moment, Hai Tum turned to Vun Fong and said, "The medicine is already with both of you." He looked confused and pointed at himself. Diep Tin Vu quickly spoke up. "If I were my daughter's medicine, she'd be cured already." Hai Tum's gaze shifted to Vun Fong as she softly probed, "What if you were the saint, Lord, trapped in a rat's bite? A snake crawling on you, lying among a pile of dead bodies. Would you be scared?" Lang Van Feng shook his head and casually replied, "I've been through hundreds of battles in my life. Being among dead bodies is nothing unusual. Rats and snakes on the battlefield are rare creatures that sustain life. I'm used to them by now." Hearing this, Hai Tum held Deep Tin Vu's trembling hands, looked at her sincerely and comforted. "Although I gave up Buddha and entered the world for Mr. Fong, fate brought me to you. As a mother, I know that for a child, a mother can give up everything. That's the power of a mother's love." Then both women stood up and walked over to the unconscious person lying before them. Hai Tum sat close, placing her hand on his forehead as if to soothe him. She then explained, "This boy is young, but has gone through this life's trials without a strong pillar inside him. He's scared and locked his heart away to escape the pain." She gently rubbed the boy's forehead and continued, "The best cure is to face everything with courage and feel the warmth of love." Beach Hai Tum then reached out to Diep Tin Vu and Lang Vun Feng, leaving both of them puzzled. Her eyes sincerely met theirs as she slowly added, "Let him feel the courage and love from both of you." Lang Vun Feng's face darkened, filled with tension. He put his feet down and slowly stood up from the couch, catching Tin Vu's surprised gaze. He gently placed his hand over Hai Tum's, then Diep Tin Vu also laid her hand on top, filled with determination. The three placed their hands on top of each other as a sign of unity. Bik Hai Tum began chanting a mantra. Under the bright moonlight, her whole body was enveloped in a shimmering layer of jade-green light. "Great Sun Tathagata, infinite light, eliminate all regrets, illuminate the Dharma." Three great liberating Dharma words shine brightly. The three were then transported to another place. It looked like a bank, and at the center was a child resting her head on two pillows surrounded by a black sphere. Thin Vu hesitated, wanting to reach out and touch. The pitiful words kept coming from the child. "I'm so scared. Save me, save me. Seeing their beloved child in such a state, the mother's eyes welled with tears. Deep Tinvu urgently asked, Sister Haitum, what should we do? Bitch Haitum calmly explained, recall and unleash your strongest faith to support yourselves in overcoming all despair and moving forward. The moonlight illumination cannot let the child personally feel all the suffering you have endured, and the light will guide you. Hearing this, Tinvu looked worriedly at Lung Vanfeng. He nodded in agreement to the other. Vanfeng closed his eyes tightly and began the process, and Diep Tinvu did the same. Bit Haitum gently touched the source of yellow light emanating from her finger. She used that yellow energy to transfer it to Tinvu's daughter's forehead. The yellow light from her finger glowed brightly. The child lying on the ground gradually absorbed the light, which expanded and enveloped the spots where Leng Vanfeng and Tinvu stood. The yellow light covered all three of them. None of them knew where they were headed. The child, receiving the energy, suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes slightly and looked around, suddenly realizing this was not the familiar everyday scene. The girl was startled, her eyes wide open. Her face showed confusion as she realized she was landing on an orange spherical object. The orange sphere enveloped the little girl. Not knowing what to do, she let her body fall freely and then spread her arms as if trying to hug the entire sphere. In the distance was the village where Lung Vanfeng once lived. It had been burned down, leaving bad memories in his heart. He recalled 18 years ago, during that terrifying chaotic era, my family and the whole village were senselessly slaughtered by mountain bandits. From afar, Vanfeng saw his home engulfed in black smoke. Panicked, he sped forward on his sword, worried something bad had happened. As he rushed, he shouted anxiously for his family, Dad, Mom, little sister. He jumped off the sword, landing in the village reduced to ashes by the fierce flames. From afar, he saw 3 bodies lying intertwined as if hiding from the enemy. Seeing that scene, Vanfeng was devastated, his face darkened. The ones lying in the pool of blood were none other than his parents and little sister. Though no longer alive, his father still couldn't close his eyes. That gaze spoke of the hatred he held for the bandits. Vanfeng collapsed, kneeling on the ground. His face pale, a drop of red blood still leaked from his eyes, tears mixed with hatred. Overwhelmed with grief, he screamed out, "A Vanfeng!" In that peak of sorrow, his bloodshot eyes clearly showed his fury. He grabbed his sword, slashing wildly at the guards blocking his path. 2 brave guards showed no fear of death. One wielded a sickle, the other a spiked club, shouting loudly to fight. Nothing could stop Vanfeng now. He swung his sword several times, cutting off their escape routes. He seemed determined to achieve something. Entering the governor's mansion, Vanfeng saw an old man embracing a young girl. While the village was in chaos, the old man casually drank and played with the girl as if it weren't his concern. Vanfeng's hatred grew stronger seeing this. His face darkened, frowning eyes sharp as he thought, I don't understand them, living in isolation, self-sufficient. Why did they have to suffer this fate? His anger surged higher. He drew his sword and shouted, Why? Why did they never harm anyone? Why kill them? The old man smirked and replied, The strong survive, the weak die. That's just how it is. There's no why. If I want to kill, I kill. His face cunning as he bared his teeth and said, Hey, but who are these people you're talking about? Isn't that your wife? Have I already enjoyed her? Saying that, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Insulted like that, Vanfeng clenched his teeth until he bled, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Then he raised his sword, high wildly, charging at the old man, shouting, Die, old man! The old man, acting like it was a comedy, remained calm and said, A mere chi cultivator like you doesn't even deserve to leave a scratch on me. They fought fiercely, shaking the entire 7 assassins' camp. Vanfeng was badly wounded, stuck his sword in the ground, and took a deep breath to catch his strength. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the old man was even more pleased, laughing loudly and saying to Vanfeng, A mere chi cultivator can pressure me more than you. 2 such scenes. Finishing, he threw a final punch, aiming to finish him off. The old man's punch came down fast. Suddenly, the image of his family lying in a pool of blood and humiliation flashed through his mind. At that moment, something awakened in him for revenge. He forced himself up, shouting loudly, releasing the pain inside. Vanfeng swung his sword across the old man's body. The strike was so strong the sword broke in half. His eyes blazed red as if about to spit fire. His face showed even more determination to avenge his family. The remaining part of the sword was broken, placed right on the old man's iron-like neck. He sneered with wide-open eyes. The tall old man wasn't scared at all. Just laughed. Ha ha ha, you've brought me quite a bit of fun. Carry your resentment and hatred, now go die. Suddenly, something fell from above and was split in 2. That old man was cut in half, leaving Van Fong confused. Then his body fell to the ground, but Van Fong was still in shock. From above appeared a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, watching the scene that just happened. Seeing Van Fong's foolish actions, he scolded, "Foolish disciple, you're the only heir of your master in this life. If you die so easily, who will inherit my way of the sword?" But Van Fong stood still, struggling to breathe. The master used 2 fingers to move the broken sword piece, then used his own energy to make the piece fly back into place. He clasped his hands behind his back again and continued teaching the one-point truth to his student, and he wasn't wrong. He frowned seriously and said, "Strength is the principle. If you want the whole world to follow your principle, then there's no one above you and everyone below you are mere beings." Van Fong showed a clearly dissatisfied expression, heartbroken to the point of tears. He shouted loudly, "The world is so vast, even if I train my whole life, I won't reach master's level. Not to mention there are so many experts out there. How can I realize my path? Will my parents and sister come back to life?" After venting his feelings, he grabbed his sword and dashed out, leaving the master standing behind watching. It started to rain, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder crashed across the sky. The rain poured like a flood. Van Fong sadly crossed the rough stone road, so downcast he didn't even care for himself, letting his patchy beard and sunken cheeks be. Van Fong reflected on himself, then desperate, dazed in pain with no strength left to go on. He collapsed onto the road and lay there giving up on himself. Suddenly, a pair of black high heels appeared in front of Van Fong. A woman holding an umbrella stepped forward. Deep Tin Vu saw him lying on the road and worriedly asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Because Van Fong had fainted. Thin Vu grew more concerned, called the driver, and ordered him to quickly carry him into the car. Recalling the past, Van Fong was deeply grateful and said, "It was you who gave me courage when I was at my most desperate and hopeless." Hearing that, Thin Vu blushed shyly and hesitated to respond. Van Fong continued, "When I was at the Diep family, you had eaten your fill and were waiting for death, working as a bodyguard, until your father also died because of robbers. The Diep family was torn apart, but those harsh circumstances didn't break your courage." She fiercely declared, "After this disaster, as long as I'm in the Diep family, there will be no chaos." After that, I became the new head of the Diep family, witnessing all of that. Van Fong admired her without holding back his praise. "You're braver than me, enduring the pain of losing your father while carrying the burden and dangers of the whole family, using your strength to change everything. Your resilience gave me the courage to face my own life from that moment on." He became even more determined to improve his life. That little girl had witnessed all the suffering her mother had gone through. She looked up at her mother, her eyes filled with tears of emotion. Deep Tin Vu shyly protested when he said that, "No, it's not like that. I'm the one who gained courage because of you." Van Fong couldn't believe his ears and asked in surprise, "What?" Thin Vu, both sad and enduring, burned paper offerings for her deceased father. The family members lined up, waiting their turn to pay respects to him. Suddenly, one of them spoke sharply, "Thin Vu uncles and elders from all branches are here now. The Deep family can't go a day without a clan leader or a son. You need to quickly nominate a new leader, or the whole clan of hundreds will be doomed and others will take advantage." They ordered her to quickly bring out her father's token, handed over to stop their sneering. Van Fong spread his arms to shield Thin Vu, surprising everyone. Van Fong flicked his hand and suddenly the ground shook, frightening everyone. It turned out Van Fong only had to flick his hand for a crack to appear on the ground. His face darkened, his eyes warning them before he withdrew his hand. They angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are? What right does an outsider have to interfere in the Dise family's affairs?" "I'm stepping aside." Thin Vu's confident eyes suddenly looked surprised as she felt protected. With Van Fong protecting her, Thin Vu continued, "When everyone pressured me, trying to push me into a corner, he stood in front of me, giving me courage." Deep Tin Vu wiped away her tears, replacing her earlier crying with a silence as she stood up. She stood before the tomb. Van Fong used his weak body to protect her, confidently pounding his chest. Deep Tin Vu answered firmly, "After this disaster, the Diep family has me. There will absolutely be no chaos. From this moment on, I am the new head of the Diep family." The memory made Diep Thin Vu smile. She turned to explain to Lang Van Fong, "You gave me support, plus I'm pregnant. The two of us together gave me courage to face all difficulties." The memory continued with the sound of a strong table slam. "After a few months, I reorganized the family business, eliminated traitors, rebuilt the trade association, and dealt with business rivals. Finally, I helped the Diep family overcome this great crisis." The family's revival made Diep Thin Vu's face light up again. She happily went to Lang Van Fong's house, excitedly opened the door and said, "Hey, you messy one, lucky for you." Before she could finish, her expression suddenly fell. In front of her was an empty room, not a single person inside. On the table was a letter Lang Van Fong left behind. Deep Tin Vu picked it up and read the message he left, just a few words to thank you. You gave me hope to see. Her soul suddenly fell silent. Emotions overflowed from her soul, making her body tremble. Deep Tin Vu shakily placed her hand over her growing belly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. All three of them shone brightly after that memory. The sad memory touched Diep Tin Vu's heart deeply. She held her chest and thought, if there's no light around, then light yourself up. Lang Van Fong's face also looked peaceful inside. He quietly thought, after going through the deepest hardships, you find what you want to protect. Courage passes from one person to another, creating miracles. Memories continued to weave together. Scenes of bloody war gradually appeared. A soldier spat out a mouthful of blood from a deadly wound. Lang Van Fong held the soldier in his arms, repeatedly calling his name, trying to open the soldier's increasingly dim eyes. His lips softly moved, "Sorry, brother." Then, using the last strength in his chest, he took out a photo. In the photo, a woman smiled happily holding a child. He was silent, then said, "Please bring hope to them." Under the rain, the image of the girl appeared. She firmly told Lang Van Fong, "Anyway, everyone has to die. What's the point of fearing death? I only hope that when I die, I have no regrets." Understanding this, the memory of Dakan Kan appeared. Then she hugged the wound on her chest, glancing at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Even if you call me an evil heretic, I'm risking everything my way to find the answers of this world. Strength is the truth." Oh, Kahan also smiled at him. "Our nine-tailed clan gave it their all. I can only protect the temporary safety of the demon clan. It's not that I deeply love them, but if I abandon them, I won't have a place to survive either. So in the end, I have to thank them." Suddenly, the memory of parting with Lien Tam echoed, "And Brother Fong. Even if you die, Lien Tam will find a way to bring you back. Don't worry, just keep fighting." Finally, the memory ended with Beach Hai Tam's words, "Congratulations. You've now entered the supreme wisdom realm. From now on, the world must follow your path." The child hugged herself within the energy surrounding her. Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Over time, her body grew into a young woman. Her gaze turned to Diep Tin Vu and Lang Van Fong, observing them both. She hesitated and shyly said, "Mom, Dad." The words "Mom, Dad" made their hearts tremble. Tears streamed down Diep Tin Vu's cheeks, unable to hold back sobbing. Meanwhile, Lang Van Fong looked at her with a happy smile. They hugged the child tightly, as if afraid she would disappear from their sight again. Diep Tin Vu shouted, "That's great, little girl." Watching that warm and sacred scene, Bich Hai Tum could only silently smile and bless them. Suddenly, a joyful voice yelled, "That's great, little sister." "That's great, you finally woke up." Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. It turned out to be the family's son. The baby was in Thin Vu's arms, blinking in confusion. His older brother blinked a few more times. A smile gradually appeared on his face. The baby's older brother shouted toward him, but before she could run over, the older brother pushed her away and said seriously, "Don't come over here." The little girl was confused, her heart tightening at her own brother's rejection. Vun Feng and Tin Vu looked at their son with an indescribable pain in their eyes. The boy also silently stood watching his family from afar. He bowed his head slightly, hiding his feelings behind his mask. After thinking for a long time, he spoke with a sad tone. "Now that my sister's awake, I no longer have a reason to exist." Hearing his son's words, Lang Van Fong moved to his side. The boy startled and looked up, not daring to meet his father's eyes. He asked, "Dad?" Lang Van Fong looked at his son thoughtfully. He frowned and said calmly, "Who said your existence has no meaning?" His father's reproach scared the boy, and he lowered his head, as if taking all the blame. "I was born to protect my sister, an abnormality that shouldn't exist." At a loss with his prideful son, Lang Van Fong sighed and said, "Look up." The boy looked up at his father's face. He looked into the emotionless mask his son had worn for so long, his heart trembling slightly. "It doesn't matter where you came from. What matters is that you exist. You're also a good big brother, ready to protect your sister." He grabbed the weak boy's shoulders tightly and said, "You're doing better than I ever did." Then Lang Van Fong pulled his son close, closing the distance between them, placed his hand on the boy's head to comfort him, held him tightly, and shouted, "You are the proud son of Lang Van Fong." The mask that had hidden his emotions for so long suddenly started to crack. It shattered when its owner reached an uncontrollable emotional peak. Beneath that mask, the face of a young teenager appeared. He felt the warmth from his father. Tears suddenly fell. He trembled and asked to confirm, "Really?" Lang Wenfeng could only sigh helplessly. He looked at his son's face and then smiled proudly. "Next, you have to help me protect our important family." Diep Tin Vu and her daughter stood from afar watching the boy with tear-filled eyes. He changed direction, pushed his son forward, then stood beside him and advised, "Why are you just standing there? Why be so foolish and unaware of what's going on right now?" "What's wrong?" The boy, encouraged by his father, slowly started to step forward. But halfway there, he stopped as if something was bothering him. He clenched his hands tightly, trembling, thinking about how they had rejected him. Tears rolled down his delicate face again. He hesitantly asked Mom's sister. Suddenly, they ran over and hugged him tightly, freezing him in place. Feeling what's called family love left him stunned. Tears fell once more, but this time they were tears of happiness, the joy of being reunited with family. As a father, Lang Wenfeng could only stay silent and smile happily. And what they brought made Beach High's heart feel relieved. Time itself seemed to soften, stretching this moment longer. At the Dieb Family Corporation, Lang Wenfeng's family was saying goodbye to their benefactor. Vu and his daughter still felt a bit reluctant to leave. Suddenly, the junior disciple appeared in a spirit form, calling out, "Senior brother." Lang Wenfeng turned and asked with curiosity, "What's so urgent that you have to send your spirit to find me?" The junior flew inside, scratching his head repeatedly. He faced Diep Thin Vu and her daughter, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, sister-in-law, young lady." His words startled Lang Wenfeng. He blinked in confusion and pointed, "What do you mean?" The junior just scratched his head and explained, "Oh, well, because senior brother stayed at the Diep family, the kid's age sister-in-law's insight, and the fact that you're not married but already have a child. Even without proof, it's not hard to guess, right?" Ha ha ha. His words only made Lang Wenfeng and Diep Thin Vu turn away silently. Then the junior quickly leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Senior brother, our top official in the East, is waiting for you at an important cabinet meeting and can't find you anywhere. She's furious right now. That's why I had to send my spirit to find you as fast as I could." Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning, and his face lost all calm as he thought of her. Lang Wenfeng slapped his forehead, panicked, and said, "What? Oh man, how could I forget about this?" He scratched his head and stammered, "We were supposed to reunite. There's a cabinet meeting." Before he finished, Diep Thin Vu interrupted. "Important official business, you have to go on." Thin Vu's child stood nearby, waving goodbye, saying, "Bye, Dad. Remember to come visit us." After saying that, Lang Wenfeng turned and quickly walked toward the door. At the top of the towering skyscraper, a flying ship appeared at the cabinet, surrounded by clouds. Lang Wenfeng and his junior brother stood silently in front of the huge meeting room door. Lang Wenfeng nervously swallowed and anxiously asked his junior brother, "Do you think she's no longer angry?" He casually replied, "How could she be? When she disguised herself as a guy and fought alongside us, her controlling nature only got worse, not better." Lang Wenfeng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "Anyway, it's late, now might as well just skip it. After all, she manages all the administrative affairs." Lang Wenfeng's junior brother agreed. That's right, that's right." Hearing that, Wenfeng turned back with a cheerful wink. "Then let's go." Suddenly, the junior brother opened the door with a click and loudly announced, echoing inside, "The Holy Lord has arrived." Lang Wenfeng was startled and panicked. The junior brother stepped forward, waved to him, then whispered, "Senior brother, you're busy. I'll go ahead. Compared to offending you, I'm more afraid of offending her." Lang Wenfeng watched his junior brother run off speechless. He angrily pointed at him and scolded, "You traitor, just wait and see how I deal with you later." The junior brother just smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, a voice from inside called out, "Shenzhen's initial plan, 100 abandoned fragrances. There are so many big matters needing the Holy Lord's decision. I wonder where you've been these past few days." Before Lang Wenfeng could answer, the voice continued, "If it weren't for the Deep family discovering the Holy Lord's whereabouts, we wouldn't know where to look." He was stunned and replied, "Huh." Lang Wenfeng immediately turned around, scratched his head, and softly said, "As soon as I heard you summon me, I came straight to the Jade Library." When he entered the meeting room, everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. While everyone was greeting, a girl sitting at the head of the table sat sternly without saying a word. She then seriously reminded Lang Wenfeng, "During the cabinet meeting, please address me as Prime Minister Dongfang." Lang Wenfeng felt uneasy, scratched his head, and replied, Okay, Prime Minister Dongfang. He stepped up to the head of the table and slowly sat down. Prime Minister Dongfang stood up, placed a stack of papers in front of Lang Vanfong, and said, "These are recent official documents needing the Holy Lord's approval related to diplomacy, restructuring, civil affairs, and appointing a provincial official." Lang Vanfong sighed in frustration and said, "Leave these things to you, Prime Minister. What use am I?" Suddenly, Prime Minister Dongfang slammed her hand on the stack of papers, startling Lang Vanfong. She said sternly, "This is the territory the Holy Lord led us to win. These are all things that need to be done to strengthen the new era. If Saint Tan doesn't know about these major matters, then who will take responsibility if something goes wrong?" Everyone in the meeting room was stunned by this. A brown-haired guy said to the person beside him, "Only Prime Minister Dongfang would dare talk to Saint Tan like that." The blue-haired guy whispered, "Of course you're not part of the old group. You don't know the Prime Minister and Saint Tan have been comrades through life and death for over 10 years. They used to be disguised as women to roam and uphold justice across the land with Saint Tan." Lang Vanfong reached for a paper stamp and lowered his voice. I get it. Let me see if I can handle it. Everyone wait a moment. I'll do it now." He immediately clasped his hands and recited a spell. Like magic behind Lang Vanfong, 3 people identical to him appeared standing neatly. All 4 versions of Lang Vanfong began approving the official documents. They worked very focused. Their feedback was very positive. Prime Minister Dongfang just quietly watched without saying a word. Everyone sitting below praised them endlessly, truly amazed. After a while, Lang Vanfong slammed his hand on the pile of documents. All 4 of them spoke in unison, and as soon as they finished, the 3 illusions of Lang Vanfong disappeared. Everyone below immediately applauded. Saint Lord is amazing, unparalleled in the world. Lang Vanfong calmly replied, "Just watching the joke." After approving all these documents, I finally understand how hard Prime Minister Dongfang and the others ambassadors have worked. The future of Shenzhou must rely on the talented people of this country. Hearing this, Prime Minister Dongfang sighed and covered his face. Lang Vanfong turned around happily and asked, "Documents approved, what's next?" Prime Minister Dongfang said seriously, "There's still one major matter the Saint Lord needs to handle today. That's the Great Assembly of 10,000 Laws." Lang Vanfong thought for a moment and asked, "Oh, is everything ready?" The brown-haired guy sitting below spoke up. "Shenzhou is just beginning to recover vitality. Why hold such a grand, great assembly of 10,000 laws? It's a waste of effort and resources. Wouldn't it be better to focus on building education?" Hearing this, the entire meeting room suddenly fell silent. No one else had any comments. Prime Minister Dongfang calmly said, "This concerns national secrets. Everyone here has undergone strict background checks. They're all great talents devoted to national prosperity." She looked at Lang Vanfong and continued, "Since you're attending the cabinet meeting, you should understand the whole story." He nodded in agreement. Prime Minister Dongfang spoke coldly. "Shenzhou's early recovery involves complicated factions. Although the Saint Lord uses overwhelming power to dominate the heroes, unify the factions, and unify Shenzhou, there's an unseen power struggle behind the scenes. Zhang Fuanghao's absolute string will never easily give up their wealth and power." She continued to explain. "So they use strange magic and threaten the lives of civilians in the territories controlled by factions to force the Saint Lord to surrender. On the surface, Shenzhou is unified and all factions obey the Saint Lord as the ruler of Shenzhou. But in reality, these factions still hold great control over their original territories." Everyone was shocked and worried, asking, "What does that mean? What should we do?" The Saint Lord furrowed his brow and said seriously, "This great assembly of 10,000 laws is the first step to gradually breaking this tactic of theirs. It's also an important step to strengthen the foundation of the nation." Prime Minister Dongfang, standing nearby, expressed agreement. "Exactly. The Great Assembly of 10,000 Laws doesn't distinguish between rich or poor. It invites outstanding cultivators from all over the world to select the best into the academy. This is an important method to choose and employ talents for the country." The green-haired guy asked cautiously, "Is this method to strengthen central power, divide sect forces, and the demon clans? But how do we break the strange technique that involves the lives of millions across the world?" Prime Minister Dongfang calmly replied, "This strange technique goes against the natural order. Anyone with humanity would never dare to use it recklessly. This grand assembly of all methods aims to gather a new generation to create a prosperous divine continent together. So they rise and fall with the divine continent, and then this threat can resolve itself. Hearing this, everyone immediately applauded and praised Yang Mo really has great ideas. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed. A few couldn't hold back and said, that's truly a brilliant plan. Night was slowly falling in the meeting room. Only two people remained, Lang Vanfong and Prime Minister Dong Fong. She was focused on reviewing the approved documents from this morning. He leaned his chin on his hand, watching her closely. Lang Vanfong admired her working and smiled softly. Prime Minister Dong Fong was so absorbed in work, she didn't notice him. Lang Vanfong leaned back in his chair, happily saying, remember when we and the brothers risked our lives and fought desperately? In the end, it turned out just as we wished. He looked off into the distance, beginning to reminisce. Thinking back to that year, who would have thought that the Jade Lord famed across the world was Dong Fong Ngoc Thu? She was also the eldest daughter of the Dong Fong clan, Dong Fong Ngoc Thu. Ngoc Thu glanced at him suspiciously and asked, what do you mean? Lang Vanfong replied casually, just feeling sentimental. If it weren't for you, who could bear the responsibility of reviving the divine continent? Dong Fong Ngoc Thu closed her eyes, lightly snorted. It's not for you, but for the legacy of the friends who have passed. Hearing this, Lang Vanfong fell silent. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to ask, wait, I heard your son also wants to participate in the grand assembly of all methods. Aren't you worried he might get hurt? Ngoc Thu was a bit startled, but pretended nothing was wrong and calmly answered, this is his life. If it's his choice, then I support him. Suddenly, Lang Vanfong sat up straight, leaned in and said, hey, when someone suddenly says they have a kid, everyone gets curious. I'm curious too, who's the father? A man who can catch Dong Fong Ngoc Thu's eye. What's he like? Ngoc Thu gathered the documents, silent at first, then softly probed. What if I say it's you? As soon as she said that, Lang Vanfong suddenly leaned back in his chair, gripping it, sweating profusely, and yelled, are you joking? Dong Fong Ngoc Thu gave him a glare and said near her voice, you dare joke, but I can't joke with you. Lang Vanfong scratched his head and replied, just curious. Ngoc Thu's expression turned serious. Since when did Sheng Zun become so nosy? Are you just bored, and now that the fighting's over, you're asking about other people's private business? Only then did Lang Vanfong relax, wipe the sweat from his forehead, and folded his hands apologetically to Ngoc Thu. Sorry I talked too much. I hope Prime Minister won't be mad. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Not long after laughing, Dong Fong Ngoc Thu stood up seriously and said, class is over. Sheng Zun can go take care of his own business. I have a lot to do and no time to chat with you. After saying that, she quickly walked toward the door. Suddenly, Lang Vanfong reached out and called her back. Wait! Ngoc Thu turned and asked, oh, Sheng Zun, what else do you need? He scratched his head hesitantly and said, I have a good friend whose son recently encountered some things he doesn't understand and asked me for advice. She said, how would I know about these things? Surprised, Ngoc Thu asked again. Oh, Sheng Zun's good friend, I know most of them. Why not tell him to come see me directly? Lang Vanfong looked awkward and said, this person, you don't know her. The Prime Minister is busy. Just tell me what to do. Ngoc Thu said oh softly and he shyly looked away. Ngoc Thu sat back down and continued. All right, Sheng Zun, tell me what I can help with. Hearing that, he happily clapped his hands and quickly answered, okay, here's the deal. He moved closer and whispered something to her, looking very secretive. After a while, discussing, Vanfong arrived at Daotone Mountain. His face was very serious as he put his hands behind his back and flew up high. Below, many others were also standing on swords, flying toward the same place, swarming forward in large numbers. At the martial arts arena, many people sat neatly in rows, looking up at the stage. At the top, a figure appeared. An old man spoke. The Divine Continent, Grand Assembly of all methods. The selection competition for Dao sect begins now. Please welcome the sect leader's instructions. Everyone below shouted in unison, welcome sect leader's instructions. The person who was standing above suddenly flew up, surprising everyone. It was Tian Pham Tuyet. After flying up for a moment, she slowly descended, her slender legs lightly touching down on the arena floor. Pham Tuyet stood above, looking at the lively crowd below. Her expression was hard to describe. Countless people stood solemnly below, all looking straight ahead. Among them was Tian Pham Tuyet's son, named Tian Fong. She began to speak. Peace in divine continent is fragile threats come from within and outside. Looking around, Famtiet frowned and continued. Those who cultivate the Tao in our generation must protect the peace of divine continent. Everyone below quickly raised their voices in unison. Protect the peace of divine continent. She spread her arms wide and declared loudly, the Grand Assembly of All Methods Selection Contest begins now. Yes, everyone shouted together. After finishing, Famtiet turned and walked inside. The old man then continued. First, the preliminary selection contest begins. There are 500 registrants divided into 32 groups. Please proceed to the drawing area. The preliminary selection uses an elimination system. The final winners will move on to the general selection to accumulate points. Someone else sitting nearby explained, the 8 contestants with the highest points will represent the Tao sect in the Divine Continent Grand Assembly of All Methods. Round 1 contestants begin to draw lots. It's now Thien Fong's turn. After drawing, he immediately opened the paper in his hand. His number was 35. In the front row, 4 people were seated. One of them was Fan Shui. She thought to herself, where's our son? Just as she finished thinking, she suddenly widened her eyes in shock, as if she had just seen something unbelievable. Then she abruptly stood up, leaving everyone around very puzzled. Someone saw this and turned to ask, Sect leader, are you okay? Realizing her strange behavior made her a bit embarrassed, she waved her hand and said, No, it's nothing. Everyone please continue watching the competition. After saying that, she sat back down. Fanshu was now settled in her seat, mentally communicating with AI. Why did you come without telling me? You made me lose face in front of the other disciples. It turned out Yunfeng was using invisibility magic nearby and hurriedly replied, Isn't it because I rushed here to discuss and solve our son's predicament with you? She closed her eyes, her face bright red. Yunfeng continued, Number 16 is about to enter the arena. He looked thoughtfully ahead. At the martial arts arena, referee number 16 stepped out and loudly announced, Number 35 and 36 enter the arena. From behind, a huge figure appeared. The old man trembled slightly as he turned to look at the big guy, then smiled warmly and said, I am number 36, Dao Sect's Electric Communication Spirit, 6th generation inner disciple, Dada Shan. Yunfeng suddenly widened his eyes and bent down to whisper to the woman enjoying tea beside him. Hey, our bull looks like AI, but why is he so massive? She just took a sip of tea but spit it all out immediately, looking quite embarrassing and drawing everyone's attention toward her. The old man asked again, Sect leader, are you feeling unwell again? She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and softly replied, No, it's nothing. Everyone, please continue watching the competition. Then she closed her eyes and sighed. Fanju gritted her teeth and turned to whisper to the man next to her. Are you blind? How have you never seen him before? No matter what, you can't be so clueless that you don't even recognize your own son, right? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I seem to have the same problem many young men have. They're afraid he might suddenly turn out to be their son. While he babbled on, she had already seen something. Fanshu said coldly, Quick look, our son is entering the arena. Both contestants were now on the arena floor. Tian Feng, with a cold expression, stepped forward and said, Chen Feng Xuanji Sect 36th generation outer disciple. Hearing his son introduce himself, he was equally astonished. The referee raised his hand to signal the start of the fight. They bowed, both quickly clasped their hands and bowed slightly. The other contestants below suddenly all sighed in unison. Number 36, disciple, tough luck. Number 36 suddenly looked a bit nervous hearing this. He clapped his hands, opened his mouth to shout, releasing earth energy. Large stones around him flew up and surrounded his body. Then the stones tightly adhered to him, forming an incredibly solid armor. The stones covered his entire arms. On the other side, Yun Feng saw the scene and said, The new generation of Dao sect is really talented. This chubby little guy has already reached the earth mastery level at such a young age. Fan Shui beside him replied, That's thanks to our sect's predecessors, who kept researching and creating new foundational Dao techniques. Of course, the hard work of the new generation disciples is also essential. More importantly, Yunfeng heard this and looked at Fan Shui suspiciously, wondering silently. More importantly, she looked up at him with deep affection and thought to herself, Holy Ancestor, you created this peaceful world so we could live and grow. This has been our lifelong wish. She looked at the handsome, moving face, and Yunfeng once again opened his eyes wide in amazement. In the arena, Tianfeng used his fist to swiftly knock number 36 away. Number 36 fell flat on the floor, unable to move anymore. Everyone cheered and congratulated him. The referee shouted when he saw number 36 lying there foaming at the mouth. Number 30 wins against number 30. He gaped in shock and screamed inside, "How can a chi stage cultivator deliver the power of a core form stage attack?" Fanshu exhaled heavily and replied, "Keep watching, you'll see the results are just like that. I won't be so troubled over it anymore." Lung Yunfeng fell silent, lost in thought. After a few more rounds, still at the Martial Arena Court number 16, the referee announced round 5, number 30 versus number 41. Number 41 entered to face Tianfeng. Tianfeng looked exhausted and was panting. In contrast, number 41 showed no reaction at all. Everyone shouted in unison again, "Number 41 is so lucky." Leng Yunfeng, confused, whispered to Fan Shui, "What's going on here?" Fan Shui remained silent. Leng Yunfeng seemed very tense, so Fan Shui gripped her skirt tightly. Number 41 released a single strike that knocked Tianfeng away. Chen Feng was blasted back about 10 meters, causing everyone to turn and watch. Chen Feng was pushed off the arena, and the referee declared, "Outside the arena, number 41 wins." Chen Feng gasped heavily and struggled to get up, supporting himself with his hands. Lang Yunfeng was stunned, unable to believe it, his expression quite funny. At night behind the mountain, the sounds of continuous clashes still echoed. Bam! Bam! His fists hit so hard they dented the rock. Chen Feng kept punching the rock without stopping. Teeth gritted and drenched in sweat, but he maintained a steady rhythm with his punches. Behind him, a few colored lights suddenly appeared, gathering to form Lang Van Fong and Thien Pham Tuyet. They used an invisibility technique and quietly watched Thien Fong. Long Van Fong then used heavenly eye vision and focused it on Thien Fong, practicing in front. Thien Fong's dantian and meridians were clearly visible in detail. Long Van Fong was stunned and stammered as he whispered to Thien Pham Tuyet, "His dantian and meridians? What about them?" Thien Pham Tuyet replied sadly, "As you can see, his dantian and meridians are several times thicker than a normal person's. If a normal person's dantian and meridians are like the walls of intestines, his are thick layers of glue, very elastic. Because in a normal person, the meridians are quite thin, and the core takes up most of the volume. But for Thien Fong, it's the opposite." Lang Van Fong realized this, resting his chin on his hand as he analyzed, "No wonder his dantian and meridians are thick and elastic like a high-pressure water gun, with power several times that of a normal person." Then Lang Van Fong added, "If he reaches the Wen Ying stage, he could freely manipulate heavenly and earthly energy. This kind of extraordinary magical power could definitely break through to becoming a transformed spirit." Thien Pham Tuyet quickly shot back, "But that's later, because dantian and meridians that thick can't store energy, so they can't condense enough. As for Juji, forget Yuanying. Even in this lifetime, Juji has no hope." Indeed, Lang Van Fong was stuck. After a while, Lang Van Fong suddenly spoke again, shyly scratching his nose. She saw Lang Van Fong shyly clearing his throat to gather courage and say, "What about our son?" Thien Pham Tuyet was surprised and turned to look at Lang Van Fong, our son. The two of them awkwardly looked at each other. Thien Pham Tuyet Shai quickly looked away to hide her embarrassment, leaving Lang Van Fong unsure how to respond. Thien Pham Tuyet sighed and complained, "Here I am, the respected sect leader of Tao sect, commander of 20,000 disciples, handling things with ease. But when it comes to our son, I don't know what to do." They fell silent again, watching their son Thien Fong practice without pause. He still didn't notice his parents' presence. He always pushed himself to the limit in training. As a mother, Thien Pham Tuyet deeply understood everything her son had endured. Being the son of the Tao sect leader meant he was watched by everyone and bore pressure and malice far beyond others his age. Behind his back, everyone called him a genius, a heavy burden. Fellow disciples of his age often joked and spoke badly about Thien Fong, behind his back genius, for a second, the sect leader's disgrace. Ordinary people might dream Thien Pham Tuyet might get drunk, but he never showed anger or discouragement in front of others. Then Thien Pham Tuyet leaned against a tree, trying to calm her complicated feelings. Thien Pham Tuyet spoke softly. Only she knew that whenever he was hurt or sad, he would come here and train desperately until utterly exhausted. Hearing that, Lang Van Fong clenched his fist tightly, probably out of sorrow for his son. Trang Thien Pham Tuyet reminisced about childhood. When he was sad, he would come to me to complain. When hurt, he would come to me for a hug. He would always come to talk to me about everything. But in the past 2 years, his words have become fewer and fewer. No matter what I asked, he would just shake his head. Suddenly, Thien Pham Tuyet turned around, faced Lang Van Fong, tears streaming down his cheeks. Even if he argued with me, even raised his voice asking why I gave birth to him, only to bring him this suffering. Even if he cried in front of me, the more he did that, the more it broke my heart. Then Thien Pham Tweet grabbed Lang Van Phong's sleeve, exhausted, lowering his head. Being a good mother is harder than being a good sect leader. Lang Van Phong stayed still, letting Thien Pham Tweet release his emotions. Afterwards, Lang Van Phong spoke, "Let me try." Thien Pham Tweet was momentarily stunned, trying to hold back his tears. Thien Pham Tweet asked, "Do you have a way?" Lang Van Phong placed his hand on Thien Pham Tweet's shoulder and reassured him, "Let's have a man-to-man talk first." Thien Pham Tweet was puzzled. "What do you want to do?" Without saying much, Lang Van Phong immediately got to work. Using tech fusion, Lang Van Phong's body transformed and shrank a bit. He turned into a pale, sweet teenage boy. This must be Lang Van Phong's form from his youth. Lang Van Phong reminded him, "Later, no matter what happens, don't go outside." Thien Pham decided to say something, but then stopped. Lang Van Phong disappeared immediately, saying nothing more. Thien Pham kept training persistently now, doing banana tree push-ups. Surprisingly, Thien Pham was doing push-ups using only one finger, the index finger. He silently counted 397, 398, then pushed himself up with effort for 399. But by then his thumb had to touch the ground for support because his index finger was too weak. The atmosphere grew tense when Lang Van Phong suddenly spoke, "A disciple of Tao sect who doesn't train the Void Core. What are you hiding here for?" Following this useless, bone-strengthening path, Tao sect is out of talent. Hearing the voice, Thien Phong stopped and replied, "Come down." Looking up at the rock where the voice came from, Lang Van Phong sat cross-legged, chin resting on his hand, wearing the arrogant attitude of youth as he looked at Thien Phong. Thien Phong asked, "Who are you to barge into Tao sect's back mountain?" Lang Van Phong arrogantly responded, "I heard Tao sect only accepts outstanding disciples with extraordinary talent. I just recently formed my power and came here to check things out, maybe spar a bit with some of the true disciples." Hearing this, Thien Phong stood up and said seriously, "If you want to fight the true disciples, get past me first." Suddenly, Lang Van Phong vanished right before Thien Phong's eyes, then appeared immediately behind him. He arrogantly said, "Interesting. Just relying on you, a small chi refiner. I'm afraid to play for real. Your little life wouldn't last." Seeing this, Thien Pham Tuyet was restless. What does he want to do? What kind of man-to-man talk is this? Is he trying to start a fight? Lang Van Phong thought to himself. After years of battles, I've faced countless opponents. I'm certain of this. People who talk can lie, but only fists carry the truest will and character. In his mind, whether cruel, violent, cunning, or brave, resilient, unyielding. Thien Phong seriously prepared to duel, but reminded Lang Van Phong, "Please don't underestimate me. I can even compete with the sect's true disciples." Lang Van Phong smiled slightly. Even in battle, he remembered to warn his opponent what an honest kid. Lang Van Phong dashed quickly toward Pham Tuyet's son. His words were clearly sarcastic. "A chi refiner standing before me, pretending to be a Dan refiner. I can't even take you seriously." But immediately, Lang Van Phong was startled as Pham Tuyet's son's lightning-fast punch came flying in. Fighting him, Van Phong's movement speed was too fast. He couldn't dodge the attack and could only block it head-on with both hands. Although the opponent's force was so strong that both were pushed back, flying several meters backward. Just as he regained his balance, Lang Van Phong was surprised to see a pretty serious wound appear on his right arm where Pham Tuyet's son had just struck. It looked like it was sizzling and smoking. Apparently provoked by this, Lang Van Phong suddenly became very excited and interested. This isn't ordinary chi refining, the destructive mental force is on another level. But it seems Van Phong forgot what technique this was. He lightly patted his head quickly, recalling, "Right, the sect leader once said, there's a very rare constitution called Yuan Ying Realm, capable of fighting spiritual transformation, but forever unable to reach Void Core, constitution that brings despair." Lang Van Phong quickly found the answer. "What's it called?" "Ah, right. It's called the Chongying Defective Constitution." "Yes, Chongying Defective Constitution." Then suddenly, Lang Van Phong put one hand on his hip and pointed the other at Pham Tuyet's son. He laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha ha, you're not lucky at all. You just hit the jackpot." Unlike Van Phong, Pham Tuyet's son showed no sign of happiness at receiving this so-called prize. He frowned, looking like he wanted to ask the person opposite him, "Is this supposed to be funny?" Lang Van Phong restrained himself and stopped laughing. He asked him, "You must really hate your parents for giving you this kind of constitution, right?" And immediately Van Fong was startled as something shapeless suddenly rushed toward him. Long Van Fong's question seemed to have thoroughly angered Pham Thuyt's son. He made his move, planting his left hand on the ground, lifting his body and kicking toward Lang Van Fong. But Van Fong's reaction speed was too quick. He immediately jumped high trying to dodge the attack. Long Van Fong was unharmed and was still able to land safely. However, instead of landing on the ground, he stepped on a sword that was just summoned with both feet. Now the situation had changed. One person looked up from below, while the other hovered above, looking down with contempt. Long Van Fong spoke, "Even if you're still holding on now, how long do you think you can keep it up?" Pham Thuyt's son then lunged forward angrily, shouting, "I'll hold on till the end. This is my last dignity." Long Van Fong stayed in his position and smiled. He seemed eager for a fight with Pham Thuyt's son. He quickly dove down, shouting loudly, "Then come at me." The two clashed in midair, their attacks lighting up the moonlit sky even brighter. But neither of them noticed that a woman was hiding behind a tree below, secretly watching. That woman was none other than Thien Pham Thuy. She was anxious and worried watching the fight, afraid one of them might strike too hard and get hurt. They fought for a long time until the moon was hidden behind clouds. Later, their figures suddenly appeared beside a high cliff with a bottomless abyss below. In that situation, Lang Van Fong had the upper hand. He stood there, one hand gripping Pham Thuyt's son's neck and lifting him up high. Van Fong gave a sly smile and squeezed the boy's throat hard, making him struggle for breath and tremble violently. Thien Pham Thuy anxiously sent a voice message to Lang Van Fong. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Van Fong replied through voice transmission. "You choose to cultivate through life and death. Isn't that how we reach the peak of enlightenment? Now is a time of peace. Only this way can he find hope. Trust him, he is our son." Hearing this, Thien Pham Thuy could no longer stop him from doing what he wanted. Long Van Fong said to Pham Thuyt's son, "Let me have a little fun. I'll give you a chance. Call me master, and I'll spare your life." But he didn't realize that Pham Thuyt's son had an unyielding will. He said, "I'd rather die standing than live like a ghost." Lang Van Fong didn't press him further and surprisingly released his grip from the boy's neck. Pham Thuyt's son no longer felt pain, but at the same time he lost his support, still hanging in midair by the cliff all this time. And then what had to happen happened. Pham Thuyt's son opened his eyes wide, waiting to fall into the abyss with no way to save himself. Long Van Fong just stood there expressionless, coldly watching the boy fall into the deep chasm without any intention to save him. Pham Thuyt's son shut his eyes tightly, and in the end his only concern was still his mother. He muttered to himself, "Sorry, Mom, I still can't be your pride." Suddenly, Thien Pham Thuy dashed outside, ignoring Lang Van Fong's gaze, and shouted, "Lang Van Fong!" Thien Pham Thuy panicked and rushed over trying to save her son. At that moment, Lang Van Fong suddenly shouted, "Freeze!" Instantly, both space and time completely froze. Everything was motionless, except for him. Thien Pham Thuy stood, frozen still in the motion of rushing toward the cliff, calling out for her son. Her son was the same, motionless, suspended over the abyss. Lang Van Fong's whole body was wrapped in golden light as he touched Thien Pham Thuy's frozen hand and shouted, "Release!" Thien Pham Thuy's seal was lifted, and she instinctively lunged forward. It startled her, but luckily Lang Van Fong quickly pulled her back and lifted her up. Thien Pham Thuy angrily pinched Van Fong's cheeks and yelled, "Lang Van Fong, you bastard! What did you do to my son?" Let me go, let me go." Van Fong helplessly tried to explain, "Calm down, calm down." "Look." Thien Pham Thuy tilted her head toward the cliff anxiously. "How can I stay calm?" Now she could clearly see her son was temporarily safe. He was still suspended in the same spot, motionless. Only the two of them could move. Everything else was frozen in a gloomy gray. Thien Pham Thuy breathed a sigh of relief. "Almost forgot you have this trick too. Getting better and better at this." Lang Van Fong's face was being pinched and squeezed. He helplessly asked, "Thien Pham Thuy, can you take your hands off?" Thien Pham Thuy blushed, embarrassed, and slowly loosened her slightly overbearing grip. Now her face was bright red like a ripe tomato about to steam. She quickly jumped out of his arms. Lang Van Fong was also a little embarrassed, his face flushed, as they both turned their backs, unsure what to say. The atmosphere was awkward and dim, but this moment only lasted briefly. The two of them, one father and one mother, looked down from above at Pham Thuy's son floating in midair. Thien Pham Thuy spoke first, breaking the awkward silence. "You were too rough with him. Since he grew up, I've never hit him that hard." Lang Van Fong felt a bit awkward being called out and scratched his head to explain, "Don't be mad. My father, my master, hit me even harder before. I always controlled my force, so my son only feels pain, but no injury, so he doesn't fall into despair. Pham Tweet's left hand tightly gripped her right wrist, trying to help it move, but both her hands trembled in desperation. Pham Tweet spoke sadly. Only those who give birth to sons can understand. Simply put, I can be ruthless with myself. Lang Vanfeng also felt a bit sorrowful and pitiful for the son. Thinking of a parent is hard, remembering how, as a kid, every time he was punished, to kneel before the ancestral tablet, it was his mother who secretly brought him food. Sadly, I can no longer eat in this life. He turned to look at Thien Pham Tweet and continued, but now I think I understand the deep love of both father and master. Clearly loving the child but still able to be ruthless and set expectations for the child to grow up as a strict father. Von Fong's words moved Pham Tweet even more. She asked him again. So what should we do? Lang Van Fong calmly replied, only those who give birth to sons. Then, of course, he slowly flew down toward the abyss where Pham Tweet's son was still hanging. With a sharp cracking sound, Lang Van Fong passed by Pham Tweet's son, but it seemed like he hadn't fully lifted the seal on him yet. At a certain height, Van Fong turned around and stopped moving. Thien Pham Tweet immediately came to his side. Lang Van Fong performed his magic, touched the cliff, and shouted, Jade pure, supreme law, sun's mansion moistens heaven's opening. His hand glowed after the command. A magic formation resembling a yin-yang compass immediately appeared before them. At the spot where Lang Van Fong touched a cave appeared. It seemed to lead to another dimension. The two quickly entered. They flew to a place with breathtaking scenery, rolling hills, lush green fields, simple houses all sparkling under the sunlight. Thien Pham Tweet exclaimed, Jade Pure Realm is truly magical. This sun's mansion is a treasure in any major sect. You casually grab one, why not grab a few more? Lang Van Fong, ahead of her, turned his head and smiled teasingly at the now happy Pham Tweet. What? Thien Pham Tweet didn't answer him but changed the subject. So what do we prepare to do? Van Fong answered her, make it a legendary story. At the mountain cliff encounter, an outsider master takes disciples and passes on the art. Pham Tweet asked in surprise, pass on the art. You have a way. Lang Van Fong replied, I've fought all my life countless opponents. Looking across the world, whether righteous or evil, they use all their intelligence to seek supreme wisdom. There was no antidote before, but hopefully in the future. Then he thought of something and said, among the great demonic masters who fought evenly with me, the Mahadujia sect founded by Thien Tu holds hope. Lang Van Fong and Thien Pham Tweet stood side by side on a small rock ledge. Thien Pham Tweet wore a worried, thoughtful expression and said, this Thien Tu cultivates both Buddha and demon. His magic is mysterious. Without you, he would be the top in the world, right? Lang Van Fong didn't deny it, but agreed with her opinion. Suddenly, Thien Pham Tweet covered her mouth and smiled softly. She glanced at Lang Van Fong beside her and asked, after falling into the abyss and meeting that master, how did you come up with this kind of plan? Lang Van Fong scratched his head and replied, he's a friend, both a father and a mother. Using this method on her son works pretty well. He frowned, slightly cleared his throat, then warned, hey, don't cause any more trouble later. Qian Fanshui gave up and said, all right, I'll restrain myself. But I want to stay and watch. Ling Yunfeng didn't refuse and just coldly said 2 words, up to you. Back at the cliff, as Fan Shui's son was falling from a great height, suspended silently in midair, suddenly an unknown voice said, release. At this moment, Fan Shui's son was falling quite fast. Feeling death closing in, he thought to himself, I'm about to die. No matter how hard I try, I just can't reach that genius's level. His body seemed to give up, surrendering to fate. He closed his eyes and said, Dad, sorry, Mom. A moment later, Fan Shui's son was falling near a small cave. The next second, he seemed to be sucked inside. Feeling this, Fan Shui's son opened his eyes wide in surprise. Soon after, he was completely pulled inside, then transported to a place with a clear blue sky. With several cliffs growing closely together, Fan Shui's son fell down, sprawling on the ground. He slowly sat up, grimacing, probably feeling pain from the sudden fall. After the fall, he could finally take a good look at the beautiful landscape and majestic mountains before him, which made him extremely confused. Where is this? Just a moment ago, I clearly... While still lost in confusion, suddenly a voice came from behind him. Only a few hundred years, and Dao's sect has become this useless. How could they be beaten without a fight by a mere outsider kid? Dao Sec's Hun, the voice belonged to Ling Yunfeng, who had taken on the role of an old man with white hair and beard. Chen Fan Shui, invisible behind, heard those words and got angry, hitting his head hard. She transmitted her voice to scold, "If you're acting, just act. Why do I drag Dao Sect's Hun into it?" He just smiled awkwardly, scratched his head lightly, and transmitted back, "Got into character, got into character." Right then, Fan Shui's son turned around annoyed and asked, "Who's that?" He saw an old man in tattered clothes, looking a bit crazy, sitting cross-legged on a small rock without seeing his mother anywhere nearby. He also didn't know if the man in front of him was his father. Ling Yunfeng silently looked at him with sharp eyes, like a blade, saying nothing. Fang Xu's son saw the old man and immediately respectfully asked, "Sir, who are you?" According to Dao Sect, Shogang Weiguo is the pillar of the divine continent, a true disciple, and a great honor of the divine continent. He continued, "I'm just a junior from an outer sect unknown with ordinary talent in Dao Sect." His expression grew angrier than ever. "Even so, if someone dares to insult Dao Sect, then I should give it my all to defend its honor." Thien Pham Tweet heard the confident words from her son, and she seemed to feel a bit of his maturity, so she looked at him with a tender gaze. But the old man didn't react the same way. His face was fierce, and he seemed ready for a fight. Pham Tweet's son's eyes widened, his face confused. Then suddenly a strong gust of wind blew him backwards, accompanied by small stones. Pham Tweet's son fell flat on his back, completely unguarded. The old man with silver hair said sternly, "I see a person born with an innate primal power, with exceptional talent like me, who should be roaming the world arrogantly and unmatched." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze, eyes wide open. It turned out Thien Pham Tweet was pinching his back from behind. She said softly, "You do things your way. Why do you have to scold me?" The old man's face turned pale. He could only remind her, "Let go, let go." He was caught again. Pham Tweet's Hun stood up. After falling, he firmly asked, "Who are you, senior?" No way would the words of this current sect leader of the doctrine sect be tolerated by my father. Following the holy sect, risking everything to bring the world peace we have today. His face grew extremely angry as he said, "She and my father are great heroes, standing tall and proud. My father even sacrificed his life for this new era. No one has the right to insult the sect leader." Thien Pham Tweet heard her son and her face brightened. So her son didn't hate her after all. Why even then? But the old man with silver hair kept mocking without stopping. "What is a sect leader anyway? Even the leader of leaders would have to kneel and call me grand tutor uncle in my presence. These younger generations I'll scold or criticize as I please." Thien Pham Tweet angrily pushed his head down and said, "Are you doing this to help my son or to insult me?" "Grand tutor uncle, you really know how to put on a show." The old man quickly tried to calm her. Don't be so quick. This is a setup. First, I have to make him trust me. Quickly give me some token from the senior of the doctrine sect." Thien Pham Tweet, with a frowning, annoyed face, sighed deeply and then reached out her hand holding something sparkling. She offered a cube-shaped object surrounded by light, looking like a magical artifact. That thing appeared before Thien Phong's eyes. He was amazed and stammered, "Is this the heavenly sect's secret law seal?" Thien Phong quickly dropped to one knee, then bowed deeply. "Greetings, disciple." Thien Phong greets master ancestor. Vun Feng, impersonating the old man, smiled with satisfaction. Good. Now get straight to the point. I've been here a while and don't know what's happened outside. Tell me the heroic story of your father." Thien Phong was a little surprised. "My father, Vun Feng," he coughed deliberately. "Thien Pham Tweet," he exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, Vun Feng quickly asked, "I'm the only one here. Where's your mother?" Thien Phong looked around but saw no one. He hurriedly said, "It's me, 7 words already." Von Fong then whispered to Pham Tweet, "Hey, what are you doing?" She asked back, confused, "What does that have to do with him trusting you?" He calmly replied, "I'm dead, so the father who sacrificed himself should obviously know better." After saying that, he used the 5 absolute barriers on Pham Tweet. A golden light surrounded her, forming a circle that trapped Pham Tweet inside. She struggled and screamed inside, but no sound came from outside. Von Fong closed his eyes and ignored her. Pham Tweet angrily pounded on the barrier, and Von Fong calmly said, "This is the 5 absolute barriers. If you force it open and cause a big scene, this plan will be exposed." Hearing this, Pham Tweet gradually calmed down and stopped trying. She turned away angrily. Seeing this, Von Fong sighed helplessly. He then turned to Thien Phong and said, "Go on." He hesitated and replied, "My father is a great hero, the man my mother loved deeply." Hearing this, Pham Tweet inside blushed deeply. Vunfeng was so surprised that he kept coughing. Seeing this, Thienfeng anxiously asked Master Ancestor, "Are you okay?" He waved his hand awkwardly. I'm fine. Keep going. 15 years ago, my father was attacked by assassins. They were poisonous. He fled into my mother's cultivation area. Back then, my father ran in with his wounds and charged straight to Pham Tuet's place, crashing into her. Seeing this, Pham Tuet was furious. "How rude. Who do you think you are, barging into my secret cultivation realm?" The assassins raised their swords and said, "Thung Hai Wen didn't expect your cultivation to be so deep. Even the poisonous immortal elixir can be found here for treatment." They charged at once. You all die together. Pham Tuet gently used her Ling Kong sword chi on them. Afterwards, all were pierced by sharp swords. After dealing with them, she carried Thienfeng's father to the shore. My father wandered into my mother's forbidden cultivation zone very weak. But my mother, with her kind heart, helped the martial world detoxified my father. My father cultivated immortality with extraordinary talent. My mother cherished his talent and passed on many of the secret teachings of the mysterious sect to him. That's how they got together and had me. The two on this side said nothing. The atmosphere grew unusually gloomy. Vunfeng looked a bit helpless and turned to Thienfeng Tuet. "Really underestimated you." Lang Vunfeng turned the poison of Thien Hai Wen into immortal elixir. "You can twist our story upside down like that, stirring up so much trouble. What kind of sect leader are you if you don't even tell the story? Isn't that a shame?" Hearing this, Pham Tuet awkwardly turned her face away. She stammered and then said back, "If not, then what? To help my son grow positively, I had to make up a good father figure for him." Thienfeng sadly continued, "Later, my parents fought to unify divine continent, bringing peace to the world following the holy sect battling across the land. Mom said during the war I was just born, and Dad sacrificed himself to protect Mom. She said Dad's only hope for me was that I could become a real man standing tall under the sky, standing firm on the earth." Saying this, he clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling a bit. "But I'm physically weak no matter how hard I try. I have no hope at all in my whole life. No matter how hard I try, I can't break through making Mom lose face." Thienfeng quietly turned and said, "Senior, this so-called primordial overlord thing, no one in the world has ever heard of it. Please don't give me any more hope, only for it to end in disappointment." Hearing that, Pham Tuet's face turned very bitter. She silently blamed herself. Am I putting too much pressure on him? Vunfeng, playing the old man, suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter created a wild storm. Thienfeng quickly braced himself, holding steady. He was hit by the wind pressure, cutting his arm and causing blood to flow out. After a while, the storm gradually died down. Vunfeng frowned and asked, "Ridiculous, do you have eyes now? The core of your dantian, your muscles and bones around it, are definitely far beyond ordinary people. Rare martial arts in the world are usually meant for ordinary people. How could they match this extraordinary talent of Chi Tu?" He said seriously, "Superb Chi Tu must be paired with superb Chi techniques to become the great way." Thienfeng was visibly shocked hearing this. Vunfeng continued, "When I was young, I made a big mistake and swore never to leave this place for life. Because I feared the world, my life, and my supreme arts, it would be a pity to pass them on. But I see you as honest and upright. I'm willing to take you as my disciple and teach you these rare techniques. Are you willing?" Thienfeng couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked confusedly, "Really?" Vunfeng stroked his beard and nodded and then turned to Pham Tuet and said, "Well, looks like the kid's fallen into the trap already." She smiled and asked, "I only knew you were good at fighting before. I didn't expect you to have this acting skill too." Hearing that, Vunfeng turned back and said, "My enemy not only has superior martial strength, but also top-level strategy. Without brains, how could they break the encirclement?" Suddenly, Thienfeng refused, "No, I can't." Hearing this, both were very surprised, and he immediately asked why. He scratched his head and replied, "If I take you as my master, wouldn't that mess up the hierarchy in the sect? In the sect, the elders have the highest status. Wouldn't they then call me the ancestor master instead?" Hearing this, Vunfeng laughed until he nearly fell over. Then Pham Tuet smiled softly and said, "He really is an honest kid." Vunfeng clapped and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, passing down skills doesn't have to be so formal. The important thing about master and disciple is that I find the kid interesting. Passing down this profound art of mine, what does status even matter?" Thienfeng hurriedly bowed his head. "As a junior disciple of the sect, I humbly ask Senior for guidance. Van Fong immediately called him over a beam of light, surrounding and moving him closer. He calmly said, "Let's begin." Hearing this, Thien Fong immediately asked, "Senior, what should I do?" Van Fong smiled and said, "The method is simple if explained easily, but difficult if explained thoroughly. Going up there might cost you your life. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Pham Tweet was very surprised and worriedly asked, "Hey, you never told me it would be life-threatening." Van Fong seriously replied, "I understand you mean as a master hoping to have a disciple worthy of trust. Parents worry about their children's safety, but haven't we all faced life or death trials to get where we are?" Pham Tweet quickly responded, "We fight for this peaceful world so that future generations won't have to face these dangers, right?" Hearing her words, Van Fong calmly answered, "We did create this peaceful world, but the future needs young people to protect it." Pham Tweet was worried by this, so he told her not to worry. He promised, "I will always be close to Thien Fong, and if there's danger, I will step in." Van Fong continued, "But growing up, have we ever truly listened to our parents' advice? This time, I want to give the decision to you." Van Fong thought since it's Thien Fong's life, he must let him take control. After a moment, Thien Fong said firmly, "Junior humbly asks Senior to teach me." Then he clasped his hands and bowed to Van Fong. Seeing his son's determination, Van Fong felt very happy, and Pham Tweet also felt proud of their child. Van Fong placed his hand on Thien Fong's forehead. "Let's start." Suddenly, a light radiated from Thien Fong's forehead. Van Fong told him, "This magic only has 2 steps." Thien Fong was surprised that there were only 2 steps. Van Fong explained, "Because our dantian is complete, and our bones are tougher than most, the vital energy disperses and can't condense. To enter the foundation establishment stage and form a core, you just need to block all the air holes with full force." He said, "It's like blowing up a balloon. If you try to open your bones, the vital energy will gather inside." After hearing this explanation, Thien Fong thought it sounded pretty simple. Suddenly, Thien Fong felt a powerful energy surge out, causing him to cough up blood. His body became covered in veins. Pham Tweet wanted to rush to her son, but Van Fong quickly stopped her. It seemed the most important part of a child's growth is the responsibility of the parents. She must hold on. If she appeared now, it would shake his consciousness and ruin all the effort. Pham Tweet hesitated hearing this. Thien Fong's body was now swelling. Van Fong felt proud seeing him endure like that. He said this was the moment to test his willpower. When the dantian and bones are forced to open, it feels like being cut by a knife. If he can't bear it, he can quit any time. Thien Fong gritted his teeth, trembling as he said, "Even though I knew for years there was no hope, I still endured. How could I give up now?" Then he continued to endure. Pham Tweet felt heartbroken seeing her son suffer, but for his sake she decided to leave. Van Fong was surprised to see her turn away. He asked, "What are you doing?" Pham Tweet answered, "If my son is this brave as his mother, I have to trust him. There are still many matters to handle in this sect. I leave everything to you. Please, watch over my son well." Van Fong agreed immediately. Before leaving, Pham Tweet looked back at Thien Fong one last time. Seeing his determination, she trusted him even more. Van Fong smiled at her. Pham Tweet turned away a little sad, but then gave a slight smile. Then she said to Van Fong, "If anything happens to my son, I won't forgive you." Saying that, she vanished. As Pham Tweet left, Thien Fong's body could no longer hold on. Blood erupted from multiple places, vital energy leaking out. Van Fong immediately used magic to seal the vital energy. Then a small flame appeared on Thien Fong's forehead, and flames kept appearing on his body. They helped stop the vital energy and blood from flowing out. Van Fong immediately chanted the spell. Famous sword wind, pine demon spirit, arrogant ancient endurance, self-suffering, come accept east, southwest, north wind, heaven urge, 10,000 piercings, body bright spirit. After finishing, he silently encouraged, "Thien Fong, keep going, son. Though this is our first meeting this way, I see the rebellious spirit of my youth in you. I, your father, will go forward with you." 2 days later, Thien Fong became listless. His body was now expelling black impurities. Van Fong smiled and said, "2 days have passed. Your body has been purified and is full of vitality. Young man, you have persevered through the first trial and the second one is coming." Suddenly, Thien Fong's eyes flew open. His body started reacting, then he screamed in pain. Thien Fong's eyes were bloodshot. Van Fong realized this was the second trial, the mind demon tribulation. Because the dantian and bones are tougher than normal, the pressure is extremely intense. When the energy fills the bones, there's a moment transitioning from chi refining to foundation establishment, then to forming the golden core. During this time, the chaotic mind demons inside Thien Phong will be much stronger than in an average cultivator. If his will isn't strong enough, his spirit will collapse. Vun Feng thought to himself, "Hang in there, son." Thien Feng's eyes turned completely white. For a moment, he recalled past memories. It was during a talent test with an elder checking Thien Feng's aptitude. Suddenly he sighed. He said, "Your innate talent is buried and you can't enter the bamboo stage." Thien Feng was shocked to hear that. His classmates behind him whispered, "He's the son of our sect leader. And he's this useless. What a disgrace. Who knows if he's really the sect leader's biological son? Maybe he was just picked up by the sect leader after being fatherless." Keep it down. Even if he's useless, he's still stronger than you. Having a good mother means that even if he can't enter the bamboo stage, he can still stand tall. That night at the library, Thien Phong was sitting with an elder reading a book. He focused intently on every word in the book. The elder sighed when he saw him like that. He said, "Son, I've already read this scripture cover to cover. There's no hope for you." Around midnight, Thien Phong went into the forest and stood in front of a big tree. He took a deep breath, then gathered his spiritual power throughout his body, slowly focusing all his energy into a fist. Then he raised his fist and punched the tree with all his might. Thien Phong was already out of breath after just one move. He collapsed to the ground panting, then looked up at the tree, seeing a hole punched clean through, big and round. The hole went straight through the trunk, a perfect circle that made Thien Phong feel very happy. Thien Phong immediately ran back to the sect to share the good news with Pham Tuyet. He excitedly called out to his mother and said he had found a way. Pham Tuyet saw him wearing training clothes drenched in sweat and asked, "What have you been doing lately?" Thien Phong quickly said, "Mom, didn't they say my dantian and bones can't hold much energy? But if I gather a little bit of that energy all at once, the power will be incredibly strong." Pham Tuyet looked at her son sadly. Then she said, "Phong Ni, don't rush. This method can only be used for a fight. It won't last long. If you miss a single move in front of your enemy, you'll end up in a desperate situation." Pham Tuyet's words made Thien Phong hesitate. Pham Tuyet added, "Don't worry, I'm thinking of a way to help you too." But suddenly Thien Phong turned away, clenched his teeth in anger. Then he said fiercely, "If I don't keep going, how will I know what's ahead?" Another fight. Thien Phong gathered all his energy into his arm, then used a punch to knock his opponent out of the ring. His classmates were very surprised. How did he get stronger? Thien Phong felt happy. He knew this was the only path left for him. In the next fight, Thien Phong was beaten up badly by his opponent. His opponent looked at him with pure contempt. He arrogantly said, "Your skills are mediocre. If I dodge the first hit, you'll be like a fish on a chopping board." After 7 defeats, Thien Phong went back into the forest to train alone. He trained every day persistently and tirelessly. He told himself there was only one path left, no hope remaining. So he kept training, holding as much energy as he could. In the next fight, Thien Phong was beaten so badly he bled a lot. He kept getting thrown far away. Every time Thien Phong struggled to stand up, his eyes were full of determination, refusing to give up. His friends kept whispering, "Why is he so stubborn? He's useless. It's no good. Why doesn't he just quit and be a pampered rich kid instead? Why not give him a nickname like Unbeatable on first strike, Useless on second?" What do you think? That night he trained again, but this time it was different. He was utterly lost. Thien Phong's eyes were red from crying. He kept asking himself what he should do. Is it really okay to keep going like this? If I give up, what path do I have left? What should I do? What should I do? Am I really out of options? Remembering those painful memories, Thien Phong shouted out loud. His excitement made blood pour from his eyes and mouth. Thien Phong kept yelling, "I'm worthless. I'm trash." Vun Feng saw this and immediately cast the spell of mind pacification. Then he used telepathy to speak to Thien Phong. "Don't let those thoughts control you. Remember why you want to be strong. That is the root of your will," Vun Feng said. Then Thien Phong recalled a beautiful moment with his mother. They were sitting together gazing at the starry sky. Pham Tuyet listened gently to everything he said. Thien Phong innocently asked Pham Tuyet, "Mom, which star did Dad become?" She pointed to the sky and softly said, "That star, no matter how the others move, always stays in the north." "That's your dad. He's always watching over us." Hearing this, Thien Phong smiled brightly. He pointed at the star and said, "One day I want to protect Mom just like Dad did." Then he asked, "Well, can I become a star up there too?" "No, Dad." Pham Tuyet smiled and said, "You have to work hard to be as great as Dad. Not just protect Mom, but protect everyone." Suddenly, Thien Phong jumped out of Pham Tuyet's arms. He innocently said he didn't want Dad to be away from Mom. I will protect Mom. She's worked hard enough already. Dad can watch from the sky. Then he turned to show Pham Tweet a move he invented. Look at my 10,000 sword sec move Phong Nhi style. Seeing her child like this, Pham Tweet was very happy. After recalling that memory, Thien Phong remembered why he always wanted to be strong. It wasn't to gain respect from others, nor was it about winning or losing. He just wanted to be like Dad, so he could protect Mom, the person he cared about most. So what if others laugh at me? Finally, Thien Phong calmed down. His body returned to normal like before. Vun Phong was glad to see him overcome his inner demon. Suddenly, everything before Thien Phong's eyes blurred. His eyes shone brightly. Spiritual energy gathered around his body. It condensed a bit, his muscles solidified. Then the energy gathered and crystallized. Finally, it formed a golden core. Thien Phong's eyes sparkled with golden light. Even the veins on his body glowed. He floated in midair. After a few seconds, the light slowly faded. Thien Phong landed. He stared at his hands in amazement. Seeing his student like this, Lung Vun Phong looked quite happy. Congratulations, kid. Phew, phew, he awkwardly said. The old master's successor will shake the world because of you. Hearing this, Thien Phong clasped his hands. Inyor, I cultivate not for fame nor to be famous. I only ask to be true to my heart. A good kid like you should follow your own path. Lang Vun Phong laughed. Suddenly, he started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. His body shook. Seeing this, Thien Phong worried. He rushed over and asked, Senior, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. The old man's time is near. Having a successor like you is a comfort. Lang Vun Phong raised his hand to show he was still okay. He reassured his student, I've fought all my life. Alone all my life. Before I die, I can have a child by my side. Heaven hasn't treated me unfairly. Though you don't accept me as your master, it's a bit regrettable. Hearing this, Thien Phong knelt down and bowed his head to Vun Phong. He hesitated and said, Thien Phong feels awkward as a sect disciple and can't call you master. I lost my father young. Now that you are my spiritual rebirth, would it be possible for me to call you Godfather instead? He mustered all his courage and said this. Seeing that, Lang Vun Phong replied, Before I die, having a child like you is my greatest luck. Godfather above, please accept my bow. Then Thien Phong bowed again. Feeling Thien Phong's affection, Lang Vun Phong opened his arms. Good boy, come here and let Dad hold you. Thien Phong hesitated but stood up. He went over and hugged Senior Vun Phong. His teacher was like a father to him. A satisfied smile curved Thien Phong's lips. Vun Phong closed his eyes to fully feel the embrace. I didn't expect you'd continue with this method on me, but this feeling is really nice. Suddenly he smirked like he just thought of something. Need to add a little special effect for the farewell. With that in mind, Lang Vun Phong made the beard on his face start to smoke. Even the shoulders of his clothes slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Thien Phong was startled. He panicked as he saw his foster father's body slowly corroding and fading away. Foster father, he called out. Lang Vun Phong gently said, Goodbye, son. I will watch over this world in place of your father. After saying that, he disappeared with the ray of sunlight. Leaving Thien Phong still stunned, he looked after the light beam, unable to believe his eyes. Shocked, he called out, Foster father. Lang Vun Phong was hovering in the sky. Looking at his child, he could only sigh. This damn good acting of mine. Van Phong wiped his tears, feeling an endless guilt towards his child. Next, I should give him a perfect ending. Thien Phong's tears streamed down his face as he looked up to the sky, searching for his father's figure. Suddenly, Thien Phong felt something strange around his body. The trees, the space, everything around him started to distort. Suddenly, Thien Phong's body emitted a light, then a breeze swept through, pulling him away in shock and surprise. Thien Phong was swept away by the wind scene, shifting to a cliff covered by the beautiful starry night sky. It seemed the cliff had a round hole. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared and Thien Phong flew out, floating confusedly in the air. Thien Phong looked around in surprise at this strange place, then glanced at a black hole nearby. Suddenly, a blue light appeared. Thien Phong seemed to realize something, tears welling up in the corner of his eyes. Foster father, your great kindness I will never forget. Vu Thien Phong radiated a golden light. He stood silently for a moment, then shouted, Stop! Thien Phong's whole body hovered in the air, the light spreading more and more, wrapping around him. A golden swirl appeared right in the middle of his stomach. Thien Phong closed his eyes, focused, his mind filled with complete understanding of heaven and man, empathizing, purifying tendons and marrow. The golden core is formed. This is the golden core stage. He directly surpassed 2 levels and suddenly opened his eyes, his face serious, eyebrows furrowed. In front of Vu Van Phong was an extremely tall mountain. Looking up at it, he said, Up, immediately power surged from his feet, lifting him up. Thien Fong flew straight forward, successfully landing safely on the mountain peak. Only 2 days you came out that fast. Thien Fong was startled when he heard the strange voice. He turned to look at Van Fong's relaxed figure, lying with his hands behind his head on a tree branch, smiling as he looked down at where he stood. You spoke in a deep voice to Van Fong. Thanks to brothers, Thien Fong has obtained the most precious thing. At the same time, Van Fong leapt down from the treetop, standing level with you. But his face showed a disdainful smile as he looked at Thien Fong. Suddenly, a moment later, Van Fong's expression changed. He realized something, looked at Thien Fong, and asked, Golden core, you've formed a golden core already. Van Fong widened his eyes, raised his hand to his face, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. His eyes sharp and voice a bit scary. No wonder you said it's the most precious. It really is a big score. What kind of opportunity did you finally get? This young master's wait wasn't in vain. Thien Fong wasn't afraid at all, just pointed straight at him. Someone like you who only sees realms and power won't understand what I consider the most precious treasure. Without saying more, he immediately charged at him. The strong rule isn't that the truth of this world. Now you're finally worthy to fight me. Van Fong stepped up, punched straight at one eye, then punched in the center and laughed loudly. But unexpectedly, his direct punch was blocked by Thien Fong. A small black fish appeared in Thien Fong's palm, gently saying, Be careful. I'm not even fully familiar with this power I just grasped. Hearing this, Van Fong could only laugh loudly, ha 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 ha. His face darkened, voice full of pride. Don't think that your crippled body just entering Golden Core can beat this young master. Leaping levels and fighting monsters isn't basic talent. I am the true chosen one of heaven. On this side, Thien Fong's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted, Primordial chaos body, powerful transformation into divine. The two of them began their battle. A golden body form appeared. They looked at each other with fierce hatred, then both launched forward, flying up, charging at each other. Their fists collided, creating a black-purple sphere with lightning sparks. A dazzling light appeared. Van Fong looked and laughed, and so did Thien Fong. Van Fong felt thrilled to fight him and shouted, Ha ha ha, bring it on! Thien Fong, you're shining too. Saying that, they both charged at each other again. Van Fong's face was delighted. He thought to himself, through battle experience, releasing limits will help control one's power better and avoid losing control later. Don't make an irreversible mistake. Sun learned well from this. The tension of the battle scene between the two showed clearly. They fought under the dim moonlight, non-stop strikes aimed at each other. Tonight's sky was beautiful. Lang Van Fong rode on his sword, turned back, and said, Kid, all right this time, let's call it a draw. Do you dare to say your name, this young master will come find you. Hearing that, the person below responded, Disciple of Dao Sect Thien Fong, respectfully waiting. Then Lang Van flew far away. Behind the shadow of the moon, Thien Fong stood below, constantly looking up at him, smiling proudly. Then he turned around and raised his arm. He clenched his palm tightly, his eyes becoming more determined. At a mountain, lanterns were hung and fluttering everywhere, making the scene even more splendid. Inside a courtyard, a figure sat alone as if waiting for someone. That was Thien Pham Tuit. Her eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly, something rushed in like the wind, whooshing sounds ringing out. Lang Van Fong landed lightly. He approached Thien Pham Tuit, gently raised his hand near his mouth, and coughed a few times. 2 fingers were raised in front of the other person. Pham Tuit was a bit surprised. He then said, All said. His gaze softened as he looked at her. Hearing that, Pham Tuit's expression brightened with happiness. She gave a light smile and looked at Lang Van with a tender gaze. Her hands lightly touched the teapot right in front of her. Pham Tuit lifted the teapot, poured into a cup, and white steam kept rising thickly. She raised the teacup toward Lang Van Fong and said gently, Thank you. Both their cheeks were slightly flushed. Seeing that, Lang Van immediately flustered, stood up, took the cup, and brought it to himself. He raised the cup near his mouth, feeling like he had something to say. Suddenly, he scratched his head with one hand, looking a bit shy, then turned to one side and said, Hey, suddenly you act so gentle, I'm really not used to it. Hearing that, Pham Tuit was a bit surprised. Her whole body trembled nonstop, looking extremely angry. Thien Pham Tuit slammed her hand hard on the table. She shouted angrily, as if screaming fire. Hey, I lowered my tone to thank you. Thanking you is already humiliating enough, and you mock me. Do you want a beating? Hearing her words, Lang Van smiled brightly and replied, Ha 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 ha, that's more like you. The style of Thien Pham Tuit the most manly woman in the world. Those words made Pham Tuyet even angrier. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling. Soon after the anger subsided, Pham Tuyet looked deeply as if weighed down by feelings. Then shyly said to him, "Am I really that much like a manly woman?" Hearing that, Langvan raised one finger and answered, "It's not that you're just like it, you really are." Absolutely fitting. Thien Pham Tuyet was furious. She shouted loudly, "Remember the year when Thien Pham Tuyet wandered the world for the Tao? Sect came to the divine continent, eliminated evil, fought the demon sect, and battled powerful enemies. Everywhere, there's her shadow with a spirit no less than a man's, wielding a sword without fear of death. Always speaking, frankly blunt, as a stallion's gut. One shout on the endless wall can hold back 100,000 tiger wolf soldiers truly worthy of the word hero." As Langvan spoke, he lifted his teacup eyes, looking up at the person standing opposite. Thien Pham Tuyet heard this, and her face flushed shyly. He continued, "But now, why are you acting so shy? Your words are roundabout like a woman." "I'm really not used to it." Swish, a sharp sword suddenly lunged straight toward its target. Long Van Fong caught the sword with both hands, his face showing some fear, eyes wide with surprise. He angrily said, "Hey, what are you doing? Just because we don't agree doesn't mean you have to get violent and hurt me." Seeing he still didn't feel sorry, Pham Tuyet grew even angrier. She shouted loudly, "I'm a woman, you jerk!" Long Van casually picked his nose with one hand, unafraid, and said, "Aren't you afraid that shouting like that will have the whole Tao sect hearing you?" Hearing that, Thien Pham Tuyet was a bit startled and snapped to attention. She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes darting around nervously. Langvan then gave a light smile and raised his teacup to take a sip. Seeing this, Thien Pham Tuyet's face showed clear sadness. She sat down on the stone bench across from him and said, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Langvan looked puzzled and replied, "Hey, what have you been doing all evening? Just say it straight. Why suddenly apologize? This is so unlike you." Thien Pham Tuyet blushed and answered, "I didn't let your father and you recognize each other. Do you blame me?" Hearing this, he replied, "Hey, I thought you wanted to talk about something else." This Thien Pham Tuyet saw his calm reaction and asked curiously, "Isn't this important?" Long Van Fong answered warmly, "Of course it's important, but I understand the pain of being a mother. If I were in your place, I'd do the same." Pham Tuyet was surprised by that answer and smiled softly. "That really sounds like your style." Hearing that, Lang Van Fong chuckled lightly. "Hey, what style do I have? After all these years, I still don't know what style I have in your eyes. Tell me." Lang Van crossed his arms, looked up at the sky and said, "Sightless fool, thick-headed." Pham Tuyet blushed and replied, Hearing that, Lang Van's expression immediately turned confused. He exclaimed with surprise, "But a real man." Pham Tuyet shyly said, "Lang Van Fong." Hearing that, Lang Van Fong froze, stiffened, and didn't say a word. His eyes widened in shock while the other person stared at him with a tender, slightly embarrassed look. The space between them grew tense, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping both. Their faces both showed obvious shy blushes. In Long Van Fong's mind, everything was chaotic. He suddenly felt really awkward. "Why does my heart feel like it's pounding so hard I need to find a new topic?" The steady sound of a heartbeat kept echoing around him. Suddenly, Lang Van yelled out loud, "Ah!" The shout startled her and she asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Even though his son has broken through, he failed the Tao sect's selection trial. Doesn't he feel sad? Lang Van shyly said, scratching his head a few times as he spoke. Hearing this, Thien Pham Tuyet immediately replied, "No, I've arranged for him to go down the mountain to cultivate. There's something he needs to handle." "Oh, but he's never been down the mountain before. Can he really handle it?" Long Van Fong raised his teacup, sipping as he spoke. Thien Pham Tuyet said, "Dakan Khan's daughter, the demon sect, has left Trich Thien Kat and is wreaking havoc at Min Kim Sun Manor of the Ha Jiang sect." Hearing that, Lang Van was startled and spat out the tea he was drinking. Thien Pham Tuyet exclaimed, "Backwash," and the tea splashed straight onto Lang Van's face. Quickly, he stood up and said in a panic, What did you say? Brother, what are you doing?" Frantically, "Where's your son? Tell him to come back immediately." Lang Van Fong tore his hair out and said, "He's already gone down the mountain." Thien Pham Tuyet calmly raised her teacup and sipped slowly. Hearing that, Lang Van anxiously exclaimed, "Dada Kankan is sly like a fox. I'm worried my son will get hurt. Aren't you worried?" On Thien Pham Tuyet's side, she calmly enjoyed her tea and replied, "Now your son can defeat opponents 2 levels above him. He has the ability to defend himself, so he won't die. Even if he gets hurt, At least he'll learn the tricks of the world. I'm not worried. You, on the other hand, why are you so anxious? Pham Tweet replied affectionately. Seeing that, Lang Van Fong quietly said, looking quite panicked. The atmosphere between them gradually fell into silence. No one said a word. He smacked the top of his head hard and said, "Ah, right, my son's situation is settled. I need to go back and check on things. I have the Great Law Assembly to attend. I'll go ahead now." He then turned around and left, waving goodbye to Pham Tiet. Pham Tiet reached out her hands forward, her tone somewhat lingering. Lang Van Fong saw this, turned his head with a dazed look, but then decided not to say anything. Pham Tiet put her hands back on the table, her face revealing a deep sadness inside. Suddenly, she shouted loudly at him, "Get lost!" Lang Van immediately flew up into the sky. The sky shimmered with the light of lanterns in the starry night. A human figure flickered in the hazy moonlight and misty clouds. At that moment, Lang Van Fong felt uneasy inside. He scratched his head with both hands and said in a panic, "Oh man, why is this turning into such a bloody mess? Girls are clever and cunning. You can't guard against their tricks. Boys who just leveled up can be considered the peak disciples of their generation, but they're straightforward. If they're not careful, whoever gets hurt is done for," Lang Van Fong said, worried. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and shouted, right, I'll find Da Can and have her bring the girl home. Won't that solve everything?" "Ha ha ha, no wonder I'm the undefeated true lord. Even tougher problems can be handled easily." Lang Van smiled happily as he spoke. His eyes immediately became determined. Whoosh! He rode his sword and flew far away. At Trich Thien Cat, the surroundings were covered in a wild, desolate sadness. Lang Van appeared in a very majestic stance and shouted loudly, "Da Can come out here for the true lord." His voice echoed powerfully, amplified to an extreme frequency, constantly penetrating the dark tower below. Two guards outside were chatting with each other. One of them asked, "How long has it been? Is the Holy Lord really here to see the sect leader again so soon?" The other guard raised his hand to his mouth and signaled for silence. He said, "Be humble, this is a secret." Then both looked up at the sky where a large rock was hovering above the huge castle of Dakan Khan. The other guard sighed and said, "One little demon just left, and now a great killer arrives." At this moment, standing on that rock was none other than Lang Van Fong. While he was waiting, suddenly, a bright golden light flashed from inside the castle. Lang Van Fong watched closely to see what the light was. Unexpectedly, right after that, Duck Ken suddenly appeared right in front of him at the speed of light. But the problem was her outfit didn't really seem appropriate for the current situation. She was wearing only a towel wrapped around her body, just barely covering what needed to be covered. It's unclear how rushed she was, but she didn't even have time to put on shoes. Lang Van Fong saw Da Ken like this and almost had a nosebleed. Such a beautiful sight isn't something you get to see every day. But out of decency, he had to cover his eyes. He couldn't keep looking. Otherwise, he'd probably lose blood from staring at a girl too much. He said, "Hey, what are you doing? Dressing like that? There are people down there watching." But Da Kun didn't seem to care much. She replied, "I was taking a bath and Saint Tan suddenly came here calling me, so I hurried out." Hearing that, he slightly opened his eyes, though his face was still red from embarrassment. Seeing him like that, she immediately smiled. Then she stepped closer to him and teasingly said, "You just broke up a few days ago, so why is Saint Tan already looking for me?" Lang Van Feng couldn't hide his surprise at that. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, then shyly covered his face and pulled her along with him. He shouted, "Hurry and go inside to put on some clothes first." Dakan Ken didn't refuse and happily followed him with a smile. With that look, she really seemed innocent and harmless. So the two of them went inside the castle and headed to Dakan Ken's room. Before us was a room with modern, comfortable furnishings. And now they're walking down the hallway looking for something. Lin Lung suddenly stopped in front of a room, then turned to say to everyone, "Wait a moment, I'm going to get my bag." Lin Lung, petite and lively, ran into the room to get what she needed. On her tiptoes, Lin Lung cutely managed to grab her bag that had been stolen earlier. She put it on and continued the journey with a crafty look. "Let's go." The four continued walking down the dark hallway flanked by various dungeons. Ahead of them was a dark path, mysterious and unpredictable. Lin Lung turned to Thien Fong and suggested, "Hey, you go ahead." Thien Fong showed no hesitation. His eyes sharpened, focused on the dark path ahead. Thien Fong sprinted into the task ahead at an amazing speed, and to everyone's surprise, only three remained behind Lin Lung, Van Fong, and Can, silently waiting for Thien Fong. Lin Lung suddenly turned back to look at the two behind her. Van Fong looked puzzled at her action. "Why aren't you going on?" Lin Lung smiled slyly as if she already knew everything. What are your parents doing here? The two were startled, shocked by Lin Lung's words. Lang Sun hurriedly explained, "It's not me, I don't have anything to do with that, you've got the wrong person." Kan, standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle at Von Fong's flustered response. Kan also revealed the truth to both. "Stop pretending Lin Lung already knows." Lang Sun realized he'd been caught and sighed, saying to Lin Lung, "How did you find out?" Lin Lung reached into her bag to find something. She took out a jar with a glowing firefly inside and said, "Last time when I met Mom, I sprinkled this maternity spring powder on her." Holding the jar, Lin Lung continued, "Look, this little guy is fluttering because it smells her." Crossing her arms in mock anger at her parents, she added, "Besides, I already observed when we came here." The next room had a middle-aged man. It definitely wasn't the two people. Lang Vanson felt awkward because the plan was exposed when the middle-aged man hid in the corner. Lin Lung pressed to find out about his parents' mysterious actions. "What kind of magic did your parents use here?" Kan replied with a satisfied look and hinted about the move I'll tell you when we get back. "Okay." Kan put her hands on her hips and asked in surprise, "So did you come to take me back or to play with me?" Hearing that, Thantone got really upset. "Play? You came to such a dangerous place just to play. Don't you know how dangerous this place is?" Kentan just frowned and pouted at Thantone's scolding. Thantone felt like Kan was a bit sulky and feeling sorry for herself, so she softened up a bit. Mom just sighed and gently tried to make peace. In Trish Thien Lake, she doesn't have any peers to play with, so she always finds her own fun, like looking for exciting things to do. She never gives up. Instead of saying she loves to play, it's better to say if she doesn't find some kind of toy, she wouldn't know what to do. Thantone saw her daughter sad and lost in thought about the past. When Kan was little, she was raised by a duck. Kan didn't have any friends her age, so she was lonely and wanted someone to play with, definitely very lonely. Thantone gave in, rubbed Kan's head, and smiled. "Of course Dad came to play with you." Kan was happy hearing that, eagerly hugging Thantone's hand. "Yay, yay, but don't tell that dummy he's my toy." Thantone felt a little helpless. "Oh, this kid has met the right girl. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, who knows, sir?" Thantone reminded Kan, "But you can't treat people like toys. You can be friends, okay?" Kan just giggled and ran ahead to lead the way, singing as she went, "Hola, hola, let's go." It looked like Thantone had already lost this round to his daughter. At a certain palace, for some unknown reason, a fire suddenly broke out. People shouted frantically, "Fire, put it out quickly." Everyone grabbed buckets of water. "Quick, put out the fire before it spreads and causes serious damage." A guy named Giano was rushing to bring water to help, but suddenly a stick appeared out of nowhere, hit him on the head, causing a bloody nose, and he collapsed. Then the body was dragged inside. Not just one unlucky victim, but 2 or 3 more, 4 people total, were beaten on the head and stripped of their disguises, lying there helpless. It turned out Kan had set up this trick to steal clothes to disguise themselves as servants inside the palace. Although all 4 had broken in illegally, they walked around boldly without fear. Suddenly someone noticed and shouted, "Hey, what sector you from? Why aren't you helping put out the fire?" Lin Lung quickly replied, "The bookkeeping manager is upstairs. We were sent to protect him." The servant didn't suspect anything and revealed that the bookkeeping room was in the west wing, which wasn't on fire. Lin Lung felt proud to have caught the bait. "You go put out the fire. We'll watch over the bookkeeping room." Giano trusted him and left immediately. After Giano ran off, Lin Lung led the group onward to the west room. Brown-haired guy wondered, "Why look for the bookkeeping room?" Lin Lung explained, "In any organization, the person who manages the books is definitely one of the most trusted by the sect leader. So they know the most secrets. If we want to find the treasure of Thien Kim Sun Trang, who else but him? Should we just ask the sect leader directly?" The more Kan thought about it, the more interesting it became. She ran ahead and called everyone, "Let's hurry up." Thantone smiled quietly to his wife. "Our daughter's mind is really quick." The centuries-old legacy of Thien Kim Sun Trang is being driven crazy by just her alone. Kan was also excited, smiling brightly. "Follow me." Lin Lung skipped and sang happily because she'd never had this kind of fun with her parents before. Before long, the 4 of them reached the west bookkeeping room. Inside the west bookkeeping room, 4 young people, 2 guys and 2 girls, were restraining a chubby man wearing a hat likely to break in illegally and search for some information. The white-haired girl was reading information on large-scale human trafficking and people being used as drug test subjects. No wonder the quality of the pills from Tien Kim Sun Trang dominates the underworld. And why there are so many top masters. The handsome white-haired guy next to her was helping his dad find info on some high-grade pill in large quantities. Ken seemed to have discovered something. Van Fong immediately turned to ask, but Ken was mysterious and didn't want to reveal it to her teammates yet. The chubby man in the hat tied up in a corner suddenly burst out laughing, even crying tears of laughter. It turned out they were tickling his feet with a feather to torture him for secrets about the sect leader. But the man was just the bookkeeper and didn't know anything. Lin Lung was very pleased sitting on the table watching Thien Fong both pinch his nose and tickle the chubby man's feet. She waved Van Fong over. He was a bit embarrassed by her idea. Ken nudged Van Fong's shoulder and reminded him, he already promised her a real man keeps his word. Then poor Mr. Chubby was tickled on both feet until he shook. Van Fong and Thien Fong each held a feather tickling the chubby man's feet with one hand while pinching their noses with the other. Poor chubby guy couldn't resist and just laughed nonstop. The awful smell from his feet made the two handsome guys keep holding their noses. The white-haired guy just felt sorry for the poor man being dominated by these two girls. On the other hand, Thien Fong realized a man who keeps his word is a man of honor and didn't feel sorry for himself at all. Truly both handsome and righteous. Van Fong felt quietly embarrassed because even though he was a guy, the brown-haired one looked more masculine than him. How's he supposed to date later? So the unlucky single guy mocked another single guy. The chubby man couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. He couldn't reveal the information they wanted. If he did, his whole family's lives would be in danger. Lin Lung held up some notebook and threatened Mr. Bio. If you don't speak up, she'll take these records and expose them to everyone. Your whole family's lives will be in danger. Mr. Bao was scared and hesitant. The purple-haired girl urged him, you better choose one of the two options quickly. He laughed awkwardly from being tickled and helplessly asked, no matter which I choose, I can't escape. How am I supposed to choose? The white-haired girl added a demand that Mr. Bao reveal where the sect leader's secret chamber was. Now he could try to make a run for it, but if he answered too late, he wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Mr. Bao couldn't take it any longer and gave in, saying the location was probably in the study. Whenever he put things there, the sect leader would come out after a long time, but exactly how to enter he didn't know, because the sect leader always sent people away. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately struck on the head, knocked out temporarily. The purple-haired girl acted decisively, one blow, and Mr. Bao was like a soul leaving his body. A sound like something from a video game rang out, signaling that the mission to gather secret passage info was successful. Gentle moonlight illuminated the sect leader's study hall, and someone was spraying a small bottle. It turned out that the group of 4 had moved to the sect leader's room. Lin Lung was continuously spraying the room with the bottle, and Thien Fong curiously asked, what's that for? Aren't we trying to find a secret mechanism? Lin Lung lazily didn't want to explain to those slow-witted guys, so to avoid getting annoyed, she told him to figure it out himself. He could only look around the room in confusion. Then it seemed like he noticed something strange. Green dots appeared on various objects. Those were fingerprints. The spray Lin Lung used was a chemical to reveal fingerprints, the kind forensic teams often use. While Thien Fong was still focused on observing the fingerprint marks appearing, the purple-haired girl moved closer to a landscape painting hanging in front. There were many fingerprints along the edges of the painting too, showing that it was often flipped open. The purple-haired girl immediately flipped the painting up, and the 2 white-haired members of the group were very interested in her clever trick. A mission screen popped up again, meaning they had successfully completed their mission to unlock the secret passage, with major credit to smart Lin Lung and her useless buddies. Not only did they find the secret passage, but after going down below, the 4 of them encountered a guarding monster. But for tough stuff, Lin Lung had it covered. With just a bone, the monster turned into a happy little puppy, wagging its tail. The mission to pacify the beast guarding the secret passage was finished with a snap of the fingers. At the secret passage of Thien Kim Mountain Villa, Lang Van Fong and the others stood before a wall with a hidden entrance. After everyone had examined it enough, the girl said, this is a hidden hook mechanism. Then Thien Fong seriously added, when thinking about precious treasures, I read all the books on the sect's teachings. Among the mechanisms with the Luban lock mysterious hooks and broken strings, their essence is all about the underworld's diverse transformations. Without the corresponding key forcibly opening them, will trigger hidden mechanisms inside the formation. After saying this, he turned to Lin Lung and asked, The seventh secret is so important, and the barrier is different from the death seal divine thunder in the dungeon. We have no idea what kind of hidden major formation is inside. What should we do? While he was asking, the two people surnamed Van Fong were intently looking at the secret passage. In the blink of an eye, they unlocked the flawless lock and then glanced through the door. After carefully observing, he turned to his wife and began to speak seriously through spirit communication. This formation is very subtle. Without a sixth sense, I'm afraid it's impossible to detect. Hearing this, his wife replied, "Oh, how mysterious." Then he communicated again. "All the mechanisms we saw earlier are part of this one, designed to lure people all the way in. The spot we're standing on is a huge triggering mechanism. If you step back 100 meters, it will activate the hidden formation. Forcing the door open will also trigger it. The energy of the formation is supplied by the 4 formation cores spreading in all directions, and its power equals 3 times mine. Even you, I'm afraid, would be harmed." Upon hearing that, she softly said, "What a cunning old man. Whatever's hidden inside must be the biggest secret of Thien Kim Mountain Manor. What should we do? Do you want me to break the formation, honey?" He asked through spirit communication, but she only lightly shook her head and replied, "This is our daughter's game. Unless absolutely necessary, we shouldn't interfere." Hearing this, Long Van Fong just scratched his head, looking confused, not knowing what to do. His expression made her smirk with satisfaction at the corner of her mouth. Then she communicated to him again. "Even if his formation is more powerful, as long as it's not triggered, what does it matter? Breaking one of the underworld locks won't be a problem for our daughter." Hearing this, Long Van Fong continued to communicate. "Although I'm not very skilled in formations, this mysterious hook has tens of thousands of possible combinations, only one of which is correct. If we can't force it open like I said, it can't be solved." Suddenly, their daughter hooked her hand into the little demon-shaped pouch on her side, catching the attention of the guy with them. "What are you going to do?" He asked aloud, but the girl didn't answer politely. She simply shook a small bottle of liquid in her hand and explained to him, "Just watch, hold your nose." As soon as she finished, she popped open the bottle, and the guy immediately reacted to the horrible smell that wafted out. "What is this?" he asked, covering his nose. Long Van Fong bent down to take a closer look. "This is," he began to say, but the daughter just moved closer to the seventh secret and poured the liquid over it. In an instant, the outer part of the mysterious hook corroded quickly, leaving only the internal system intact. "This is the work of the 10,000 deadly poison mechanism," Long Van Fong said in surprise as he watched the process. The girl quickly smiled back at him. "Yes, this is the latest thing she made. It corrodes all iron and gold. I borrowed a little from her place." Hearing this, the guy with them understood and said loudly, "I get it now. You're not trying to open the mechanism, but directly destroy it. That way, it won't trigger the mechanism anymore." Hearing this, she reached out and ruffled his hair, her face beaming. "I thought you were a little slow, but you're pretty smart after all," causing him to say, "Stop messing with my hair." Then their daughter moved closer to the exposed mechanism and put both hands inside. When a click sound rang out, she stepped back and the door opened. She excitedly raised her hand towards the 3 people behind her, replying with the same proud smile as her mother and Long Van Fong's thumbs up. The group then stepped through the door and were greeted by rows of cabinets filled with sparkling, magnificent items. Even the table was stacked with books radiating a brilliant glow. While the 2 ahead were amazed, Long Van Fong wore a serious expression, frowning slightly, and his wife clearly frowned, as if noticing something. The 2 up front quickly approached the treasure cabinets, while his wife walked over to the table with the books. While he stood watching the 3 of them, his wife picked up a book and read it solemnly. Meanwhile, their daughter and the other girl picked up a jar with 6 lotus seeds inside, eyes shining with delight as she said, "Ah, this is the refined great pill. There hasn't been a single one in the martial world for over 10 years. At the same time, the guy with him picked up a glass jar containing something jade green and exclaimed, "Reconstruction pill. This is the legendary pill. Even if only half your body remains, as long as you take this pill, you can rebuild your body." Dakang Khan's daughter grabbed her and put the jar into the pioneer bag, saying, "You really can do that. These things are evidence of Thien Kim Mountain Manor's crimes." The daughter of Trich Thien Pavilion pointed at Thien Fong's chest and said, "You said you'd follow me." Thien Fong stammered, This is me." The girl turned away. "I went through all this trouble infiltrating here not for justice, She reached out to take another pill bottle, saying, "All these treasures belong to me." She was very pleased. Thien Fong said, "Hey, at least leave some as evidence." Long Van Fong observed from behind and thought, "The kid is way too honest. That's not good either." Van Fong threw a vial of elixir to Thien Fong. "Thien Fong, this is effective for you. Take that vial, it's a nourishing elixir." Thien Fong was confused. "This is evidence." Long Van Fong said, "This is searching for treasures." "Searching for treasures, don't be so rigid. See if there's anything else good." Thien Fong wondered, "Why are all of you here?" Long Van Fong searched around. He saw Huyen Kyodan and thought, "This Thien Kim mountain village really has many secrets. Come and take a look." Dakan Khan, as soon as he finished speaking through sound transmission, Lang Van Fong appeared right next to him. Dakan Chani asked, "What's wrong?" Kan handed Van Fong a book. Van Fong read and studied the content in it. He said they indeed use living people for experiments. Dakan San said not only that these things have been going on for at least 200 years. Sure enough, Van Fong noticed that Khan had a strange expression. He patted her shoulder and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "I'm very curious. How did you unlock this mysterious lock?" All four people jumped and turned around. Another person appeared. It was Ta Thien Then. He said this was a lock made by the 100-hand divine skill. Ling Long laughed and asked, "Guess what?" Thien Fong stood up to protect her. Ta Thien Tun said, "You two brats do have some skills. One is the daughter of the master of Trich Thien Cat. The other is the eldest son of the new Dao sect of Chinta. The two Dao combine." He observed and then asked, "Who are you two?" Thien Fong shouted loudly, "Stop rambling. Our Dao sect is a pillar of justice in Shenzhou. Ta Trang Chu did something as outrageous as using living people for experiments. I must report to the headmaster and announce it to the world." Ta Thien Tun sneered, "Well, it seems you won't have a chance then. In a few days at a temple 100 miles away, there will be a discovery of two people fighting to the death. At that time, Trich Thien Cat and Dao sect will have a major conflict." Long Van Fong asked, "What do you want to achieve by causing a conflict between the two sects?" Ta Thien Tun put on a smug expression. He said, "Lang Van Fong, that's to unify the chaotic world. There aren't that many refugees in the peaceful world. Where would we get so many people to test the drugs?" Dakantan thought about this and realized indeed Thien Kim Mountain Village still has bigger secrets. Van Fong also had some calculations in mind. Thien Fong angrily cursed at him, "You are the real evil outsider." Dakan Khan said, "Being so sincere, it seems you don't want to leave anyone alive. You really have no regrets." Ta Thien Tun stroked his beard and laughed, "Ha ha ha, kids, the ones who should regret are you. You have a bright future and still want to throw your life away. I also feel sorry for you." Dakan Khan said, "Hey, you talk too much." Ding and asked if you're done speaking. This surprised Ta Thien Tun. Lin Lung smiled while holding a gem in her hand and said with disdain, "Who said I destroyed the mechanism? Such a good thing must be used at the right place and the right time," saying that she crushed the gem in her hand. Ta Thien Tun had a contemplative look. Suddenly a streak of blue light flashed by. The light enveloped his entire body, freezing him in place. Iron bars shot down from nowhere, forming a prison. Lang Van Feng shielded the white-haired girl beside him. Thien Fong also shielded Lin Lung, seeing Ta Thien Tun frozen inside. The brown-haired boy said just now she was clear. The daughter of Da Kangkan said this type of secret level 7 is weak against weaknesses. Even if they open the door, they can't avoid it. There could be more ambushes. The old man is more cunning and cautious. Of course, he must keep the mechanism to deal with them. This is called reaping the bitter fruit of one's own actions. Heh, the brown-haired youth said, "You're amazing." The daughter of Da Kangkan patted her head, knowing what to do, obediently listening to her master. "When you're happy, I'll teach you to help him broaden his mind." Lang Van Feng and the white-haired girl smiled at them. Lang Van Feng felt like they would become good friends. The white-haired girl beside him said, "Really, but why do I feel like you'll have a headache later?" Then Van Feng asked, "What, why?" The girl was surprised, making Van Feng astonished. The two daughters of Da Kangkan also looked over. Ta Thien Tun had disappeared without a trace. The daughter of Da Kangkan said, "They have reinforcements, let's go." But suddenly the white-haired girl behind used her hands to knock out the Da Kangkan duo. They both fell to the ground. Lang Van Feng asked her, "What are you doing?" Then they both returned to their original forms. That girl was indeed Da Kangkan. Transforming into herself, she replied, "Following here is no longer a game. There must be a teleportation device on this Ta Thien Tun. In times of danger, you can track him." Lang Van Feng replied, "As long as it's a teleportation seal, it will naturally leave a trace." Did you find out something? Dakankan used the Huanma barrier, emitting a pink aura around the two daughters of Dakankan and that young man, making them disappear. Dakankan said, "Chase them first. Let's go." Vunfong replied, then used the Volo Quen to light up towards the ice block from earlier. Tathin Tun was inside and sensed a stream of green energy at that spot. Vunfong held Dakankan's hand and said, "Let's go." Then he used Van Li Tree Tung Fap Lu Quang Tuyen to make the two of them move into the green aura in that ice. And then both gradually disappeared. Vunfong and Dakankan arrived at a cave. They went inside. Long Vunfong said, "This place is about 10 miles deep beneath Thien Kim Sun Trang. They have such a hidden place." Vunfong turned to ask her and saw Dakankan shivering. Vunfong glanced over and took her hand, asking, "What's wrong?" Dakankan was more stable now. Vunfong also smiled. Dakankan sighed again. Then she said, "Let's talk while we walk." Vunfong said no. Then they both went deeper into the cave. Vunfong said, "Since I met you, I felt you've been searching for something. Thus you have encountered many interests of the great clans and sects and are called a female demon head. But I know you have never done evil and you don't harm heaven or reason." Hearing this, Dakankan was stunned for a moment. Dakankan asked, "Is my performance that obvious?" Vunfong said, "You don't bother to explain to others. You bury yourself in your goals so the world misunderstands you deeply. And I, being your friend, feel very proud." This made Dakankan feel a flutter in her heart. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Seeing Vunfong smiling at her, she wiped her tears. Vunfong's gaze at her was gentle. Dakankan said, "Our invincible saint is so straightforward. I can't hide anymore. Want to hear my story?" Vunfong said, "Wash your hands and listen." Dakankan began, "If I talk about the chaotic times over the past few hundred years, it may be due to the 5 great cultivators hiding behind the controlling era." Dakankan suddenly asked Vunfong, "What do you think about this?" Vunfong frankly replied, "Vunfong once told me about such speculations. But that was just speculation because there's no solid evidence. It's just that I was busy unifying Shenzhou at that time, so I let this matter go." After that, Dakankan continued, "Those 5 people have impressive cultivation. Their backgrounds are unknown and their purposes unclear, but they seem to have some hidden needs beneath the world. They manipulate the chaos and governance of this world through some representatives." Vunfong asked, "How do you know?" Dakankan replied, "I and a group of kids like me, because of our pure yin bodies, were captured by them through various means to be used as test subjects. We were taken out for testing." She recalled when she was little. At this moment, she was tied up. Her face looked tortured. Here many others were also tied up. 2 men were talking. "Have you used the new medicine yet?" "No, there are only a few of the previous test subjects left who haven't recovered. If we use it again now, where can we find pure yin test subjects? If there's no result by tomorrow, the old ancestors will be angry, and not just the 2 of us will lose our lives. I fear the old ancestors will want to change the situation of the entire Shenzhou. Our status is hard to come by, and our clan, I fear, will all turn to smoke. Then let them use it. Let it be according to fate." Dakankan lowered her head. Suddenly, she had her mouth covered and a pill stuffed in. Though unwilling, the pill went into her mouth. The pill went down her throat, and suddenly Dakankan's eyes bulged. It was as if she was about to vomit. Dakankan and many others were being imprisoned on the pole. She lowered her head. She was pinched, and a voice said, "This one won't do, throw her out. Deal with her. I hope the others can handle it." And then Ya Can was thrown into a corner. Then a hand grabbed her leg, dragging her away, and she was taken somewhere. That person flipped Fanshu upside down and mercilessly dropped her down the abyss. She fell straight into a mountain of corpses, thick with the aura of death. One of her eyes opened as she lay there looking pitiful, like a soulless puppet that had been discarded. She just lay there amidst the mournful mountain of corpses with no one coming to save her. Her hopeful gaze was truly pitiful. On the cliff, they threw another unfortunate corpse down. It was a little boy about 3 or 4 years old, and his body fell right where she lay, landing on her. Yakan was drenched in blood. Her eyes were hollow, lifeless, like a dead person. Another child fell into the pit of corpses. It collided with Yakan, the strong impact jolting her awake. Her eyes widened in realization. She sat up, regaining her spirit. Looking down, there were 2 dead boys. She gasped, "Ah, ah, ah." Her eyes widened in surprise, suddenly noticing a red gaze behind her. Yakin turned to see a giant snake watching her. The snake opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow her whole. How could her tiny body escape the jaws of such a monstrous creature? In no time it had thrown her up. Then she was swallowed by the snake and floated down to the monster's stomach. Then it raised its head and noticed something emitting a strange purple light from its body. Its belly grew larger and then exploded. Yakan glowed purple as she emerged from its belly. The light became clearer and she looked at her glowing body. Then she turned around to see her friends lying there. She slowly walked over to the cliff, straining to climb up. She gradually climbed up, getting closer to the edge of the pit. She told herself, the bad guys killed all my family, made me obtain this strange power, so I killed them all. I'm still just a child, but in the midst of the killing, I suddenly found a purpose to live. Suddenly, she shouted, "Aha, hey, hey!" Yakan said that the goal was to find the 5 ringleaders, kill them, or be killed by them. Van Fong placed his hand on her shoulder, looking at her gently. Perhaps now she had many other things she could do. Her gaze softened as she said, I know what you want to say, but this cannot affect my primary goal. The ones who ruined my life, I will use all my strength for my entire life to find them and tear them apart. Still with that gaze, Van Fong looked at Yakan and said, Since I met you, I've always felt you were a bit strange. Yakan asked, Oh, like what? He sighed. I always feel like you're pursuing something completely unconcerned with what others think. Many prestigious sects are unimportant, and the destruction in her hands also includes quite a few evil paths, making outsiders completely unable to see the logic in her actions. She has turned into a great demon lord, causing fear in everyone, and only now do we know there is this reason. The two walked slowly, then Van Fong turned back to look at Dakan. Dakan asked, What do you want to say? Van Fong asked. Do you mind if I lend you a hand? Dakan replied. These old men are not only stronger than I imagined, but also cunning like foxes. I still lack confidence relying on myself, but with you, it feels like we have a chance of winning. They saw a light and Van Fong said, Let's go. The two of them disappeared into a dark sky. There was a person on a stone pillar and another kneeling there, Tathin trembling and crying as he looked at the person on the stone pillar. This person had not revealed their face. His eyes opened. Who was this enemy that made you activate the spatial seal on yourself? Tathin lamented. The ancestor is the daughter of the demon lord of the sky extracting pavilion and the son of the celestial Fan Snow Dao sect Huyen Ton Bonang. We've fallen for their scheme. The person sitting on the statue said, Oh, then who is the one that came with you? Tathin was startled and looked up, then turned to see Lang Van Fong and Dakan. Saint Tathin anxiously said, Saint Lord Dakan, why are you two together? In the cave, Van Fong and Kankanin were standing with a mysterious dark figure sitting on a stone pillar. Below was Tathin kneeling. Kankan saw the other person and immediately asked, Are you one of those 5? The mysterious dark figure said, Oh, just a small heavenly pavilion master. And yet you know of our existence. Van Fong continued, With the unification of divine names, internal licking of internal energy, the aura of an unparalleled person like this, why has it never been revealed in the world? The mysterious dark figure was silent for a moment, then he said, Recalling 500 years ago, the way of the sleeping immortals could reach the realm of the supreme Jade Pure. We found it extremely difficult, hundreds of years without success. But it has appeared in a junior like you, indeed a rarity. A dazzling light radiated from the mysterious dark figure. The mysterious dark figure then revealed himself to be an old man, dressed in strange white clothing. Seeing him, she frowned. She said loudly, So this is your purpose for causing chaos in the human world, killing others, and breaking up countless families. The old man grimaced. He angrily shouted, Impudent. The old man emitted a tremendous pressure. The great pressure erupted from him, blowing Tathin away. Kankan was unscathed because she was protected by a shield created by Van Fong. The old man said, We have long transcended and transformed into immortals. All things in the world to us are merely beasts. Would you care about the thoughts of beasts? Saying that, he waved his hand. Tathin was grasped by a mysterious force and lifted into the air. Tathin, frightened, said, Ancestor, what are you trying to do? The old man then said, Even the grandson who shares my bloodline is merely a horse or cow. Once he is useless, I will kill him too. Saying that, his hand, which was open, clenched. Immediately, Tathin's face turned pale. He struggled and said, Ancestor Tathin looks extremely pained. His mouth opened wide, his face turned white. The pain made him let out a groan, and then Tathin's body swelled. his face distorting, his eyes bulging, looking extremely horrifying. Then Tathintan exploded in midair. Blood sprayed everywhere, blood from his body pouring down like rain. The old man's eyes shone with golden light. He joyfully said, "Heavenly killing mechanism, dragon and snake, rising based on Yang to shield life-saving talisman." Then the old man glanced down at Vun Fong and the others. He reached out his hand, inviting Vun Fong to join him. Vun Fong calmly replied, "Our worldviews are completely different." Can turned and said, "So what do you plan to do?" Vun Fong replied, "What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, Kan leaned on his shoulder and said, "Then capture him first, disable his cultivation, and then interrogate for information." Vun Fong agreed. "Then let's do that." The old man heard this, his face wrinkled up like a monkey eating ginger. He angrily shouted, "Impudent!" His shout created pressure, destroying the surrounding pillars into chunks of stone. Then those chunks of stone flew toward Vun Fong. Vun Fong stepped out in front of Kan. He raised his hand, emitting a golden light. The flying stones were enveloped in a golden glow. Vun Fong gently squeezed his hand. The stones then crashed into each other. Vun Fong said, "Return to the dust." The stones emitted a brilliant golden light. He raised 2 fingers and said, "Shape into swords." The stones disintegrated, scattering above the old man's head. Then they gathered together, forming the shapes of swords. After that, a series of brilliant golden swords hovered above the old man's head. The golden swords were poised above the old man's head, yet he remained calm with his eyes closed. Then the old man opened his eyes and said, "You think this little magic can impress me? All the magical powers in the world are in our hands." Then he used his power to turn the golden swords controlled by Vun Fong into blue. The swords then halted their actions, hovering around the old man. He said, "Shape into essence." The swords were enveloped in a mysterious blue light. They gradually began to fade into form. That old man continued, "I will show you my sword transformation." The swords gradually twisted, returning to a singular sword form. The swords were gathering together into one unique shape. In the end, they formed a gigantic sword. Hovering above the old man's head, 10 segments of the giant sword became enormous. The old man smugly said, "Can you handle this move?" He then launched the huge sword towards Vun Fong. Vun Fong calmly extended his hand, gathering power, and said, "No matter what method you use to attack today, I will take you down." Vun Fong gently touched the tip of the old man's giant sword, saying, "The transformation of the sword looks limitless." The giant sword turned red, gradually spreading from the hilt, and then was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. It shrank down multiple times compared to the previous giant sword. Vun Fong continued, "Keep going!" The small golden sword shot towards the old man. His expression suddenly changed. The old man thought, "No way, wait a second." He dodged to the side, but the golden sword still grazed him, taking off a chunk. The golden sword continued forward, piercing the stone wall inside the cave. Suddenly, a large piece of earth rose up from the ground. The golden sword shot up from it, piercing through the clouds and flying straight into the blue sky. Inside the cave, a large hole appeared with light streaming in through the hole right behind the old man. He looked astonished, turned his head, and said, "This can't be." Ken Chan, hiding behind Vun Fong, popped out joyfully and said, "Hey, aren't you exaggerating? An old man's body can't take this." The old man's face darkened a bit. He didn't say anything, and then his body suddenly disappeared. Ken exclaimed, "That old fox is trying to run away." Vun Fong whispered, "I promised to use the sword transformation to take him down, and I must do it." With that, he shot upward a beam of golden light in pursuit. On the ground was the hole made by his sword. The beam of light Vun Fong emitted shot through it, reaching high into the sky. From that golden light, countless small golden swords sprouted, spreading throughout the vast heavens in search of the old man. Vun Fong closed his eyes to sense, then opened them and said, "Found it." Vun Fong took Can's hand, chasing after the old man. Beyond the great snowy mountains of thousands of miles in the divine continent, Ling Vun Fong and Ye Can finally caught up. At this moment, the old man with silver hair was held back, and suddenly Ye Can spoke up. "It's the great snowy mountains beyond thousands of miles in the divine continent. Indeed, that cunning old fox has run far." The old man was extremely surprised. "You? How did you know?" "This is impossible. How could Tai Yi Yu Qingjing be so terrifying?" "Yes." Can immediately flew forward, using her nonchalant gestures to speak. "The Tai Yi Jade Clear Realm is just something written in ancient texts translating to the island of the mountains and seas. Hey, old folks, you've never experienced this kind of realm. How would you know if the Tai Yi Jade Clear Realm can compare to the current powers of the Holy Sovereign?" The man stiffened. What? Could it be that this has surpassed the Taiyije clear realm? Langfeng stood outside observing the situation, and suddenly he spoke up. Wanting to seek the principle is just never stopping the exploration of higher realms. Yes, Can was still very focused, but suddenly her eyes were filled with killing intent. I don't blame you for playing with this world in the palm of my hand. I don't blame you for killing the innocent. I don't blame you for using living people to refine medicine. Suddenly everything faded. Now I'm just interested in your realm. How you studied me before now. It's only fair to return the favor, right? The old man's expression turned fearful. Yes, Can turned back to observe Lang Feng's expression. Then she used her initial cute demeanor. This female demoness here is using a little ruthless trick. You will close your eyes and open them right. Lang Feng said nothing, then sighed and let her. The old man immediately opened his eyes wide. Then he shouted in fear, Wait! Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. But at that moment, Yes Can was still filled with killing intent. You can't escape some suffering before I let you speak. There's no sense of achievement at all. Then she summoned the Mingyu heart technique, the heavenly demon seizing both the body and soul of the old man. He was immediately stripped of his cultivation. Now it merged into Yes Can's body. Yes Can's body began to change. A large cloud appeared in the sky, along with bolts of lightning striking down. Lang Feng observed everything from outside. He did not show any change in expression. So she will become the top of the divine continent. Under me I indulge her. Like this, is it right or wrong? The entire space now completely changed color. Yes. Can immediately stood still. Her body was transforming, becoming different. Now Yes Can became incredibly beautiful and rosy. The two scenes were completely contrasting between a person full of vitality and another who was withering. The old man was still trembling, helpless. But Yes Can only smiled gently. She turned back to look at Lang Feng. Lang Feng said nothing, simply observing in silence. Yes Can immediately spoke, Let's have a match. It was only then that Lang Feng changed his attitude, becoming gentler. Yes Can dashed forward. She began to unleash her magical power to attack Lang Feng. However, he still showed no sign of evasion. Yes, Can was extremely delighted, so terrifying. Even like this, using all my strength, still can't shake you at all. Lang Feng calmly replied, Didn't you make me use 40% of my power? Yes. Can looked at her hands a bit confused. How can it be? I clearly seized all the magical power of that old man. Lang Feng still gently replied, No matter how much magical power, if the body can't contain it, it's meaningless. Like a cup of tea full of water, adding more water is useless. At this moment, you absorb too much magical power exceeding the capacity of your body. Yes Can immediately returned to her charming demeanor. Then please, Holy Sovereign, help me release this excess magical power. Yes Can became both alluring and cute. So please, Holy Sovereign, help me release the excess. Immediately, she created a large magical sphere. Yes, Can summoned the demon thunder, trapping both of them inside the magical sphere. A tremendous power radiated around. A furious whirlwind moved throughout the snowy mountains. A series of large icy shards continuously fell down. Everything gradually changed. After a few hours, the space finally returned to its normal appearance. Yes Can leaned against Lang Feng's body. She seemed tired now, devoid of any strength. Lang Feng gently asked, Are you feeling better? Yes, Can slowly opened her eyes. She looked up directly at Lang Feng, nodding slightly. Then she reached up to touch that handsome face. At that moment, Yes Can suddenly became affectionate. I'm glad to have you. This makes me feel that everything I went through before was worth it. The two of them stood under the falling snow. Suddenly, Lang Feng spoke. This person is brought back by you. If you have any intel, pass it to me through the underworld. Yes Can suddenly ran her hand through her hair. Then she became a gentle young girl. Even if you become the Holy Sovereign, you're still a blockhead. This scene shouldn't be happening now. But at that moment, Lang Feng looked confused. What do you mean? Yes Can moved closer, preparing to kiss Lang Feng. At that moment, their lips touched in Lang Feng's surprise. Gradually, Yes Can's figure disappeared. Until she completely left, it only surprised him more. Her voice still lingered in his ears. Don't think too much. It's just the right moment for feelings. I'll head back. First, you go check on the girl. Lang Feng touched his lips with his hand. Still feeling the warmth, looking shy it seemed, he still didn't understand what had just happened. He wondered to himself, what just happened? Lang Feng's heart was beating faster and faster. However, it seemed he couldn't immerse himself in it. He shook his head vigorously, trying to escape. Long Van Fong still felt shy. What did she just say? Finally remembering the main purpose. Oh, right, the daughter to see the daughter, and there's also a son. Long Van Fong immediately moved away from the snow mountain, heading back to Shenzhou. Long Van Fong was observing something through the telescope. His expression was not good at all. A vision appeared of a young man and woman lying on the ground. The two children finally woke up feeling exhausted after a long sleep. Deep Tin Vu's son raised his hand to rub his sore neck. What's going on? My neck hurts so much. Suddenly he stopped. His action was immediately startled by the figure of Lang Van Fong. Thin Vu's son immediately stood in front to protect his sister. Who are you? Why did you sneak up on us? The girl behind seemed to not understand what was happening, but she still smiled very cheerfully. Right after that, she swatted the boy's hand away. You fool, this is the Saint Lord Lang Van Fong. Still very gently, the boy was completely surprised. Then holding his head, he asked, the Saint Lord is really the Saint Lord? Lang Van Fong felt a bit embarrassed. Oh my. This is so awkward, I forgot to change my appearance. Thien Feng knelt on the ground, disciple of the Tao sect. Thien Feng pays respects to the Saint Lord. Lang Van Fong became increasingly embarrassed. Oh my, this is so awkward, I forgot to change my appearance again. Right after that, the little girl next to him teased, disciple of the Tao sect, you didn't even recognize the Saint Lord. Where is your dignity? Thien Feng was very embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, the Saint Lord has visited the Tao sect before. I've only met the true disciple. I've never seen the Saint Lord's portrait. The clever little girl played along. Then what's happening now? Why is the Saint Lord here? Thien Feng realized something, looking left and right for a moment. Then he stood up. May I ask if the Saint Lord has met my two older siblings? Lang Van Fong scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Lin Lung sighed softly, immediately transforming back into the clever little girl she helped with the lie. The Saint Lord must have come here because they sent news right. Lang Van Fong realized something. That's right, I came here because I received their news. Immediately he entered a high and mighty state. I didn't expect Tianjin Mountain Villa to do such things. Lang Van Fong took out a talisman. He slowly moved it toward Thien Feng. This dark talisman contains extremely confidential intelligence that you must deliver to the heavenly leader, Thien Feng. Snow Thien Feng was very cautious. I will carefully obey the Saint Lord's orders. Thien Feng will return immediately. Suddenly, at this moment, Thien Feng turned to look at the girl behind. Lin Lung immediately raised her hand in a threatening manner. I'll come find you to play later, my good toy. Thien Feng also performed a salute. Then he gently lifted his face in front of the Saint Lord. Don't do those silly tricks anymore. If not, I won't be able to protect you. Lin Lung looked a bit confused and froze. Immediately after, she tilted her chin and turned away. I'm not stupid. Just get lost, you foolish upright guy. Thien Feng bowed once more before leaving. Holy Son, even though Lin Lung is the daughter of the master of Trich Thien Pavilion, this is just exposing the crimes of the Thien Kem Mountain Village. There's nothing wrong with that. Thien Feng returned to his duties. After that, Thien Feng vanished. Now only the two of them were left looking at each other in the room. Lin Lung's expression was quite displeased. Lang Van Fong felt embarrassed. Immediately she spoke up. All the treasures here are mine, don't take them from me. Lang Van Fong awkwardly scratched his head. I know. This time exposing the crimes of Thien Kim Mountain Village, I have the main credit. Lin Lung looked around. Where's my mom? Lang Van Fong also felt helpless. Your mom has gone back to pack up these pills. You should go back too. However, Lin Lung did not listen. No, I haven't played enough. I don't want to. Lang Van Fong immediately became angry. You caused such a commotion that many people are looking at us like that. It's very dangerous. Lin Lung still posed defiantly. Hacking is really basic, really easy. I've learned all the traps from those old men in Trixteen Pavilion. Don't underestimate me. I know a lot. Then she continued. I won't let myself fall into danger. Even that old man Ta, ranked 36 in the world, doesn't he also suffer losses to me right now? Lin Lung recalled the adorable look of Thien Feng. And that idiot is clearly a bit older than me. Isn't he just trying to tame me obediently? Lang Van Feng still felt a bit troubled. However, in stark contrast, Lin Lung was extremely clever. Dad, Az is just afraid I'll cause him trouble. If others find out you are my dad, it would be embarrassing. Suddenly, Lin Lung's body began to tremble. Don't worry. No one would believe such things, even if you said them. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Lung suddenly sniffled. Lang Wenfeng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. The guilt urged him to get closer to her. I'm sorry I'm not a good father. But at that moment, Lin Lung had stopped crying. What's good or bad about being a dad? Isn't it just that when mom wanted a child, she found a tool, used and then discarded? Lang Wenfeng became frantic, flustered. Of course not. I did it to protect your mother, to protect you, to make our family happy. Lin Lung seemed to have achieved her goal and happily turned back. Really, you'll play with me, right? To make me happy. At that moment, Lang Wenfeng realized that he had fallen into a trap. His face stiffened. Oh my, I've been tricked again. Why have I always been under her control since I met this kid? Lang Wenfeng bent down to talk to her. Lin Lung, you really don't need to do all this. If you want to play, just tell your dad directly. What do you want to play? Lin Lung's eyes were full of anticipation. Really? The little girl put her hands on her hips and suggested, so do you want to play something unusual? Wenfeng rubbed his chin and suddenly thought of an interesting place. He opened his eyes excitedly and said, all right, let's go play with some unusual items in your dad's secret place. How about that? Lin Lung's eyes lit up with delight as she asked, what kind of secret place? Wenfeng raised his hand with a tender look. Just say it and you'll know. Lin Lung stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Wenfeng mumbled the spell, Huiyan Tinqiu. A shimmering golden dome enveloped the two of them. Lin Lung excitedly touched the golden dome. This is your dad's strongest defensive magic. I heard that even a dozen high-level masters of the demonic path can't break it. What do you want to do with this? Wenfeng laughed and said, you'll know when we get there. Let's go. After speaking, the two of them, surrounded by the dome, flew off the ground. They flew up so fast that they broke through the ceiling. Moments later, in a place with many overlapping mountains, a golden light flashed and shot up from the ground, soaring straight into the sky. That was Lin Lung and Wenfeng. The two were enveloped by the light, flying as fast as possible into the blue sky. The process of their flight left a long streak of light behind. A man flying on a sword nearby was startled to see the streak of light. He looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Wenfeng and Lin Lung were still flying at incredible speed. The two were not harmed at all by the force of the wind and the strong pressure, because the golden dome was surrounding and protecting them. After a while, the two had flown past the Earth's atmosphere. However, Wenfeng had no intention of stopping. He continued to take Lin Lung straight into the vast universe. The golden dome still enveloped and protected the two. Lin Lung looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and couldn't help but scream. She was thoroughly enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime view. She looked around, missing nothing. Wenfeng watched her and thought to himself, this is when the child drops her disguise. In her heart, there was an innocence that someone her age should have. Suddenly, Lin Lung spotted something strange in front of her. She pointed and asked, what is that? Wenfeng looked where she was pointing, seeing a broken satellite, its parts floating in space. He explained, it's probably a product of humanity from 500 years ago. Lin Lung pointed to another one. He continued, his voice a bit nostalgic. That's a creation by the immortal beings of the divine continent. It's called the Miracle of the Heavenly Palace. Lin Lung excitedly asked, Dad, where are you taking me? Wenfeng smiled gently, indulging her. Pointing ahead, Lin Lung's eyes widened in wonder. A bright round moon appeared before the two of them. It glowed, its light softly blending with the enchanting darkness of the vast universe. Lin Lung was extremely delighted to see it. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, hurry, hurry! Wenfeng chuckled softly, responding, let's go. After saying that, he held her hand and soared up to the moon. They flew very fast and soon reached the surface of the moon. Strangely, on the rugged surface of the moon, there was a small patch of land with lush green grass, tall trees, and even a small pond. They slowly descended a golden dome of light, protecting them as they gradually entered a larger golden dome that safeguarded the small area. Wenfeng held Lin Lung's hand and gently landed on the ground. Lin Lung was extremely excited. Even before fully landing, she jumped down and stepped onto the lush green grass. Lin Lung, small and cute, was experiencing the natural atmosphere here with all her senses. She suddenly exclaimed, what is this? I feel so light. Lin Lung bent her knees low, raised her arms high behind her, and then jumped up into the air, laughing joyfully. Yay! Lin Lung cheerfully said, ha 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 ha, what is this place? Just a light jump, and I can jump so high. Wenfeng watched her play and smiled lovingly. Lin Lung tried her strength, lifting a huge stone that was 10 times heavier than her. Strangely, the 100-ton stone was easily lifted by the small girl. Seeing this, Lin Lung laughed and said, ha ha, this stone is so light. After saying that, Lin Lung carried the stone, ran a few steps, gained momentum, and threw the stone into the air. The 100-ton stone was tossed away like a balloon soaring into space. It flew into the cosmos like a giant meteor and disappeared, leaving behind a tiny streak of light. Vunfeng sat down on the cool green grass watching Lin Lung play. He lay back, resting his head on his hands, and said, "This is where Dad comes to rest, contemplate alone, and think quietly." Lin Lung turned her head to listen to him. She jumped down onto the soft grass lying next to him. Lin Lung spread her arms and legs wide, joyfully soaking it all in. Vunfeng began to tell a story. Once Dad wanted to find a quiet place, avoiding all the worldly affairs, searching everywhere. He pointed toward the earth and continued, "Suddenly looking up, I saw the moon in the sky, and I had the sudden thought to try coming here, which led to the creation of this heavenly light magic." Lin Lung lay beside him, amazed, looking at his hand. The girl's eyes lit up as she looked ahead. Lin Lung raised her hand, mimicking Vunfeng. Her tiny, delicate hand was aimed at the distant earth. The father and daughters were enjoying a once-in-a-lifetime magical moment. Vunfeng sat up, smiled gently, and said, "Just have fun now." Lin Lung was overjoyed to hear that, jumping up in agreement. The father and daughter were surrounded by a protective shield, freely jumping around on the moon. They paused to discuss the satellite machine and then started a fire to roast meat on the moon. After a while, Lin Lung was sitting on a large moon crater, eating skewers and admiring the scenery. Beside her was Vunfeng. The two were chatting and laughing merrily. Lin Lung leaned close to him, sharing stories. Her face looked very happy. Vunfeng chuckled at her stories and Lin Lung laughed along with him. After playing for a while, Lin Lung got sleepy and dozed off on Vunfeng's lap. After the fun, she was quite tired and slept soundly. Vunfeng gently looked at her with love. He looked up, smiling at the view in front of him. He saw a large earth in a brightly lit area with tall towers enveloped in the pink hues of a spectacular sunset. A girl was leaning on the railing, looking up at the moon. On the moon appeared Lin Lung, making a teasing face. The girl with long, shiny black hair was gently gazing at the moon. After a long sleep, Lin Lung stretched, waking up with a soft smile, looking at her father. Vunfeng asked, "You're awake now, right?" Lin Lung rubbed her eyes and nodded. "Uh-huh." He chuckled. "Do you want to go back yet?" At her father's question, she looked confused and blurted out, "If I have a dad, can he always accompany me like this?" With a gentle gesture, he nodded. "That's right." He shared, "My dad was like this too. So I feel that being a dad like this is really cool." Feeling warmth from her father's hand, she tucked her chin in. Lin Lung lowered her head quickly, avoiding the topic, and replied, "You're just kidding. Dad is busy like this. There's no way he has time to nurture me all the time." Vunfeng sighed and looked up at the sky. His parents had also lost a sister during the chaos. He and a group of friends tried to create a world where family could always be together. At that time, he would have plenty of time to nurture her. She couldn't take it anymore, pushed herself up, pouting, and replied, "By then I'll be grown up, powerful like Mom. I won't need Dad to nurture me anymore." Lin Lung's words made him smile helplessly, and she was happily laughing. Then suddenly she turned around, "But I still can't go back." Vunfeng tilted his head, confused, and asked, "Why?" She quickly replied in a playful tone, "Because Tuyen Tuyen and I promised to go watch the Grand Convention together." Lin Lung's statement hit Vunfeng like a bolt from the blue. He held his head and shouted, "Oh my God, when did Ken Kan and Hoka Hun play together? These two little girls, one is a little demon and the other a little fairy, have both emerged. They are the kind that even a seasoned person like me can be easily fooled. These kids know how to play with people's hearts. Just Lin Lung alone has caused the Thing Kim Sun Trang and ancient clan to fall apart. What trouble will Tuyen Tuyen cause? I really don't dare to think." With lightning speed, Vunfeng activated his top-notch skill to sense directionlessly towards Earth. His eyes pondered, then suddenly widened in panic as he observed a series of puzzling actions from his father. Lin Lung frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Vunfeng turned to announce, "I can't sense Tuyen Tuyen's location. There could be unforeseen dangers." Upon receiving the news that her friend was in danger, the girl angrily said, "Take me with you," but was immediately stopped by his words, "You stay here and wait. Once I find Tuyen Tuyen, I will definitely bring her to you. We will go watch the Grand Convention together." The pat on the head from her dad calmed her down, and she softly replied, "All right, Dad. You must find Tuyen Tuyen. She is my only friend." Then she quickly hugged him. In response to his daughter's concern, he helplessly smiled, hugging the child close, and gently said, "I promise you." After promising the child, he cast a spell on Lin Lung. A golden circle quickly moved, and Lin Lung vanished, returning to the capital of Diamond Quok. At the palace, Hoka Hun was listening to soldiers' report. Her usually beautiful face was now filled with an unexplainable sorrow. She helplessly asked, "Still haven't found her." The soldier scared knelt down. "I'm doomed. Even begging for mercy is useless now." She ordered, "Reinforce the personnel, expand the search area, and continue looking." After obeying the queen's command, he quickly left. But halfway there, he was frozen. Hoka Hun also looked surprised at what was in front of her. She was now facing the appearance of her domineering husband. After a long pause, she couldn't hold back her feelings and ran to hug him, weeping, "Why have you come?" Being embraced by a beautiful woman like Ngok made Van Fong blush slightly. But a glance downward revealed the rare vulnerability that Hoka Hun showed in front of others. He gently held her trembling shoulders and comforted her, asking, "Do you have any news about Tuyen Tuyen?" Hoka Hun looked into his endlessly affectionate eyes, shook her head gently, and sighed. The situation had become more serious, causing his brows to furrow. "No leads at all." Receiving his question, Hoka Hun also replied helplessly. Her whereabouts suddenly cut off at the Thane Teo sect. "Who can sense Twin Twin?" He also helplessly shook his head and replied, "It's precisely because I couldn't sense her that I rushed here." After hearing Van Fong's words, Hoka Hun's face turned pale, as if all the blood had been drained from it. Her body stumbled and fell, but Van Fong caught her just in time, crying as he said, "You can't even feel Tuyen Tuyen it." Before she could finish her words, Van Fong interrupted. "Don't panic. The Divine Arrow sect, their leader Tu Sao, is an old comrade of mine. That's his territory. I'll go find him and ask." The fear of losing her child fueled her to shout, "I'm going too." Hearing her insist on going, he asked back, "What about the situation in the Great Moon Kingdom?" She, Hoka Hun, only cared about her child at that moment, quickly replied, "There's a major general from the Tron family there." The more she thought about it, her stomach twisted, causing her more pain. "Tween Tween is my life as a father." Van Fong comforted her and said, "Let's go." Before setting off, Hoka Hun quickly used her transformation spell. This confused him. After transforming back into her original form, she leaped into Van Fong's warm embrace, holding a soft, fluffy ball that made his body feel somewhat gentler. The impact was even stronger when that soft fluff looked at him with tear-filled, sparkling eyes. He sighed softly, using his magical power to take them away from the bustling Great Moon Kingdom to the Divine Arrow sect, which was shrouded in mist year-round on the mountaintop. When they arrived at the Divine Arrow sect, a swarm of Taoist priests using sword techniques rushed out of the sect like ants scattering from a broken nest. They quickly flew past him at breakneck speed. Feeling an ominous premonition, he instinctively asked, "What happened here?" Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Watch out!" Van Fong quickly used his magical power to stop a young Taoist from flying towards him. Suddenly halted, the young Taoist angrily shouted, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" In response to the rude attitude, he calmly replied, "Lang Van Fong." His name struck the Taoist like a bolt of lightning, causing him to shout, "Holy Lord!" He quickly bowed his head and apologized. "Our sect did not receive any notice of your visit." The person in a robe from the back room. Van Fong ignored the apology and went straight to the point. "What happened here?" The head Taoist Tu obediently answered, "Reporting to the Holy Lord, the demoness from the Great Moon Kingdom broke into our sect, releasing a serious offender from the prison. We have been ordered by the Law Lord to find their whereabouts." The words shocked Hoka Hun and Van Fong so much that they exclaimed, "What?" Both couldn't believe their ears. Van Fong exchanged glances with Ka Han in her beautiful fox form. He thought quickly about finding Tu Sao to ask for the situation, and then Van Fong and the fox suddenly disappeared, leaving the young man in front of them, astonished. On Mount Haosun, the Divine Arrow sect had a towering pavilion. Van Fong's spirit moved closer to look at that place. He kept repeating this name of the pavilion, Tatum Tatum. Ka Hun, sitting in his lap, was also deep in thought. Tu Sao was also famous as a national hero, fighting alongside him against the Divine Pearl, now a protector of the Southwest. Why does his cultivation path use the words Tatum? Van Fong speculates that war is a brutal thing. Every force for its own goals wants to achieve ultimate victory. Not only must there be people charging ahead risking their lives, but there are also those who must lie in the battlefield. Then he remembers how cruel Tu Sao used to be. Van Fong thinks to himself, doing some of the darkest deeds will fill the conscience of anyone with guilt. His other identity was once part of an assassination organization that made heroes across the world tremble in fear. The #1 unrepentant assassin of Blood Flag. Kahan thinks to herself, unrepentant enters hell, cleansed heart forgets worldly matters. Then she turns to Van Fong and whispers, so Holy Lord, what about you? He anxiously thinks there is something to nourish the soul. This can be considered my luck. I hope he can also find the soul of Van Fong to enter the pavilion. As he walks and thinks, Shenzhou establishes determined that the blood flag will dissipate. At this moment in the world, there is only the sect leader, Shen Tu and Tu Sao, no more unrepentant. He carries a beautiful fox along the path. The pavilion is elegantly decorated with a lotus pond in front filled with the fragrant scent of vibrant pink lotus flowers standing out against the lush green leaves. Seeing the arrangement, Van Fong praises, this guy really knows how to live. Such an elegant setup. Suddenly the fox jumps down. The fox transforms into Kahan. She steps closer to the pavilion and then turns to Van Fong saying, this place absolutely cannot be set up by Tiu Sao. Hearing this, he unexpectedly asks, oh, you can see that too. Kahan gently explains, you great heroes, fighting across the world did carry the aura of slaughter. Look around this area. She continues. But the arrangement here is elegant. Someone behind it has put in a lot of effort. In my opinion, it must be Tiu Sao's true disciple, Beach Tu Tam. Van Fong is surprised and asks, she knows that little girl. She replies that she often returns to Great Nguyen Kingdom. Haithuk is one of Tuyen Toyen's friends. Then Kahan suggests we should hurry in to understand the situation. Let's go, he agrees. Gently pushing the door open, Van Fong strides in to observe. Suddenly a voice calls out, Holy Lord still likes to burst in directly. Now that the world is at peace, you should at least announce yourself first. That way I can properly welcome you. Hearing this, Van Fong awkwardly replies, I'm not here for official business this time. There's a stranger standing near the window. The reply from the Holy Lord and the Queen of Great Nguyen Kingdom together is indeed a strange combination. He curiously asks, you both came because of Princess Tuyen, right? Kahan nods and replies, though this girl loves to play, she knows limits. She absolutely cannot do anything reckless. Kahan specifically came to verify things. She places her hand on her chest, bows her head and says, coming without notice is not appropriate. I hope Master Tu will forgive me. He stands there without responding. Then the man turns around. It turns out he is Chu Sao. He clasps his hands, bows his head, and says, I pay my respects to the Holy Lord and meet the Queen, your Majesty. Then Tu Sao continues, Princess Tuyen indeed released a serious criminal from the Qing Tu sect. I, along with the criminal, stole our sect's treasure. A serious crime. The two of them suddenly yell, what? Suddenly he kneels down on one knee and reports, the disaster was caused by a rebellious disciple. Princess Lion Lu hopes the queen will forgive. Once again they exclaim, what? The two of them stare at each other in shock. Then Van Fong, feeling indignant, grabs Tu Sao's shoulder and asks, what is going on? How could this girl Tu Tam do something like this? Why was Tuyen also involved in this? What important treasure could make your entire sect mobilize to arrest someone? Where are they now? He gently advises the Holy Lord, please do not get agitated. Kahan stands there awkwardly, not knowing what to do next. According to Van Fong, he sadly shouts, how can we not hurry? Twin is... Van Fong sadly shouts, how can we not hurry? Twin is the important disciple I just accepted. Hearing this, he is astonished. Tu Sao fearfully mutters, important disciple, important disciple. Suddenly, a strange dark aura envelops him. Seeing that something is wrong, Van Fong anxiously asks, hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Tu Sao raises two fingers at him and rushes in shouting, the one who harmed my disciple. Kill Van Fong, caught off guard by this, is stunned. Kahan advises, be careful. He seems to want to attack Van Fong, but is stopped by an invisible barrier. Everyone is stunned, standing frozen. The man's eyes are pitch black and his hair is blood red. His grim face terrifies anyone who looks at him. Van Fong furrows his brow and asks, your killing intent has not been eliminated. Why? Tu Sao grinds his teeth, telling himself, don't look, don't listen, don't think. Then he rushes towards Van Fong like a killing spirit. As he is about to make contact with Van Fong's face, suddenly a bright golden light emanates from under Van Fong's chin. His hand also emits the same bright golden light. Van Fong uses his hand to contain the Lingdai Thenmin Thianem Denkma and presses it on his head to suppress the demons in his mind. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shines down from above them, causing the demons on the man to disappear. A moment later, he regains consciousness. Tu Sao stands exhausted and swaying. Fortunately, Van Fong is holding him steady. Suddenly, someone bursts in shouting, "Leader, what's wrong with you?" Keihan turns around saying, "Using dark magic to invade dreams." That person is hypnotized, standing still, then collapses to the ground. The man has also recovered a bit. He hurriedly begs Van Fong, "Quickly go help them. Tell Tu Tam to not come back after she leaves. I will bear all the sins." Van Fong is puzzled. Dad asks him if he ever gave Tuyen a piece of heavenly star pearl. Even if it's thousands of miles away, it can still be sensed. "Why can't we sense it?" He struggled to reply. "It's where they come from, the four no-knowledge land." Kahan glanced at him and asked, "Where it is, the four no-knowledge land?" Van Fong woke up scratching his head and replied, "No wonder I couldn't sense it." Then he turned to her and said, "The four no-knowledge land is different from the non-return forest. It's a mysterious place that both exists and doesn't exist. The external land." He further explained, "To visualize it, it's like a bubble that separates from this world. Only special opportunities can allow entry into it. These external lands are scattered in various locations throughout Tranchao, and the number has been confirmed to be quite limited." Hearing this, Kahan asked him where the location was. Little Sorrow held his shoulder and carefully instructed, "It's 500 miles southwest in the non-return forest. This four no-knowledge land has been a secret guarded by our divine Enro sect for many years. It is said that inside is a method to destroy the demon of the five vanguard seals. You all should hurry." The two of them were slightly stunned, standing frozen in place. Van Fong turned to lead Kahan and said, "Let's go." They disappeared without a trace. Looking at the scenery outside the door, Little Sorrow still felt scared sweat pouring down his face. He raised his left hand to look in his hand were round red beads. Suddenly, someone rushed in panicked, asking, "Master Senior, brother, what happened?" He didn't answer, but just turned his head away. Little Sorrow closed his eyes and raised his hand to cast a spell. He cast a spell to conjure a black eye mask, wanting to hide his identity. In the distance on that mountain, a beam of light suddenly shot off at incredible speed. It turned out that Van Fong and Kahan were speeding through the air. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and looked down, noticing something unusual. Van Fong asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Kahan's face turned serious suspiciously, asking, "Don't you find this whole situation very strange?" Van Fong frowned and said, "Yeah, it is a bit odd." To Tum Thut Child. "Even though I've only met her a few times since she was little, raised by Little Sorrow, she's a very well-behaved child. How could she get involved in stealing treasures? Twin is also a sensible child. Why is she involved in this?" Keihan also asked curiously. "What Master Little Sorrow said is very strange too. If he knew we were heading towards the non-return forest, why would he want to capture them? I wonder if there's something unsaid between the master and disciple." Lung Van Fong replied sternly, "At this moment, the most important thing is to find them immediately to understand the truth." After saying that, both of them rushed ahead. In the non-return forest, fog envelops it year-round. At this moment, Lung Van Fong and Ho Kahan were hovering in the air, looking down at the forest below. Kai Han worriedly said, "Just as you said, they went to the four no-knowledge land. Where should we start?" Suddenly, she turned to him, took his hands, shook them, and exclaimed, "How about using your time reversal technique to go back to the time before they entered?" Lang Van Fong shook his head and replied, "The Universe Island can only return to a time before." Then he turned to Ho Kahan and said, "You really care. Finding someone isn't your specialty." Lang Van Fong gently pinched her nose, laughing, "I almost forgot about this." At that moment, Ho Kahan seemed to realize she had a secret weapon. Her face suddenly turned rosy, and she excitedly exclaimed, "That's right, I will find them right away." Ho Kahan closed her eyes and concentrated. She began to cast a spell and invoked her innate powers, activating her sense of smell. The scents around her were being inhaled by Ho Kahan within a 10-mile radius. "If it's not more than 3 days, I can differentiate all their auras." Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Got it there! Are indeed 2 people, let's go!" After saying that, Ho Kahan grabbed Lang Van Fong's hand and pulled him toward where she detected the scent. A while later, they stood by a lake surrounded by tall trees. The atmosphere was gloomy. They looked around to scout the area and observe the terrain. Ho Kahan was still trying to sniff in all directions. She sighed and asked, "The scent ends here, what should we do next?" Lang Van Fong calmly replied, These outer regions require luck to enter. It's possible that after a certain period, the entrance may appear, or a special artifact may open the passage. He raised his hands and continued. Of course, there's also a third method, one only I can perform. As he finished speaking, Lang Banfong's hands were enveloped in sacred flames. A beam of light shone directly down on him, illuminating the area. Lang Banfong directed his glowing hands forward and shouted, "Tear open the space directly!" In the dark of night, a white void appeared, as if it had been torn open, sending debris flying out. Before them was a small barrier, just enough for two people to pass through. Inside was a completely different space. Lang Banfong pulled Ho Kai-han in and softly said, "Let's go." After they stepped in, the barrier gradually closed, eventually disappearing, causing the surrounding mist to dissipate, and the forest became less gloomy. On this side, they had entered another space, also dark and dim, like the outside. Lang Banfong and Ho Ka-han carefully observed their surroundings when he suddenly noticed something was off and said, "Oh no." Ho Ka-han was equally alarmed and asked, "What's wrong?" Lang Banfong hesitated and replied, "There's an extremely dense aura of evil here suppressed. The aura of Tuyen Tuyen is nearby. It's dangerous." After saying that, he suddenly vanished, leaving Ho Ka-han alone. Hearing Lang Banfong, she was filled with fear and worried for her daughter. She started sniffing around to search for Tuyen Tuyen's scent. Suddenly, Ho Ka-han dashed forward and shouted, "Tuyen Tuyen." Before her was a dense bush, and Ho Ka-han stubbornly tried to push through it. Unexpectedly, Lang Banfong was standing right behind it. He turned around in surprise to look at her, and she was equally shocked to see him. Ho Ka-han didn't have time to stop and dashed straight ahead, their lips touched. Both of them immediately widened their eyes in shock, staring at each other. Now they were in a very awkward position, causing Lang Banfong to blush a little. Ho Ka-han quickly reacted, stepping back and shouted, "What are you doing standing here? What happened?" Not seeing Lang Banfong react, she exclaimed in shock, "No, no, no, could it be?" Tears began to flow down Ho Ka-han's face like rain. Her eyes glistened with tears as she trembled and called out, "Tuyen, Tuyen." Lang Banfong felt a bit confused by her pitiful appearance, hurriedly saying, "Hey, calm down a bit. Why are you acting like a little child all of a sudden?" Ho Ka-han squeezed his cheek and cried out, "How can you expect me to calm down? Twin Twin is my precious little girl." Suddenly, a child's voice came from behind. "Mother, why are you two here?" Both of them were stunned and immediately turned around to see Tuyen Tuyen happily running towards them, along with Tutem and a little girl with red eyes like a demon. Ho Ka-han burst into tears, rushing over to embrace her poor Tuyen Tuyen, saying, "You naughty child, sneaking out and causing me to not eat or sleep well." Twin Twin patted her head comfortingly, saying, "I'm sorry, mother, don't cry. Please don't cry." Hearing this, Ho Ka-han turned away in a huff. Suddenly, she broke down, crying loudly, shouting, "I don't care, I don't care." I was worried to the point of tears, feeling aggrieved and wanting to cry. Now that I see you're okay, I can finally breathe again. But I want to cry. I want to cry. I want to cry. I'm still angry, I'm not happy. But her tail wouldn't listen, it kept wagging continuously. Lang Banfong recalled her previous words, "When foxes like us are happy, our tails wag involuntarily." He thought to himself, "Oh, clearly you said it yourself. Wagging your tail means you're happy." The way this mother and daughter talk is truly hereditary. Lang Banfong stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "Hey, how can a queen of the great Ming kingdom act so childish like this?" Upon hearing him, Ho Ka-han seemed to cry even louder, putting on a spoiled act, replying, "I don't care, I don't care, I'm not happy, I want to cry." Lang Banfong scratched his head confused and asked, "What should I do?" Tuyen Tuyen also sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Tuyen Tuyen grabbed Lang Banfong's hand and started walking, ignoring Ho Ka-han, who was still sulking and crying loudly, saying nonchalantly, "Just ignore her for a while." Tuyen Tuyen turned her head and asked, "How did you two get here?" Lang Banfong didn't answer, just stared intently at Tutam and the scary little girl beside her. Tutam smiled at him while the little girl beside her maintained a cold expression. Lang Banfong suspiciously asked, Tuyen, I want to ask, why did you two come here?" He looked over at Tutam and continued, "And Tutam, how dare you steal the treasures of the God-sending sect by yourself?" He quietly reminded, "Do you know that the entire God-sending sect is mobilizing to hunt you two down?" Tutam felt a bit panicked upon hearing this. She pondered and lowered her head, not daring to say a word. Suddenly, the girl beside her changed her expression, becoming darker, and slowly said, "They are very fierce. You must not harm them. They must be eliminated." Hearing her say that, Tam was surprised and turned to Tuyen in front of her, also suddenly looking down. She quickly rushed towards Long Van Fong, who immediately became very alert. He raised his hand in front of him, facing the blood-red eyes, and began to chant a spell. Test of misfortune, and immediately a pink binding rope appeared, tightly binding the girl suspended in midair. Long Van Fong lowered his hand, and the girl fell down to the ground. He sensed that something was wrong. The girl clenched her teeth, her face darkening. She howled fiercely as if possessed, her face contorted and looking very terrifying. Surrounding her was a dark power with flickering lights, extremely eerie and mysterious. She screamed piercingly, causing everyone except Long Van Fong to cover their ears as they couldn't bear it. The binding rope from Long Van Fong immediately cracked open. She had broken free, preparing to charge at him. But unexpectedly, it circled around behind Long Van Fong, where Ho Ka Han was sitting, surprising him a bit. Ho Ka Han, covering her ears, saw a dark force rushing towards her, making her widen her eyes in shock. Ho Ka Han panikedly covered her head, and Tuyen was also very startled. Both the girl and Tam shouted loudly in unison, "Don't!" Long Van Fong hurriedly raised his hand, wanting to attack. From the palm of his hand, a brilliant pink light radiated. He loudly declared, "This is not ghostly energy, but demonic energy." A field of energy rose high in the air, gathering into a large area between him and Ka Han. Long Van Fong used his technique to suppress evil, his fingertips curling to contain what was before him. The pink light immediately transformed, becoming intersecting straight lines that piled on top of each other. In no time, it formed a magical cage. Inside appeared a dark mass with two blood-red eyes glowing. That gradually took the shape of a small girl who seemed out of control. The red pupils were about the size of an egg, and her hands gripped the bars of the cage, a growling sound clearly emanating. Ho Ka Han quickly hid behind her husband, trembling intensely. Long Van Fong furrowed his brow while controlling the situation. This was a monster, a dense demonic energy, rare in the world, too ferocious. If we let it run outside, it could be dangerous for everyone. Still, we have to eliminate it. You hide behind, sneak a look at that thing, and nod in agreement. The Qingqiao sect hides such a terrifying object, it's too scary. Lang Van Fong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He clenched his fingers tighter. At that moment, Tum ran over to stop him. "Please, Holy Master, show mercy to your subordinates." And Xuan, who was right next to her, pleaded, "Brother Fu Thung, please don't." The atmosphere between the two girls suddenly became quiet, both staring blankly. Tum looked at the little fox girl beside her with a surprised expression. And Xuan also realized she had misspoken, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, stammering, "Forgot it." Tum's sister was a bit confused. She pointed at him and looked at the little girl, asking, "Xuan, what did you just say?" "Brother Fu Thung." The little fox signaled quietly for silence, stepped closer, and softly replied, "This must be kept a secret." Lang Van Fong and Ho Ka Han were both stunned by the two girls in front of them. After a while, Ka Han finally spoke up, questioning Xuan, "What's going on?" The little girl, scared of her parents' questioning, quickly pointed at the cage, urgently explaining, "The little one is our friend, Brother Fu Thung. Can you let her go?" Lang Van Fong and Ka Han shouted in unison, "What friend?" Tum also stepped forward to add, "That's right, she's a good girl." Then the little fox quickly ran toward the magical cage in front of everyone. The little demon, being trapped, looked at her face with wide eyes. Xuan innocently introduced, "This is Fu Thung and Mao Thung of mine. Don't cause any trouble, okay?" The little demon trembled and replied, "Fu Thung and Mao Thung of Xuan, please don't harm Xuan and Tum." The little fox nodded in satisfaction and assured, "They will definitely not harm me." The little demon in the cage also nodded, indicating that she understood. Lang Van Fong and Ka Han exchanged glances, silently understanding something. He reached out his hand. His hand emitted a golden light. The cage began to dissolve, gradually losing its strength, then vanished. The little demon gently landed on the ground. Xuan also raised her hand to help her friend. He looked at the three kids in front of him and asked, "What is going on here?" Tum gently looked at the little girl. Their hands touched as if to comfort. Then she clearly explained everything. "This child has been locked here for hundreds of years. She has always been alone. Although her power is terrifying, since we came in here, she has never harmed us." Xuan was so worried that she had to argue further. She was afraid we would get hurt and sealed all the demonic energy. She's a good girl." Hearing her daughter say that, Ho Ka Han hurriedly ran to hug the little one, crying loudly, looking very aggrieved. You treat this child so well. How can you be so heartless to her mother? You don't say anything at all, just play the disappearing game. Looking at the female fox who has been through so many years in society, now sobbing in her own heart. Junsun helplessly patted her mother's head and said in a childish voice, "Sorry, Malthung, I left a message for you." Hearing this, the fox Kahun quieted down and wiped her tears, stunned, asking, "Where is it?" The girl Shun quickly replied, "I left it on the table in your study. I promised to go play in Tondo with Lin Lung." Perhaps realizing she had just caused herself a blunder, Kahun puffed her cheeks and pouted in a sulky manner. "What left it there? Who would have thought? People discovered I was missing. What would they care? They're busy dealing with official matters." Shun helplessly poked her mother's cheek, her soul being more childish than her own. "How old are you? Why can't you stay calm in a situation like this?" She held her daughter's hand and rubbed it on her face, whining, "I just worry for you. You are my daughter, my most precious." Lang Vunfong stood aside silently, watching the two mother and daughter affectionately. He felt a bit judgmental in his heart. I didn't expect this little fox to have such a childish side. Lang Vunfong turned to Totum and asked, "Why did you steal the token of the Thantu sect to the point that the entire Thantu sect came to capture you two?" At this question, she hesitated. The little fox boldly stepped forward to explain, "Brother Futhung, that's because..." Before she could finish, he cut in, "And you too, Shun. Do you know what crime it is to release a serious criminal of the Thantu sect without permission?" Junshun seemed frightened, immediately confessing everything. Tutum did it to save her master. Why did those stubborn old elders have to lock her up? They are the real villains. Hearing this left him wide-eyed in shock. Ho-Ka-hun looked at her daughter in confusion and asked, "What?" Lang Vunfong clasped his hands behind his back and calmly ordered, "What's going on here? You two come here and explain clearly." Juanshun looked at the little demon and instructed, "We'll play with you later. You stay here for a while." In front of the little girl, Tutum lovingly held her hand. The little demon heard this and obediently nodded, mumbling, "Later we'll jump in the sky." The night sky descended over the desolate forest with the withered trees. The atmosphere became eerily strange. The two adults and two kids looked at each other tensely. Lang Vunfong spoke first. "Tutum, what happened to your master? Why did he tell me to tell you to stay away from the Thon Tiu sect?" Tutum was also extremely surprised to hear this. "Master told you that." "What?" He confirmed, "That's right." She trembled, unable to contain her emotions. Tears were about to flow. Then, shaking her head in denial, "No, I can't go. I must save my master. I'm about to find Hua Bingan." He was taken aback by Totum's words. "What did you say?" "Hua Bingan." Ho-Ka-hun, curious, turned to ask, "What is that?" Lang Vunfong quickly explained, "That's a legendary kind of flower. It's only at the intersection of the two realms of life and death that one can brew the Mengpo soup, allowing one to forget about their previous life." He remembered the eerie face of his friend Tio, causing him to feel extremely worried. Long Vanfong looked at the two children and asked calmly, "Tio's inner demons are getting heavier. What happened?" Tutam fell silent for a long time, seeming to hesitate. After a moment, the girl finally recounted the entire story. After conferring, the master of Shenzhou recognized the head disciple Shen Tu. From handling the church affairs and stabilizing the chaos in the southwest, he shut himself away in a meditation retreat, day and night carving Buddhas. It wasn't until a few days ago, on a night when the full moon was shining through the indifferent clouds, that Tutem was busy starting a fire to cook in the kitchen. The girl looked at the steaming pot with eager anticipation. The aroma wafting out was irresistible, and taking a few sniffs, Tutem covered her face in happiness and exclaimed, "It smells so good." She quickly ladled out a bowl and went to the door of Tu's chamber, politely calling, "Master Tutam cooked a mental nourishment soup. Please come and have some." Then happily, she opened the door and looked around, even calling for her master several times, but she still couldn't find him. Seeing that Tutam stepped into the room, quickly placing the bowl of soup on the table, steam rising high. Suddenly, Tutam's attention was drawn to a sculpture on the table. Curiously, she picked it up to examine it, a meticulously carved and mysterious figure. At that moment, a cool breeze swept through, blowing her hair. Seeing her master leaning against the wall, she panicked. "Master, what's wrong?" The girl rushed over to ask her master with concern, but Tiu had become unusual. His gaze was like a bright red light in the darkness. Not only that he was choking the person in front of him, Tiu's current appearance was no longer the Tu from before. He was grimacing and seemed abnormal. Tutam was being lifted high and struggled continuously. Master, what's wrong? I am Tutam. Suddenly his whole body shook. The face with that eerie gaze changed in an instant. One side of his face returned to normal, calling the girl's name Tutam. Tutam was thrown out through the door by Chu landing on the grass outside the hall. The master said nothing and slammed the door shut. Tutam didn't give up. She knocked on the door and shouted, Master, what's wrong? A voice came from inside. I'm fine, go back quickly. But before Tutam could say anything further, she was interrupted. You don't even listen to your master's orders. This made her pause. Tiu comforted her. Your soup smells really good. I will eat it all, so you should go back. Tutam's eyes sparkled as if she were about to cry. Since that time, incidents of night demons injuring people have continuously spread within the sect. As Tutam was walking, she overheard the disciples in the sect discussing, Hey, I heard that the ghost appeared again yesterday. That's right. How did that demonic creature break through the protective formation of the mountain? What does it want? Can't the elders control it? Each word made Tutam frown. It seemed like she was pondering something deep. In an area filled with massive mountains, the surrounding atmosphere was gloomy with thunder striking repeatedly. Tutam climbed the mountain alone. Her body was like an ant compared to the mountain with demonic creatures flying around her, and the rocky cliffs scratched her all over, soaking her clothes with sweat. But she didn't give up. Finally, Tutam reached the summit. In a barren patch of land, a small tree grew. On the tree hung a kind of glowing yellow fruit. Tutam was overjoyed, forgetting all her fatigue, and picked the fruit. At night in Xiao Xiao's residence, he had long hair with a piece of cloth wrapped around his eyes. The statue in his hand resembled Tutam a bit. Tutam happily brought a bowl over. Master, this is the mind-calming herb and the boing-ween fruit. I made porridge from them. Please taste it. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao put down the statue in his hand and replied, Okay. Xiao Xiao lifted the bowl of porridge about to taste it. Suddenly, the spoon slipped from Xiao Xiao's hand, spilling the porridge. He trembled, holding his head, groaning, Ah, ah! It seemed that a red light was emanating from beneath the cloth over his eyes. Tutam panicked. Master, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xiao didn't want to involve his disciple, so despite the pain, he still insisted, It's nothing, go away. I'm tired and need to rest. You should leave. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao became worse. Tutam was sure, Master, something's wrong. You can't fool me. What's really going on? The cloth covering Xiao Xiao's eyes was burned to shreds, revealing a pair of black eyes with red pupils. He grimaced as he looked at Tutam. Xiao Xiao lost control, reaching out to grab Tutam, but his other arm was quickly restrained. Xiao Xiao's body was increasingly consumed by the demonic aura. Stop looking at Tutam, go away. But she stubbornly wanted a clear explanation. If you don't speak, then just tell me what's going on, and I won't leave in this critical moment. Two figures appeared beside Xiao Xiao, startling Tutam. Tutam called out to them, Master Faptone, Master Laytone. Master Faptone activated his magical power above his head, with golden light appearing from his fingertips. Sealing the demonic finger, Master Laytone shouted in unison, and a golden dot of light also appeared on his finger. The two esteemed masters directed their powers at Xiao Xiao, forcing the golden light to continuously suppress him. But facing the powerful demonic obstruction, Master Faptone frowned, feeling the difficulty. Master Laytone tried to keep his composure, saying, Junior brother, quickly wake up. Suppress the inner demonic heart if the demonic heart takes over and is suppressed by others outside. Xiao Xiao was torn to the limit, veins bulging across his face. He yelled, Ah! Tutam, standing by, couldn't help but shed tears seeing her master in such agony, desperately calling, Oh, Master, what's wrong? Please wake up. In a moment, the demonic obstruction inside Xiao Xiao was disturbed. Master Faptone noticed the opening and quickly called for Master Laytone. In this moment, both of them used all their strength to overwhelm the demonic heart. The demonic aura spread everywhere, and the demonic heart seemed to weaken. Xiao Xiao no longer screamed in pain. Finally, he completely woke up, looking extremely exhausted. Everyone was gathered in the main hall. Xiao Xiao, with his eyes covered, panting heavily. Master Faptone was sitting in meditation, softly saying, Tutam, as the direct disciple of the sect leader, today's events must never be spread outside, understood? Tutam quickly clasped her hands in response. Master Faptone, may I ask what happened to my master? He sighed, glancing at her, and said, Little girl, don't worry, your master is fine. We are here. You should go. Now we have matters to discuss with the sect leader. Hearing this, Tatum slightly bowed and quickly replied, yes. She turned and left. She turned and Tatum slowly closed the door, suddenly furrowing her brows, pulling something out from her waist which was a life-protecting, magical artifact completely engraved with runes. Master had personally given it to her. Tatum pressed it to her body, beginning to cast a spell. Her body started to become invisible, using the invisibility technique. Tatum pressed herself against the door, secretly peering inside. She listened intently as voices came from inside. Junior brother Tatum, your demonic presence is becoming harder to suppress. Then everyone inside continued talking without knowing. Perhaps we should open the secret realm to find the Huabingan to eradicate it completely. Another person spoke up. No, I've heard that within the Fonganma diet. If it escapes, it could lead to a catastrophe. Tatum frowned at what she heard. Could we ask the saint to help? No, although the saint is unmatched in the world, the demonic destruction of the world is a legacy from the time of the sleeping fairy. Its power is unfathomable. If the saint gets injured, the divine continent has just recovered. Peace will again lead to chaos. Upon hearing this, she rushed outside. Tatum poured something into a bowl, then using a strong sedative that could put her master to sleep from Xuan, she obtained her master's seal while also finding a clue about the Huabingan. She was holding something in her hand as she ran outside. Just as she was about to search for the medicine, Master Foptone stopped her. He spread out his hands and with a serious face said, how dare you break into the seven divine prison? At this moment, Tatum was with Xuan, Ho Ha Hun, and Lang Banfeng. Tatum stammered, I was imprisoned in the divine prison. Vanfeng turned to ask Xuan, what about you? What happened to you leading Tatum out of the divine prison? The little girl cheerfully raised her finger and said, I have Mihon. He was surprised to hear her say that and asked back, what? Vanfeng looked at Ka Hun worriedly asking, isn't the soul charm supposed to be used only once in a lifetime? Ka Hun leaned on her hands, shyly replied, this girl is a genius of the nine tails. We have no restrictions when using the soul charm, thanks to your contribution. He was surprised and shouted, what do you mean? No restrictions on the number of times. Isn't this like hacking? At this moment, Tuan spoke up. That's right, I made plans with Lin Lung to go to the great convention of all techniques, and when we passed by the Shen Diao sect, we decided to visit Sister Tatum. As a result, we heard that she was locked up. The girl continued to hang on to Tatum's arm, proudly saying she was doing well. Those people must be wrong. Of course we have to help her. So we used the soul charm all the way. She recalled that moment when Tuan was using the soul charm to ask Sister Tatum how the gatekeeper didn't wait for an answer. Big Tatum secretly stole the Shendiao secret technique and was captured by the lawmaster and locked in the heavenly prison. She stood in front of the gatekeeper commanding, take me to the heavenly prison, call me the beautiful young lady. He obediently responded, beautiful young lady. When Tuan arrived at the heavenly prison, two other gatekeepers shouted, who dares to barge into the Shendiao heavenly prison? The girl's gaze was very fierce, ordering, open the door. Under the influence of the soul charm, their minds became muddled, and they quickly opened the door for her to enter. As Tuan walked past them, she disdainfully said, how dare you act tough with this young lady? Slap yourselves 100 times. The two of them immediately slapped themselves hard, looking quite pained. Meanwhile, the girl gleefully entered to find Tatum. Inside the heavenly prison, it was very dark, with only a few candles along the way. Another jailer appeared, looking like he was still conscious, struggling to say each word. Who are you? What kind of sorcery is this? Tuan impatiently replied, stop talking nonsense, open the prison door. He took the keys, trembling as he unlocked the door, but stubbornly used his other hand to grab the hand holding the keys. He was bleeding due to resistance. He shouted, I will not yield. Suddenly, a large stick hit his head, causing him to bleed from his nose, losing all willpower. The jailer collapsed in a pool of blood. Tuan quickly opened the door and signaled, sister, hurry and follow me. The two ran quickly into the forest. Tuan spoke up, Sister Tatum, I want to go see the great convention of all techniques. Come with me. Tatum paused at the invitation, stopping. Suddenly, Tatum stopped. Tuan seeing this urged, Sister Tatum, what's wrong? Hurry up. Tatum replied, Tuan, thank you for saving me. I have something important to do. I can't go with you. Tuan quickly suggested, where do you want to go? I'll go with you. Tatum shook her head in refusal. No, that place is very dangerous. You might lose your life. I can't drag you into this. Tuyen Tuyen froze, then grabbed Totem's hand, asking, "Is it because of your master?" Totem was surprised. "How did you know?" Tien Tuyen explained, "She only gets anxious and fidgety when it concerns her master." Totem blushed, feeling shy. "No, that's not true." Twin Twin leaned in closer and asked straightforwardly, "I have a question that I've always been curious about. Do you like your master?" Totem felt embarrassed, her whole body frantically denying it. "How could that be? You're just making stuff up." Like liking your master. It's a hassle for a disciple, always provoking the master, causing disappointment, and often making trouble for the master. How could I even think like that? Absolutely not. Twin Twin wasn't ready to give up. "But if you're really as bad as you say, you would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Is it possible that your master also has feelings for you?" Tatam was a bit shaken, blushing. "Are you really asking that? Even if I liked him a lot, I still deny it. How could it be a master and disciple can't have feelings for each other? That goes against the moral laws of heaven and earth." Tuyen Tuyen found it amusing and teased, "Your expression is completely different from what you're saying." Tatam shyly lowered her head. She held Tuyen Tuyen's hand, showing her gratitude. "Good little sister, your great kindness, if I can survive and return, I will repay you by working like a horse or an ox. I have to go now." Tuyen Tuyen raised her hand and declared, "Okay, let's go." Tatam stopped her. "No, didn't I already say? Where I'm going is very dangerous." Tuyen Tuyen rummaged through her dress and pulled out a glowing round gem. Twin Twin explained, "It's dangerous, that's why I have to go with you. I have a super powerful summoning beast, and if there's danger, it will immediately summon a super strong helper." Tatam questioned, "Super strong?" Tuyen Tuyen affirmed, "Absolutely super strong and unbeatable." She took Tatam's hand and moved forward. "Let's go." Tatam was still worried, but nodded in agreement. She reminded, "If there's danger, you must run, okay?" Twin Twin replied, got it, don't worry, it will be fine." A moment later, Kahan and Van Fong appeared where the two were. Twin Twin happily hugged Van Fong and turned to Totam. "Sister, look, I wasn't lying to you, right? Master Fu Thuong came here looking for you." Twin Twin innocently asked, "Master Fu Thuong, why did you come before I even summoned you?" Van Fong felt awkward and thought, "This is awkward. Should I tell her about the area of the Four Void where we can't sense anything? It would embarrass her super powerful dad." In Tuyen Tuyen's heart, Van Fong quickly cleared his throat to stabilize his emotions. "Of course it's because I care about you. You ran out without saying a word, making us very worried about you. You know." Tuyen Tuyen sulkily explained, Tuyen Tuyen wanted to help sister. Seeing this, Van Fong could only smile wryly and sighed. "As long as you're okay, that's fine. So have you found Hua Binyan yet?" Twin Twin and Totam shook their heads together. Suddenly, Tuyen Tuyen jumped up and said, "I know Lang." Van Fong asked Tuyen Tuyen, "Then why don't you take the two of them to find her?" Totam replied, "She wanted us to play with her before she agreed to tell us where Hua Binyan is." Tien Tien added, "Yeah, this kid has always been alone, very lonely. As soon as we started playing with her, then Master Fu Thuong and Master Mao Thuong came to find us." The girl walked over, took Van Fong's hand and said, "Masters, let's play with her." He replied, "Oh, okay." The girl then turned to Ho Kahan and said, "Master Mao Thuong, you should join us too." She puffed her cheeks and said, "Yeah, it's a kid's game. How can a queen like me play and lose face?" Twin Twin made a cute face, pleading with her eyes to her mother, and finally Hokahan relented. "All right." Van Fong and Kahan each took one of Tuyen Tuyen's hands and walked forward. Tutam looked at this scene and thought to herself, "This is family, how wonderful." She turned and called, "Sister, Tutam, hurry up." Tutam called okay and quickly ran after them. Over there, a little friend was sitting alone, lonely in the gloomy forest. At this moment, a voice rang out, "We're here." The little friend heard the sound of people and turned to look in the direction of the voice. The three from Tuyen Tuyen's family and Totam were running towards them. Twin Twin grabbed the little girl's hand and said, "Sorry for making you wait so long." The little girl replied, "Not long at all." Seeing this, Lang Van Fong asked, "How long have you been here?" The girl replied, "It seems like a very long time." She said to Tuyen Tuyen and Totam, "Let's play hopscotch." Twin Twin cheerfully replied, "Okay." Suddenly, Tuyen Tuyen saw the girl drawing squares on the ground and curiously asked, "How do you play this?" Lang Van Fong attentively watched the girl, pondering while stroking his chin. Ho Kahan, who was beside him, asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" At this moment, he recounted, "Once I was on a secret mission with a group of people, and we accidentally stumbled into a ruin from 500 years ago. That place seemed to be a refugee camp." He recalled the desolate and dark scene filled with human bones on the ground. At that time, he and the others were very shocked. Then they ventured deeper inside. While walking, he looked down at the ground and saw the skeleton of a child still holding a stuffed animal in its arms, surrounded by drawings and squares in front. Long Van Fong approached and sat down. He picked up one of the child's drawings on which two children were happily playing hopscotch. He looked at the children playing before him and remembered that drawing. Kahan curiously asked, "Has this child been here for 500 years? Van Fong replied, "Very possibly the sect of Thantio is very profound, and they keep such a big secret." She sadly said, "Who turned this child into this?" In the era of the gap of 5, the master transformed all laws. The 100 schools contended various strange arts that could not be anticipated. It might be a product of that era from some demonic cultivator. He spoke. Van Fong looked at the girl and said, "It's rare that her mind is so clear. I've encountered many evil practices that drive people to madness and awaken their murderous intent." Suddenly, Hokahun leaned her head on his shoulder, startling him a bit. He asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "People are so scared they can't muster any strength." Kahan teased, "Holy Master, is it okay if I borrow your shoulder for a bit?" Vunfong blushed slightly and said, "This little fox girl." The two leaned against each other, watching the kids play. The little girl then told Tuyin, "Come here and play, throw the rock." She lifted a large stone with one hand. Twin panicked, saying, No, we can't play with this." Lang Vunfong spoke up from behind, "Let me play with you." Lang Vunfong continued, "Let me play with you." Lang Vunfong was walking closer from afar, and Tu smiled. "Okay, let's start." Then she threw the stone hard towards Lang Vunfong. He immediately reacted. His eyes widening, a loud boom echoed, and light flashed over the lake. Kahan anxiously looked towards a dust cloud. A figure stood tall amidst the haze. Lang Vunfong raised one hand to hold the stone up effortlessly, keeping it suspended in the air, calmly watching. This left Twin and To Tum in awe. Lang Vunfong Ten said, "Go play, Boopister." Tu responded, "Okay." Then both of them flew high, stopping midair, and Lang Vunfong still held that stone in his hand. Lang Vunfong shouted, "Let's begin." He thought to himself, "I need to perform well. Using only 1/10 of my strength should be enough." He threw the stone towards it, Tu shouting, "Catch." At that moment, the stone was like a meteor, or from outer space hurtling down. Tu was able to catch it effortlessly. Then she threw it back to Lang Vunfong, catching the stone again. The two kept throwing it back and forth in midair, ignoring the three below. Twin and To Tum gasped, exclaiming, "This is so magnificent." Then Lang Vunfong kept throwing punches, and Tu matched him. It turned out they were playing rock, paper, scissors. Tum watched the playful scene of the two, unable to stop sweating. Next was the one-legged bumping game. Whoever fell first would lose. Tu was already in position, ready to attack, and Lang Vunfong was also prepared. Suddenly, Kahun stood up and shouted, "This looks fun. I want to play too." She got into position, smiling. Add me in. Tu said nothing and immediately bumped into Kahun. She flew into the rocks, creating a loud crash. Kahun stuck to the cliff, staring wide-eyed, her face blank. Lang Vunfong and Twin had to coax her for a while before she calmed down. However, it seemed Kahun was still sulking. Tu suddenly said, "Let's go enjoy the spider lilies." Twin and To Tum looked at each other joyfully. Both ran to grab Tu's hand, saying in unison, "Okay, thank you." Lang Vunfong and Kahun sat watching the three kids happily playing together. Lang Vunfong seemed to be deep in thought when Kahun asked, "What's wrong?" Lang Vunfong frowned and replied, "My intuition tells me something is off. Let's go check it out." Then he suggested moving closer to the long, vast river. Little Tu led everyone to the riverbank. Twin looked around and asked, "Where are the flowers?" Little Tu pointed ahead. "The flowers are on the other bank in our direction." It was those mountains that exuded a spooky and eerie vibe. She approached the river's edge, and suddenly the water parted, creating a path. Little Tu walked forward leisurely. The four of them stood there in shock for a moment, then they followed Little Tu. Everyone looked around, excited and curious. Twin touched the water. "It's so clear. Why are there no fish?" Little Tu turned and asked, "What's fish?" The four of them were left dumbfounded again. Little Tu said, "So that's it. I understand now. This place is thick with ghostly energy. Could it be that this is the boundary between the two realms of yin and yang? No wonder there are no living things here. Little Tio walked to the center of the river. We've arrived. The other four stood there, still dumbfounded, because they saw a strange sight ahead. There was a black hole suspended in the air, flanked by 2 rows of stone statues of children. The statues were incredibly lifelike, with varied hairstyles and identical outfits. Twin asked fearfully, "Who are they?" Little 2 pointed to each stone statue. Little 5, touch the wall next to you, then say little Ilin, and way off in the distance is little 4. Little 6. Kahan covered her mouth and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Long Vanfong frowned as before him was a dark space filled with a deep red color, thick with ghostly energy. He speculated that this place emitted a very dense ghostly energy. This could be the legendary underworld gate. Little 2 turned and walked back to where they were standing. In front of Tuyin, Little 2 stopped. Little Tio extended both hands forward, signaling for the Hagenbana flower. Little 2 thanked them, but the 2 were confused and didn't understand what was happening. Twin looked down at Little 2's feet and saw them beginning to turn to stone and spreading up her legs. Twin panicked and shouted, "Your feet!" Little 2 didn't respond. Her whole body was quickly turning to stone. Suddenly, a sprout of Higanbana grew from her palm, gradually growing until a full flower bloomed. Tutam cried as she hugged Little 2, "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Higanbana, I don't want this, don't go." Twin's tears fell like rain. Lang Vanfong and Kangan stood in silence. Then Lang Vanfong sighed and said, "Don't be sad, even if you two hadn't come here. Their lifespan was already nearing its end. Just now, the last essence of energy in her body has vanished." Lang Vanfong continued, "Before she leaves, at least, she has 2 companions, so she isn't alone." The 2 looked at her face. Both Twin and Tutam held back their tears as they looked at Little 2. At that moment, she was wearing a satisfied smile. Twin started crying loudly, shouting, "Why do they have to be trapped here? Who would be so cruel?" Lang Banfong explained. "The banks of the forgetting river, the Higanbana blooms, the river of forgetfulness erases all past memories." Looking at these stone statues here, he continued, "What happened here 100 years ago? What purpose were these children created for? It seems no one knows anymore." Lang Vanfong waved his hand forward, holding the Higanbana flower suspended in his palm. Long Vanfong spoke, "Time is of the essence. Xiaoshu can't wait any longer. Hurry and brew the Mingpo soup to help Xiaoshu." Tutam resolved to wipe away her tears, then respectfully clasped her hands in gratitude for the saint's kindness. "Tutam has nothing to repay you with." Lang Vanfong warmly replied, "You silly girl, no need to thank me. The honored Xiaoshu is your master, and he is also my life and death brother. Both you and I want to save him." The scene shifted to the Divine Arrow sect. The 4 of them quickly returned to the Divine Arrow sect. Long Vanfong asked Tutam, "Right now you're being hunted. It's not convenient for you to show yourself. Do you need me to go in your place?" Tutam lowered her head in thought, then replied, "If I leave, my master won't be able to eat the lotus soup I cooked for him anymore. No one knows the size of the clothes that fit him best. The Ningxin fragrance that my master loves most can only be made by me." Tutam bit her lip, determined in her heart. Then she boldly declared, "As for breaking the sex rules, I am willing to accept any punishment. I absolutely won't leave my master." Tuyin anxiously said, "Sister, you could die." Tutam paused for a moment, thought it over, and then smiled, replying, "Then I want to die next to my master." She lifted her foot and continued walking. Long Vanfong silently watched when suddenly Tuyin tugged at his sleeve. "Your Excellency." Long Vanfong gently patted her head to comfort her. "I will think of a way, you 2 wait here." Saying that, he vanished. At this moment inside the Divine Arrow sect, as soon as Tutam appeared, everyone immediately froze and stared at her. Everyone shouted excitedly, "Beach Tutam is Beach Tutam!" Report to the headmaster with proper etiquette. The 2 honored ones, Tutam knelt down. She shouted loudly, "The sinful disciple Beach Tutam has violated the sex rules. I come to plead for punishment." And then the lawmaster appeared immediately. He looked at her and then spoke. "Beach Tutam has secretly stolen the sect's treasured relic, escaped from heavenly prison, and injured fellow disciples. Her sins are deep and severe. Capture this sinful disciple." The disciples immediately drew their weapons, surrounding Tutam, shouting, "Traitor Beach Tutam, why don't you submit and allow yourself to be bound?" Just then Xiaoshu appeared in front, blocking the way, exuding dominance. He declared, "Who dares to harm my disciple?" Bichto Tam trembled all over, tears brimming in her eyes as she called out to her master. She presented the vial of medicine and shouted, "Master, don't mind me. This is the antidote that can cure your heart condition." The disciple is willing to bear any punishment just to save Xiao Shou. Startled for a moment, he turned to look at Tu Tam, then at the disciples surrounding her, and then back at her. Xiao Shou then reached out. He didn't take the vial of medicine, but touched Tu Tam's cheek. He said, "You foolish disciple, I don't deserve this from you." The master scolded. The head disciple is the leader of a sect. No favoritism quickly captured Bichto Tam. Tu Sao turned back and shouted, "That's right, rebellious disciple. Bichto Tam secretly stole the sacred artifact of our sect, a crime that's hard to escape. And she escaped from prison, injured her fellow disciples. That adds to her crime. What punishment should she receive?" The man shouted, "Bichto Tam brazenly entered the forbidden area. That's one of the 4 great crimes of our sect. Leaving prison without permission. And injuring her fellow disciples, that's even worse. She deserves 50 soul-destroying nails." Tam couldn't help but be shocked by the punishment she just heard. All the disciples were terrified upon hearing this. Lang Wenfeng was hidden observing from above. He thought to himself, soul-destroying nails. The nail technique carries the might of thunder and lightning, piercing into the major acupressure points. Turning around, this pain feels like thousands of swords cutting through flesh. Tam smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. She bowed her head and replied, "The sinner Bichto Tam knows that she has committed a major taboo in the sect. Her guilt is deep, and she willingly accepts the punishment." Tio Sao placed his hand on her head. He wondered, "Why did you come back?" At this moment, the master communicated, "The head disciple is the leader of a sect. If even you can't follow the rules, how can we manage this great sect of Shenzhou? How can we face the master and the legacy of our ancestors?" Those words made Tio Sao even more sorrowful. The master couldn't wait any longer. Shouted loudly, "Someone tie the sinner Bichto Tam to the pillar." Bichto Tam was pulled away by 2 disciples. She spoke her final words, "Master, your disciple has received your nurturing grace and is willing to accept the punishment. Please remember to drink that medicine." Tio Sao stood there in silence. Space and time seemed to shift out of rhythm. Tears streamed down from behind the black veil. At the punishment site, Tam was bound by her hands and feet, hung up on a pillar on the high platform. Tio Sao had to sit on the steps with the others from the sect. He gripped the armrest tightly. At this moment, Lang Wenfeng's voice echoed in his mind. "The beloved disciple is about to be punished, and you are not even moved. You are still the Tio, so I know." Tio Sao was stunned, quickly sending a message back. "Saint Master, why didn't you stop Tam from coming back?" Lang Wenfeng replied, "She knows she will die, but still wants to come back to give you the medicine, to give you the Mengpo soup, the only thing that can cure your inner demons." Lang Wenfeng placed a hand on his shoulder using a mental transmission technique. All the events happening in the 4 directions were transmitted into Tio Sao's mind. He stood still for a moment, then looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand. Tio Sao trembled, gripping that medicine bottle tightly in his hand. The master stood up, shouted, "Form up! Bring the soul-destroying nails here!" Immediately, a disciple stepped forward. In his hand, he held a wooden box containing many sharp nails. He then chanted a spell with both hands, and the soul-destroying nails flew into the air. Then immediately, the soul-destroying nails flew up, pointing towards Tam. Suddenly, Tio Sao appeared blocking in front of her. The master shouted, "Master, what does the junior professor want to do?" The entire square fell silent. Tam exclaimed in shock, "Master." Before she could finish, Tio Sao looked at Tam and reproached her, "Why would I take in a foolish disciple like you?" She had tears in her eyes and replied, "I'm sorry, Master." Tam doesn't like to study magic, making the master suffer indignity. Then Tio Sao moved in front of her. Tam realized something and shouted, "Master, what do you want to do?" Tio Sao just smiled and gently touched her cheek. He then turned around, blocking her from view, and looked at the people standing below. Tio Sao shouted, "The other day, the night demon harmed a disciple in the sect. It was me." The disciples below were horrified, shouting, "What?" They couldn't help but be amazed, mouths agape. The master clenched his fist and yelled, "Damn it, don't act recklessly." The ceremony master sighed lightly, smiling, as expected, truly worthy of being the senior brother. Tio Sao continued to speak loudly. "The direct disciple under my guidance Tam worries that my inner demon recklessly entered the forbidden area and harmed fellow disciples. Such a grave crime deserves punishment. However, he told me, as the master, I did not discipline well. causing the disciple to break the sect rules. As the master, I should be punished, and I, as the head, injuring fellow disciples? The crime is even heavier. Tiusao took out the sect leader's token and then declared, the 18th generation leader of the Divine Whirlwind sect, Tiusao, hands over the position to Master Veivokuk. The master was stunned by Tiusao's actions. Tiusao shouted again, the disciple of the Divine Whirlwind, Tiu is here, please punish me. Tatum panicked and shouted, don't, master, please don't. Tiusao didn't respond but extended his hand forward, taking control of the soul-destroying nails. To the bewilderment of the disciples, he then forcefully pulled a series of nails directly towards Tiusao. They rushed towards him and quickly pierced through Tiusao's body, causing him to spit blood. Seeing her master being pierced by a series of nails, Tatum couldn't help but panic and shout, don't. She struggled to break free from the chains. Tatum kept writhing her whole body in pain, screaming loudly. Crack Tatum broke free from the bindings and dashed forward. Tiusao lunged forward to take the soul-destroying nails for him. Tatum also had to spit blood in pain from the force of those soul-destroying nails. Tiusao looked wide-eyed at Tatum. The space around them seemed to freeze. Tiusao touched Tatum's face and reproached, foolish disciple, why are you so foolish? She tearfully replied, I'm sorry, master. In the end, I can only be your foolish disciple. After saying this, both of them fell to the ground unmoving. The disciples seemed frozen in place, both lying still, embracing each other, bloodied but happier than ever. The master had been standing there dumbfounded while the ceremony master just sighed and shook his head. Outside the Divine Whirlwind Mountain Gate, Faptuin anxiously paced back and forth. Suddenly she heard a sound echoing from inside. Ho Ka-hun was stunned. Is the sect leader Dang Tin Trung dead? Twin exclaimed in horror. What? Where's Tatum? Didn't Master Fu Thung say nothing would happen? Twin quickly turned to run regardless of Ho Ka-hun trying to hold her back. I'm going to check. Just as she was about to rush inside, Lang Banfong suddenly appeared. Behind him were Tiusao and Bitch Tatum standing still. Twin joyfully shouted, Master Fu Thung. Ho Ka-hun followed right behind her. Both were delighted. Why did you bring them out? Didn't you say they had struck Dang Tin Trung, I thought? Ho Ka-hun asked, was it your trick? Lang Banfong smugly replied, this is called a scheme. A scheme. He raised his hand to return the two to their previous state. After Beach Totum blocked the front to take the soul-destroying nails for Tiusao, she couldn't avoid injuries. With a sad gaze regretfully, she said, I'm sorry, master. In the end, I can only be your disciple. Suddenly, the space changed. Lang Banfong used magic to freeze time, intending to immobilize everyone. The scene became eerily quiet. No person or any object moved. Everyone's expressions were frozen. Even Beach Totum and Tiusao couldn't escape. At that moment, Lang Banfong approached the two, raising his hand to cast a spell. His hand glowed with a green light, immediately causing them to vanish. Next, he chanted a spell using divine power to create a replica, generating another Tiusao and another Beach Totum to replace them, and then quietly departed, leaving no trace. The scene shifted to a forest with rocky mountains, dense trees, and birds flying in the distant sky. Lang Banfong approached Ho Ka-hun, while the other two remained motionless, lying in the grass, their bodies covered in injuries. After Lang Banfong recounted the story, Twin marveled. Master Fu Thung, your magic is so fascinating. Can you teach me? Lang Banfong was about to refuse. Learning this magic is very difficult. But Twin pulled his hand. I'm not afraid of hardship. The girl smiled joyfully. I want to learn this trick. I suddenly thought of many interesting ways to use it. Lang Banfong couldn't bear to refuse, but still had to remind the girl, if you want to learn, I have one request. You absolutely cannot use it to play tricks. Can you do that? Twin puffed her cheeks, pouting in displeasure. She sulked and turned away. Twin seemed like a mischievous child in the eyes of the three, enjoying causing trouble. Why, yes, it breaks my heart. Lang Banfong's mouth twitched, standing there unable to speak. He awkwardly scratched his head. I'll teach this. I'll teach. Is that not okay? Twin still won't forgive. Is that not enough? Not done yet. Let's give him another chance. Lang Banfong then proposed, how about I teach you an interesting spell instead? Ka-hun smiled at the two of them, feeling happy. Back at Beach Totam's place, neither of them moved. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Tiusao, lying next to her. Seeing Tiusao with blood still flowing from his mouth, his body covered in wounds, She slowly reached out her hand towards Tu Sao. Her hand trembled as she grasped his. Tears fell as she spoke. Master, why are you so foolish, taking punishment for a helpless disciple like me? When Lang Van Fong heard Beach To Tam's voice, he turned to look. Twin Twin ran over shouting, Sister To Tam! She scolded Lang Van Fong. Lord, why didn't you bring them out sooner? They shouldn't have had to get hurt. Then she turned to Beach To Tam, asking her, Are you seriously hurt? Are you going to be okay? Lang Van Fong reassured her, Don't worry, I have my plans. Watch me. He raised his hand and used the strongest healing spell on the two. The wounds caused by the soul-destroying needle quickly healed. The body healed miraculously. Wherever the green light passed, the wounds of both slowly faded away, until there was not a single mark left. Bitch To Tam opened her eyes wide. She sat up suddenly, exclaiming, This is amazing. It's Tuyen, happily running over to hug Bitch To Tam. Sister To Tam. To Tam hugged the girl tightly, saying, I'm sorry, Tuyen, I've worried you. At this moment, Tu Sao's voice called out, Thank you, Saint, for saving our master and disciple. To Tam was startled and turned to look at Tu Sao. She saw Tu Sao talking to Lang Van Fong. Feeling her gaze, he also looked at Beach To Tam, excitedly rushing to embrace her. Master, you're okay, that's great. Tu Sao suddenly felt his face heat up, looking at the girl who was trembling while holding him. Tu Sao gently stroked her head, saying, I'm sorry, Master is fine. You had to suffer because of me. Tu Tam suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly pushed Tu Sao away, saying, Master, the medicine. Quick, take the medicine. Tu Sao presented the broken flask. Tu Tam didn't understand, looking over at Lang Van Fong. What should we do? Lang Van Fong reassured her. Don't worry after what just happened. The good news is that Tu Sao has touched the heart demon. Tu Tam joyfully asked back, Really? Tu Sao nodded. That's right. He looked at her kindly, saying, Thanks to you, thank you. The faces of the two gradually moved closer together. Tu Tam blushed awkwardly, turning away. Twin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Ka Hun asked, Mr. Tu, now that the two of you are dead in the martial arts world, what will happen next? Tu Sao turned to look at To Tam. He wanted to ask for her opinion. Master, if you break free from your constraints, would you be willing to travel the world with me? Tu Tam replied, Wherever you go, I will follow. Twin Chi made in and Sister Tu. Tum, didn't you say you have to take care of Master like washing clothes and cooking? If it's like that, every day you'll be very tired. Isn't the lady supposed to handle ladies' affairs? This disciple is truly put upon. Tu Tam blushed and shouted, What are you saying, Tian? Don't speak nonsense. Tu Sao stood frozen, not knowing what to say. Lang Van Feng walked over, putting his arm around Tu Sao and said, Then you know something. Tu Sao glanced at the master and said, Go ahead. He delivered some news. I successfully formulated the manhwa soup, but it requires two main ingredients. One is the benyuan flour and the other. Tu Sao curiously asked, What's the other one? Lang Van Feng replied vaguely, A drop of blood from the heart of the one you love. Tu Sao was stunned when he heard what Van Feng said. He turned to look at To Tam, who was playing happily with Tuyen. Seeing her cheerful smile, Tu Sao couldn't help but smile too. He said, Thank you for your guidance, Master. A vast scene of mountains and forests appeared. Lang Van Feng, along with Ka Hun and Twin, waved goodbye to the two of them. They also held Tu Tam's hand, waving goodbye. Then the two of them left together. Twin watched their figures grow smaller. She thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted, Sister Tu Tam, remember to write me a letter. When you find a place to stay, you have to let me know. I'll come to visit you. Lang Van Feng sighed, exhaling deeply. Ka Hun asked curiously, Why is the master sighing? Lang Van Feng looked down at Twin. He pinched her nose and instructed her. If you want to go out to play in the future, you must tell the adults. Do you understand? Otherwise, the adults will worry about you. Twin solemnly replied, I remember, Father. Ka Hun asked, What's wrong with you now? Lang Van Feng awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I'm like this. I can't say a few things. Ka Hun gently patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, This little one is very clever. Of course she knows what you want to do. Lang Van Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Suddenly, Twin jumped up and hugged his neck. The little girl leaned in and kissed his cheek. Lang Van Feng stood still, hearing Twin say, Thank you, Father. Lang Van Feng smiled and then lifted Twin up. Seeing her happy made me happy too. Meanwhile, Ka Han also came over and kissed his cheek. Lang Van Feng was confused. What are you doing, Aunt? Ka Hun tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and replied, Diplomatic courtesy. Don't take it to heart. Lang Vunfeng felt his face heat up from the kiss. He brought his hand to touch his cheek. The sunlight was slowly setting behind the mountains. Then the three of them walked away under the evening glow. The scene was incredibly joyful and happy. Lang Vunfeng turned to Ka Hun and said, "You should go back first. Twin wants to see the grand event, so I'll take her." Ka Hun linked arms with him. "I don't want to. I want to go too." Twin joyfully shouted, "Mother, come with us." Lang Vunfeng helplessly yelled, "Don't you care about the great moon kingdom? How will you be a queen?" Ka Hun smiled and replied, "I have a good group of subordinates." As she spoke, she moved ahead. Moreover, she turned back facing away from the sunlight. "Aren't you still here?" Lang Vunfeng was speechless. Meanwhile, at the Than Tu Sek Fapton stood before two coffins. The two corpses that Lang Vunfeng had created earlier lay quietly inside. Both were silent, their expressions filled with sorrow and loss. Fapton looked at Tio So, reproaching him. "Master Junior Brother, the three of us. Your cultivation level far exceeds ours. It's not that you can't bear the responsibility. You just threw it on me like this. Can I keep it?" Suddenly he noticed something. He rubbed his chin. "Something's not right." Laton looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He looked at Tio So, questioning, "Are the injuries on Junior Brother so few?" Laton pinched Fapton's arm, angrily scolding, "Senior Brother, are you seeing things? The sect master just passed away, and you're still concerned about this. You should cry." Fapton was dazed for a few seconds, clutching his sore arm, and came to his senses. He quickly raised his voice, "Junior Brother, you fool!" Laton wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. He turned his head away, looking into the distance. His face showed tranquility and joy. He murmured to himself, "Take your time, Senior Brother." In Thun Tien de Lang Vunfeng's family of three, Ka Hun and their daughter had just arrived. Ka Hun's little girl looked around with great interest. "I'm tired of tears. Father, how was this wall built?" Lang Vunfeng proudly puffed out his chest, boasting, "It was built by my father. Plus, with a few strong formations, it can summon the 9 heavenly thunder tribulations and the 9 earthly inferno fires. Natural disasters can't affect it, and earthly fires can't break it. That's the most solid city I've built for this divine land." Ka Hun's little girl ran ahead excitedly and urged, "Let's go, let's go. I've heard that the 2 markets in Thun Tien Do gather the best fun in the world." "People want to go to take a look," Lang Vunfeng happily agreed. Suddenly, Ka Hun took Lang Vunfeng's arm and pouted, "I also want to buy some clothes. Last time the master ruined my silk dress. You have to compensate me." Lang Vunfeng's face broke into a forced smile. He recalled Da Kan from before. Da Kan was just like Ka Hun now. In the end, Lang Vunfeng still decided to agree. Sighing an exclamation, "Indeed, demons don't discriminate by family, they all dislike losing." While walking, Lang Vunfeng suddenly saw someone and was a bit taken aback. It was Dong Fuang Min. Dong Fuang Min was gazing into the distance, and Lang Vunfeng called out, "Dong Fuang." Hearing the call, Dong Fuang Min turned around and approached to greet, "I pay my respects to the Holy Lord, the Queen of the Great Ming Kingdom, and Princess Tuyen." The fox girl Ho Ka Hun asked him, "Who is this famous person in Tiandu?" Ho Ka Hun gently said, "You silly. This is the son of Prime Minister Dong Fuang. Dong Fuang Min, a well-renowned young master. Even we in the Great Ming Kingdom know him. Today's encounter is truly extraordinary." Dong Fuang Min simply smiled slightly upon hearing this. Ho Ka Hun puffed her cheeks and said, "There's no such thing as a perfect 10 in this world. If there were, it must be fake." Dong Fuang Min, though still young, was quite reasonable. He acted very appropriately. The princess is right. If he wasn't a bit fake, it would be very difficult to survive in the chaotic world before. Moreover, every action of mine will affect my mother. It can't be helped. Please forgive me, princess. Yet Ho Ka Hun pouted, It's the first time I've seen such a good explanation for being fake." Lang Vunfeng interrupted. Dong Fuang quickly skipped the formalities. "Why are you here?" Dong Fuang Min still observed the formalities and replied, "On my mother's orders, I'm here waiting for the disciples of the Dong Fuang family to attend the Wanfa conference." Lang Vunfeng praised him endlessly. "Your manners are very complete. Such waiting should be done by yourself. Prime Minister Dong Fuang truly has a good son." Dong Fuang Min remained very composed. "The Holy Lord is too kind." Then Lang Vunfeng left with his small family and Ho Ka Hun. Lang Vunfeng said goodbye. "You take care of your work. I'll go ahead." Dong Fuang Min politely replied, The Holy Lord travels slowly and the Queen and Princess of the Great Ming travel slowly. Even after they had walked a distance, Dongfang Min still maintained his formalities. Ho Ka Hun secretly looked back at Dongfang Min, who smiled back, looking very handsome. Ho Ka Hun pouted and muttered, this person isn't sincere. Tuyen Tuyen disliked Lang Banfong and was lost for words at Ho Ka Hun's behavior. Lang Banfong expressed his opinion. Prime Minister Dongfang has been strict in teaching him since he was young. Being cautious and adhering to etiquette is rare for a young master of a prestigious family. But behaving so perfectly, I also feel something's off. Suddenly, Ho Ka Hun whispered, Lang Banfong, I heard that Dongfang's son was raised by his mother, and Prime Minister Dongfang has always kept his father a secret. Could it be that his father is also the Holy Lord? Upon hearing this, Lang Banfong almost spat blood. Lang Banfong hurriedly explained, Hey, you can't just say that. Dongfang Ngaka remember her very clearly. She and I are just siblings. There is absolutely no romantic relationship, and nothing has ever happened between us. Ho Ka Hun couldn't help but laugh at Lang Banfong's exaggerated reaction. Ho Ka Hun smiled cryptically. But in this world, there aren't many men who can catch the eye of Dongfang Thuong Tu. With the experience of the Holy Son before Dongfang Thuong Tu had a child, was there ever something that happened that he didn't remember? Lang Banfong retorted confidently, A young master he is, Dongfang Ngak, a chivalrous hero, someone who is straightforward and honest unlike you people who act recklessly. After that, Lang Banfong told Ho Ka Han and her child, Hurry up and get ready, you two stay here for now. Dongfang Min quietly watched them leave, his handsome face revealing a sense of superiority. After a moment of silence, Dongfang Min was beside Lang Banfong. Lang Banfong looked confused, scratching his face as he observed the two mother and child on the bed. Ho Ka Han not looking her best posed seductively in front of Lang Banfong. Lang Banfong suggested, You two should take a bath and rest after the long journey. Later I'll take you out to shop. Ho Ka Han playfully said, Holy Son, you've worked hard too. Won't you join us for a bath? My back feels so comfortable when I bathe with my servant. Lang Banfong was stunned, his face flushed and speechless. His mind filled with the dark fantasies about Ho Ka Han. The servant's back was so appealing that Lang Banfong's nose started to bleed. Ho Ka Han innocently chimed in, that's right, master, the lips of the mistress are soft and comforting. Despite his desire making his face turn bright red and his nose bleeding, Lang Banfong scratched his head, forcing a crooked smile and stammered, That's not good. Suddenly someone called out to Lang Banfong, startling him. Holy Son, where have you been these past few days? Lang Banfong immediately turned around, his face filled with worry upon seeing Dongfang Ngak Tu enter majestically. Lang Banfong exclaimed in panic, Ngak Tu, why are you here? Lang Banfong wondered why someone who worked alongside him wasn't handling official matters at that moment. Ho Ka Han politely greeted Dongfang Thuong Tu. Ho Ka Han's child also respectfully said, Thuong Tu Dongfang. Ngak Tu politely replied, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Then Dongfang Ngak Tu abruptly turned to Lang Banfong and asked, Holy Son, is this a good time? Lang Banfong felt anxious. Ngak Tu, this isn't like you. Has something happened? Ho Ka Han smiled knowingly and led her daughter outside, gently saying, We'll step out for now. You two talk in the room. With just the two of them left, Lang Banfong spoke first. You should hurry. Suddenly, Dongfang Ngak Tu grabbed Lang Banfong's hand, trembling in fear as she said, Min Yi is missing. Lang Banfong was confused. What? Lang Banfong recounted, I just saw him outside the city gate. He said he was following your orders to entertain the disciples of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Ngak Tu was stunned. What? Dongfang Ngak Tu hurriedly shouted, He has been missing for several days. Immediately, Dongfang Ngak Tu turned and rushed out, saying, I'm going to find him. Lang Banfong said, I'll go with you. In the air, Lang Banfong and Dongfang Ngak Tu flew to the location they needed to reach to find Dongfang Min. This situation made Lang Banfong ponder something was off. It seemed there was a major conspiracy secretly affecting the city gate. Dongfang Ngak Tu rushed in, grabbing a guard's collar and demanding, Where is my child, Dongfang Min? The guard, looking quite honest, replied, Dongfang young master has already taken a carriage and left. I don't know where to, please forgive me, Thuong Tu. Dongfang Ngak Tu paced back and forth, thinking for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. Dongfang Ngak Tu gritted her teeth, pondering what this meant. Suddenly, Lang Banfong placed a hand on Dongfang Ngak Tu's shoulder. Dongfang Ngak Tu turned to look at Lang Banfong and he reassured her. You need to stay calm right now. Reacting impulsively won't solve anything. Dongfang Ngok-tu was stunned. Is that your line? Then Dongfang Ngok-tu lowered her head in contemplation and took a deep breath. Once Dongfang Ngok-tu calmed down, she thanked Lang Vanfang. Thank you very much. I'm calm now. Let's head back and discuss. Lang Vanfang nodded. All right. At the Holy Sun's place, the two analyzed everything calmly. Lang Vanfang asked, This is indeed very strange. When did you realize your child was missing? Dongfang Ngok-tu replied seriously. Minni has been preparing for the Wanfei conference and has had a lot on his plate lately. I was quite at ease with him, so I didn't pay much attention, busy handling official matters. It wasn't until a few days ago when I finished handling official duties after going home 3 days ago, I was still in the cabinet office. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Dongfang Ngok-tu, while reviewing documents, frowned in annoyance. What's all the fuss about? Don't they know I'm handling official business? The voice outside called in, Excuse me, Thuong-tu. It's a maid from the house. There's an emergency. Dongfang Ngok-tu paused for a moment, then set the documents aside and said, Let her in. Click the door opened, revealing a pale maid who hurriedly stammered, Miss Young Master. Young Master. Dongfang Ngok-tu said sternly, You've been with me for years. Why are you so panicked? Calm down. What happened to the young master? The maid reported, 2 days ago, the young master seemed to have something urgent to go out. I asked if he would come back for dinner, and he said he would, then he went out. I thought he was just going out for a normal reason, but he still hasn't returned. I felt something was wrong, so I hurried to find someone. Dongfang Ngok-tu remained calm and asked, What? Have you checked the places he usually goes? The maid stammered, I have checked everywhere. No one has seen the young master. It's like he vanished. Hearing this, Dongfang Ngok-tu seemed frozen. Ngok-tu immediately stood up loudly, ordering, Someone contact the Central Investigation Bureau. Send someone to secretly investigate the whereabouts of my son, Dongfang Min. If there are any leads, report to me immediately. Also call Liu Feng here. The other person responded, Yes, Prime Minister. The girl standing next to her anxiously asked, Miss Ngok-tu, why do you want to investigate this secret? Ngok-tu replied seriously, Mingni always acts cautiously and would never suddenly act like this. Suddenly, Ngok-tu lowered her head, startling the girl. Immediately after, Ngok-tu's body began to tremble. Seeing this, the girl anxiously said, Miss you suddenly. Ngok-tu looked up and said, That girl, I'm fine. Quickly go find Mingni and report any clues to me immediately. The scene shifted to an under-construction urban area. At this moment, Ngok-tu was standing opposite Liu Feng. Then Ngok-tu loudly asked Liu Feng, Is there not a single clue? Liu Feng frowned and replied to Ngok-tu, There surely is some mysterious organization that has ears and eyes everywhere. Perhaps they are plotting something and targeting the grandson of the Dongfang family. It seemed that Ngok-tu and Liu Feng had realized who that organization was. With worried expressions, both of them exclaimed in unison, The great assembly of all laws. Ngok-tu frowned and said to Liu Feng, This is quite concerning. Then she asked, Where is Lang Vanfang right now? Liu Feng awkwardly replied, Right after the cabinet meeting ended, he left. What should we do? Ngok-tu shouted angrily, That jerk just left. Quickly find him and bring him here to me. Liu Feng replied awkwardly, Understood. After receiving the order, Liu Feng left. Immediately after, Ngok-tu anxiously watched him go. Her expression was filled with worry. Back to the present, after hearing everything, Lang Vanfang raised his hand, stroking his chin, as he said, According to what you said, Fuangmin's traces have been very well hidden in recent days. Do you think that's just a coincidence, or is someone deliberately setting this up? Ngok-tu replied seriously, If what you say is true, then why would they go to such lengths? What do they ultimately want? But thinking about that now is pointless. What needs to be done right now is to find a breakthrough and locate Mingni that is the breakthrough. At this moment, Vanfang gently tapped his head and agreed with Ngok-tu. You are right, the sudden appearance of Dongfang Min may be that person trying to send some kind of signal. At this moment, Ngok-tu spoke up. All speculations are meaningless right now, because the opponent may hear some news and become cautious. Whether or not that happens depends solely on you. The immense power lies only in your hands. Use it to track down the enemies and take care of their leader. Vanfang smiled confidently and said, Let's get started. This is probably going to cost quite a few points. Ngok-tu stood quietly observing beside him while Van Fong got ready to cast the spell. He raised his hand and silently recited the spell. Transform to all directions, hexagon unlocks, reveal the searching aura. Right after Van Fong's clones gradually appeared, he cast the spell while analyzing. Right now, Thiendo has a population of over 10,000 people, mostly civilians. Besides those attending the Grand Magic Assembly gathered here, there are 200,000 cultivators with Dongfang Min's level. He seems to be the leader of this generation of disciples. Even in a normal state, his aura is strong enough to narrow the number down to 2,000 people. Split into 4 directions, 500 in each, locking the targets tightly. Van Fong's eyes now showed a powerful aura. Then the power spread throughout Chengdu. The supposed targets lit up in Van Fong's eyes. Then he spoke loudly, lock the targets, and quietly recite the second-level spell, Heavenly Eye Soul Seer. Van Fong's clones in all 4 directions began to reveal a third eye. Then he said, opening the eye that emitted a bright light scanning all directions. Ngok Tu worriedly rushed over and asked Van Fong, how is it going? Van Fong's 4 clones returned and merged back with his original body. Then Van Fong looked at Ngok Tu with a disappointed expression. He kept shaking his head. Seeing this, Ngok Tu froze completely. She worriedly analyzed, the opponent seems to be a master, and he definitely used something to hide his aura. At this rate, we're like searching for a needle in a haystack. The two stood in the room and Ngok Tu anxiously pacing back and forth. She bit her hand nervously and said, what should we do? Is there any other way? Long Van Fong said, what about setting up secret ground sensors to survey the whole city? Ngok Tu frowned and said, no, a large-scale survey like that, even done secretly, could still alert them. Not only would Min Yi's life be in danger, but if the enemy is causing major sabotage, it could lead to serious damage. Then they looked at each other. Long Van Fong stroked his chin thoughtfully when a young voice spoke, are you playing hide-and-seek? Both turned in surprise and said, Princess Tuyen Tuyen. Long Van Fong asked, when did you get here? Tuyen Tuyen smiled and replied, right when Master Fu Thuong was casting the spell. Ngok Tu said in surprise, Fu Thuong since when? She said in a gloomy tone. Lang Van Fong broke into a sweat, scratched his head and said, you'll have to ask Ho Ka Han about that. Tian Tian interrupted. Master Fu Thuong, Prime Minister Ngok Tu, stop arguing. Aren't you both looking for your sons? Ngok Tu said, yes, we're looking for my son. Lang Van Fong turned to look surprising Ngok Tu greatly. The two stared at each other in shock. Lang Van Fong shouted, what did you say? Ngok Tu blushed and coughed once. She corrected herself. No, it's not my son. Princess Tuyen Tuyen said, you're mistaken. Both Tuyen Tuyen and Lang Van Fong can tell their parents apart just by their scent. Including whether others are father and son or mother and child, we can accurately smell it. Lang Van Fong looked at Ngok Tu, who was wide-eyed staring at Tuyen Tuyen. He shouted, what's going on? Why don't I remember anything? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Ngok Tu stammered, unable to speak. I couldn't say a word. 18 years ago, because we shared the same ideals, we fought a bloody battle to create a peaceful future. Once, while gathering intelligence on enemy forces, the two of us secretly infiltrated deep into enemy territory. Going back to that time, the two of us sneaked into the enemy's camp where their soldiers' huts were located. Suddenly, a flash of light startled us both. A spell appeared. Someone yelled, we're done for, it's an ambush. The two of us suddenly stood up in the middle of the battlefield. Assassins charged out from hiding places. Long Van Fong drew his sword, eyes flashing. He struck the large walls, which cracked and were about to collapse. Long Van Fong said to the person beside him, Ngok Tu, let me break the barrier. You get out of here quickly. Ngok Tu pulled out a talisman. She said, if you want to come, then come, but don't try any tricks alone, handsome. Long Van Fong laughed. You really are a fool. Ngok Tu replied, you're the fool. Then the two of them charged forward. Ngok Tu said, in that final battle, we risked our lives to escape, but you got badly injured protecting me. I thought you were about to die. The memory appeared. Long Van Fong took a hit meant for Ngok Tu, a blow that nearly killed him. Ngok Tu screamed at that moment, you idiot! Why did you have to save me? I don't need you to save me. Inside the cave, the fire flickered. Ngok Tu supported the dying Lang Van Fong, saying, I can't go on. You need to take the intel back to Dong Fong. She cried loudly, shouting, no, you hold on for me. I won't let you die. Understand, Lang Van Fong. That fool weakly said, parents, sisters, come to everyone. Dong Fong silently held Lang Van Fong's hand. She said, You idiot, at least you should leave a legacy for the Lang family. Then she let her hair down. Her long hair flowed like a river in the dark cave, glowing faintly with the light formed by the two of them as they returned to the present. Long Vanfong was sweating, stunned. He was speechless for a moment. Long Vanfong shouted, "You took advantage of me being in danger. I treated you like a sibling, and you took advantage of me being near death to sleep with me." Ngaktu retorted, "Who told you to live as long as a cockroach? Your heart was in the wrong place. I was just a little moved and wanted to leave something behind for you." Lang Vanfong was speechless. He said, "Then why didn't you tell me?" Ngaktu replied. "What's the point of telling you? He's just Dong Fuang's son. I've brought him so much suffering already. Yet with the title of the Saint Sun's son, he's lived until now." Lang Vanfong frowned, shaking his head. "So all you women with my children use this excuse to stop me from taking them back, right?" Ngaktu pressed. "Besides me and Ho Ka Han, are there others?" Lang Vanfong scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, "Yeah, a few." Tuyen Tuyen spoke up, the senior master and the chiefs of Thien Cat the Ye family head, the leader of Dao Tong Da Thin Tuit, Grandmaster Beach Hai, the core of Tin Nim Son Mon, and even the central figures of Duok Phuong Kok all have children. Ngak Tu exclaimed, "What?" Lang Vanfong nearly spat blood, saying, "Tuyen Tuyen, why are you stirring up trouble now?" Tuyen Tuyen ignored him and said, "Now's not the time to talk about your Dong Phuong." Ngak Tu replied, "That's right. Any other ideas?" Lang Vanfong thought, "What should we do?" Twin confidently said, "The search game. I love sending my child on those." Both asked at once, "Do you have a plan?" Twin replied, "There's the infinite soul charm." Lang Vanfong said, "Tell me what to do. Father will follow your lead." Ngaktu said, "You two go quickly." Long Vanfong carried Twin and asked, "Where to first?" Twin replied, "Of course the city gate." Once there, they vanished after speaking. Ngaktu worriedly muttered, "Min Yi, you must be safe." At the city gate, people hurried in and out. Long Vanfong stood in the crowd. Twin said, "Senior master," in a moment. Lang Vanfong cut her off. "Stop talking nonsense." Then he prepared to use magic. Light radiated from around them, freezing everyone in place. They approached the guards. Lang Vanfong translated for a nearby guard. The guard was stunned by the spell. He looked around and saw Lang Vanfong standing in front of him and called out, "Saint Sun!" Twin used the soul charm. The guard seemed hypnotized. Long Vanfong said, "What was Dong Phuong Gongzi, the prime minister, doing here earlier?" The guard robotically replied, "Dong Phuong Gongzi picked up a carriage. He said he was waiting inside for a friend. We just did a quick check to let them through." Lang Vanfong said, "Ask more." Twin asked which way they went. The guard pointed ahead. "Turn left, then no sign of anyone." Twin said, "Forget meeting us. Forget the conversation. Keep guarding." The guard replied, "Yes." Then the two moved away. The guard snapped back to normal. People looked at each other with question marks. Another guard asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He answered, "Don't know. My head went blank, kind of spaced out." The other clapped him on the shoulder. "You were just roughhousing with your wife too hard last night, huh?" Brothers, remember to hold back. The two Lang Vanfong men entered the city. Twin happily said, "With your magic master, Fu Thung, even their soul charms won't notice us as we continue searching." The two cheerfully moved forward. Lang Vanfong said, "Their counter-surveillance skills are really strong. They purposely took this deserted path to shake off anyone tailing them." Twin pinched her nose and said, "They've already smelled him. The scent is strong, not far now." Lang Vanfong said happily, "Great, hurry up and show the way." Twin sniffed around. She pointed in a direction. "It's just ahead that way. Let's hide over there." Lang Vanfong replied, "All right, at the Deep Family Fabric Shop." The two stood in front of that shop. "Let's hide over there." Lang Vanfong replied, "All right, at the Deep Family Fabric Shop." The two stood in front of that shop. Twin said, "Master Fu Thung, this is Deep Dinung's shop." Lang Vanfong said, "Let's check it out first." The courtyard was very spacious and guarded. Lang Vanfong and Twin strolled in calmly. They passed through the guards and entered. Inside sat a young man sitting upright. The light shining through the large door was steady. Lang Vanfong and Twin entered the room. Twin jumped off the bed, mischievous, saying, "Found him, Master Fu Thung. He's really impressive, right?" Lang Vanfong praised, "Thanks to you." They approached the young man and Lang Vanfong untied his bindings. The young man slowly woke up calmly, saying, Holy Lord, you've arrived. Lang Vunfeng was surprised. You knew I was coming. The young man said, my legs were tied, so I was always looking for an opportunity. This morning I met someone at the city gate and took the chance to greet them. I knew my mother would definitely come looking for you. Only you could find me. Tuyen Tween pouted. Without me, Master Fu Thung might not have found you. Lang Vunfeng scratched his head and said, True Tuyen Tween is the real hero. The opponent's plan was very strange. What exactly happened? Why did you suddenly disappear? Do you know how worried your mother was? The boy said it was urgent matters concerning the safety of the holy capital. After careful thought, I had to shame my mother, master. Tuyen Tween questioned, Suddenly I feel Big Brother is a bit sleep. You considered a lot, but to make such a calm decision, even mother couldn't do that. The boy asked surprised Big Brother. Lang Vunfeng scratched his head, awkwardly saying, Actually, both of you are my children. Tuyen Tween said, Didn't Dongfeng Jinung tell you? The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Lang Vunfeng sighed and said, It's not that your mother didn't want to. The teenager stretched out his hands, signaling no need to explain further. The boy stayed silent, his body trembling as he slowly lowered his hands. He looked up at his father and smiled, saying, I understand mother's worries. If before I had complaints, now I have none. A hand rested on his shoulder. Lang Vunfeng smiled and said, Dad is very happy. The boy called out, Holy Lord. Lang Vunfeng said, Isn't it time we change how we address each other? The boy was a bit surprised, then smiled. He said, Dad, let me explain the current situation. First, I got trapped in a dead end. Both Lang Vunfeng and Tuyen Tween shouted at the same time, What did? The boy said, A few days ago when I joined a debate, there were many people there. I was sitting in one spot watching someone pour tea, nodding with a smile. Suddenly, a loud shout made me turn around. A girl pouring tea was grabbed by a man. The girl screamed, What are you doing? Let me go. The man laughed lecherously and said, Look at you girls, you're lucky to have me. This whole world was won by my father and his group. Serve me comfortably and I'll be happy. Being my concubine is a rare chance. The girl resisted. I already have a boyfriend. Please, sir, let me go. The man said, Then do you want your boyfriend to disappear from this world? Don't think I'm easy to scare, the girl said fearfully. You? Suddenly the girl vanished. The man was stunned. The girl appeared in front of me. I said, Step back first. She bowed and said, Thank you, young Master Dongfeng, then quickly ran out. The man got angry and shouted, Dongfeng Min, you ruined my good plan. Don't think just because your mother is the prime minister you can boss me around. My father is also a great hero. Dongfeng Min calmly sipped on tea and said slowly, Our country was founded by the Holy Emperor to create peace, not oppression. My mother and your father risked everything for this ideal. So how come now that there's peace you've forgotten your original heart? You two act like this with no shame. Your father. The man said, Dongfeng Min, what good is just talking? This country was won by fighting. If you have the skill, fight me one-on-one. Dongfeng Min said, This is a place for young people to debate the world, not for fighting. This isn't a place for thugs to brawl. The man slammed his fist on the table loudly. He said, The son of Prime Minister Dongfeng looks as pale as a woman. That's because he has no father, only his mother. Then he laughed loudly. Others laughed along. Dongfeng Min's face darkened, then he moved from his seat. He moved to a distance and said, If you want to force me to act, then I'll punish you so you know what it means to lack skill. Then be humble. The man sneered, throwing a punch. Let me show you my famous technique, the sky-piercing cannon fist. He punched Dongfeng Min, lightly dodged, and stepped gently on the man's shoulder. Dongfeng Min looked down like a king. He used the earth movement technique of Mount Tai, stepped once, and the man collapsed to the floor. He could barely get up. The man yelled, Dongfeng Min, how dare you hit me? My father hasn't fought you yet. I'll break your leg. If not, I'll go tell your mother. People outside laughed loudly. Dongfeng Min said, Our personal matters don't need adults. What happened to your attitude earlier? The man lying on the ground said, Look, everyone, Dongfeng Min is beating people. He's ruining the reputation of Prime Minister Dongfeng. Everyone outside just laughed mockingly. Dongfeng Min said, Get lost. The man angrily left, turning back to curse, Just wait, you'll see. That day after the debate ended, it was already dark. Dongfeng Min was walking down the street when he suddenly felt something streak past. He turned cautiously and saw an arrow flying toward him. The arrow was almost piercing his head. Dongfeng Min quickly cast a spell. The ground surged up, stopping the arrow from hitting him. He shouted, "Who's there?" A shadow stood in the distance, identity unclear. Dongfeng Min charged forward, ready to fight. The shadow slipped past, not wanting to battle. Dongfeng Min frowned seriously, thinking. Then he decided to chase the shadow down a small alley where he suddenly saw something. He looked over and saw the man from earlier, his head pierced and hanging on the wall covered in blood. Dongfeng Min frowned and looked up. A figure in a black cloak appeared behind him and said, "Son of Prime Minister Dongfeng, a little anger at the debate killed the son of the main rival. If this news hits the papers tomorrow, how will you feel, young Master Dongfeng?" Dongfeng Min darkened and said, "Who are you? Why do this?" The mysterious figure said, "I have no fame, so no need to introduce myself. I just borrow the identity of young Master Dongfeng to help with a little business." Dongfeng Min said again, "You dare threaten me? Aren't you afraid I'll take you out right here?" The mysterious figure gathered energy in a sphere in his hand. The sphere rolled to Dongfeng Min's feet, emitting a bright light that reflected an image of Dongfeng Min attacking the man. The man slammed into the wall and got stabbed in the head. Dongfeng Min smiled smugly. The image was incredibly realistic. The figure said, "If young Master Dongfeng doesn't listen tomorrow, this Huiyan Quang sphere will appear all over the cities. Then haha, young Master Dongfeng will join Prime Minister Dongfeng on the path to death. Don't you know how dangerous this is?" Dongfeng Min frowned in annoyance. Back to the present, the three Dongfeng Min, Lung Venfeng, and Tuyen Tuyen listened to the story. Lung Venfeng rubbed his chin and said, "Looks like these people have been targeting you for a long time." Dongfeng Min confirmed, "They acted quickly with strong tactics." "No choice?" Tuyen Tuyen asked. "What did they tell you to bring?" Dongfeng Min replied, "I'm not sure either. Although I've been trying to investigate, they're very cautious. When the city gates discovered the Holy Emperor, I actually hoped it would attract the Holy Emperor's attention so I could find a way to investigate here. At the same time, we can think of ways to keep searching." Lang Vanfong said, "You've been through chaos on the front lines, matured much more than other kids your age. You know when to advance and retreat. You don't panic, and I'm really glad." Dongfeng Min smiled and said, "A peaceful world is also your wish. You're willing to give everything for it." Tian Tuyen mischievously interrupted, "Then let's keep looking. Like hunting for treasure, it's really exciting." Dongfeng Min reminded, "This is serious. We can't joke about it." Tuyen Tuyen pouted. "Master Father, why did Lady Dongfeng raise such a square son? After all, it's just searching for something like a game. Isn't that more fun?" Dongfeng Min smiled awkwardly. "I guess I was just rambling. It's really all the same." Tuyen Tuyen happily said, "Exactly." Lang Vanfong thought, "Tuyen Tuyen and Lin Lung, luckily those two girls don't live together. Otherwise, I don't dare imagine the disaster we'd cause." Outside, there was a carriage parked. When the three of them stepped out, they saw Dongfeng Min say that the carriage was the one Lang Vanfong mentioned to check out. The three got into the carriage. Inside was a large wooden box sitting there. More precisely, it looked like an intricately designed wooden cabinet. Lang Vanfong's eyes lit up as he used heavenly eyesight to secretly observe within his vision range. The wooden cabinet emitted a light from the outside, gradually becoming transparent, about to reveal what was inside. Tuyen Tuyen asked, "Master Father, what's inside?" Lang Vanfong said, "Inside is a metal box. Even the heavenly eye can't see through it. It's made from a special material." Dongfeng Min raised his hand and said, "Someone's coming." Just then, a group of people opened the door. The team moved on to the carriage. Two people began moving the wooden cabinet. One person said, "This is heavy. What's inside?" The guy outside barked, "Why so many questions? Don't want to live anymore. Hurry up." Then the two struggled to carry the box inside. Tuyen Tuyen whispered, "Let's follow and see." Dongfeng Min nodded in agreement. The movers brought the box to a large space. The cabinet was so heavy, it was hard to get it up the stairs. Three people used equipment to move the cabinet. Lang Vanfong and the other two flew behind and saw a group of guardians watching the cabinet. The three of them moved into the room. The movers went out one by one. One person opened the cabinet. Two people carried the metal box out. One said, "This thing really has the power to destroy heaven and earth. I heard this thing could even destroy the holy capital. The ancient civilization's magical weapon is truly terrifying." Dongfeng Min and Tian Tuyen were shocked and said at the same time, "What?" The other two were startled and shouted, "Who's there?" Lang Vanfong chanted a spell. The bodies of the two shone brightly. The three moved closer. Dong Fuang Min spoke. Holy grandson, is what they said true? Long Van Fong replied, is it time to change how we address each other now? Dong Fuang Min shyly said, Father. Tian Tian laughed and said, Dong Fuang, why are you still so bashful? Dong Fuang Min stammered, Saint Tone is our idol. Suddenly becoming my father caught me off guard, so I'm a little nervous. Lang Van Fong patted Tuyen's head and said, all right, don't make your brother feel awkward. Let's get to the main topic. According to the findings of the ancient civilization archaeologists, that era was indeed destroyed by a terrifying demonic energy that could ruin fate with immense latent power. Just one of those pills could destroy everything within 1,000 miles. Bright as the sun, the sky turned the pink color of death. Tuyen said in shock, is it really that scary? Long Van Fong said records show more than 10,000 were released. Almost all the ancient people died. If this is true, we have to deal with it immediately. Tuyen said, Father, the Grand Elder, you can't just solve this problem. You have to catch the mastermind behind it too. Lang Van Fong exclaimed, what do you want to do? Tuyen whispered something to Lang Van Fong. Long Van Fong said, you're really clever, kid. Let's do exactly what you say. Then Tuyen approached the two others. She asked, what's on your heads? How did you get here? The two replied in unison, we're following orders from the military supervisor. We don't even know where we came from. Tuyen asked, what are your names? They answered, I'm number 26, I'm number 29. Lang Van Fong said, looks like their memories were wiped. Dong Fuang Min frowned and said, they work carefully. One-way communication only drills upward layer by layer. Once discovered and investigated, the connection is immediately cut off. Tuyen said, with their infinite soul trickery and your Grand Elder's space-time laws, we can secretly trace them to the highest level. Then she ordered, forget what just happened. Continue your mission. With that, the two regained consciousness. They continued carrying the box slowly to another room. The three of them, Lang Van Fong, still followed closely. Lang Van Fong stared as they entered a room with more people. Something like a rocket was brought out. One guy said, why so slow? Another answered, this thing is heavy, heavier than gold. Go slower. The man in yellow reminded, hurry up, bring it here. Before he could finish, a spray of glue shot out. Long Van Fong stepped closer. Tuyen asked, supervisor, who are you? The man replied, I'm the ledger manager here. Go see the ledger manager. The three stood before an old man. Tuyen asked, supervisor, who are you? The old man replied, messenger. I've never met the Banyat sect. He arranged ambushes in the shop. The Diep family silently carried out the sacred leader's orders. Long Van Fong said, Banyat sect. Dong Fuang Min asked, Father, isn't Banyat sect a cult that caused chaos in Thanshou over this decade ago? Lang Van Fong answered, Banyat sect is a cult that harmed the common people using poison to control followers. They fight without fear of death, very hard to deal with. We united all forces of the land, fought a brutal battle to defeat them. Never thought they'd come back after all these years. Let's go deal with this place first. Dong Fuang and I, the Prime Minister, will discuss how to handle this. Dong Fuang Min said, no. Lang Van Fong asked, why? Dong Fuang Min said, if we destroy this place now and you appear in the capital, the enemy will definitely spread what threatens you throughout the city. Then there'll be a big disaster. He leaned in to quietly talk to the two. Tuyen looked surprised. Lang Van Fong thought deeply. Dong Fuang Min said, please, Saint Tone, allow this. Then he spoke to his mother. Lang Van Fong reached out, placed his hand on Dong Fuang Min's shoulder, his gaze filled with determination. Dong Fuang Min's eyes mirrored that same look. At night in the quiet neighborhood, suddenly a huge explosion happened. Everything caught fire and burned. Lang Van Fong and Tuyen looked down from above. Lang Van Fong sighed and said, now I have to go explain to Thin Vu. At Saint Tone's residence, Lang Van Fong and Tuyen entered a room. Suddenly he turned to her anxious and said, any news? Earlier there was news that a shop in the Diep family exploded. Is it connected? Where's Min Ni? Lang Van Fong asked. This is related to Banyat sect. Min Ni, Ngoc Tu opened her eyes wide in shock. Dong Fuang Min once said, let the child fake death in this dark world investigate this fully and root out the Banyat sect. Ngoc Tu moved weakly, tears streaming down unconsciously, calling Min Ni. She bit her lip to hold back her tears. Ngoc Tu cried out loudly, why didn't you stop him? He is our child. The underworld is full of dangers. It's a fight for life or death. How can we care for him if he goes like this? Lang Van Fong said. Min Ni never hesitated. Dong Min firmly said, "You saw with your own eyes how many parents and uncles sacrificed. After all the hardships and sacrifices of so many peace was built, Saint Tone and the Prime Minister wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives to pursue peace. You as their child, why can't you bear this responsibility?" "Please, Father, allow me," Ngaktu sobbed. "As Prime Minister, I am proud. As a mother, I can't bring myself to scold. The world is hard to protect, even harder to manage. Why is life so difficult?" Then she buried her face in Lang Vanfong's chest and cried. Lang Vanfong comforted her, "Don't worry, I will always watch over Minnie's safety. I will definitely bring our child back to us." Through the window they embraced. Lang Vanfong looked outside. Outside St. Tone's residence, Dong Min stared at the lit building, bowed his head, and then left.